Chapter 1 National Census. Today is March 18, 2066, sunny, air mutation index 3, Seqing Mountain and the wasteland show no abnormalities. Mutation subsided. Everything awaits revival. Lin Xiefeng, the defense officer of the Alien Plant Defense Army, retired due to injury. The new defense officer Wu Yu proposed at the representative meeting that the public's life should be restored as soon as possible. The first national census in Huaqing begins. All residents within Huaqing are requested to bring their personal contribution cards and valid personal identification documents to the administrative center for verification and registration, and to receive relief rations. Clear and loud broadcast voices came from all directions, audible even deep within the mountains and forests. Voices gradually emerged from the wilderness as if someone was running back. Meanwhile, sounds echoed through the forest, like trees growing wildly with rustling noises, flowers bursting open with popping sounds, mixed with strange, pleading cries of beasts and birds. Suddenly, a young girl stumbled out from the forest. She looked to be only about 15 or 16 years old, with skin so white and tender that it seemed a gentle brush from a leaf would leave a red mark. But as she stumbled out of the woods wearing tattered clothes, the jagged leaves all seemed to part respectfully, and the gnarled roots subtly shifted, as if afraid of tripping her. However, once she left the forest, what lay unmoving before her was a rose wall over 5 meters high, stretching endlessly to both sides. Clusters of pink flower buds hung down from the flower wall, their faint fragrance swept away by the wind and waves, carrying the blooming petals far into the distance. But with just a brief glance, one could see that beneath the blooming flowers, the dense branches were covered with sharp thorns that glinted coldly, their tips faintly showing a metallic sheen. "Looks so familiar," the girl murmured, then without hesitation reached out to touch them. The next moment, the rose wall rustled and moved, its branches darting left and right, jostling and pressing together, creating a passable space for her. The girl was momentarily bewildered. Then without hesitation, she passed through. Inside was a ruined urban area, with hardly any green in sight. Oh! The urban area was filled with a noisy commotion. Many tall buildings still stand firmly, but some have already collapsed into ruins. The roads are riddled with cracks and potholes, bearing witness to some terrible scenes. From all directions, only clusters of green grass sprout from the cracks in the walls, swaying in the wind. From afar, not a single fully grown tree can be seen. This makes the entire city appear even more desolate. In stark contrast to this desolation, the radio repeatedly broadcasts an upbeat and spirited voice. The first citywide census in Huaqing begins. All residents of Huaqing are requested to bring valid personal identification and contribution cards to the administrative center for verification and registration, and to receive relief rations. This announcement was repeated over and over, causing more and more people to gather nearby. From residential areas, from shopping malls, and from amusement parks, even from the ruins, people emerged one after another from unknown places, their faces covered in dust, yet filled with indescribable excitement. They paired up and were quickly running towards the city, chattering away. The recent mutation rates have been pretty stable. We haven't heard much from Sanqing Mountain lately. Sanqing Mountain has always been quiet. There are fewer mutated plants and animals there than in the wasteland. With this mountain and the rose corridor blocking the way, the damage to our flower city is relatively minor. Huai Yu silently listened among the crowd, and at this moment roughly understood, it turned out to be Sanqing Mountain, and that flower wall just now was called the rose corridor. There are also many wood element psychics in our flower city. My mom says it's because the mountain god blesses us. There are only a few psychics, and they all joined the defense forces, so it has nothing to do with us ordinary people. How can it have nothing to do with us? What if our mutation value reaches the critical point and we mutate all of a sudden? Give me a break. Ordinary people go crazy when they reach their breaking point, and those with special abilities, hasn't the pollution only gotten worse for them? Special abilities. Huai Yu spread out her palm. Is the ability to make plants obey also considered a special ability? She wanted to hear more, but the crowd was jogging along and a different topic was already rising behind them. How many contribution points did you get? I used to do a lot of hard work and this job gives 2 extra points. It's really tough. No one understands. I used to study finance. I used to study beauty and hairdressing. I have over 400 points, not sure what kind of relief food I can get. I heard in the capital, everything is distributed based on contribution points. Well, we shouldn't be jealous. The defense troops are on the front lines, so it's only fair they get more. I just don't know if my points are enough. Everyone was striding forward, or sometimes jogging, while Huai Yu, walking alone and looking around in confusion, seemed somewhat out of place. As everyone surged in a dense crowd into the square building with a noticeably missing corner, it appeared even more peculiar. The hall was full of people, each speaking either excitedly or calmly. Voices came from all directions. Huai Yu slightly tilted her head and could also hear quite a bit of news. Look at how bright and spacious this hall is. It used to be the Housing Management Bureau. That guy. Crowds of people all day long without rest. Now the unfinished buildings in the city are freely occupied. What nonsense are you talking about? Unfinished buildings are great. Back then, there was no greenery at all, so it was much safer. What you're talking about is the city center. The suburbs are overgrown with wild grass and need a long time to be cleaned up before anyone can live there. Exactly, many suburban housing developments used to advertise being close to nature, right next to Sanqing Mountain. The unfinished buildings don't even have any barriers. With good ventilation and sunlight, plants grow really fast. But you definitely can't live there. Damn it, I used to live in a villa area just for the greenery, but the plants and animals mutated, and the climbing ivy on the wall literally stripped one of my walls. Sigh, don't mention the past. Now that we can get through it, life will go on. She listened silently, quietly moving forward with the group. Not knowing how long she had stood there, it was finally her turn. In front of a simple desk, a middle-aged man was mechanically going through the procedure. Give me your ID. Huai Yu was momentarily confused, then shook her head. No. The other party sighed. What are you blindly queuing here for? Don't you read the announcements? Go to the team next door. Huai Yu couldn't remember anything, and could only rely on the current simple technology. Hearing this, she naively switched to queue for another team. The line next door was also very long, stretching from the early dawn until the sun was high in the sky, and finally it was her turn. Why didn't you go to get a new ID first thing in the morning after losing it? How did you get your contribution card without an ID? You were using a temporary one before, right? Chapter 20 Contribution Points. Huai Yu couldn't remember the past clearly. Her mind was like a vast white fog, leaving nothing but her name. She came to line up, hoping there might be some record of her here. But the simple equipment in the equally simple hall in front of her didn't even have a single camera in sight. So I could only remain silently bewildered. The other party flipped through the screen pages. Which you? The Y from Embrace, the U from Elm Tree. The other party clicked their tongue. Oh, elm seeds, just the sound of it is fierce. Back then I was starving and wanted to see if I could eat them. Good grief. A handful of elm seeds scattered like a celestial maiden's flower petals almost got us torn to pieces. Huai Yu smiled obediently. It's not me. I definitely know it's not you. The other person stared at the screen, looking back and forth. There's no such name. Could it be a registration mistake? Bring over the resident's contribution card. Let me take a look. She thought for a moment, then honestly shook her head. No. None. From all directions came the disdainful looks and whispered murmurs of the crowd. After the mutation of plants and animals, everyone's living environment became very bad. To maintain stability, everyone had to participate in labor. Contribution points were earned because of this. And in such an environment, having not a single contribution point. TSK. Afraid of death and clinging to life, hiding and sneaking around is inevitable. They have all been through hardships and everyone looks down on this kind of behavior, not even wanting to say much. The staff's expression instantly turned impatient, then hastily followed the procedure to reissue the card, and just tossed it onto the table. All right, it's done. Go over there and the housing management will assign you a room. The queue and signature processes at the housing management office were handled separately, with the system automatically matching them, so the line actually moved quite quickly. This time it only took a little over an hour before it was her turn. However, the other party glanced at her blank contribution card, swiped it on the machine, and only a few lonely options appeared. Based on contribution points. With 0 like yours, you have no choice. Just that Jin Yuan community on the edge of the wasteland. Let me see. Building 8, 32nd floor, Unit 808 stairs. The electronic screen displayed 3 options, with one more being the 33rd floor by stairs. Huai Yu pointed to the option at the very bottom. Rose Mansion number 1, is that not allowed? Her eyes were confused and her voice was soft. Even though the clerk looked down on people like her, he sighed and patiently explained. Weren't you from our Huaching before? Rose Mansion was originally meant to be a clubhouse, but the boss went bankrupt right after laying the foundation. The place is big, but you can't handle it. Why? Huai Yu asked patiently. The other party rolled their eyes. Why? Why? Use your little brain. Mutations in plants and animals. That place is right next to the Rose Corridor, with wild grass, trees, mountains, forests, ponds, everything. Tell me why. They give you 100 square meters in a half-finished building, but no one wants the 600 acres of Rose Mansion. Tell me why. The Rose Corridor was something our Wuyu Major General fought desperately to bring about. With it there and with Mount Sanqing there, it forms a natural defense line to ensure that wild plants and animals from the wilderness don't just invade at will. It's both overbearing and fierce. Living next to it, do you want to risk your life? Although climbing an unfinished building is tiring, at least it's topped out, so it can shield you from wind and rain without any problem. If you choose Rose Mansion, will you have leaves over your head when it rains? What if the plants mutate and break the critical threshold one day? Do you still want to risk your life? But this place is so big, Huai Yu murmured. When she first came out of the mountains, the rose flower wall she saw must have been the rose corridor they talked about, right? She really liked it. Finally decided. I really want to live here. Is that okay? She thought for a moment and softly called out to the young female clerk. Sister. The other party. The clerk was silent for a moment, then with a dark expression, processed her paperwork. Go over there to sign and handle the transfer. Once that's done, go to the next hall to collect relief grain. The transfer procedure wasn't that complicated. Nowadays, these unfinished places were all taken over by the state, and the local areas were planned in advance. She just needed to sign and press her fingerprint one by one. Especially since the other party told her, you were allocated mansion number 1, covering 600 acres. Further away, there are also number 2 and number 3. While guiding Huai Yu through the process, the other party sighed, young lady, don't think you're getting a good deal just because the place is big. For one person, 3 feet of land and 2 acres of vegetables are enough to keep you busy. Living over there alone is really dangerous. Besides, land isn't expensive now. If you pick an unfinished building and manage it yourself for a few years, by the time you settle down and have children, the city might even reward you with a better unit. While quickly signing and stamping her fingerprint, Huai Yu pushed the signed contract toward the middle-aged man in front of her and obediently said, Uncle, I've signed it. She looked only about 17 or 18, while the middle-aged man in front of her, worn down by years of disaster, had a face of someone in their 40s despite being in his 30s. At this moment, he fell silent. Forget it, being a teenager and not using your brain, with no contribution points at all. It must be that your family protected you too well before, not knowing your place. A little hardship will teach you a lesson. After thinking it over, seeing that the other person wasn't much older than their own child, they comforted them again. If you really can't handle it, don't force yourself. The alien defense forces are stationed just 1 kilometer away. If anything happens, remember to go to them. Huai Yu smiled, her voice obedient. I understand, thank you, uncle. The destructive power of alien plants is too great. Nowadays, paper documents are rarely issued to individuals. It was only after the electronic files were incorporated into big data that Huai Yu took her empty car to the neighboring hall to collect relief grain. Compared to the previous Housing Management Bureau hall, this place was noticeably noisier. I have over 600 points, so why am I only getting 2 genes of soybeans, 1 gene of rice, and a handful of vegetable seeds? Can this standard 300 bottles of nutrient solution be exchanged for some other kind of rice? You get so much, what else could you be dissatisfied with? I only have 2 genes of soybeans here. You have less than 200 points. 2 genes of soybeans is already extra okay. Stop arguing, stop arguing. I heard everyone is guaranteed at least 1 gene of soybeans and a month's worth of nutrient solution. Your 200 points are too few, right? Have you been slacking off and losing points all along? Damn. Someone just exchanged 2,000 points for a phone. Ah, really? Can you go online with it? Don't know, if I had known I could exchange points for a phone, I would have tried my best when I was cleaning houses with the backup team. Oh no, don't. Although mutated potted plants are rare, they do exist. You don't want to lose your life just because you didn't earn a phone. Wow, I just found out that if you don't live in the central urban area, you can exchange more points for an old electric bike. Then I won't exchange, the power plant only supplies electricity is expensive. I won't exchange either, once life gets back on track, these things will come sooner or later, but the houses in the central urban area have all been maintained later on, so safety is guaranteed. Damn, it's really heartbreaking, watching the house chosen by the person ahead of me in line is the very one I used to pay the mortgage on. You must be Versailles. When the government was collecting contributions uniformly, you didn't hold back on your contribution points. Chapter 3 Rose Corridor. Noisy and chaotic, by the time it was Huai Yu's turn, dusk was already falling. After the 0-point contribution card beeped, those around who noticed fell silent. Huai Yu seemed to have no sense of shame at all, just obediently and silently waiting. She had nothing to be ashamed of, forgetting everything that happened before. She didn't know if she had died and come back to life or suddenly mutated. Anyway, when she opened her eyes today, her body was wrapped in a cocoon of tree roots. After crawling out of the cocoon, She forgot everything except her name and some vaguely remembered common knowledge. She couldn't recall her parents or friends at all. In short, she is so kind, she probably hasn't done anything wrong. The 0-point contribution card isn't her fault, it must be this world that has wronged her. Thinking this way, her mental state became especially stable, and her smile was open and unashamed, leaving the group around her who were ready to gossip speechless. After a moment, the other party finished registering and only handed her 30 bottles of nutritional fluid and a pound of soybeans. Your future life is up to you. Without the state to back you up, if you keep going like this, you'll starve to death. Huai Yu held the pile of things and gave the other person a slight wink. I understand. After a moment's thought, she added, I will live well, thank you, Auntie. Oh. Stepping out of the hall, the distant sky was already woven with the dust colors of dark blue and orange-red. The dilapidated bus at the entrance was already packed with people, and the loudspeaker kept urging, to facilitate everyone's registration, this month's bus rides are free. Final stop, Rose Corridor. Huai Yu was momentarily stunned, then quickly jogged over. The driver kept honking the horn and shouting, keep walking further inside. It's full. Master, let's depart. Exactly, I live in Jinyuan, if we don't leave soon it will be dark. The next moment, everyone felt a tightness around them, and their steps involuntarily moved closer to the side. Damn, who the hell is squeezing? Stop pushing, stop fucking pushing. There's no more room. My feet are hanging in the air. Hey, don't crush my nutrient drink. The door finally closed. Huai Yu tightly held the handrail and, facing the sardine-packed crowd around her, gave an innocent smile. Looking out through the cracked glass, the city transformed from order to ruins, then gradually to desolation, much like the scenes in her dreams. But what else was in the dream? Rose? She murmured, unable to think of anything more. The bus swayed and jolted all the way, bumping along the broken road as it struggled toward the outskirts of the city. The number of passengers gradually thinned out, and after a few more got off at Jinyuan Community, only Huai Yu and the driver remained on the bus. The two exchanged glances from the driver's seat. Huai Yu curved his eyes slightly. I'm under the Rose Corridor. The driver started the vehicle with a helpless sigh. Just because the final stop is the Rose Corridor doesn't mean people actually go there. How come there really are people living there? He muttered, unable to resist gossiping. Miss, the Jinyuan community hasn't even gotten to you. Huai Yu, have you been heavily penalized? No. Huai Yu shook her head honestly. I probably just didn't contribute anything. Driver. Oh. The bus did not stop at Rose Corridor. It seems this place is really dangerous to the point that they have to turn back. Dusk had already enveloped the surroundings, and the distant mountains were reduced to faint outlines. The night breeze brought a cool sensation. Huai Yu squatted down and touched the green grass sprouts on the ground, recalling the morning broadcast she vaguely heard, hazily remembering it was in March. She was a bit hungry, but the soybeans were still dry and hard, so she casually reached for a packet of nutritional liquid. The packaging wasn't flashy, it looked like a jelly drink pouch. It simply said, basic nutritional liquid, and the rest of the ingredient list was blurred in the night, only faintly showing something like vitamins. She curiously unscrewed the lid and took a taste. Sour, with a faint sweetness and a bit of saltiness. As for the texture, it's like wood chip soaked in water with a thickener added. Not tasty. But that doesn't matter. So much has happened today. She has to figure out who she really is and why she ended up with a tree root callus on Mount Sanqing. Could it be the root nodule has mutated? I dare not even think about that, it's just too disgusting. Huai Yu quickly looked around and decided to start by considering the past and the current life situation. For example, where to sleep tonight. It was pitch dark all around, and in the distance, faint lights flickered on and off in the tall buildings. Huai Yu tugged at her tattered clothes and paced back and forth twice on the treated barren ground, then suddenly realized. No one was watching, so she didn't have to stay here at night. She could go back up the mountain. Her cocoon was still there. That sounds a bit strange, but anyway, that oval-shaped tree root twisted up with some pine needles and dry leaves stuffed inside. Wouldn't sleeping there be just as peaceful as here? The scent in the Rose Corridor grew even stronger late at night, with menacing thorns hidden beneath the green leaves. In this early March spring, it was clearly blooming a bit too hastily. Huai Yu couldn't quite remember from which direction she had entered during the day, but when her fingers once again touched the soft, fragrant petals, not far away, a tall pillar that Huai Yu had never paid attention to suddenly sounded an alarm. Mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 37 is rapidly rising, suspected anomaly detected. Mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 37 is rapidly rising, suspected anomaly detected. Rose Corridor Zone 37 mutation value rapidly rising, suspected anomaly occurring. She instantly withdrew her hand, then looked nonchalantly at the indentation ahead and decisively slipped inside. 3 minutes later, the roar of an engine broke the silence of the deep night. 2 minutes after that, Huai Yu crouched within the cold brick structure, hearing the faint sound of military boots stepping on the ground above. "Come out!" Someone shouted loudly. She slowly poked her head out, like a bud growing innocently beneath layers of lotus leaves, obedient and fragile. I didn't move around. The gun, exuding a chilling coldness, was slowly raised. The surrounding crowd slightly relaxed, but their expressions remained stern. "What are you doing here so late? No loitering is allowed in the Rose Corridor area at night." Huai Yu looked confused. "But this is my place now." She slowly climbed up from the brick structure, like an innocent little dog that had been driven away. Her clothes were tattered and her long hair was messy from crawling in and out. Then he pointed to the pile of scattered ruins. "Look, this is where the Rose Mansion was, and it was assigned to me today." The crowd around him was immediately stunned. "You, assigned to you?" The soldier at the front, wearing a rose emblem on his chest, only now realized. "Are you saying the allocation was registered today? You're alone, so why were you assigned here? Has someone tampered with your contribution points?" Under the helmet, his expression gradually grew cold and stern. Chapter 4, Alien Plant Defense Force. "No, not at all," Huai Yu said frankly. "My contribution score is 0. They even gave me soybeans and nutrient solution, and the entire 600 acres of Rose Mansion No. 1 Pavilion 2. She said this and smiled contentedly. Under the flashlights on the soldier's shoulders, her face, covered with dust and grit, looked especially satisfied. Now everyone fell silent. With 0 contribution points, they should look down on her. But the other party just looked like a pampered, naive little girl. Before the disaster, she was probably still preparing for college. Everyone slowly lowered their guns and then asked, "Have you been here all night? Has there been anything unusual nearby? People, animals, or plants?" Huai Yu thought for a moment and answered firmly, "Only me." She was so resolute that everyone burst out laughing. After a while, someone said, "I just checked, and there are no abnormalities in the entire area. Don't be careless. This morning, the mutation value in the corridor of Zone 8 fluctuated slightly. It didn't reach the alarm level, but it happened twice in one day, so we can't take it lightly." The leading soldier made a hand gesture, and the group slowly gathered, preparing to turn back. After taking 2 steps forward, he turned his head again. "Where are you staying tonight?" Huai Yu pointed to the pile of brick and stone rubble from earlier. "Here. Inside is a spacious tunnel. It's a bit warmer than outside." She was very satisfied. This was much more spacious than that tree cocoon. The soldiers fell silent, because the tunnel in front of them was clearly the foundation previously laid by Rose Mansion. However, it was just the foundation. But the military district absolutely does not allow outsiders to enter, let alone after years of disaster. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices and actions. 0 contribution points, yet they chose this largest piece of allocated land. That was their choice. The group then disciplined themselves to pack up and return. Huai Yu stared at the departing vehicle with envy and said, "I really want one too." Then she turned her head and glanced again at the Rose Corridor. The thorns above were still menacing, and the flowers remained soft and fragrant. "Why do you get so easily excited? Tonight, I'm going to keep my distance from you. No trembling, no trembling. If you really get worked up, go expel the mutants in the wasteland, but no making a fuss here." She babbled on, her voice soft and gentle, without any hint of intimidation. "There aren't even any pine needles here. The bricks on the ground are too hard. I can't sleep well. Could you drop some petals for me?" Silence surrounded everything. But on the Rose Corridor, the branches rustled as they rapidly grew, and the unopened buds also grew desperately, swelling. Finally, with a pop, they bloomed. Thousands upon thousands of flowers blossomed together, and in this silent night, they seemed to produce a rising and falling sound. Then a breeze suddenly arose from who knows where, swirling through the Rose Corridor. In the night wind, an overwhelming sea of pink petals was lifted into the air, then quickly piled up at Huai Yu's feet. Holy shit! Not far away, someone in a car looked over in shock, their faces beneath their helmets stunned. Huai Yu felt a bit annoyed. She hadn't even noticed anyone had arrived. But the other party only froze for a moment before quickly driving closer. After years of disaster, the romantic flower rain before them was clearly only synonymous with danger. But this is the Rose Corridor, which, together with the surrounding natural barriers of Sanqing Mountain, helps watching block enemies from the wasteland. The flowers it blooms. Well, even if there are a bit too many, the other party didn't think the petals and spring breeze had anything to do with Huai Yu. They just quickly grabbed their package and walked over. Don't get too close to any plants, not even the rose corridor. Also, this is the sleeping bag our team leader applied for you. Take it with you. It's early spring now, and sleeping on the ground will make you sick. Huai Yu took it over in a daze and after a moment, recalling the whole day's experience, suddenly showed a soft and genuine smile. Thank you, brother, you are really kind. The other party paused for a moment. Obviously, the girl, like a little sister, softly called him brother, which stirred a heroic feeling in him. But 0 contribution points. He regained his composure, thought for a moment, and then advised, young lady, the country is in a period of recovery, and every industry needs manpower. You have to grit your teeth and work hard. Don't just waste your days like this. Otherwise, you really won't have enough to eat. After saying that, he turned to leave, then came back, took out a bag, and filled it with petals. The rose corridor had 3 anomalies today. I'm taking the petals back for testing. Since you chose this place, be extra careful in everything. He left, and silence returned to the surroundings, with only the branches of the rose corridor rustling, clearly not very happy. Huai Yu looked down at the pink petals piled like thick quilts and softly said, all right, there's a sleeping bag now, but the ground is still hard. I originally wanted to use your tunnel floor, but now, at worst, just put the sleeping bag on top. With a series of grunts and huffs, the maroon sleeping bag was stuffed full of petals and then placed into the tunnel. Huai Yu carried it trip by trip, and only after the square tunnel was filled with fragrant flower petals did she lay out the sleeping bag and crawl her entire body inside. Wow! Lying like this is really comfortable. She sighed deeply, looking up at the sky tightly covered by bricks and concrete, and suddenly realized. Huh? Why does the rose corridor listen to me? And also, why does that bag of soybeans I brought back always seem to be teeming with restless life? She pondered drowsily and finally came to a conclusion. It must be because I'm extraordinary, that's why I have this ability. Indeed, although I can't clearly remember the past, I must have been this amazing. Amidst the rich fragrance, her body along with the sleeping bag was slowly enveloped by pink petals, then gradually descended. The next morning, Huai Yu woke up to the sound of the broadcast. Today is March 19, 2066, Thursday, clear. Due to the impact of a typhoon in coastal cities, our city is expected to experience rainy weather next week. Please be prepared. Spring rain brings life, everything grows. All departments need to be more cautious in their work to prevent mutations. Last night there was a mutant riot in the 3rd prison. One person is currently on the run. Residents are advised to. The broadcast was coming from the loudspeaker on that tall pole last night. Obviously, besides sensing mutation values, it also served as a communication transmitter. But it was too close, a bit noisy. Huai Yu wriggled out of the dark red sleeping bag, and the surrounding fragrant petals had withered overnight into piles of brownish-yellow dry petals scattered all over the ground, looking very unsightly. She sighed, realizing that using petals as a bed was definitely not a long-term solution. She needed to find a stable place to sleep now. But looking again at the vast foundation before them, no matter how solid and even the brick and stone structure is, they are built underground. They can provide shelter and keep out the wind, but if the rain pours heavily, the entire foundation will be soaked and turn into little streams. Huai Yu definitely doesn't want to wake up early to find herself floating on the water surface. Chapter 5 Materials for Building Houses. The 600-acre Rose Mansion, with the nearby small hills connecting to the Sanqing mountain range, had long been cleared by the alien defense forces, leaving only small saplings that hadn't mutated. From a distance, it looked like a few stubble hairs standing on a bald boiled egg. Further away on those flatlands, the grass shoots were sparse, not even as tall as the tenacious weeds growing in the city ruins. Huai Yu wandered back and forth in his vast territory, noticing that the water in the pond was crystal clear, clear to the bottom. Inside there were only some underdeveloped aquatic plants and tiny little fish. It was hard to understand how the army had managed to secure this mountain and water so thoroughly back then. She glanced at the towering, undulating Sanqing mountain not far away. That was where she had woken up. The bizarre and perilous rocks stood tall, entwined and coiled by various mutated plants from all directions, creating a spectacle different from the strange stones. She looked up again at the mutation value sensor by her side. Huai Yu couldn't help but sigh in frustration and muttered slowly. Alien Plant Defense Force, quite something. Oh. But before sighing, she still had to think about what to do about a house to shelter from the wind and rain. But there were no materials around, and even if she tore down the bricks and stones of the foundation, she didn't have the skill to mix mortar and build beams. After much thought, she had to rely on the mountain for sustenance. She followed the rose corridor straight ahead, passing by a neatly built structure in the distance, with sentries at the door, as if it were the garrison of the alien defense forces. She didn't know how long she had been walking before she finally saw the signpost for Zone 8. The defense soldiers had mentioned that there had been some disturbances here yesterday, which likely happened while she was passing through. Looking around now, she noticed some familiar marks. Huai Yu finally smiled and then reached out her finger to gently stroke the leaves, her voice soft. Be careful, help me open a door, we must not be discovered. After thinking for a moment, she politely added, thank you. The branches in front of her began to tremble softly, and before long, they rustled apart to form a passage just wide enough for one person to pass through, just like yesterday morning. After Huai Yu walked through, the branches intertwined and covered up again, leaving no trace. Once outside the city limits, the mountains ahead seemed to be her true domain. The faint paths in the forest had long been covered by various plants. Huai Yu weaved through the branches, shrubs, and wild grass, her expression content as if she had returned home. However, she has no home now, so she has to find materials to build one herself. Therefore, she hadn't walked far before she set her sights on the twisted and entwined vines in the forest. In early spring, the mountain temperature is relatively low, and only small buds can be faintly seen on the vines before her eyes. But if asked what kind of plant it is, it would be hard to tell just by looking. But Huai Yu only hesitated for a moment before immediately making her choice. Purple flowers. Wisteria. I like it. Come build a house for me. Although the vine in front of her was called a vine, the main stem rooted in the soil was already 4 or 5 centimeters in diameter. The mountain soil and rocks were solid and it had deep roots. Huai Yu grabbed the trunk with both hands and pulled hard. Yet it didn't budge at all after a long time. Instead, the palms of her hands were starting to turn a bit red. Oh! But she didn't feel frustrated. Instead, she simply followed the branch forward, reaching the thin, not yet sturdy vine at the tip, and directly snapped it off with her hand. Crack! The thin vine was snapped off with little effort, and before long, she had gathered a small bundle. It wasn't until the whole tree was stripped bare, leaving only the main stem, and a small pile lay on the ground, that Huai Yu finally stopped. Humming a messy little tune, she looked around before getting tangled up again. The main beam is in place, but where are the tiles? Thinking it over, I ventured deeper into the mountains again. The environment covered by dense forest was damp, cool, with rustling sounds, insects chirping and birds calling. Everything seemed as if nothing had changed since before the disaster. But only Huai Yu knew the difference. Because traveling through these great mountains, she could sense the vitality sprouting in all the plants. Spring is truly a wonderful season. After walking for a long time among the many trees and vines just beginning to sprout fuzzy green shoots, Huai Yu finally found a tall tree. It's different from others of its kind, it looks a bit mutated and should be easier to deal with. Although the other party's leaves are still smaller than a fingertip, she has searched for so long and this is the only type of leaf that can grow up to 30 centimeters wide. Unfortunately, the phoenix tree is very tall. She looked up for a long time and seeing that it was unmoved, she could only whimper and hug the trunk tightly. Please. The branch high up rustled twice, and after a long while a branch finally reached over. Huai Yu hesitated for a long time before catching the branch, then closed her eyes and exerted force. Her face turned red, and the little remaining supernatural power in her body slowly surged, leaving her exhausted and gasping. But fortunately the tender buds on the branch in front of her quickly sprouted, and the entire Paulownia tree had already unfolded layer upon layer of many large leaves. Lush green, exceptionally beautiful. She plucked the leaves one by one, the crackling sound especially captivating. After she had broken off all the leaves, she piled them into a small mound in front of her, then finally let go. The next moment, the branch that had been stretching downward quickly retracted, as if unable to bear the disturbance. Huai Yu didn't mind at all. She just stared at the small hill covered with leaves for a while, then found some thin, flexible vines in the forest and slowly wove them together one by one. She was a bit rusty at this task, but luckily she could manage some repairs, so by midday she had made a large vine net full of uneven holes. Fortunately, the Paulownia leaves weren't picky. After gathering them all in, she pulled the 4 corners together, and it was ready to be dragged along. The trees on the mountain remained obedient, rustling softly as they made way. After placing the wisteria vines into the net, Huai Yu even discovered a tall pine tree. It's a Huashan pine. Huai Yu was a bit happy. Huashan pine, like red pine, has edible pine nuts. So she patted the tree trunk. Are there any pine cones? She was a bit out of breath while speaking. She communicated with too many trees today, which was actually a bit strange since she should have been quite skilled at it. But it's okay, maybe she just woke up. A little rest will fix it. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she heard several pop sounds as large pine cones fell from the branches, clearly the ones even the squirrels hadn't caught. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 12. They're all quite big. Huai Yu happily placed the pine cones into the leaves, and to prevent them from falling through the gaps, she carefully piled the leaves towards the center. She looked around and finally pulled a handful of flexible thin vines. All done. All the materials for building the house are ready. Chapter 6: Building the House. Carrying such a large bundle of leaves and vines quietly back from Area 8 of the Rose Corridor was truly a big problem. Fortunately, the vines were quite flexible. Huai Yu sneaked over first, then, grunting and panting, slowly squeezed and dragged them all in like pulling sausages. Just need to drag through 29 more districts, a straight line distance of over 3 kilometers, and it would be back to the residential area she had chosen. Help, help! That's way too far. She stood there dazed, the early spring sun reddening her cheeks, her side profile messy with hair sticking to her face, but her mind was filled with the car she saw last night. I want it so badly. I really want it. But for now. The snail carries its heavy shell, step by step it crawls. She hummed the song while gasping for breath, not knowing how long she had been crawling before finally returning near that foundation. The foundation was still the same, the bricks and stones in the ruin still in disarray, fresh green and yellow sprouts growing in the middle, and she knelt in the tunnel, crawling forward with a scrape, scrape, scrape. Sure enough, at the end of the bricks and stones, she saw the sleeping bag she had placed there. It was maroon with dried flower petals scattered sparsely around it. She silently put the sleeping bag back in its place, then climbed out again to look over this vast land. For some reason, a feeling of home unexpectedly welled up inside her. Huai Yu thought quietly for a moment, then nodded firmly. Yes, the territory was all hers, so having a 600-acre home was quite normal, right? She was so delicate and not very capable. Waking up every day on a 200-square-meter bed with 200 male servants was also quite normal, right? It's just that the male servants hadn't arrived yet. A breeze blew by and pink rose petals showered down. Huai Yu silently puffed out her cheeks. All right. The moisture in the air was getting heavier, it would rain in a day or two. She had to hurry up and finish building the house. Building a house was actually quite simple. It was just a bit tiring to dig holes with a stick. Especially since she was weak, she huffed and puffed, poking, twisting, and digging at the yellow earth, and it took her quite a while to dig out a shallow hole. The branch went in only about a dozen centimeters deep. At this depth, how could it serve as a fixed support? Huai Yu was a bit angry. It's already impressive that she can build a house. She can't be expected to do all this work as well. So she simply took the flexible branches broken off from the wisteria tree and stuck them into the ground. Hurry up, take root down there, root deeper. At the same time, she clasped her hands together and strained her face red once again. A clear, cool energy surged from within her body, flowing entirely from her palms into the wisteria branches. But it didn't last long. Soon, Huai Yu let go, panting heavily. Her hand had already loosened, but the branch did not bend. Instead, it visibly arched, sinking deeply downward. At the same time, a slightly swollen bud on the branch quickly sprouted, broke open and unfolded its leaves, continuously extending forward, growing thicker, and finally becoming a sturdy vine about 2 centimeters in diameter. Huai Yu jumped up instantly. The small hole that had been painstakingly dug out was nowhere to be seen, only a branch stretched out full and firm, standing still and unwavering, clearly with roots deeply anchored. She grabbed the branch with both hands and pulled hard, but her palms were rubbed red, and the branch didn't move an inch, much like when she struggled with the wisteria mother plant in the mountains. Wow! She became happy. So sturdy, once made into a frame, it won't fall even in strong wind and heavy rain. But she looked at the shallow furrow marks she had drawn on the ground and realized that to build a decent house, all 30 vines she had broken off needed to grow like this. Huai Yu squatted there, her cheeks flushed, exerting all her strength. Sweat from her forehead soaked down, sticking the fuzzy stray hairs to her head, making her look even more disheveled. She spent the entire afternoon forcing the wisteria to sprout, but the strength in her body was too weak. After forcing each vine to sprout, she had to rest for a long time. By the time she was halfway through forcing them to sprout, she was already dizzy and starving, her stomach growling loudly. She knelt on the ground, panting, then skillfully crawled back into the tunnel, and pulled out a bag of nutritional fluid from her sleeping bag. This time she could see clearly. It listed various trace elements, but the main ingredient was some kind of mutated wheat starch. Question mark. She furrowed her brows tightly, not daring to think that after all her hard work, she still had to drink something that sounded so bad just from the name. But she was really hungry. So tired and so hungry. This world has treated her so unfairly, she even has to build the house herself. Why not give her 200 male servants? Even sending just one would be fine. She swallowed the sour, strange-tasting nutritional paste reluctantly, as if she had chewed on a wooden stopper from a thermos that had been used for over 10 years. After a short rest, the sun was gradually sinking, casting an orange-red glow across the evening sky. Huai Yu climbed out again, sighed, and while regaining her strength, bent the wisteria vine planted in the middle to serve as the main fishbone. Then the symmetrical vines on both sides twisted tightly around the fishbone, winding and wrapping like the shape of feng, simultaneously stimulating growth and slowly building the framework. By the time the sun had completely set in the dark field, she used her last bit of strength to tightly wrap the final 2 symmetrical vines at the arch. Perhaps because she had used too much strength, or maybe because the arch was smaller than the previous fishbone, at the end of the stimulation, the sides of the wisteria vine emitted several indescribable sounds. Huai Yu looked over in surprise and after the sound saw the flower branch quickly pull out, then buds began to grow. After a moment, 3 clusters of plump wisteria flowers bloomed with a gurgling sound. At this moment, all the resentment suddenly dissipated. The night breeze blew cool and refreshing. Huai Yu shivered, then touched the vine branch, pulling it close to her chest, and finally whimpered and acted coquettishly. "Don't grow any longer, don't grow any longer. You all should sprout and grow again from the roots. These branches here, I want to build a house on them to block the sun so they can't grow." At the same time they said, "You all are growing so hard, my new house is built so big and spacious." Then the voice became small, light, and gentle. "Thank you." The wisteria did not speak, of course it could not speak. But in the thick twilight, unseen at the roots, new buds sprouted again. Huai Yu sat up contentedly, broke off a thin side branch and chewed on it. Then her face wrinkled from the sudden sour bitterness, so she quickly spat it out with a puff, pretending she had already brushed her teeth. In the next moment, she recognized the outline of the foundation by the faint light, found the right spot, and skillfully climbed back in. The maroon sleeping bag provided some cushioning on the hard bricks, and in the enclosed space, the temperature gradually rose. The only pound of soybeans was placed beside her, and Huai Yu closed her eyes peacefully. Chapter 7: The Pine Cones of Huashan Pine. The next day, Huai Yu got up again with the broadcast. The sun had just begun to rise, the morning light spilled onto the ground, and then passed through the frame she had set up yesterday, casting long slanting shadows. The wisterias were very obedient. There were only a few leaves on the bare branches, and the only thing that caught the eye was a cluster of wisteria flowers swaying in the wind at the door. Huai Yu was gulping down the nutrient solution, his face expressionless. After all, having eaten this for 3 consecutive days, the taste went from acceptable to somewhat unpleasant, and now it was downright awful. Having to eat this kind of thing for a whole month. Wait! She suddenly knelt down skillfully, then quickly crawled back into the tunnel, drinking the nutrient solution while counting. 1 pack, 2 packs, 3 packs. There are 26 packs left. At the time of distribution, they said it was a month's supply, but the day before yesterday she had 1 pack. Yesterday she drank 2 packs. And early this morning she felt hungry again. Could it be? Only enough for half a month, right? Sunlight shone through the holes in the foundation bricks into the tunnel, faint light spots reflecting on the dark red sleeping bags. The soybeans stayed silent and cramped there. Clearly, with her current ability, even if they were induced to grow, they wouldn't produce many beans. No need to calculate, it's obvious they'd barely reach 40 gene at most. And now, forget about planting, her house isn't even built yet. Clack! The nutrient bag in her mouth was sucked dry and fell to the ground, and her mood fell with it. Because of this understanding, Huai Yu puffed out her cheeks as she went to break branches in Area 22 next, the Rose Mansion No. 1 district, covering a total area of 600 acres, divided into 37 zones. Area 22 is a small hillock, thoroughly cleared by the alien defense forces, leaving only a few sparse tree stumps growing. Huai Yu came here to break off a slightly thinner branch which she would use later to cap the house. Standing on the small hill, looking into the distance, the nearest defensive military outposts were all some distance away. According to the zoning of the Rose Corridor, it would probably be beyond Zone 60. Actually, she was unlucky that night. The disturbance in the Rose Corridor happened near the junction of Zones 37 and 38, so the mutation detectors there were particularly close. Zone 38 belonged to the allocation area of Rose Mansion's 2nd district. But now Huai Yu knew nothing and had no mood to care about these things. She just wanted to hurry and finish building the house before the leaves completely withered. Oh! Once the main framework is completed, the rest is just trivial work. For example, what Huai Yu needs to do now is to use the thin, sharp wooden stick in her hand to slantingly lift the stem of the paulownia leaf picked yesterday, creating a Y-shaped fork. Then she wedges this fork into the house frame, although it looks a bit tight due to the leaves not being large enough. Once these leaves are fixed in place and tied with even thinner vines, layering several times, it becomes solid and windproof. The only problem is that paulownia leaves are not very waterproof, but there are no other alternatives nearby. After all, Huaqing has distinct seasons and it often snows in winter. In such an environment, the leaves of plants are never too broad to avoid freezing damage. This work is not difficult, but it is quite tedious. Fortunately, she has nothing else to do now, so she can patiently build the house step by step, making it solid. However, after using half of the leaves, she still feels that it wouldn't be safe if there were heavy rain. But it's okay. She's so clever that she already thought of an alternative yesterday. There must have been some thought. Even if there wasn't, it's not too late to think about it now. Torn in indecision, Huai Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she remembered the maroon sleeping bag in the tunnel. She rummaged through the pile of leaves and gathered the 12 Huashan pine cones she had collected yesterday. Huashan pines take more than 10 to 20 years to bear cones, and the giant pine tree Huai Yu encountered soared into the clouds, its age unknown. The pine cone she gave was naturally exceptionally large. Nearly 10 centimeters in diameter and even 20 centimeters long. Huai Yu looked at it hungrily, not daring to imagine how well the little squirrels must be eating. But since these were meant for trading, she ultimately only dared to pick a slightly smaller one, then broke off the seed scales piece by piece to take out the pine nuts inside. Counting them, one large pine cone actually yielded more than 100 pine nuts. So abundant. The big pine tree is so well behaved. The only problem is whether it's due to the variety or because it has been weathered by wind, sun, and rain on the tree for a long time. These pine nuts not only lack the rich aroma of red pine but also don't even have the faint fragrance unique to Huashan pine. They are also a bit astringent. Huai Yu ate too with little enthusiasm and now can only sigh once again. How did I know so much before? I could even eat several varieties of pine nuts, so rich. But now she doesn't even have a place to live, the gap is too big, this world really has wronged her. She snorted twice. After all, the current life is more important, the big bed and the male servant are far away. And although these aren't as tasty as in her memory, they are still pine nuts. Just seeing that now each person is only allotted a minimum of 1 gene of soybeans shows they are somewhat precious. Huai Yu picked up the thin vine strips and tied them one by one. Soon she had lifted a long string, a full 11 large pine cones. If she was going to trade them with someone, dragging them on the ground like this wouldn't be very good. So after thinking it over, she slung them diagonally over her shoulder. Waterproof big roof, here I come. She happily walked away. Far away at the Alien Plant Defense Army base in Zone 69. Because it is adjacent to the Rose Corridor, and since the Rose Corridor appeared, it has been diligently guarding this wasteland defense line for Flower City. So although there are defense troops stationed here, people are rarely seen during normal times. But now the guard at the gate looked into the distance and saw a girl slowly walking over, with strange things tied to her body. Guard. He picked up the walkie-talkie to report, and by the time someone finally showed interest and came to the door to take a look, the girl in the distance had already reached the entrance. Only then did the guard clearly see that what she was carrying on her shoulder was a large bunch of pine cones. The defensive troops who came out to check the situation were also stunned. Little girl, is that you? Huai Yu was so tired from walking that she could only wave her hand weakly, unable to speak, accompanied only by heavy and disheveled breaths. After all, the pine cones on her were really big, each weighing almost a pound. With 11 pine cones, she was carrying at least 10 pounds. And walking from Zone 37 to Zone 69 was at least more than 3 kilometers. It really exhausted her. When she finally caught her breath and looked at the familiar defense soldier frowning and staring at her, she hesitated and said, "That night, a brother said it was their captain who told him to give me a sleeping bag. Was that you?" After thinking for a moment, she added, "Captain Brother." Chapter 8, Waterproof Tarp. Suddenly being called Captain Brother, and the other party being a soft, cute, and helpless, living alone in a hut girl, the captain tightened his face but slowed his tone. "I am Zhou Qian, just call me Captain Zhou. Do you need something?" Huai Yu smiled with her eyes, her voice soft. "I built a little shelter, but it doesn't seem to keep out the rain well. I wanted to ask if I could trade these pine cones for a piece of plastic sheeting." "A shelter?" Captain Zhou frowned. "It's been less than 2 days. You built it yourself? What kind of shelter?" Huai Yu gestured. "Just breaking some branches to support it, then picking some leaves to lay on top, that's all. But the leaf coverage doesn't seem tight enough." She was a bit conflicted. Although she knew the rainwater would drip down along the curve of the leaves, the number of phoenix tree leaves was too few and not large enough, only enough to cover 2 layers, so she couldn't help but worry. The guard and Captain Zhou fell silent together. They had heard before that branches and leaves could be used to build houses. But first of all, the other party is a little girl with no strength at all, and she seemed to have been well cared for before. So the house she built in just over a day. I dare not imagine. She probably can't even snap a slightly bigger branch. Furthermore, it is early spring now. Even if there are some trees on the outskirts, the ones that have leaves now are basically small-leaved evergreen shrubs. These small leaves want to layer over each other to block the wind and rain. Captain Joe looked at her pitiful appearance. Although he knew she was a zero-contribution freeloader, he still sighed. When he sighed, Huai Yu became nervous. "Captain, can we trade?" She took off the heavy string of pine cones slung over her shoulder, becoming even more sincere. "I found these near the Rose Corridor after searching for a long time yesterday. They're edible. Can we trade?" That was probably something thrown by the Rose Corridor while driving away the alien plants, or maybe it was blown by the strong wind. In any case, just thinking about a fragile girl walking along the dangerous Rose Corridor, searching all the way through who knows how many miles just to find this little bit of food. Captain Joe could no longer maintain his serious expression. He waved his hand, and a soldier following him stepped forward. "Go to logistics and use my points to exchange for a waterproof tarp. A lightweight one. Will 20 square meters be enough? No, make it 40 square meters. Having extra can be used on the ground to prevent moisture." Huai Yu's lips moved slightly. She wanted to say that the new house was built very large and sturdy. Although the room was only a little over 10 square meters, 40 square meters was just enough to cover the entire round roof, with a few bricks pressed down on the corners at most, as there was really no way to prop it up on the ground. But it didn't matter, the team leader brother was kind and she was content. After giving instructions, team leader Zhou also reminded, "The lightweight tarpaulin is somewhat heavy. When you cover it on the roof, remember to properly support the house. Although the plastic sheet is lighter, it blocks the wind but not the cold. In a couple of days when it rains, the temperature will be very low." Huai Yu nodded obediently, noticing that although Captain Zhou opposite her looked dark and stern, he was actually very considerate. She hadn't expected the temperature to drop. She obediently handed over the pine cone. Captain Zhou didn't seem to want it. But after hesitating for a moment, she still took it, only to be startled again by the heavy weight. "It's almost 10 Jin, did you carry it all the way here?" Huai Yu nodded. She actually really wanted a car, but since there wasn't one, she had no choice but to carry it. It was unbearably heavy. The other party laughed. "Not bad. You're starting to look a bit self-reliant now, and you can endure hardship. The zero contribution points probably mean your family has been protecting you too well, but times are different now, and you have to rely on yourself the most." He waved his hand. "Ingredients are rare now, and this pine cone looks mostly unmutated. It can probably be exchanged for 10 to 15 contribution points, just enough to cover that tarp." "Well done," he encouraged. "The waterproof tarp weighs about 12 Jin. It's sun-resistant, anti-aging, and durable, so don't waste it." Accompanied by the logistics staff, running all the way, a thick stack of tarps instantly bent Huai Yu's back. Watching Huai Yu slowly walk away, dragging the tarp behind her, she returned to the camp, and the logistics staff laughed. It's rare for a young girl to have such a spirit of self-reliance, knowing to trade things for resources. At the very least, someone should have driven a vehicle to help her carry the stuff back. Another person chuckled. "Exactly, look at that dirty face, the torn clothes. Tisk, she probably didn't even dare to wash her face. Although it's safe now, it's still better for a young girl to be a bit dirty when alone." No one knew whose child she was, how she had been so chaotic before yet protected so well. Now that everything is back on track, on the contrary. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. 6 years of disasters, all kinds of emergencies have happened, nothing surprising anymore. Captain Zhou said in a deep voice. "She's missing a lot of things. Does she need a toothbrush and toothpaste? A towel? Pots and pans? If she can carry these 10 pounds of pine cones over here, she can carry 12 pounds of tarpaulin back." It's not easy for people to think about self-reliance and break that zero contribution score. Don't mess things up and ruin their morale. But on the other hand, he was a bit puzzled. Why have we never picked so many pine cones before? Could it be because the Rose Corridor over there is next to the mountain? The logistics guy chuckled softly. Probably because they're young and fearless, haven't witnessed the fierceness of the Rose Corridor every summer and autumn, so they dare to boldly dig around the bushes next to the Rose Corridor? They can't approach that area, so it's normal that they've gained nothing over these years. It can't be that they went through the corridor to the mountain to pick them, right? Captain Joe handed over a bag of pine nuts. "Come on, it's been years since we've cracked any seeds. Today, let's crack some pine nuts, test them out, see how much they've mutated and whether they're safe to eat." After the disaster, all plants had varying degrees of mutation. The difference lay in whether they had crossed the critical threshold. Plants that crossed the critical threshold would go mad, grow rapidly, become stronger, and then crave all nutrients, humans, animals, flesh and blood. All nourishment. Therefore, after 6 years of hard work, all the crazed plants were killed through their concerted efforts. Those that couldn't be killed were driven away to the wasteland by any means. And those that were outside the normal mutation range mostly became very unpleasant to eat. For example, pine nuts, which used to be rich, fragrant, and sweet, might now be bitter and numbing. The degree of unpleasantness depends on the extent of the mutation value. Buddy? Damn! What's going on? The mutation value is only 3. Their mutation index in the air is only 3 too. Everyone immediately gathered around, then stared intently at that huge green number. Test again. Report again. Beep. Still a 3. Everyone looked at each other, then cheered. Give me a handful. This one definitely isn't bitter. What are you thinking asking for another handful? Do you have a big face or what? Pa. Don't all fight over it. It's mine. I exchanged 50 points for this tarp. Chapter 9 Genius Label. The 12-gene tarp really wore Huai Yu out. A mere 2-gene difference became the last straw when it was on her own shoulders. When she returned to her new house in District 37, the last thing she could do was drop the tarp and lie down. So tired, so tired, so tired. Woo-woo, where is her male servant? Really so tired. Sweat all over, no need to think to know her face is very disheveled. She didn't even brush her teeth properly this morning. But her body is so weak, she absolutely cannot bathe in the water at this time of year. Even wiping down is not allowed. She took several deep breaths, and when she felt the cold wind whistling through her clothes, she quickly got back up. The house construction progress had already surpassed 80%, and she wanted to push through and sleep in the new house tonight. Thinking this way, it was as if she suddenly had a lot of strength in her body. She unfolded the tarp and dragged it little by little onto the round leaf roof. The wisteria trellis was very sturdy, not shaking at all, looking especially stable. Huai Yu walked into her little treehouse. After all, it was all built on trees, and found that the faint daylight that used to seep through the gaps was now completely dark, with no light coming in at all, which made her even happier. As expected, her decision to ask the big pine tree for pine cones was truly wise. The good result gave her infinite strength. At this moment, she was sorting through the remaining leaves, weaving them one by one with thin vines, forming a natural decoration at the doorway. Even after drying out, it could still conceal the truth of the wisterias taking root. I really am a genius. Thinking this, Huai Yu silently added another label to her unknown identity. But compared to the cold, hard bricks beneath the ground, this little treehouse or little grass hut was directly touching the ground. It was about 2 meters high, maybe a little taller than 2 meters, since the highest part of the frame was fixed and wrapped by Huai Yu standing on tiptoe with her arms raised. When tying the leaves, she carefully stepped up onto it. It is clear that she was truly dedicated and worked very hard to build the house. From a distance, the entire treehouse looks like an irregular bowl turned upside down, or like a non-standard rectangle. In short, because the length and width, or rather the diameter, are about 3.5 meters, the total area of the house already exceeds 10 square meters, making it obviously very spacious. Huai Yu thought for a moment, and taking advantage of the fact that it was not too late, she went to the foundation not far away, searching piece by piece for loose small bricks and stones, then like ants moving their home, gradually shifting them bit by bit toward the new house. She was quite lucky. Whether it was due to the other party cutting corners during construction or the building's requirements, a section of the foundation was made with small blue bricks instead of the large concrete and foundation stones used elsewhere. There was also a pile of scattered red bricks nearby, but they were few in number and probably not intended for the foundation. Moreover, they didn't seem as sturdy as the blue bricks, so Huai Yu decisively chose the blue bricks. Huffing and puffing, placing one brick at a time. Not only were her hands red, but she also felt like her waist was about to break. However, by the time the sun set and dusk fell, the floor inside the little treehouse of more than 10 square meters had been raised and laid out as flat and even as possible. This way, even if it rains heavily, there's nothing to fear. Well, it can't be too heavy. If it rains too hard and continuously, there's still a slight risk of flooding on flat ground. At this moment, Huai Yu looked at her little house and felt truly satisfied. Actually, she should have wiped the blue bricks again, but she did too much work today and was really exhausted. Huai Yu climbed back into the tunnel, stuffed the nutrient solution and soybeans into the sleeping bag, and then dragged them all the way out. From today on, she no longer has to crawl around. Oh! On the 4th day after coming down from the mountain, even the nearby broadcast sounds became pleasant to hear. Today is Saturday, March 21st, 2066, cloudy, air mutation index 5, Sanxing Mountain and the wasteland have no abnormalities. Huaqing Original Hongxing Pedestrian Street is tentatively designated as Hongxing Trading Market. The vernal equinox has passed, and experts from the Agricultural Planting Department encourage everyone to try self-breeding in warm environments, aiming for self-sufficiency and reducing grain storage pressure. The medical department advises the public to measure mutation values when foraging for wild vegetables to prevent consuming vegetables close to critical mutation levels that could harm the body. There are still fugitives on the loose from the third prison. Huai Yu sat comfortably on the green bricks laid at the entrance of the treehouse, gazing into the distance. The rose corridor stretched beside her, still gentle and fragrant. Sleeping inside the house felt completely different from sleeping in the tunnel. Even with the nutrition liquid in her mouth, sipping quietly, it didn't feel as unbearable. The broadcast went on for a full 30 minutes, and Huai Yu patiently listened to all of it, then promptly forgot everything. But it didn't matter, she still remembered what she had to do today. For example, she needed to first find some dry grass that wouldn't shed debris, then figure out a way to get a container to hold some water, and start by cleaning the green brick floor from yesterday. But hay is easy to find. Containers are hard to come by. Although no one said it outright, she vaguely knew she was somewhat different and didn't want to go to crowded places for the time being. For now, she could only gather hay while thinking of a solution. On the ruins of the foundation grew many tall reeds. They turned yellow and withered in autumn but did not rot and fall. Instead, they still swayed in the breeze, protecting the newly sprouted green and yellow shoots at their base. From a distance, these tall reeds were scattered sparsely across this vast wasteland, and there were indeed quite a few of them. Huai Yu had no knife, so at this moment she could only break them off one by one. After gathering enough, she bent them twice and pulled out a blade of grass to loosely tie them together, which could barely be considered a brush. There were still some withered paulownia leaves left from yesterday. She huffed and puffed as she carried a perforated brick to a nearby pond. First, she stuffed the bottom part tightly with broken bricks as support, then layered the leaves into the holes, forming a makeshift container. She scooped water from the pond handful by handful, finally collecting about the amount of a soup bowl. Although the hole is a circle or two larger than a fist, just wiping the floor tiles is barely enough. Using the dry grass in hand dipped in water to scrub the floor tiles clean, then using the paulownia leaves, which have lost most of their moisture, to gently wipe away the faint dirty water stains bit by bit. Now the simple room contains only a sleeping bag and a large pine cone with a small broken notch, hanging from vines in the middle of the treehouse. At first glance it looks like a suspended light bulb that doesn't emit any light. Clean blue bricks, maroon sleeping bags, neatly arranged 24 packs of nutritional fluid, and a small mesh bag of soybeans. Although he had no belongings and the treehouse was empty, Huai Yu felt that his attitude towards a refined life was clearly on display. As for what comes next, taking advantage of the daylight streaming through the doorway, Huai Yu brushed aside several hanging clusters of blooming wisteria, and then came to the rose corridor. "Can I pick a few flowers?" She pointed to the perforated brick being used as a temporary water basin. The room would look better with fresh flowers. Chapter 10. Kneeling down. The rose corridor was silent. No movement meant no refusal. Huai Yu carefully lifted her fingers, avoiding the long, needle-sharp thorns above, and slowly picked 3 flowers. It was quite a bit of effort, but since she was building the house herself, what was wrong with making it a bit more delicate? The 3 picked roses had blooming pink flowers as well as plump buds about to open. The green leaves had serrated edges, and the tender stems still bore thorns of varying lengths. But the beauty was truly beauty. She happily placed the flowers into her simple perforated brick vase, positioning it just above the maroon sleeping bag. The wisteria at the door swayed gently, and the large pine cone overhead also trembled slightly. All the effort seemed utterly worthwhile. However, the room was still somewhat shabby. Huai Yu clapped her hands and pulled herself together again. Next, she was going to make herself a mattress. Yellow long thatch grass was everywhere, not growing densely, but abundant and easy to get. This thatch grass had withered through autumn, endured the wind and snow of winter, and by spring it was as dry as could be, naturally perfect for use as a mattress. Even without a knife, she only needed to snap lightly, and she could hear a crack as the main stem broke. One by one, she gathered small bundles in her hands and casually tied them up to send outside the treehouse. Although moving around like this wasn't very efficient, at least it allowed her to loosen her stiff waist. When it came to making labor a bit easier on herself, Huai Yu felt she had some insights. Unfortunately, there was no clock now and the broadcast only announced the time in the morning. She could only estimate the time by watching the angle of the sun. As the sun gradually turned orange and was about to touch the distant high mountain edge, Huai Yu stretched out her stiff waist with a groan, trying to ease the stiffness. Then she took the handful of dry grass back, deciding to pause the first step of her mattress plan for now. Next, before it got dark, she was going to start weaving the mattress. Otherwise, if she just laid the dry grass directly on the ground, it might scatter all around by the time she woke up. But after a moment, the plan was revised. After all, the skill of weaving a mattress clearly required some advancement, and Huai Yu tried several times, but it all fell apart. But it was okay. If the craftsmanship wasn't enough, quantity would make up for it. The harvesting plan, which continued uninterrupted from morning until evening, had already resulted in a small pile of hay on the open ground in front of the door. No matter how she fussed, it was probably enough to make a mattress. Huai Yu measured their length and found it to be a full 1 meter 23 centimeters, then turned to look for those blue bricks again. A 1 meter 20 centimeter bed, with 2 layers of blue bricks underneath, and a surrounding wall built with blue bricks, creating a recessed bed frame that looked exactly like an embedded bed frame. The only regret was the lack of a soft, fluffy headboard. But this is also good. The blue bricks are heavy and large, much taller than the red bricks. When used to build a wall, even without cement to bind them, they are not easily pushed over. There's no need to worry about them falling at night and hitting someone. And by raising the base 2 layers high, even if there is a sudden heavy rain and water seeps into the house, there is no need to worry about the bed getting wet. Then lay dry grass flat inside horizontally. Because there is a lot of grass, it can even be laid a bit thicker. Wow! By the time the haystack was almost level with the blue bricks, Huai Yu couldn't help but dive right in. So comfortable. So free. Although it was only 1.2 meters wide, compared to that sleeping bag where you couldn't move freely, this bed was simply too comfortable. After all, even with a sleeping bag, sleeping directly on the cold, hard ground is still uncomfortable. It's just a little better. It's just a pity there's no quilt, so she still had to tidy up her sleeping bag and lay it on the hay. But away from the cold and hardness of the ground, she should be able to sleep especially well tonight. Collecting hay is not easy. Although more than half of it was still unused, while it was not yet completely dark, Huai Yu bundled it up again into large stacks and then put them into her small house. Bundles of hay stacked full along the wall, how could this not be considered a kind of wealth? Probably because it was about to rain. Tonight's night appeared dark and gloomy, with no moon or stars. Huai Yu knelt and sat on the hay mattress, gulped down a bag of nutritional fluid, then skillfully slipped into the sleeping bag. Tomorrow. She struggled to think through her drowsiness. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Housing was no longer a problem. Next, she should consider clothing and food. Not to mention anything else, she hadn't properly brushed her teeth or washed up these past few days. She couldn't believe that someone who used to be so meticulous could be this sloppy. But the daily physical labor was truly too exhausting for her, so much so that now as she relaxed, before her thoughts could even turn twice, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Outside the house, the spring breeze was lively, full of vitality. Oh! However, despite her ambitious plans last night, when Huai Yu woke up, she found herself lost in confusion again. Because she could barely manage building a house, but if it came to weaving cloth and making clothes, that was truly a challenge for her. But these tattered clothes on her body, aside from other things, since she had no clean clothes to change into, she couldn't bathe every day despite being covered in stinky sweat. It was just too painful. Does she, being such a genius, not deserve to have some beautiful clothes? As for food, anyway, there is still nutritional fluid for now. Even if it's not enough for a month, lasting another half month won't be a big problem. Since she won't starve, there's no rush. Should I go check out the trading market? Huai Yu hesitated. Then I looked down at my tattered clothes, not quite sure if the bus would even let me on. After thinking for a moment, I could only cast my gaze far toward the base in District 69. Well, since I've already switched to waterproof tarps, is it possible to also get 2 sets of clothes? But it's still early spring and even in the mountains, there probably isn't much to eat. What can I use to trade for it? She sat on the grass, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. And the next moment, Huai Yu remembered an even more critical issue, which almost made her jump up. That is, girls have their periods every month, right? And this kind of thing doesn't give any notice, does it? Help! 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 She instantly stood up from the ground, her face dark as she gazed toward Sanqing Mountain. It seems that going up the mountain to search for treasure is urgent. Glancing again at the layers of rose flowers swaying in the wind beside her, Huai Yu sighed. You can't just look good and expect to reap the benefits. The resentment in those words was so heavy that the swaying motion of the rose corridor came to a halt. The next moment, its branches began to wildly thrash about, and Huai Yu instantly stared nervously at the mutation value detector in front of him. Then, with a thud, he directly knelt down on the ground. I'm just tired from work and casually venting. Sorry. Please forgive me. She sincerely bowed with a deep nod. The next moment, her eyes met 2 shiny little eyes peeking out from underground. Chapter 11 The Neighbor Has Grain. It was a small hole right next to the base of the rose wall. It's really small, completely covered by dense green leaves, making it impossible to see anything clearly. If Huai Yu hadn't knelt down too quickly and apologized too sincerely, it wouldn't have been discovered now. But the little eyes inside seemed startled and disappeared in a flash. But Huai Yu was even faster. Even before the body received the brain's command, one hand went straight in ahead of time. Well, after a fierce struggle, narrowly and carefully pinching the tail of that little thing, it was pulled out. It was an ordinary field mouse. Gray fur, round eyes, long whiskers, and a long tail. This looks way too ordinary. She quickly tilted her neck back a little. But it's okay. Whether the field mouse is ordinary or not doesn't matter at all. What matters is they are experts at hiding food. Squeak, 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 squeak. The field mouse struggled wildly. Huai Yu didn't make things difficult for it. Instead, she tilted her head slightly and smiled gently. Baby, you're so cute. It's okay, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, you can go. At that moment, she seemed to radiate the aura of a saint so strongly that the little field mouse, dizzy and stunned when placed on the ground, hesitated for a moment before wildly fleeing into the distance. However, not far into the run, as if coming to its senses, those small eyes looked back, and the mouse's long whiskers seemed about to fly off. Because at this moment, Huai Yu had already stretched out his arm and started digging its hole. Squeak, 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 squeak. At this moment, the little field mouse even forgot about its life-threatening danger, turning back again, darting back and forth near the hole's entrance, so anxious that sparks seemed to fly from its feet. But Huai Yu just smiled sweetly. Thank you. I happen to have no clothes to wear. And thanks to the little field mouse, she even just remembered a little trick for treasure hunting in the mountains, which is to see how many squirrels forgot their treasure spots from the previous year. Thinking this way, the way she was digging the soil now looked incredibly stylish. Fortunately, it was probably because the roots of the rose corridor were too deep, or the wilderness was really too dangerous. Although the little field mouse's burrow was winding, the straight-line distance was not very deep. And when Huai Yu found the thick branches that were originally used for digging holes while building the house as support, the little field mouse's squeaking grew even more desperate. But the joys and sorrows of humans and mice do not correspond. The more desperate the little field mouse was, the happier Huai Yu became. Because the granary of this field mouse in front of her was truly abundant. A small pile of peanuts all looked very plump. She had to scoop twice to gather them all. There were also some beans, dirty but not spoiled green beans, 2 big handfuls. I don't even know where they were stolen from. Wow, they are really great. In addition, there were some grains of wheat. But it seems they weren't very good at stealing wheat. So many were shriveled and worthless. Most importantly, Huai Yu found a handful of yam beans the size of quail eggs in the last small granary. Wow! This can be planted. And the yield per moo should easily exceed 1,000 jin, which is much more filling than the 1 jin of beans she has. With so many good things, every moment spent in the wild is a sign that she hasn't worked hard enough. Huai Yu took off her coat and gathered all the items inside, finally carrying a bag as big as a basketball, showing just how much this little field mouse can hoard. You're really amazing. She sincerely praised the field mouse, who was so anxious it was almost jumping, then thoughtfully arranged things for it. Look, although I took your food, it's spring now, and you're not short of anything to eat. Don't you really like these tender grass shoots here? Eat more, feel free. This is my land, so eat without worry. After finishing speaking, she left happily. Back in the room, she spread the clothes on the blue bricks, then sorted through the pile of grain one by one. Discarding the shriveled and spoiled ones, she categorized the rest. Yam tubers can be planted and have a high yield, so she decided not to trade them for clothes. Peanuts can also be planted, and if grown well, the yield can be as much as 1,000 jin per moo. Keep it. There aren't many good grains left on the remaining wheat ears. In the end, they don't even add up to a small handful. Probably can't trade for much, so for now, just wrap them in leaves and stuff them in the pocket and see what happens. There are quite a lot of mung beans, not sure which field they were picked from, but there are 2 big handfuls. But mung beans don't really fill you up. Huai Yu immediately decided to use these to trade for clothes. She didn't know much about prices, but since 11 pine cones could be exchanged for a waterproof tarp, then these 2 handfuls of mung beans at the very least should be enough to get a set of clean underwear, right? As for whether to go to the trading market, Huai Yu thought to herself, now that everything is in a state of recovery, there must be more people in the market who are worse off than herself. Although mung beans can be planted, they can't be eaten immediately, so they probably aren't very valuable. Since that's the case, defensive troops, please take care. As a sign of respect, before leaving, Huai Yu once again endured the bitterness, grimacing as she brushed her teeth with a twig. Since there was no clean water, it was the thought that counted. Fortunately, the nutrient solution was abundant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it through these past few days. Next, using the hem of her clothes to hold the mung beans, she set off for Zone 69. This time, without carrying 10 jin of pine cones, the mere 3 or 4 kilometers felt very easy for Huai Yu. She even looked around along the way. If it weren't for her tattered clothes, it really would have seemed like a picnic. At the 69th district's base, The guard at the gate saw her from afar and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. When Huai Yu arrived at the gate, she saw that Captain Zhou, along with the logistics team, was already waiting there. Seeing her come, he forced a smile on his face. Huai Yu. But she was a dignified person, and now that she was asking for a favor, she would never say something like, "My face is twitching." So she just smiled softly. "Captain, can I come to exchange something?" Zhou Qian tried hard to hold back the smile on his face, making himself sound a bit kinder, so even his tone was strangely gentle. "That's no problem. The pine nuts you brought last time were delicious. We all like them very much. I didn't eat much. Because the mutation value was too low, everyone just laughed and managed to break off one, and the rest were requisitioned for research." Now that they heard she was coming, everyone quickly gathered around, hoping there would still be some good stuff with low mutation values this time. Huai Yu looked at him with some suspicion, then studied his weathered face again and roughly understood what was going on. Captain Zhou must have endured a lot of hardships, which is why he doesn't find the pine nuts bitter, right? It's really touching. If she could change her clothes today, she would be even more moved. So she smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you so much, brothers. I just wonder, are there any sisters here? I'd like to change into something girls can use." Something girls can use. Zhou Qian glanced at her messy hair that was left loose in her worn-out clothes, then said, "No problem." He took out a walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. Before long, two spirited girls came out. "Oh, to clarify, the yam beans here refer to the yam beans of the iron rod yam, so please don't misunderstand." Chapter 12, Exchanging Hygiene Supplies. "Captain Zhou." The two saluted Zhou Qian respectfully, then smiled. "What are your instructions?" Zhou Qian thought for a moment and pointed to Huai Yu not far away. "Ask her what she wants to exchange for? And what will she use to exchange? As long as it's not excessive, anything within 200 points is fine." The two were left speechless. What does not excessive mean? There has to be a limit. But since Zhou Qian had given the order, one of them walked over to Huai Yu. "Little girl, what do you want to exchange?" Huai Yu loosened the hem of her clothes. "Mung beans. What can I exchange them for?" After all, she was a girl. Her thoughts were just more delicate than Zhou Qian, this big man. The other person glanced over her body, then whispered, "Toiletries, glycerin, elastic cords, clothes, all can be exchanged." "Wow!" Huai Yu slightly opened her mouth, her eyes shining brightly. Because she really needed every single thing the other person mentioned. But with just these 2 handfuls of mung beans, she should only be able to pick some of them, right? She was torn, unsure how to choose, so she looked pitifully at the person in front of her. "Sister, how much do you think these mung beans are worth? Could you help me estimate?" Just then, another female officer walked over. "Hello, may I inspect the mung beans first? If the quality is good enough, you can exchange them for basically all of the items listed above." Huai Yu was greatly surprised. Although she didn't know the quality of the mung beans, they looked so plump that they probably weren't too bad, right? The other party took out a device similar to a thermometer and gently scanned the green beans tucked inside the pocket of the clothes. Beep. The instrument emitted a long beep, and the number 9 appeared on the light green screen. Zhou Qian also saw it and felt a bit disappointed at this moment. It wasn't a 3 like the pine nuts last time. But on second thought, 9 was quite good, belonging to the quality grade of premium grain seeds. So he nodded to the female officer who put away the tester and then smiled as she said, 1 1-meter-long elastic rope, 2 soft and hard bristle toothbrushes, 1 400g tube of toothpaste, 2 towels, 1 set of one-size-fits-all underwear. You can exchange all of these at the same time. You can also replace some of the items with others. You can first tell me your needs." Another person smiled and explained, "The mung beans in your hand weigh about half a gene with excellent quality, and the market transaction contribution points are roughly between 20 and 30. After all, you know that nowadays everyone's primary demand is for high-yield crops and mung beans are not included. So even though the quality is excellent, the price will be discounted." Huai Yu did not immediately respond with what she wanted, but instead pondered. "So yesterday when I exchanged pine cones for waterproof tarps, did Captain Brother cover part of the cost for me?" "No." Zhou Qian quickly replied, "The pine nuts you brought are of very good quality, a special grade even higher than excellent. But because the yield is low and the cultivation cycle exceeds 20 years, the official contribution points given are 50. Huashan pines generally take about 15 to 20 years before they start bearing fruit. Planting them directly from seeds is indeed quite inefficient." But despite saying that, Huai Yu thought to herself, when she handed over the seeds, Captain Zhou exchanged the waterproof tarp with her without any inspection. That means at the beginning he really did cover part of the price difference up front. Therefore, she didn't ask about how many points the officer's sister had just mentioned. Instead, she lowered her voice and said, If I only want one towel, can I exchange the other towel for a pack of sanitary pads? The female officer was momentarily stunned, then patted her shoulder. I forgot, you look slim, but you're actually a grown girl. How about this? I'll personally advance you 2 packs of sanitary pads and 2 rolls of toilet paper. You can exchange that one towel for a bottle of 30 small water purification tablets. Do you know how to use the purification tablets? These are household type. 1 tablet can purify 3 liters of water. Huai Yu's eyes widened. She hasn't drunk any water these past few days and hasn't even realized such a thing exists. But the problem is, she doesn't even have a container to hold water right now. So she shyly looked up, her gaze sincere. So, do we have any unused buckets or bottles or something? Or where's our city's garbage plant? I can go pick some up too. When this was said, the female officer was completely taken aback. Is life really this difficult? What have they been doing in the 6 years since the disaster? She didn't know about Huai Yu's 0 contribution points, but Huai Yu herself was well aware. However, she didn't feel ashamed. After all, she was about to build her own house, and poverty was clearly the oppression of the times on her. The fact that she was still self-reliant now was already quite remarkable. But now city life has just barely gotten back on track. After the disaster, many things are only distributed by the government, and these daily necessities are actually quite scarce. 2 female officers discussed with Zhou Qian for a while. In the end, someone returned to the base, carrying a large red plastic bucket in one hand and an empty mineral water bottle in the other. Here. Check it out, everything is inside. These 2 buckets are our base's support for you. If we get good seeds in the future, you can continue to bring them over for exchange. Huai Yu accepted it gratefully. Although the world was not kind to her, the people she met were all very kind to her, so she was satisfied. She thought for a moment, then took out the wheat from her pocket. Thank you, sisters. Thank you, Captain Brother. Thank you, Logistics Uncle. This is the wheat I got. I'll give it to you. Zhou Qian didn't want to take her things, but the handful of wheat in front of him was really just a small handful, pitifully few in number. Seeing the girl's serious expression, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he reached out and took it. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but be curious. You picked the pine cone by the roses, but this wheat. There can't still be wheat ears there, right? Even if there were, this winter wheat isn't ripe yet, and last year's spring wheat has already gone through the winter. How could you still find any? Not at all. It's probably because daily necessities suddenly became so abundant. Huai Yu was smiling with great satisfaction and sweetness at this moment. I dug out a field mouse hole and there are plenty inside. Everyone. If it weren't for knowing that the government provided you with nutrient solution and protein supplementing beans, everyone here would really want to pool money to get you some food. Starving enough to dig into a mole's burrow, that's just too harsh. They've been through 6 years of disaster, with normal life forced to pause and resources somewhat scarce, but with government support, it's unheard of to be this desperate. Looking at her again, he vaguely began to let go of the impression of 0 contribution and instead started to feel pity. Zhou Qian paused, then added, work harder to gather more stuff. Next time you come, I'll apply to get you a wilderness kettle for boiling water. As for how much to save up, he didn't say. Anyway, as long as the other party comes, at worst he would cover it. Chapter 13 Multifunctional Shovel. Huai Yu didn't really want a kettle. To be precise, with limited supplies in nutritional fluids sustaining her, her need for clean water was not so urgent. She thought for a moment and asked seriously, if I want to exchange for a multifunctional shovel, how many do you need? Like the green bean one, for example. Multifunctional shovel? Zhou Qian frowned. Wait a moment, I'll ask logistics. No one has exchanged for this, so I'm not very familiar with it. Huai Yu nodded, holding the supplies in the big red bucket, obediently waiting. The logistics team quickly gave an answer. 350 contribution points are required. 350? Huai Yu was somewhat shocked. She went to great lengths to dig a hole, but the mung beans inside could only be exchanged for 20 to 30 points. Of this large pile in her hand, a third was advanced by others. Nowadays, even a shovel costs 350 points? Not to mention Huai Yu, even Zhou Qian thought it was expensive. But the more expensive it is, the more worthwhile it becomes. Their multifunctional shovel nowadays is truly multifunctional, with a hoe, pickaxe, window-breaking hammer, saw, wrench, ruler, and more, every function you could need. And because it is made of manganese steel, its hardness and durability are astonishing. Taking these out in today's world could be lethal. Precisely because of this, even Zhou Qian himself cannot apply to borrow it. Not to mention the other party has 0 contribution points and no way to demonstrate any credit. At this moment he could only say to Huai Yu, we can first gather some food, then head to the city's trading market later. There should be second-hand farming tools there. But the other party had clearly already dug through even the field mouse holes, and actually Captain Zhou didn't know what method she should use to generate income. At this moment he could only sigh again. If only you had chosen Jinyuan community back then. Although climbing more than 30 flights of stairs is tiring and the house has no doors or windows, there are many people living in the community, there would be a small trading market and neighbors exchanging goods is much more convenient here. More importantly, the first batch of resources everyone holds can be exchanged for things beyond just housing conditions. And this girl in front of him is still living alone in a grass hut to this day. Huai Yu shook her head. At that time, she only thought that the Rose Mansion area was large, but after living there for a few days, she could roughly understand the current environment of the community. In her understanding, the reason why the unfinished building is called an unfinished building is that the Jinyuan community was originally supposed to have 37 floors. But construction was halted after only reaching about 32 or 33 floors. Living inside, besides having a floor and a roof, there isn't even a clear division with the neighboring units. Of course, very few people get to live on the top floor. She could easily have an entire floor to herself. But if a single girl lived there, the troubles would definitely be far greater than the hard work she's putting in now. She carried a bucket and a plastic water bottle, smiling slightly at this moment. Thank you, Captain Brother. Thank you, sisters. I'll head back first. Although second-hand farming tools are appealing, she's going up the mountain, where she might need to dig holes or cut trees. In short, a multifunctional shovel is more practical. However, if she went up the mountain to get food again, she wouldn't be able to come here to directly exchange things, because if the other party asked how she got to the mountain, she wouldn't be able to answer. But her house wasn't fully ready yet, and before the heavy rain came, there wasn't enough time to go to the market to observe. Huai Yu began to worry. But just as she turned around, she heard Zhou Qian call out to her again. Wait! Huai Yu turned her head and saw the other person pull a lighter out of their pocket and hand it over. If there's really nothing to eat, at least you need a fire to roast the field mouse. Remember to cook it thoroughly. After all, the girl in front of her didn't seem like someone who could make fire by rubbing sticks together. Huai Yu! She took the lighter with a complicated expression and couldn't help but praise again. Captain Brother, you are really so thoughtful. Although she really wasn't that hungry, nor did she want to eat field mice. Walking more than 3 kilometers was quite an effort, and by the time Huai Yu returned to her little treehouse, it was already evening again. In early spring, the days are short and the nights long, and without lighting, the time she could work was greatly reduced. Now she could only quickly reorganize her things. She tore off a thin vine to tie it to the support vine of the treehouse, and the first thing she did was hang up her clean, snow-white new towel. Wow! Then she placed her toothpaste and toothbrush on the nearby green brick, instantly adding a strong sense of everyday life. She didn't need the 1-meter-long elastic cord for now, so she took it out, tied a knot, wrapped it several times, and after some effort, finally tied up her messy hair. The remaining items were placed on the haystack, and she hurried out the door carrying the red bucket. About a 2-minute walk downhill from the little treehouse, a small pond of about 3 to 5 acres was so clear that the bottom was visible. But before this, Huai Yu didn't want to touch the water at all, except for washing her hands. Now, with a container and water purification tablets, she decisively found a vine to hang the bucket, then tossed it into the center of the pond. After carefully and laboriously pulling it up, the red bucket was about 70% full. Considering her current water storage needs, this red bucket is really large. Even now, after bringing it into the house, only about 65% of the water remains, which still looks to be around 30 liters. Huai Yu carefully counted out 10 water purification tablets and threw them in. After thinking for a moment, she added 1 more tablet, then gently shook the bucket. The purification tablets quickly dissolved, and the microorganisms in the water were being eliminated. According to the original plan, she should first use a towel to perform an additional preliminary filtration. After all, the purification tablets only kill microorganisms and insect eggs. They cannot remove some impurities in the water. But forget it, the nutrient solution is enough to sustain life. She has a hard time going to the bathroom now, so she should eat and drink as little as possible. Next. Now that we have a lighter, of course we should take advantage of the daylight to go and bring back all the pruned dead branches and leaves from the small woods in the distance. Lighting a big fire at night doesn't mean you have to lie down as soon as it gets dark around 6 or 7. Lying down itself is a very happy thing, but if there's no quilt, the only way to keep warm is to crawl into a sleeping bag, and without a phone. Huai Yu thought to herself, if she weren't strong enough, wouldn't she be crying every night until dawn? The rather mediocre vine net was once again dragged along by her. The small grove ahead used to be a dense and flourishing hillside. After the plant mutation, the hetero plant defense forces plowed through every inch of Huaching with everyone, and all the trees in the forest that had shown abnormal movements were cut down. The reason they did not eradicate everything. If the plants were completely wiped out, the atmospheric environment would change and humanity would also face extinction. The current semi-defensive, semi-eviction stance toward the wasteland nationwide is also based on this consideration. And the small hill really only has a few bare stubs left. The rest are just small saplings that have regrown but are not yet substantial. Huai Yu snapped off the dry branches with too many twigs that were hard to drag, gathering them up while full of anticipation. After the spring rain ends, the wild vegetables and mushrooms should come out, right? Chapter 14. There's a door. The large, forked thin branches were directly dragged out of the woods by Huai Yu, and the tree vine net with holes big enough for a person to crawl through was filled with pine needles. The sun had already set. She hurriedly dragged all these to the edge of the treehouse one trip at a time. Then, without bothering to tidy up, she quickly used the green bricks to form a simple square near the door in the center of the treehouse. The dry leaves were placed inside, and with a pop from the lighter, Huai Yu stared at the flames, suddenly feeling a strange daze. At the same time, there was also an inexplicable sense of security. After a pause, she ignited the dry leaves, then took the slender branches nearby and broke them one by one, slowly lighting the fire pile. In the dusk, the orange firelight illuminated her face, a mix of fatigue and satisfaction reflecting the peaceful expression on her face. The treehouse, just over 2 meters high, couldn't stop the heat from rising. But fortunately it was spacious enough and the fire wasn't too big, so using it briefly was still safe. Huai Yu stepped outside, taking branches and leaves to dig a hole in the distance to handle the important matter of the grain cycle. She was reluctant to use the toilet paper, having only 2 rolls. What if she faced a critical moment later on? Good steel must be used on the blade. Good paper must be used during menstruation. Moreover, thanks to the nutrient solution, because it is a viscous liquid and she keeps sweating from labor, she doesn't have to go to the bathroom several times a day. After she walked a few more minutes to the pond to wash her hands and came back, from a distance, she could only see the vague outline of her treehouse, but no light shone from inside. Huai Yu was a bit stunned. This waterproof tarp is said to be lightweight, but it's actually quite heavy. She always thought the defense forces didn't have anything lighter. But now it seems that because this waterproof tarp is thick and heavy, it can actually block out light. She hadn't thought before that in the wild at night, not letting firelight through and not being easily spotted by others is actually a great safety guarantee. And when she went around the back and entered the house through the door, a gust of wind blew, and the sparks from the fire basin surrounded by blue bricks crackled as they flew toward the distant haystack. Although it was far enough from the void, burning something like this was dangerous even with the slightest risk. Huai Yu. Well, the hay can't be left like this anymore. She looked at the water purified by the purification tablets nearby, with heavy sediment at the bottom. Then she opened a mineral water bottle, tilted the big red bucket, and carefully poured the purified water into it. It was getting a bit late. But since water was needed tonight, Huai Yu went out again carrying a red bucket. After some effort, she managed to clean the sediment at the bottom, and then brought back half a bucket of water. The firelight flickered, illuminating the entire treehouse sufficiently. This was so much better than a few days ago when she was forced to close her eyes as soon as it got dark. With a few green bricks left, she simply stacked them into a small platform and carefully placed the toothpaste, toothbrush, and other items she had obtained today on top. As for the 2 precious rolls of toilet paper and sanitary pads, they were naturally placed on the blue brick by her bedside, clearly occupying the prime spot. After all this fuss, when Huai Yu added more firewood to the fire again, she felt that today's nutrient solution had become delicious. And after filling her stomach, the first thing she wanted to do was brush her teeth. She carefully poured the water from the plastic mineral water bucket onto the lid, unwrapped a new hard-bristled toothbrush, and meticulously brushed her teeth twice over and over before Huai Yu finally smiled with satisfaction. Who understands? The fresh and refreshing feeling in the mouth is just too wonderful. She found a dry branch and placed it on the frame, the height and position just right beside the fire, then took off her clothes. A piece with a large hole in one sleeve, the collar and front placket seemingly torn open by force and so dirty that the original color was unrecognizable. Whatever material it was, even Huai Yu couldn't tell, but it was probably not a very expensive short windbreaker. Loose, the fit looked quite ordinary. Huai Yu took it off and threw it directly into the bucket. Then came the inner layer, a white t-shirt that was no longer white, without elasticity but relatively thick. The treehouse was quiet. Although there was no door yet, the heat from the fire had already started to spread. She placed the clothes in the bucket and patiently rubbed them. Since there was nothing else, she had to patiently scrub on the blue bricks. Water trickled down from the raised blue bricks, quickly flowing through the gaps into the soil. After symbolically scrubbing the mud and dirt off the 2 shirts, they were hung on a rack by the fire to dry. Then Huai Yu took off the pair of jeans that were no longer recognizable as blue. TSK, they were covered in so much mud that the water in the bucket could only be carried outside to be poured out. It took 2 rounds of purified water to finally clean them. Huai Yu didn't immediately change his underwear but sat down holding a bundle of dry grass, slowly braiding it by the warmth and light of the fire. She tried twisting the grass rope, but it just fell apart. She also tried weaving a mat, but it fell apart as well. After much thought, it seemed that the only skill left was braiding, so for now she could only use this clumsy method, braiding bit by bit. The dry grass wasn't flexible enough, much less soft than rice straw or rushes, so she had to control the pressure carefully to avoid breaking the stalks. But fortunately, the overall difficulty was not high. By the time she lifted her stiff neck again, a rough, unevenly crafted door had already been made. Huai Yu gestured at the extended doorway to gauge its size, then happily hung it on the branch and clipped it onto the door frame. Finally, there was a door. The room instantly felt much safer. At the same time, the night breeze was also blocked outside the door, and the room began to warm up rapidly. Huai Yu laughed happily, and after thinking for a moment, out of a girl's natural sense of safety, she also threaded a thin vine on each side of the door and hung them on the protruding branches on both sides of the door. Although it didn't offer much defense, it was better than nothing. Wow! She walked around the enclosed space once more, then added more firewood to the fire, sighing again at this moment. With the light, it felt like there was so much more time. She felt invigorated, not tired at all now. Instead, she took out her pure white, brand new towel, dipped it in the purified water poured from the bucket, and carefully wiped herself down, then changed into fresh underwear. Next, she also wiped down the sleeping bag again. After the last bit of water was used to scrub the underwear, it was poured out, and Huai Yu finally stretched lazily. She really was amazing. But the work wasn't over yet. Huai Yu sat on the bed, listening to the dripping sound of water falling from the wet clothes by the fire, and once again began braiding grass. Tomorrow's task is: go into the mountains. Find materials, find food. Before the heavy rain comes, she wants to quickly build a small shelter and a toilet. Chapter 15: The Child of Destiny. Ideas are beautiful, but on the second day after waking up, Huai Yu stared blankly at her empty palm again. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. And right now, she didn't even have a knife. Sighing, her young face was full of the melancholy of life. But it's okay, just look at this house in front of me and you'll know how amazing I am. Whatever I want will come sooner or later. Huai Yu rallies once again. Now, listening to the broadcast that starts every morning at 8 o'clock, she puts on the clothes she roasted by the fire until midnight yesterday, which are now dry and stiff, drags her vine net bag, and with a big red bucket hanging on her arm, heads once again toward the Rose corridor area. Rose, oh Rose, you better behave and don't make any more noise. At worst, I'll knock on you again. Now, on her third time crossing the Rose corridor, Huai Yu was already somewhat adept. She carefully carried her scattered belongings through the dense branches and leaves, stood at the foot of the mountain, breathing in the heavy air unique to Sanqing Mountain, and then strode forward. The vine net bag had become somewhat dry and brittle after a few days of use, and now it couldn't be tightened very small. Huai Yu dragged it as she struggled through the forest, taking quite some effort before she finally reached deep into the mountain again. Only faint daylight filtered through the forest. Because a heavy rain was about to come, the past few days had been gloomy with no sun visible. Unfortunately, because it was too early, not even many tree buds had sprouted, and bare tree trunks were everywhere. No! There is food. Right before my eyes, a tree was densely covered with tender leaves no more than 1 centimeter in size, and in the middle pearl flowers crowded together like grains of rice or pearls. This is edible. But it was still early, and picking too early might mean they wouldn't be fresh. Huai Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to come back later. Because she kept thinking about this pearl flower, she was afraid of getting lost, so she didn't dare to go far and only wandered nearby. Unfortunately, this area was full of tall trees and red pines, but she couldn't find a single pine cone on the ground, so after all the trouble, she still came up empty. During that time, she also saw a thick, withered tree fallen on the ground. Huai Yu stared at it for a long while, feeling more and more regretful the longer she looked. What a wonderful tree. If I could drag it back to my house, the bark could be peeled off for firewood, the trunk could be sawed into stools and tables, and it could even be split for kindling. It's just too perfect. She didn't even dare to imagine how lively and cheerful she would be if she owned this big tree trunk. Unfortunately, reality is so cruel. This tree trunk is just too big. Huai Yu simply can't drag it. Moreover, since it hasn't rained recently, although the surface of the trunk shows many signs of decay, not a single mushroom has grown on it. Sigh. She sighed and gently patted the tree trunk. Such a beautiful waste. Just as she finished speaking, a faint click sound was heard. Huai Yu stood up straight and saw a pine cone somehow fall from the side near the center of the trunk. Her eyes lit up and then she quickly walked over. She discovered that these were still pine cones from the Huashan pine, but compared to the huge ones she had collected last time, these pine cones were clearly half the size. She broke open the seed scales, and inside there were still pine nuts. Though small, they were plump enough. Holding the pine cone, she stared at the center of the tree trunk with great anticipation, then poked a branch, unexpectedly creating a hole beneath the decayed bark. She inserted the stick and stirred around a bit, clearly feeling something inside, then carefully reached in to touch. Hey! Another pine cone! What is this? This is the squirrel treasure trove she searched all over the mountain for but couldn't find. As expected of me, the child of destiny. Huai Yu suddenly felt an endless surge of strength. Now holding the tree stick, she tapped and pried along the decayed bark, quickly prying open a gap on the side of the trunk. The rotten bark fell off, and only then did she realize that there was actually a passage inside this big tree, like a hole made by something. This poor big tree might have died precisely because it was hollow inside. Then it fell down and eventually became a treasure trove for squirrels. Now it's all hers. She held a thin twig and kept poking, trying to push everything inside toward the pried open hole. With continuous sounds, a small mound quickly piled up at the tree hollow. Acorns, chestnuts, fruit pits, walnuts, hazelnuts, and peanuts. Also, there are more and more small pine cones. These take up more space than dried fruits, and the tree holes are full of them, so much so that when they are pushed out now, they actually pile up into small mounds. Huai Yu squatted on the ground, her face unable to stop smiling. She held all kinds of nuts in both hands and put them into the red bucket. The large red bucket, big enough to hold 40 liters of water, was already half filled just with the small nuts. Then there was a pile of pine cones almost spilling over. She decisively took off her coat and piled the remaining pine cones into the wide, roomy trench coat. Then she pulled off the heavy elastic band from her head, wrapped it around a few times back and forth, and ended up with another big bundle. Until the last handful of hazelnuts was placed into the red bucket, slipping out with difficulty through the gaps in the pine cones, the big tree could no longer yield anything. Huai Yu withdrew her hand contentedly. Big tree, oh big tree, a big tree with holes is a good big tree. After all that fuss, she didn't know how much time had passed. She looked at the sky and decided to start heading back now. Unexpectedly, taking a detour on the way back, among the withered branches and leaves before her, slender wild vegetables were poking out again, their tips curled into cute little circles. They were bracken ferns. Huai Yu stood there in a daze, glanced at the bucket full and heavy with the harvest, then felt the windbreaker bundle she was struggling to carry, and finally looked at the tree vine net bag in her hand, which had holes too large to be of much use. Damn it! Why are there so many good things today? Could she really be the child of destiny? She hesitated as she put down the package, carefully looking around the patch of bracken-covered slope, then found some lush shepherd's purse at the foot of the mountain. Huai Yu! She looked at herself. There really was no container left to carry anything. After thinking it over, she decided to take down all the thin vines she was carrying, started tying knots on nearby trees as markers, and then extended the trail all the way to the pearl flowers. Today, she would go back first and visit the market in the afternoon. Tomorrow, she would definitely come to pick wild vegetables. From today on, Sanqing Mountain would be her home. These heavy things together weighed several times more than the waterproof tarp, and she had to carefully weave through the mountain. Huai Yu was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, but she finally managed to bring everything back successfully. She could even proudly say, not a single pine cone was lost. Now looking at the sky, she didn't even have time to sort them out. She only had time to put down the things she didn't need, then directly carried the bucket and the pine cones and set off for the bus station. Chapter 16. The pedestrian street has arrived. Without a phone or watch, Huai Yu could determine the time each day by two things, the morning broadcast and the sunset in the evening. Today the sky was gloomy and dim. She couldn't tell what time it was, only guessing that she had been climbing in the mountains for a long time, and at the earliest, it couldn't be before 2 in the afternoon. At this time, rushing to the trading market, if it weren't for the morning broadcast's forecast of heavy rain approaching, she absolutely wouldn't be in such a hurry. The familiar bus stop was at the edge of the Rose Corridor District 16, followed by a 5-minute walk. Although it was the last stop for safety reasons, the bus's final terminal was actually at Jinyuan Community. The point is set here purely for the convenience of the transplanted defense troops. Now it is also convenient for her. Then she looked at the notice posted at the station, buses every half hour, not too long. She put down the heavy red bucket and bundle, stretched her body, and in the blink of an eye saw a bus slowly approaching. Probably because it was mid-afternoon, there were only a few scattered passengers on board. Huai Yu was overjoyed. She huffed and puffed as she carried her things onto the car. The driver glanced at her curiously. Miss, do you have relatives at the Defense Army base? Yes. Huai Yu smiled broadly without hesitation. My brother is there, I often go to see him. Then she shyly lowered her head and hugged the bag in her hands tightly. Everyone on the bus instantly understood. It was just about having the family bring some supplies. What's so strange about that? If they had the means, they'd want to do it too. Everyone turned their attention back. Huai Yu slightly raised her head and glanced at the time on the big screen of the bus. 2:08. She then asked again. The bus has passed the free ride period this month. How much will they charge later? The driver's voice came through. Maybe 1 yuan? Or 2. The higher-ups haven't notified us yet. But our final stop is Hongsheng Pedestrian Street, which takes an hour and a half to get to, so 2 yuan isn't expensive. Ayo. The ants sitting in the car were unhappy. 2 yuan isn't expensive? 2 yuan can buy 2 packs of nutritional fluid to last 2 days. Right now every household is like they're moving into a new house who has extra grain. Exactly. They were unhappy and the driver was unhappy too. I'm not the one setting the price, why are you blaming me? Besides, you all got on at Jinan, so how could they live in the city center? I heard that people who used to be bosses are now starting to recruit in seriously run businesses again. Those who contribute more points can even exchange them for cars. Well, capitalists had more assets from the start and supported the country, so the country has to give them points. We are just ordinary folks. Everyone began murmuring and discussing. Huai Yu quietly listened, trying hard to absorb the unfamiliar knowledge. For example, a nutrient solution, it turns out it's so cheap. Of course, she speculated that there were government subsidies involved. After all, at the price of 1 contribution point per bag, as long as you're not lying on the ground waiting to die, everyone can afford to eat. But the bus to the Hongsheng trading market takes an hour and a half. Leaving aside whether there are people at the market at night, how late does the bus run? What time? The driver said. The last bus leaves Hongsheng at 7:30. It's late at night, young lady, you still want to go back? Yeah. Huai Yu was a bit embarrassed. My brother and sister-in-law just got married, and the house, my brother exchanged points for a small dorm on the outskirts. Oh. Now that you put it that way, everyone understands. Don't be fooled by the fact that every household in Jinyuan community wishes for more than 90 square meters, but many buildings in the city center were damaged by plants before, so there aren't actually many livable places now. Even after 6 years, the per capita space is only about 20 to 30 square meters. Besides, she's newly married and just a young woman. The uncles and aunties gradually filling the car all understood. So what are you planning to sell then? Someone asked. The barrel was covered with a straw mat, and the bundle he was holding looked bumpy and uneven. Huai Yu smiled shyly. My brother, just got some pine nuts and hazelnuts and stuff. I'm going to trade them for some points. Oh, everyone understood again. You got them while clearing out the alien plants, right? Gotta say, the Defense Army's benefits are pretty good. That's not much money either. The fruits from the alien plants have high mutation values, taste bad, and can't be sold at a good price. Even a mosquito is meat. How could ordinary people dare to enter the mountain? Don't mention it, my daughter is dating someone who is an explorer. Every month they have to take a detour from Sanqing Mountain to the wilderness for expeditions. Oh wow, that income must be high. If there are special species, the Research Institute offers a good price. What's the use? It's so uncertain. I'm just not willing anyway. Young lady, have you sold this thing before? There's a detector on the pedestrian street, and if your item doesn't pass the machine, you can't get in. Everyone was talking all at once and the topic gradually became a mess, but Huai Yu kept smiling and listening, then slowly started to organize the trading market process. Amid all the chatter, by the time the bus was so crowded that Huai Yu had to hold the bucket in her arms, the bus slowly came to a stop. Final stop, Hongsheng Pedestrian Street, arrived. In just a moment, everyone in the carriage started moving, and in an instant it was completely empty. Huai Yu got off the car and noticed that on the previously grand archway of the pedestrian street, a particularly tacky banner had been hung. Hongsheng Trading Market East Gate. At the entrance stood a large ancient-style archway, probably built before to create a distinctive feature for the pedestrian street. But now, with the banner covering it, Huai Yu only glanced at it briefly, then his gaze passed the gate guard and turned toward the inspection area inside the entrance. Although it was afternoon, at a glance, all the shops on both sides of the pedestrian street had their doors open, with signs displaying various clothing and a jumble of brand names. For example, there was a shop called Blue. From a distance, Huai Yu noticed that inside they were selling things like buckets, bottles, and basins. There was also a shop called XX, where they were selling small piles of chives, with a special offer sign, mutation value 12, special price 12 cents per gene. Many people were picking and choosing, and the special prices seemed very attractive. But Huai Yu thought about how she exchanged 11 pine cones for so many things. The defense army, such good people. So she also carried her things and lined up at the inspection station. The inspection station was very efficient, like a high-speed rail security scanner repurposed. After scanning her ID card, Huai Yu only needed to put her items on the conveyor belt and follow them through. Queue up again and wait a minute, and the nearby machine will spit out a temporary anti-counterfeit certificate. Ha! The staff leaned over. The quality of this thing is pretty good, mutation value 11. Huai Yu smiled shyly. What a pity. The other person clicked their tongue. They are all dried fruits, not very filling. Maybe families with better conditions will buy some. Here, keep your ID safe. This is your trading wristband. Contribution points are traded through this, and when you leave, go to the opposite side to transfer points, and they will be credited to your account. By the way, he added, there will be no stall fees this month, but fees will be charged next month, so remember to prepare your contribution points. Chapter 17 Mutation Value 11. Contribution points. Contribution points. Without contribution points now, it's almost impossible to get by. Huai Yu silently walked forward carrying a bucket, observing the stalls on both sides. Perhaps because it was afternoon, there weren't many stalls on the roads outside the shops on either side, and it was hard to tell where the foot traffic was heavier. However, there were some selling vegetable seedlings. But they were expensive. Chili seedlings cost 10 cents each. There were also fruit sellers, selling winter jujubes that looked quite fresh, but unfortunately, few people showed interest. A burlap sack was cut open and used as a mat on the ground, with a small pile on top, and next to it was a certificate. Mutation value 23. Hiss. Huai Yu walked over and asked curiously, are these jujubes tasty? Delicious. My relative personally picked these from the wilderness, of course they're good. If you don't believe me, buy some and try it yourself. It's only 5 contribution points per pound. Is that so? Huai Yu examined a winter jujube, looking it over from left to right, but couldn't find anything different from a normal one. Meanwhile, the other party was actively persuading, try a pound. The nutritional value of these winter jujubes is really high. A few years ago, a pound of these would cost 30 to 40 yuan. Huai Yu nodded. Then can I try one? The other person's expression tightened. No, that's not possible. It was hard to pick this whole batch, and each one is weighed carefully. No samples. Don't worry, it's definitely delicious. If it's not, I'll compensate you with a pound. Well. Huai Yu hesitated and looked at the other person. Why don't you try it yourself? You eat one and I'll watch. The other person hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out his hand. All right. The little girl is quite cautious. After he said that, he pinched a jujube and bit into it with a crunch, his eyes and eyebrows showing great satisfaction. I told you my jujubes are good. Hiss. Not bad, not bad. His face twisted, his features tightly furrowed, his expression even more grimacing. As he spoke, it seemed like his tongue was about to choke, making Huai Yu frown deeply, retract her neck, and her double chin almost bulged out. This. She glanced again at the mutation value, 23, then looked at the other party's pile, the jujubes that clearly no one was buying, and silently stood up at this moment. She thought the other party would stop her, but unexpectedly, when she got up to leave, the man running the stall quickly spat out the jujube in his mouth, then threw the half-eaten one far away, suddenly letting out a sigh of relief. Huai Yu. At this moment, she gained a new understanding of how bad these jujubes tasted. But after thinking for a moment, she turned around and asked again, if I come to buy your jujubes later, can you tell me where I can sell these pine nuts? Ah. The man opposite was stunned. After a moment, he waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not selling them anymore. This stuff tastes damn awful, worse than shit. Even dogs won't eat it. Several consecutive metaphor switches showed that the jujube had truly hurt him. But the other party still pointed the way for Huai Yu. Nuts nowadays only rich people eat them, and selling them at a stall isn't good. Look, do you see that summer country gold ahead? The store there sells luxury goods, you go ask. Huai Yu glanced at the brightly lit sign hanging high above, obediently thanked, and then carried his bag and bucket forward again. When he finally arrived at Summer Country Gold, he saw that the large gold specialty store was no longer selling gold nor luxury goods, but game consoles, game cartridges, fishing rods, cameras, mobile phones, and makeup sets. Among them, the lipstick set displayed in the glass cabinet is priced at 273 contribution points, with a black spray code printed on it showing the production date. Clearly from 6 years ago. Miss, do you want this set? The chubby boss waddled over like a penguin, his mouth running non-stop. I'm telling you, in the whole Flower City, our stuff is the best quality. Look at this date, how fresh it is. You won't find anything under 8 years old out there. He did notice the clothes Huai Yu was wearing, but these days people wear all kinds of things. Wearing slightly tattered clothes doesn't mean someone isn't a big shot, so his attitude was especially sincere. Huai Yu was silent for a moment, completely unsure what it would be like to put on lipstick from 6 years ago. But it's okay, she can't afford it anyway, so she politely asked. I'm not here to buy anything, I want to sell something. Do you buy dried fruits here? She handed over the test certificate. Mutation value 11. The fat boss was about to refuse but quickly retracted his words. Mutation value 11? Oh wow, this is something good. Come, let me see what it is. If it's sunflower seeds, the price is pretty high right now. Huai Yu lifted the grass curtain on the bucket, revealing a tall pile of pine cones underneath. A trace of disappointment appeared on the fat boss's face. Is that all there is? Pine cones take up space, and by the time the pine nuts are extracted, there probably won't be much left. Huai Yu looked at him expectantly. What price can you offer for this? The chubby boss opened his mouth, then looked at Huai Yu's fragile appearance and suddenly laughed again. Miss, you're selling this for your family, right? Let me tell you, I Old Tang buy all kinds of good stuff and I'm an honest person. Don't worry, I can pay a good price for these pine nuts. If your family has any other good things in the future, just bring them over. In this world, picking pine cones is not something a frail girl can do, let alone with a mutation value of only 11. Old Tang has always been a long-term thinker in business, and at this moment, under Huai Yu's expectant gaze, he made an offer. This pine cone isn't peeled, and it's not very big, but since it's our first deal, let's make friends. I'll give a high price of 1 point each, how about that? Referring to the Defense Army, 11 big pine cones were valued at 50 points, averaging a little over 4 points each. And now this pine cone is less than half the size of those previous ones. Huai Yu asked weakly, is 2 cents okay? I'll come again later, my brother. I mean, our family stuff is all this good. Boss Tang raised his eyebrows, pretending to be reluctant and sighing, then finally gritted his teeth. All right. 2 cents each, let's be friends. Can I try 2 first? Huai Yu nodded. Boss Tang casually picked up a pine cone and began peeling the pine nuts, while Huai Yu unbuttoned his windbreaker bundle and took out the small pine cones one by one. 1, 2, 3. There were 65 in the bundle. Next, there are 39 in the bucket. She silently did the math. This is worth 208 points. Then looking at Boss Tang, the pain on his face was gone, replaced by a look of contentment as he broke off a piece of pine cone to pick out pine nuts. Oh my, it's been so many years since I've had such delicious pine nuts. Huai Yu also silently breathed a sigh of relief. Both sides offered reasonable prices. Only then could the business develop well and last long. She was alone and didn't want to set up a stall to attract attention in the short term. So she carried the red bucket over again. There are still some apricot kernels and peanuts inside. The rest are all pine nuts. What price can this fetch? Chapter 18, Getting Rich Quick. Yo-ho! The boss looked down and was actually a bit surprised. Because this half bucket of dried fruits was quite a lot. He quickly found a piece of cardboard and laid it on the ground. Come on, let's dump it out and sort it. Different fruits have different prices. Huai Yu responded with a sound and quickly took off the red bucket. Accompanied by a pleasant clattering sound, Boss Tang's chubby body struggled to squat down and start sorting. These peanuts look quite plump, but there are too few of them, probably barely a full pound. I'll give you 12 points for it. The apricot kernels are good. He picked up the dried apricot kernels and shook them, hearing a rattling sound inside, clearly very full, so he happily picked out a portion to weigh. Oh, 2 Jin 3 Liang 38 fun, is that okay? Next were a few chestnuts, but unfortunately they were all worm-eaten on top. Boss Tang could only regretfully set them aside. We won't take these. Finally, it was basically pine nuts, the same size as the ones he just ate, plump and full. Now it was time to weigh them. 21 Jin 4 Liang. Boss Tang grinned fiercely, then looked at Huai Yu, whose face was calm, skin fair, and hands soft. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave a tough price. 25 per Jin. How about that? Before Huai Yu could speak, he quickly explained. Girl, if you ask around the market, no one can offer you a higher price than me. Mainly because of these pine nuts, they're just a snack. No money, people can't afford it. Those with money now treat it as a luxury to enjoy. But don't think that just because my shop sells only luxury goods, it opens only once every 6 months and then lasts for half a year. I still have to take some risks even at 25 cents. Huai Yu kept a stern face, but in reality she was extremely happy. She nodded. All right. After a pause, she added, I'll come to you again next time. All right. Boss Tang was waiting for this sentence. My surname is Tang Hongji. What's your name, miss? Huai Yu smiled. My name is Huai Yu. The U as in elm seed. All right, little sister Yu. Boss Tang was very savvy. Come on, where's your transaction wristband? I'll transfer the money to you right now. Transaction wristband? Huai Yu quietly took out the temporary transfer card issued by the authorities and shyly said under Boss Tang's puzzled gaze. I've never been out before. My brother said they cough. Well, I only have this temporary transfer card. Oh. Boss Tang immediately understood. No wonder the young girl looked so gentle and fragile. She was truly protected too well by her family. In this day and age, to be protected so thoroughly that she didn't even have a wristband, those two brothers she just mentioned, are they really two brothers? They must be incredibly powerful. His eyebrows and eyes instantly became more enthusiastic, and this time he simply pulled a box out from under the counter. Here, this transaction wristband is more convenient than a temporary transfer card. For that temporary transfer card, you have to go to the official bank window to transfer points to your name, and sometimes private transactions can be quite inconvenient. This wristband isn't expensive either. If your contribution points exceed 300, it's given out for free. Little you don't have contribution points either, right? Come on, pick one. I'll give you one. Really? Huai Yu smiled like an innocent little girl. Boss, you're so smart. I really didn't get any points. At this moment, she was happily picking out those differently colored wristbands from the box. Suddenly, she asked again, can these wristbands send messages? No, they can't, Boss Tang said. This is the official temporary change after the world changed. It's already good enough that they can transfer money. To send messages, you'd still have to buy a phone. I have a phone here too, but it's expensive. Didn't your family buy you one? Huai Yu shook her head sadly. Brother said the news outside is all mixed up. She didn't say anything more, afraid that the more she said, the more mistakes she would make, but it was precisely this evasiveness that made Boss Tang firmly believe her. A little princess in an ivory tower. There are always people like this before and after a disaster. Huai Yu quickly selected a trading wristband and, under Boss Tang's guidance, linked it to her ID card with fingerprint recognition. Then she casually asked, so boss, do you know where to collect wild vegetables? The mutation value should be around 11 as well. My brother said he found some in the mountains. Wild vegetables, huh? To be honest, this shop doesn't really match with Boss Tang. But with the mutation value of 11, he has quite a few wealthy customers here. What if someone just wants to taste a bit of spring flavor? Boss Tang nodded. If it were someone else, I wouldn't accept it. But since you, little you, have asked, then I definitely have to accept. It's just that the price can't be the same as the retail price on the market. How about this? If it really has a mutation value of 11, I'll pay 0.8 per gene. How's that? Wild vegetables can't be stored for long, so it's risky for me to accept everything at once. Huai Yu recalled the pile of mutated value 12, the chives priced at 12. Of course, selling them herself would be a bit more expensive, but she was short on time now. So she nodded decisively. All right. But Boss Tang also casually asked as if by chance. Girl, your brother managed to get quite a lot of stuff. Did he go into the mountains? Or is he out on the wasteland? Huai Yu paused. Maybe it's because we've entered the mountains. Brother rarely talks about it. Hiss. Boss Tang took a deep breath. That's incredible. No wonder they have the strength to protect you so well. Entering the mountains is a life or death matter, even more dangerous than the wastelands on the border. Huh. Huai Yu furrowed his brows tightly. Is it really that dangerous? No, she was very ordinary when she entered the mountain. Besides, if she didn't exert her full strength, those flowers, plants, and trees wouldn't pay any attention to her. Only the rose corridor is the most obedient. Of course, when necessary, you still have to bow once. How is it not dangerous? Boss Tang said with a face full of sighs. You know, the reason our flower city is safe is because the wild roses under the old corner wall of Sanqing Palace have mutated. It mutated so fiercely that Wu Yu, the officer of our alien defense army, exhausted his own abilities and barely survived this time. Only then was he able to domesticate and cultivate the rose corridor, successfully saving Flower City. With all that turmoil, it directly blocked off the most dangerous Sanqing mountain and the vast wasteland below. Just think about it, the whole mountain is covered with plants. If they mutated, the entire Flower City wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now it's fine. As long as no one enters the mountain, there's no problem at all in the Rose Corridor. This finally gave us a chance to catch our breath and properly tidy up the suburbs of the city. But the city is safe if we go into the mountains. Sigh. Boss Tang sighed and went off topic. In the early stages, our defense forces cleared those alien plants on the mountains, but there were quite a few casualties. Huai Yu fell silent. After a while, the cheerful beeping of the calculator broke the silence again. She fastened the wristband and watched Boss Tang redial the calculator. 793 points, girl. Finish gathering the wild vegetables and hurry over. If there's anything else good, I want some too. Huai Yu touched the smart wristband, thinking about the 793 points it contained, feeling as if she had suddenly become rich overnight. But then she thought about how just a multifunctional shovel alone cost 350 points, and she instantly felt discouraged again. Points so hard to earn and so easy to spend. Chapter 19: Spending Money Like Water. How to spend 793 points is a big question. Huai Yu carefully went through the 4 aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation, and found that the most urgent need right now is still tools. Dried fruit sold surprisingly fast, and there was still plenty of time before the last bus at 7:30 p.m. As she strolled slowly along the entire pedestrian street, going into shop after shop, she found that this place was more like an early-stage daily necessities market, with a bit of everything all mixed together, and not in large quantities. For example, this shop called Yome Accessories sells everything from pots and pans to bowls, but after Huai Yu asked about the price, she found that the cheapest iron pot was 30 yuan. She hesitated for a while but decided to go check out other places first. Next door was a repair shop, squeezed into a space of only about 3 or 4 square meters, with a sign above the door that read genuine leather bags. She was curious and asked, "Uncle, is this shop yours?" No, the other person said, repairing a clock without looking up. Isn't it that they select based on contribution points, giving those with high points a free 1-month rental? Huai Yu said, "Oh," indicating she understood. High contribution points mean that during the entire disaster period, a lot was given in terms of labor, assets, or even life force. Accordingly, after the government stabilizes the order, there should be corresponding benefits given back to them. She looked down and noticed that the uncle was repairing all kinds of things, and there was also a second-hand counter nearby. "How much is this watch?" It was a quartz watch, looking delicate, but the dial had a crack, roughly glued back together, making it look quite blurry and worn out now. "Which one?" The other person looked up, craned their neck to look inside the cabinet. "This one? This is a good piece, very durable, 50 cents. So expensive." Huai Yu shuddered in her chest and turned to leave. However, she left so abruptly that the shop owner was stunned, then loudly called out, "Don't go. If you like something, just bargain properly. This doesn't seem like a sincere purchase." Huai Yu then turned back. "I think you're the one who's not sincere about selling. I'll buy it for 10 points. "You're joking. If you go to the Huaxia gold shop up ahead, even a random piece costs 100 points. "What? Boss Tang sells this too?" Huai Yu turned her head, wanting to go take a look. After all, even if their stuff is expensive, at least they don't rip people off. She wanted to inquire about the price first. Hey! The shop owner shouted hoarsely. 35 cents, all right? Stand on your tiptoes. This watch used to be a good brand, and I've already cut the price myself." Huai Yu glanced over and said, "What brand? Don't recognize it." As soon as he said that, the shop owner fell silent. To be honest, this is probably wholesale market stock, and he can't even tell what brand it is. In the past, it would have sold for at most 20 or 30. All right. 28 cents, and you can take it. That's the price I took it for. I even added some glue. That straightforward? Surely there must still be some profit margin here?" Huai Yu's hesitant gaze pierced the boss, who instantly turned his head. Not selling. Well, after some tugging between the two, the deal was finally made at 22 points. Huai Yu left satisfied, and the shop owner was quite pleased as well. It was only when she put on the watch that she realized it hadn't taken much time. It was already 4:10. It was getting dark soon, so Huai Yu quickly sped up, first rushing through the entire pedestrian street to inquire about prices, then finally going to the store he had chosen. "How much are these plastic bags? And this woven plastic basket? How much for this burlap sack? How much for a bundle of rope? How much for the thick one and the thin one respectively? I'll take 2 bundles. How much for this hoe? 35? The lowest price? No thanks. How much for the scissors? Also 35? Then I don't want them." After asking about the prices of various farming tools, she found that each one was quite expensive, and if she needed to use multiple tools at the same time, she couldn't even carry them all up the mountain. It was too cumbersome. Thinking it over, a multifunctional shovel really was more practical. However, supermarket plastic bags now cost 2 cents each, and Huai Yu felt they were quite sturdy, so she reluctantly bought 3. Plastic rope baskets are essential for going into the mountains and the city. Each costs 22 points, and Huai Yu gritted her teeth to buy 3. The large storage bag also costs 22 points, and Huai Yu watched her newly acquired wealth decrease, her heart bleeding at this moment. These essential tools for going into the mountains are now barely complete, and the contribution points have dropped from 793 to 677. After deducting 350 points for the multifunctional shovel, and the items previously advanced by the kind-hearted sister, Huai Yu now has about only 277 points left to use. She still had to buy the remaining things. Salt and sugar were essential. Nutritional supplements could only fill the stomach, but she consumed a lot every day and often felt weak, so she might need to make some salt and sugar water to replenish herself. Just 1 pack of salt and 1 pack of sugar took off 20 points, supposedly because of government subsidies. She needed at least 1 cup, right? Whether for rinsing her mouth or drinking water. You need to have a basin, right? You just can't do without one. You also have to buy laundry detergent or soap. Otherwise, the clothes won't get clean. Huai Yu touched her long hair. Although rubbing with wood ash last night was troublesome, it at least got it somewhat clean, which is why today's lie wasn't exposed. Otherwise, if you're all sloppy, who would believe you're living a good life at home? Shampoo is too expensive, I'll just make do with a bar of soap. Of course, logically, people living well should have smooth hair. But the conditioners sold on the street are all from 7 years ago, and even if they're cheap, Huai Yu wouldn't dare to buy them. Let's just go with this. Soap doesn't expire easily, even if it's 10 cents a bar. Huai Yu will grit her teeth and buy it. Stock up on a pack of toilet paper. This is so expensive. It costs 80 cents. Huai Yu gave up instantly. Leaves are quite good, they don't waste resources and are environmentally friendly. And there's the pot. A lidded stainless steel soup pot that can be used over an open flame, suitable for cooking vegetables or boiling water, paired with a cheap wooden spatula, plus an extra set of wire hooks to hang it over the fire. Just this set alone is worth 55 points. At a building materials store, Huai Yu saw cement, priced at 80 cents per bag, each bag weighing 10 kilograms. It seemed quite popular as people kept coming in to ask about the price at this time. Huai Yu quietly listened nearby and found that many people were buying it to temporarily build toilets or partition walls. She wanted to do the same. But it was so expensive. But if I could buy 2 or 3 packs to build a toilet pit? Huai Yu looked down at her score display, it showed 152 points left. She lingered and glanced at the camping toilet tent being sold next door. This thing cost 215 points. Damn it, she would never buy it. After all, she built the house with her own hands. There's no way she'd spend that many points on a toilet too, right? Chapter 20 Returning fully loaded. 3 woven baskets were nested inside each other. A basin was stuffed in, hemp sacks and plastic bags were also packed in, and some small items were placed on top. Huai Yu was bent over by the heavy weight, but at this moment still managed with difficulty to arrive at a large storefront. Huangdo Mobile Phone Flagship Store. At the entrance was a large cardboard sign. Second-hand clothing, shoes, and socks processed and disinfected. She looked at the clothes that had become colorful and messy after being violently disinfected with 84 disinfectant, and was very satisfied with the price of 2 cents per jean. Of course, the clothes inside the store looked better, were newer, and some were even brand new, but the prices. Huai Yu thought to herself, summer is coming soon, so just a couple of casual clothes for changing will do, no need for more. She didn't even plan to buy a quilt. But just as this thought passed, she saw an ant inside picking through items with her companion. I figure after the rain there'll be another cold snap in spring. Huai Yu was stunned. Still not enough life experience. She put aside her money-saving idea and followed into the shop. What is currently most in short supply are actually socks. Second-hand socks cost 1 cent per pair, while brand new ones require 2 cents. 3 pairs, please. Second-hand old-fashioned rain boots are 8 cents per pair. Unopened old models are 13 cents and new models are 16 cents. She decisively chose a pair of the old black style. No other reason, it's just that this color and style look very durable. Short down jacket, 80% new, 35 cents each. Sports pants, 80% new, 15 cents each. The jacket and long sleeve t-shirt together are 19 cents. Also took a pack of basic hair ties, which costs 2 cents. Just from this round of shopping, the 152 points in hand quickly dropped to only 62 points. Huai Yu looked at the shoes on her feet again. They were quite dirty but still wearable. However, if she came to see Boss Tang again next time, these shoes would not match the image she wanted to present. So she gritted her teeth and bought a brand new pair of white sneakers. These sneakers were from a big brand before. And after buying them, Huai Yu was left with only 40 points. She wasn't planning to spend any more. Although she had reserved 400 points for the defense forces, she still needed to leave some leeway, right? At this moment, she was just glad she had bought a few extra baskets. One on her back, one held against her chest, a bucket in her hand, and the coat she had used as a bundle before was put on again. Finally, she managed to pack all these things away. She was ready to head home, but on the way to the east gate of the pedestrian street, she noticed the man selling jujubes was still sitting there. As for the jujubes on the ground, of course it looked like not a single one was missing. Huai Yu walked over. The other party was dozing off, vaguely sensing someone approaching, and opened their mouth to say, "No tasting. If you want to eat, you eat. Pack up all 5 points and take them away. Then give it to me." Huai Yu smiled at him. She was new here, and if the other party hadn't pointed out such a really good place, those things wouldn't have been sold so quickly, nor would they have fetched such a high price so easily. Huai Yu gave the vendor a sweet smile. "I just wanted to thank you. Boss Tang from Huaxia Gold is very kind. Can I have the jujubes packed for me?" The vendor suddenly jolted awake. "It's nothing, just a casual remark, no need to." "You really want them?" "Yes." Huai Yu smiled purely. "I haven't eaten fruit with such a high mutation value before. I want to try it." The other person looked envious. "You've never tried this? Then you must have had such a good life. Fine. It's all yours." He grabbed the 4 corners of the burlap sack, then poured it all into Huai Yu's backpack with a rustling sound, his whole expression relaxing. "4 points will do. Others are lazy, not active, and their contribution points are not high, but the jujubes were grabbed at the East District Highway entrance. Adventurers often come around from the other side of Sanqing Mountain because entering the city requires measuring mutation values and charging accordingly. Many items with values that are too high or cumbersome are discarded there. He lives nearby, so he idly goes to hang around there every morning and evening. Although there is quite a bit of competition, he can always manage to fill his stomach. At first, the price of 1/5 per gem was meant to wait for suckers, but now that the government has settled everyone's lives, no one comes to take advantage of this bargain anymore. Mistake. Huai Yu nodded slightly, stretched out his arm to reveal the wristband. Then looked again at the tattered watch. It was now close to 5 o'clock. Returned the temporary wristband, then walked to the bus stop, where several people were already standing, all carrying large bags full from their returns. But fortunately, there weren't many people boarding the return bus with Huai Yu, and she was lucky to find a seat in the back row. She raised her wrist again, 5:22, consistent with the display on the screen inside the bus. Outside the window, dusk deepened, and the tall, steep Sanqing Mountain in the distance looked like a block of dark ink, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. She stared blankly, holding a jujube in her hand, unconsciously activating her ability, as if idly playing with it. Oh! The bus arrived at the station close to 7 o'clock. Huai Yu, carrying a big bag and several small ones, got off the bus, looking at the dark silhouette of the mountains in the distance and the lonely street lamp at the bus stop. At this moment, she couldn't help but let out an, "Oh no. I should have asked how much the flashlight costs." But this wasn't an urgent need, so she sighed and let it go. She took her things back to the little treehouse, had no time to rest, and hurried off to District 69. After thinking it over, she poured the jujubes she had sorted through again into a plastic bag. But then she suddenly remembered that all these jujubes had been processed using her own power. Because her strength was weak, she only thought of exercising it out of boredom, so she didn't know if there was any change or if they were edible. But the big pine tree also used its own power to give the pine cones, so they should be edible, right? She thought it over and decided to rinse them in the bucket, then took a bite. Huh? She brought the jujube up close and looked at it again. It looked no different from when the vendor ate it, and it wasn't that bad to eat either. Some are even a bit sweet. They taste like radishes with chaff stuck to them, or like winter jujubes that have been stored too long. This kind of return gift is probably not easy to present, right? But thinking back to the last time I tasted the slightly bitter pine nuts, the defense forces seem to quite like them. Whatever. Huai Yu slung the basket over her back, pocketed the lighter, and set off. Although it was dark and she couldn't see clearly, the vague outlines were still visible. Moreover, as long as she followed the direction of the rose corridor, she definitely wouldn't go wrong. She walked from District 37 to District 69, glanced at her watch, and it took a total of 43 minutes. So far, it would be great if there was a car. This time, she not only thought about it but was also full of anticipation for the future. After all, she already had a watch. Saving up for a bicycle next should be no problem, right? On the contrary, Captain Zhou was somewhat surprised that she came so late and was worried that she might need help with something. However, once outside the camp, he saw Huai Yu standing under the streetlight with a bright smile. "Captain Brother." She waved her hand excitedly. "I have contribution points now. I can buy a multifunctional shovel." Chapter 21 Shameless. Huai Yu was in such a cheerful mood that even Captain Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Then he too grinned widely. "Not bad. Really not bad." After a pause, he asked again. "You didn't do anything you shouldn't have, right?" He didn't try to dig deeper, but just that one sentence made Huai Yu a little happier. She shook her head. "No. I thought of a way after talking to my relatives." Zhou Qian thought for a moment and roughly understood. After all, Huai Yu really looked innocent and delicate, probably a spoiled child at home before. Now she said she thought of a way after talking to her relatives, it was probably just borrowing points or acting spoiled and throwing a tantrum. All right, he said cheerfully. I'll find the person on duty to exchange it for you right away. If you have extra points and want to exchange for something else, you can also come to me. Huai Yu thought for a moment and realized there was nothing essential she needed for now, so she shook her head. Then she stretched out her arm. Last time, the two older sisters helped me cover some sanitary supplies. Whatever points it cost, I'll transfer them to you as well. Zhou Qian felt a bit awkward. He knew what she had given him, but at this moment he mumbled vaguely, just give 20 points. Huai Yu smiled and nodded, adjusted the amount, connected the wristbands, and 370 points were deducted. Now only 30 points remain plus the 36 points left from buying dates, totaling 66 points. But with the multifunctional shovel, her toilet can be completed tomorrow, which is totally worth it. Watching the duty staff hurriedly hand over a gleaming multifunctional shovel adorned with camouflage patterns, Huai Yu simply couldn't put it down. It must be said, holding such a shovel in the pitch-black night greatly increased her sense of security. She took off her backpack and said to Zhou Qian, "Do you have a bag? I went to the market today and bought a bag of jujubes to share with you, Captain, and the others." Huh? Zhou Qian was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand repeatedly. "I don't want this, you better exchange it for some contribution points for emergencies. Fresh fruit is very expensive now. It's the thought that counts from the young girl, and they can't accept anything else." Huai Yu shook her head. "This isn't expensive either. This big bag only sells for 4 points in total." Zhou Qian fell silent. Such a big bag and it only sells for 4 cents in total. What's the mutation value then? Huai Yu happily said 23. Zhou Qian. Let's put it this way, when they were desperate, they also ate fruit with a mutation value of 25 points. People who have eaten that stuff all say, might as well be dead. But Huai Yu emphasized again, I've tried it and it's actually not that bad, it's sweet. Brother, I've always wanted to thank you. If you don't want it, I also want to offer it to the two older sisters from before. She looked at Zhou Qian pitifully. And this bag of dates in front of her was only worth 4 cents. All right. Zhou Qian went to the duty room and brought back a small basin. Thank you. It won't happen again. After thinking for a moment, he also went to the duty room to borrow a flashlight. Take this as a loan, return it to me next time you come. Watching Huai Yu happily walking back with a backpack and a multifunctional shovel in hand, Zhou Qian finally carried the basin and headed towards the camp. Along the way, he ran into an acquaintance who looked curious. Hey, where did you get such fresh jujubes? Let me try one. Zhou Qian smiled particularly generously. Eat. We're brothers, feel free to eat. With this smile, the other suddenly became cautious. Good fruit is so expensive nowadays, can you really bear to part with it? Honestly, how much is this mutation worth? Zhou Qian showed a face of disapproval. Am I that kind of person? This mutation is worth 10. Good grief. If you said 17 or 18, the other would believe it, but you say 10. How many exactly? If you don't say, I'll stuff it in your mouth. Zhou Qian didn't want to eat this stuff, so he told the truth. 23. The other person was stunned, holding the jujube. You're already 23 and you tell me to eat whatever. Are you even human? After all this fuss, a few more people gathered around to watch the commotion, and everyone started laughing and cursing. Suddenly, someone realized. Wait a minute, if he really is 23, why would he bring back so much? Exactly. And he's all secretive about it, hasn't even said where it came from. I guess it's because they're afraid you'll eat too much. I suspect the mutation value won't exceed 18. As soon as this was said, everyone's hands itched to move. Even though 23 is something not even dogs would eat, 18? It's been a long time since we've had fresh fruit. Taking a couple of bites should be fine, right? If it tastes bad, you can still spit it out in time. Seeing this, Zhou Qian quickly pushed the basin forward again. Come on, I said eat as much as you want. With this encouragement, everyone hesitated and struggled. But in the end, they still reached out their hands. The moment they bit into the jujube, the long-lost sweetness, as if only tasted in a past life, instantly filled their mouths. Everyone's eyes immediately widened in surprise. Take another bite of the fruit flesh. Although it's a bit dry, the overall taste is really quite good. Hey kid, how come you're suddenly so generous? Everyone was crunching on the jujubes while quickly grabbing 5, 6, 7, 8 more to stuff into their pockets, all the while praising. These jujubes must have been expensive to buy, right? This big a bowl and still so fresh, it must cost at least 40 cents per gene, right? Even 40 cents probably wouldn't be enough to buy it. Saying that, each of them stuffed another handful into their pockets. Seeing that the bowl full of jujubes now had only a little more than half left, everyone awkwardly withdrew their hands, then sincerely thanked Zhou Qian. Sure. Brother enough. Next time I have something delicious at home, I'll definitely bring it to you. Yo Qian. Something's off. It can't be that this jujube was really bought at a high price by a young girl and then she just casually mentioned a price, right? This doesn't seem right either. If these jujubes were really that delicious nowadays, they wouldn't be circulating in ordinary markets at all. As soon as those adventurers discovered them, they would have sold them all to their familiar big clients. He pondered for a while, then casually picked up a jujube and hesitantly popped it into his mouth. The moment he bit into it, all thoughts were thrown aside, replaced only by a surge of intense hatred. Damn, those bastards are really shameless. They actually eat such good stuff. Just as I was gritting my teeth in secret, I saw another group of people coming from ahead, shouting from afar. Captain Zhou, I heard you let people eat those dates freely? Zhou Qian was startled all over. Bullshit. That's not true. I'm taking them for testing. He carried a basin of jujubes clattering as he headed to the testing room. Now, once on the machine, the data was accurate down to the decimal point. Mutation value 11.3. Everyone who came over to join the excitement was stunned. Damn. Where did you get such a good thing? Zhou Qian, are you getting rich behind the brothers' backs? However, when he turned his head again, he saw that the owner of the jujube had no smile on his face. Instead, it was filled with deep regret, as if a dragon had missed out on a treasure. Help call Chang Yao and Song Yi from the female soldiers over there. Then he forced out a bitter smile, as if wanting to cry but unable to shed a tear. This jujube was sent by a young lady to thank the two of them. Chapter 22. Overwhelming Wealth. Huai Yu returned to the small treehouse holding a flashlight. The time on her watch was already 9:30. The room was a mess. The things bought from the market were piled up haphazardly, illuminated by the flashlight like a junkyard. The vine net bag brought back from the mountain was still lying on the floor. The water bottle was only half full, and in the square enclosure built in the center of the room, the embers of the fire were cold and lifeless. I'm so tired today. But time was tight and she couldn't rest yet. She went outside to gather another pile of branches and leaves, then started the fire again. The warm firelight flickered, and after lowering the woven grass curtain door, she completely relaxed. But after lying on the grass pile for just a short while, Huai Yu got up again. 3 woven baskets, one of which is used as a storage basket, carefully wrapped with leaves are the newly bought sugar and salt, her own soybeans, peanuts sponsored by field mice, and yam tubers, all carefully placed inside. The large waterproof storage bag holds her newly purchased down jacket, sweatpants, underwear, and brand new sports shoes. It's so spacious, it seems like it can hold a lot of things. The more she looks, the happier she feels. She can't wait to go to the mountain tomorrow to gather 2 baskets of wild vegetables and fill the house. But looking again at the hay piled on one side of the treehouse, Huai Yu can only suppress her anxious feelings. There will be another crop of vegetables after this one, but if the toilet isn't properly covered before the heavy rain, her grain cycle will face a major problem. There is still a matter of priorities. She sighed, then arranged the cups and bowls on the simple washstand where the toothbrush and toothpaste were kept, placed the soap aside, and temporarily set the iron pot down as well. One of the backpacks was stuffed with 3 plastic bags, the other kept as a spare, placed together with the multifunctional shovel, ready to be grabbed at any time for a trip up the mountain. And now, her most important task is to weave straw mats. The small stack she started weaving last night is piled beside her bed. Judging by the craftsmanship, there's really no skill to speak of, just the simplest 3-strand braids, then overlapping and interlacing these braids up and down to barely form a straw mat. The mat is not smooth or straight at all, the broken ends of the dry grass stick out awkwardly, looking silly. I can only say that the more you get to the end, the higher the proficiency, but anyway it's all usable. Today I took a stroll around the trading market. Huai Yu became more and more certain that Captain Zhou didn't mention the real price twice when he helped her exchange for the waterproof tarpaulin. Good resources should be spent wisely. For things like the toilet, a grass mat to block the rain is enough. Later, when there are more resources, they can be gradually replaced step by step. The firelight flickered slowly, and the temperature in the room gradually rose. With the proficiency accumulated from yesterday, Huai Yu's weaving movements today became faster and faster. Night gradually deepened. Early the next morning, Huai Yu still woke up to the sound of the broadcast. She had only gone to bed at 1 o'clock last night, and now getting up was a struggle. Lifting the straw curtain, gusts of wind blew by, and the damp moisture in the air could be felt even without listening to the broadcast. Although the broadcast predicted heavy rain the day after tomorrow, judging by the weather, Huai Yu felt that tomorrow would be tough enough. She picked up a multifunctional shovel and a rope, quickly washed up, grabbed a bag of nutrient solution, and headed straight up the mountain. After all, building materials are so expensive now. If you want to build a shed or a toilet and need supports, you have to go check with relatives on the mountain. This time, Huai Yu was already familiar with the route, and the rose corridor gradually became more courteous, proactively giving way without her having to say a word. Huai Yu didn't go too far either. The mountain was so high, deep, and vast, and since the work she had to do today was all physical labor, sourcing materials nearby was best. After all, it takes more than half an hour to walk from District 37 to District 8. Fortunately, the mountainsides are never short of trees, especially those newly grown saplings. They are only as thick as a girl's wrist, just strong enough to bear weight, and light enough for Huai Yu to drag. And now, many of the trees have yet to sprout green leaves, so the weight is even lighter. She picked up the multifunctional shovel, chose the position for the elastic rope, and tied it to several nearby trees to prevent it from falling in the wrong direction later. Chopping, sawing, and kicking fiercely, these actions were really too much for a delicate girl to bear. After 2 hours of breathless, exhausting labor, Huai Yu finally piled up 8 evenly sized tree trunks at her feet. Although the trunks were not thick, the branches and twigs extended over a considerable diameter. She tied them up again with rope, hooked a few vines, and dragged and pulled them back. Actually, if it could save effort, it would be better to use the vines to take root and grow. Although it takes some energy and the feeling of exhaustion is unpleasant, it would save this hard labor. Huai Yu was very afraid of the defense troops coming over. Her treehouse was completely covered layer by layer with leaves and waterproof tarps, and the wisteria branches were quite promising, with lateral buds paused and roots spreading and growing from the soil underneath. After some more time, they would break through the soil on the other side of the land and grow sturdy trunks. But that was the normal growth rate, so even if the defense troops came over, they wouldn't notice. Not to mention the leaves used to cover the roof, which have now dried and withered into yellow. In just a couple of days, they will be completely dead. Of course, even when dead, they can still honestly stay stacked on the roof, providing warmth, cold resistance, and insulation. But in this way, no one would suspect that it's only early spring. Where would such fresh phoenix tree leaves come from? However, if covering a corridor or a toilet using this method, whether the tree trunk is alive or dead still makes a big difference. Moreover, she didn't have that many points to shamelessly ask for waterproof tarps to cover the whole way. After thinking it over, she decided to just put in the effort and get through this part first. Huai Yu kept persuading herself while grunting and pulling hard. The tree trunk was too big, so when she reached the rose corridor she had to untie and drag each one over again. The tangled branches intertwined the vines of the rose corridor, causing the flowers to sway, clearly showing their displeasure. Huai Yu was afraid it would sound an alarm, so she had to plead softly for now. It dragged on until she almost wanted to cry. Woo-woo, this is just too difficult. Why is it so hard? What kind of outrageous wealth did she enjoy before, and now that she has hit rock bottom, does she have to live like this herself? And when she dragged the tree trunk back to the treehouse in a sorry state, she glanced at her wrist again. It was already 12 o'clock. But she still couldn't rest. Huai Yu wiped the sweat all over her head and face with a towel, then lit the fire, set up the pot, and boiled a large pot of water. When the water boiled, bubbling and bubbling, if only there were a pack of instant noodles to throw in, it would probably be the most delicious thing in the world. Huai Yu stared at the pot, empty except for water, feeling a surge of craving, but no matter how hungry she was, there was nothing to eat. The only things she could eat now were some seeds she had saved and the remaining nutrient solution. Finally, her gaze lifted upward and settled on the pine cone hanging in the very center of the treehouse by a vine, disguised as a chandelier. Forget it. She sulkily shifted her gaze back and sprinkled the salt and sugar she had bought yesterday into the pot. Chapter 23: Picking Wild Vegetables. After drinking a big bowl full of salty sugar water, Huai Yu let out a long breath and felt as if her body had regained strength. She picked up the multifunctional shovel and once again went to the door, gesturing and pointing. Of course, the toilet couldn't be built next to the house, so Huai Yu decided to use the middle area as an open-air storage. Adding a roof, the dangerous hay in the treehouse could be piled outside. The roof would also serve as a corridor, and on the other side, a toilet shed could be built. That way you don't have to worry about getting wet while traveling on a rainy day. She picked a good spot and started organizing the tree trunks. All those branches and twigs need to be sawed off and temporarily piled to the side. They can be used as firewood later. Next, she found the Y-shaped branching points on the trunks, trying to keep the height consistent. Then she laid thinner branches horizontally across the forks and secured them as many times as possible with vines and grass ropes. Finally, 2 shapes flipped 90 degrees to the right appeared. Huai Yu measured the distance between the trunks and directly dug pits, digging a bit deeper, then wedged the trunks into the pits to fix them in place. This work was indeed a bit difficult for one person, but since it was only for temporary transition, it was okay if it was a bit rough. And when she overlapped the two beams above into an overhead X shape, the frame of the first shed was considered completed. But that's not all. 8 trees were used for 4 poles, and the crossbeams on top were made from thinner treetops. Huai Yu thought for a moment, then set up the same frame again 1 meter apart beside it. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the frame was completed. Next came covering it with straw mats. Because they wanted to save on tree trunks, the shed was only built about 1.8 meters high. The 2 sheds and the space in between together measured over 5 meters in length. To be honest, it was quite spacious. Especially since Huai Yu built it himself, it felt even more spacious. But with a height of 1.8 meters, Huai Yu couldn't go up to hang the curtains. He had to use a clumsy method. Laying bricks. She huffed and puffed, moving red bricks from all directions, stacking them in piles until she finally stood at a height. She connected and tied the straw mats piece by piece, and to prevent leaks due to her poor craftsmanship, she added another layer on top. Finally, she secured the shelter a second time, pulling and tugging until it wouldn't move. Only then did she feel at ease. The toilet occupied a quarter of the second frame. The grass curtain hangs down on all 4 sides, fixed on 3 sides, with the 4th side left open as a door. From the outside, there is a large blind spot. After entering through the door, start digging a pit in the blind spot. Digging a very deep rectangular pit about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The dug-up soil is not wasted. It is piled behind the squat pit, with a thick, long tree branch placed beside it. After finishing using the toilet, you can directly use a branch to scrape a layer of soil into the pit to cover it. The reason for digging so deep is that Huai Yu doesn't really want to clean the toilet. For this, a row of thin branches was placed around the pit to stabilize the soil layer and prevent the upper soil from collapsing downward. With this, the toilet is considered complete. She looked around from front to back, left to right, and finally, before leaving, she carried bundles of dry grass from the treehouse and piled them up in a row beside the toilet door. This makes it even more concealed. Perfect. She is simply a genius. But the genius work is not finished yet. Others would use forceful tamping or pour cement to frame it, but she didn't buy anything. Instead, she stacked the bricks she used earlier as a footrest around the 8 tree roots, mainly for psychological comfort. The rest wasn't wasted either, it was directly spread out in a layer on the ground. Because it wasn't enough, there were even several more trips of heavy lifting, and in the end the bathroom was also covered, leaving only the back area for digging. It was already dark. These tasks seemed insignificant, but they were really exhausting and time-consuming. Yet now, looking at everything in front of her, Huai Yu felt that the whole day had been fulfilling. From today onwards, her food, clothing, shelter, and transportation finally had a place to settle. She lay back in bed with the flashlight on, not even taking off her clothes, hugging the sleeping bag and quickly falling into a deep sleep. In the night breeze, the scent of roses mixed with heavy moisture spread all around, and unique waves of power slowly surged toward the treehouse within the floral fragrance. In the perforated brick vase by the bedside, the branch of roses that added much comfort to the wooden house also began to sway slowly. And Huai Yu lay there, breathing quietly, completely unaware of these things. Achoo! Huai Yu sneezed hard, then slowly woke up in a daze. At this moment, the treehouse was pitch black, with only faint rays of light seeping through the edges of the door. She sat on the bed, stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt a chill. When she opened the door, a gust of cold wind hit her face. Hiss! So cold. She quickly pulled back, changed into the newly bought down jacket, then took a deep breath and rolled up the door. The next moment, she was stunned. It's raining! Just last night as she fell into a deep sleep, a light rain drizzled outside through the night. Now the air carries a faint scent of earth, the soil is moist, and the distant grasslands and woods are covered with a fuzzy layer of green. Huai Yu turned her head to look inside the house. It was still dry, no leaks. Then she glanced toward the shed and the toilet beside it, intact. Completely undamaged. Only the edges of the red bricks darkened, clearly having been touched by rain. The morning broadcast hadn't started yet. Huai Yu glanced at her watch, it was only 7 o'clock. In the distance, Seqing Mountain was shrouded in layers of mist, and even the petals in the rose corridor were damp, the leaves astonishingly green. She stood there stunned, then suddenly turned and went back inside. It's time to dig wild vegetables. She carried a basket on her back, and this time she didn't even bring the multifunctional shovel, heading straight up the mountain. Although the rain had stopped, she didn't know if it would rain again today, so she had to speed up. She was already familiar with the mountain paths, but Seqing Mountain was vast, and the roads once used for travel had long been overgrown with plants. Huai Yu groped her way along the previous marks, and soon she saw the pearl flower used as a marker. After a spring rain, now in the mountain, she could feel all the plants stirring and the power about to burst forth in full bloom. The plants quickly sprouted and grew, the roots further spreading, and the pearl flowers in front of her, just a day apart, had now sprouted even more dense tender leaves and buds. Without a word, she put down the basket on her back. At this moment, pulling the branches, she happily plucked the green tips one by one, her movements full of joy. This tree wasn't very tall, but after she finished picking all the Huai Yu, it actually filled up nearly half a basket. She looked at the bare branches, then carefully touched them again. A faint surge of energy flowed, and she whispered softly, "Sorry about that." The next moment, Huai Yu let go of his hand. Because from this angle he could actually see a patch of tender wild shiitake mushrooms growing on the large tree trunk diagonally ahead. They were wild shiitake mushrooms. Chapter 24, Picking Wild Vegetables. There weren't many of these wild shiitake mushrooms, but the advantage was that they had just sprouted. At this moment, each one was plump and adorable, still in a state far from aging. Huai Yu carefully pinched the umbrella stems around the tree trunk and broke them off. Seeing a new ingredient added to her basket, she felt increasingly satisfied. After picking them all, she followed the vine mark she had wrapped last time, moving forward without surprise until she reached a gentle slope ahead. There, after a spring rain, the ferns quietly grew branch by branch, even more numerous than last time. Huai Yu only needed to reach out, gently pinch and snap. Snap! The crisp and subtle sound was so pleasant. Combined with this feeling of harvest, Huai Yu couldn't help but grin, revealing a bright smile. Next, she was going to have a big day. Tap! 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 The continuous crisp sounds kept echoing across the hillside, and the bracken in Huai Yu's hands kept increasing. Although in her understanding this kind of bracken wasn't as tasty as water fern, there was no choice now. Besides, since chives could sell for 12 cents a jean, bringing this over, Boss Tang should keep his word and buy it at 8 cents a jean. Her figure spread back and forth across the entire hillside, catching everything except for the fiddlehead ferns that had just started to sprout. But this kind of thing will grow back again with the spring breeze, so there's really no need to hold back. Now the basket on her back was heavy and full. Huai Yu withdrew her hand and saw a few small prickly dragon buds on some trees. But guessing that picking them wouldn't even make 2 pounds, she decided to leave them for now. There was also another Chinese tune tree growing vigorously, especially tall, with clusters of tender shoots already poking out. Although it was still early, it was definitely a well-stocked tree for the future. Huai Yu only glanced once inside regretfully. So tall, I can't climb up. But it's okay. There are still large patches of shepherd's purse at the foot of the mountain. Thinking of shepherd's purse inevitably brings to mind shepherd's purse dumplings, and thinking of shepherd's purse dumplings made Huai Yu unable to resist craving them again. But it was already past 9 o'clock and the sky was still gloomy. She could first put the dumplings out of her mind and then quickly go dig for shepherd's purse. Though it was called digging, since she didn't bring any tools, she could only carefully pinch the base and pull it out. Fortunately, it had just rained, so the soil was moist, making it not too difficult. However, compared to fiddlehead ferns, shepherd's purse inevitably felt a bit less substantial. Huai Yu put down the backpack basket, took out a large plastic bag, gave it a good shake, and then put the shepherd's purse she had just gathered inside. The area was so vast, and she carried 3 plastic bags with her. She had to pick at least 1 or 2 bags first. The hands of the broken watch pointed to 11 o'clock, and she had already pressed down on all 3 bags, packed to the brim. Huai Yu had been bending over all morning, and now she could barely stand straight, her waist sore and her back aching. But she didn't dare to rest, fearing that if she relaxed, she would lose her strength. At this moment, she only stretched a few times fiercely, then put the heavy backpack back on, held the bags in her hands and hurried home again. Sanqing Mountain is so vast that when picking wild vegetables she didn't feel the distance was far. But in reality, this stretch of road winding along the mountainside took an entire hour. By the time she got home at 12 o'clock, if it hadn't started raining, she would have to hurry to deliver these to Boss Tang. Otherwise, Huai Yu began to worry. Otherwise, she would have to find another excuse to give them to the defense army. She sighed, looked up at the gloomy sky, clasped her hands together and murmured softly, "Please, show some mercy. No rain during the day, please." Oh. After going through a standard psychological comfort routine, she hurriedly set off. When she returned to the treehouse, it was exactly 12:30. She only had time to pour the cold salty sugar water she had made yesterday into a bowl and drink it in one gulp. Then she set off again. After walking a few steps, she turned back, covered the basket with a straw mat, and used the jacket she had changed out of in the morning to cover 3 plastic bags for concealment. She looked at the slightly damp grass, gritted her teeth, changed into the new shoes and pants she had bought the day before yesterday, and then used her fingers to smooth her hair again before setting off once more. But this time, unfortunately, Huai Yu waited at the platform for nearly half an hour before the bus finally arrived. Probably because it was about to rain, there were only a few scattered passengers on the bus. No one was chatting, and now that she understood many things, she didn't start any conversations casually. However, shortly after the bus started moving, since not everyone could be on their phones watching videos or chatting, someone began to strike up a conversation again. The forecast says the heavy rain will come tomorrow. So why do I feel like it's going to rain today? Hey, our forecasts haven't been accurate for a while now. Ever since that mutation happened, satellites can't get good shots anywhere there's vegetation. All they capture are flowers. If they can't even get clear images of flowers, the weather forecast is probably unreliable too. Exactly. Even if it rains, we still have to prepare raincoats at home, or else it's inconvenient for the kids going to work. It's just more expenses. Sigh. My son still hasn't found a job. Who says otherwise? The initial contribution scores of those of us living nearby aren't high, yet employers now prioritize interviewing those with higher scores. Sigh. If I had known life would be this tough, I would have just endured it for a few years. I shouldn't have let him slack off in the base back then. Don't spend that money. Just use those plastic bags we don't need for now. I'm just worried about what to eat. You know, the rice, flour, grains, and oil that are edible now are all expensive. Drinking nutritional supplements every day makes me feel sick to death. Someone is selling aged rice at the square in our neighborhood, didn't you buy any? There are also wild vegetables grown by themselves for sale. Oh, aged rice at 30 cents per gene, that's only enough for my whole family to have one meal. It's not a holiday or festival, so I can't bear to spend on it. What wild vegetables grown by themselves? Those are all dug up from the park or the bushes by the roadside. The mutation rate is high, none below 18. And they're bitter as hell. My son had a good education before. He did quite a lot of work at the base, and now he's been assigned to work in statistics. The pay there is high, he can make 100 or 80 a month. Oh dear. My daughter also works in that administrative building, but she didn't get assigned a room. She has to catch the bus at 6 every morning just to avoid being late. I'm telling you, the trading market sells flour. Although it's a bit stale, it's still edible. It's 22 cents per gene. You can buy it and mix it with nutrient solution to steam buns. The conversation was actually all over the place, but Huai Yu could still pick up some details. It was the monitoring satellites and weather satellites that gave her a sudden chill. Then she relaxed deeply again. Since even the plants are not allowed to be photographed, the rose corridor is definitely even less accessible for photos. She had been too careless in her previous considerations. But being careless was unavoidable. Huai Yu gently stroked the grass mat on the basket. Nowadays, the only provider of my livelihood is that big mountain. Chapter 25. A bit moved. The bus didn't arrive at the east gate of Hongxing Pedestrian Street until 2:30. The weather was bad, but there were more people in the pedestrian street than last time, as if everyone needed to prepare something to feel at ease before the upcoming continuous heavy rain. On the road, there were already hurried people holding raincoats or plastic sheets, and some were rushing out with rain boots, muttering, "This greedy seller raising prices as soon as it rains. 15 cents for a pair is way too expensive." Exactly. When I came last week, it was only 11 cents. Forget it, at least this thing can be used for a long time. Huai Yu listened silently, recalling the pair of rain boots she bought for 13 points and couldn't help but feel a bit of a smug satisfaction, better than nothing, but not quite the best. As expected of her, so good at budgeting and managing daily life. She just didn't know what else had gone up in price. Since she didn't plan to go out on rainy days, she decided to skip buying it this time. Observing while pondering, Huai Yu, familiar with the route, brought the items to the inspection station. As the straw curtain was lifted, the security personnel couldn't help but peek out. Oh my! So many wild vegetables? There aren't this many in the city. You must be a vegetable vendor who specializes in collecting greens. Huai Yu shook his head in confusion. No, I'm not. The other party was even more shocked. You wouldn't be going to the suburban forest park, would you? Huai Yu didn't know what was in the forest park, and just shook his head lightly. My brother brought it back. He found it outside. Oh, got it. A free explorer then. The security inspector sat back down on the stool and sighed again. These wild vegetables are so fresh, probably picked and rushed back overnight. Not easy at all. The conveyor belt sent the items into the machine, and before long it spat out a test card. The other party took out the card and upon seeing it, instantly stood up with a whoosh. Mutation value, 9. Huh? Huai Yu was a bit puzzled. It seemed the plants were feeling great. Otherwise, how could the newly sprouted buds have such a low mutation value? The inspector was actually stunned. At this moment, without waiting for Huai Yu to reach out, he quickly placed her basket and bag back onto the conveyor belt. The machine spat out another card, the value unchanged. Mutation value 9. Now, a few people at the small inspection station gathered around, asking in disbelief. Mutation value 9 is also circulating in the market? Exactly. I always thought these things would be taken away directly at the high-speed station. Damn. I really want to eat. I don't even know what normal vegetables taste like anymore. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This vegetable actually made it into Hongsheng. Everyone exchanged glances, then stared at Huai Yu with fiery eyes. Miss, are you selling the vegetables? Ah. Huai Yu was a bit confused. It wasn't that she was pretending, she just wasn't sure what price to set for this mutation value, 9, so she shyly lowered her head again and pitifully said, My brother said I don't understand anything, so it's safer to just give them to Boss Tang of Huaxia Gold. I don't know if I can sell them. Boss Tang, huh? I've heard of him working here, and apparently he also comes from a prominent family. After all, in this day and age, anyone who can sell luxury items like game consoles and cosmetics usually has some background. But Boss Tang will have to sell them outside after taking them back, he said. The other party coaxed patiently. Besides, your vegetable mutation value is only 9, and even if the few of us combine, we can't buy much. He thought for a moment, then reached out his hand. 30 points per gene, each of us wants to take a gene back to taste it, is that okay? That cautious tone suggests that these wild vegetables probably have hidden markups when they are actually sold. But Huai Yu just tilted her head innocently, okay. She smiled sweetly. The last time I went out for the first time, I didn't understand anything. Several older brothers, uncles, and sisters took good care of me and even told me about cards. She asked proactively, do you want shepherd's purse or bracken? The pearl flowers and a bit of shiitake mushrooms were pressed under the bracken so they didn't spill out. The other party was so straightforward. Everyone felt a little uneasy on their faces. But an even bigger problem stood in front of them. Shepherd's purse? Or bracken? After much thought, everyone unanimously chose bracken. It's not that shepherd's purse isn't good enough. It's just that when they want a good meal, bracken only needs a little seasoning. But shepherd's purse is either paired with eggs or meat, and at the very least you have to make a batch of dumplings. Even the flour is different. At this moment, holding bracken in hand but staring at the shepherd's purse, you can't imagine how uncomfortable it feels. And Huai Yu took some points seeing them pressing the bracken on the scale trying hard to get exactly 1 gene, so he reached out voluntarily and added 5 more stalks to the portion. Then she put away the basket and carried the bag, bye-bye. The little one smiled sweetly, making everyone feel even more sentimental. Probably someone in the family got hurt or something, so they hurried back without having time to prepare the fresh wild vegetables. Otherwise, this girl looks so naive and innocent, she wouldn't have just come straight to the market carrying vegetables like that. The naive Huai Yu successfully scored 120 points and now happily arrived at Huaxia Gold. Inside, Boss Tang was holding a game console, frowning deeply while playing, showing no sign of enjoyment at all. Seeing Huai Yu approach, his round little body instantly bounced up. Hey there, little Yu. You finally made it. I've been waiting for you so long, the flowers have all withered, and I'm about to throw up from playing games. He was originally a game geek, having completed all the new single-player games before the disaster. Then the disaster lasted 6 years. Don't mention it, just playing those few games over and over again really made me numb. Huai Yu felt a bit embarrassed. I was supposed to come yesterday. It's okay. Boss Tang didn't care at all. An adventurer, huh? How can anyone say for sure when they'll be back? When are there no unexpected things? Are you bringing wild vegetables today? The mutation value is 11, right? His round body came around from behind the counter. Then he peeked over and said, Oh wow! These wild vegetables must have just come back, right? Taking the route around Sanqing Mountain, that drive takes several hours. Not easy, not easy. He guessed the other party must have sped up, otherwise how could the vegetables be so fresh? Just like they were picked not long ago. Boss Tang looked at Huai Yu seriously and said, just for this freshness alone, if the mutation value is 11, I'll give 9 points and buy them all. Today's deal is secured, and their future cooperation will also be stable. Huai Yu shook his head and handed out 2 cards from his pocket. The staff at the inspection station didn't believe it, so they tested twice. If the mutation value is 9, what price would that fetch? Boss Tang's eyes instantly widened. He took the 2 cards and examined them over and over. The date, time, and anti-counterfeiting marks on them could not be faked. Variable mutation value 9. He pondered for a moment. Xiao Yu, I don't know if you realize, but mutation values below 10 no longer circulate in our regular market. Explorers measure them at any time and immediately notify the buyers. Sometimes they get bought before even reaching the highway entrance. He looked at Huai Yu, a bit touched on his chubby face. Our brother is willing to show me these things? Little you sister, you must have said a lot of good things, right? Chapter 26. The wealthy persona remains unshaken. Faced with Boss Tang's self-moved expression, Huai Yu opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, and could only smile shyly. To Boss Tang, this was exactly what it meant. At this moment, a surge of boldness arose. Little you girl. Don't worry, since your brother dares to trust me, I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. I'll take all these wild vegetables, 25 cents per gene, how about that? After speaking, he quickly explained, actually, if this were to circulate in the market, it might take 30 to 40 cents to buy a gene. But after all, it's about freshness. If it's delayed even a little, the appearance suffers. I'm buying on this side, so I have to quickly contact others on that side. There is still some risk. Little you girl, please understand a bit. Huai Yu naturally had nothing she couldn't understand. In business, if you earn, I earn too. Only then can it last long. If Boss Tang doesn't make a single cent, why would he be so enthusiastic about himself? From the purchase price of 8 cents for a mutation value of 11 to now 25 cents for a mutation value of 9, it seems that below 10, there really is a qualitative leap. She nodded, thank you, boss. There are also some wild shiitake mushrooms and pearl flowers below. No need to weigh the shiitake mushrooms. I'll give them to you, boss brother. Boss Tang was beaming with joy, unable to contain himself. Oh, how can I accept this? It's nothing. Little you, since you personally came to deliver the goods, I can't take advantage of you. While talking, he quickly spread out the cardboard and efficiently poured out all the wild vegetables. Then he took out his phone and hurriedly sent a message. I'll notify the buyer first. Huai Yu looked at him with some envy. Compared to this, doing business seemed so easy. But she had gained quite a lot herself. Although Shepherd's purse doesn't weigh much, the 3 plastic bags were packed full, and together they now weigh more than 13 gene. Huai Yu packed carefully, hardly bringing any of the moist soil from the roots, and Boss Tang didn't count that part at all. There are quite a lot of bracken, with the large backpack holding just over 20 gene. Pearl flowers weigh less than 5 gene, and shiitake mushrooms exactly 2 gene. Boss Tang managed to gather up to 41 gene, totaling 1025 points. Huai Yu lifted her wrist repeatedly to check the contribution points, suddenly feeling a rush of wealth. Sure enough, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. If only she had a backpack and plastic bags the day before yesterday, she might have sold another 20 gene of wild vegetables, enough to save up a few bags of cement for building a house. But nowadays... Little you, Boss Tang looked at the mud stuck on her white shoes. How do you usually get around? By bus? Huai Yu nodded, yes. Brother doesn't let me drive his car. You're still young and the roads aren't good right now, so not driving is the right choice. But I, old Tang, have a treasure here. Come, stand over here. I'll open the warehouse door for you to take a look. Curious, Huai Yu took 2 steps inside as instructed by Boss Tang and stood to one side of the showroom. The next moment, the warehouse door was opened and the wall was covered with all sorts of flashy decorations, instantly capturing her full attention. Look, this is a batch of bicycles just brought in. They say they were taken from the film studio's warehouse. See the tulle flowers tied on them? The baskets are filled with artificial flowers and this paint. Looks nice, right? His view of Huai Yu was that of a pampered little girl at home, looking young and mentally even younger. Isn't it normal for her to like these flashy things? But Huai Yu's eyes were fixed on the bicycles in front of her, her gaze focused on 2 plain black bicycles among them. I want that one. It looks so big and cool, I've never ridden one before. Boss Tang took one look. Well, a classic Dagwang. This was also brought over from the film and television city. It is said that the warehouse was rented by a period drama crew and the quality of the bike is top-notch. Speaking of which, the Dagwang now rides really fast, can carry loads, and is actually quite useful. Nowadays, motorcycles run low on fuel, electric bikes are inconvenient to charge, and vehicles are not allowed in the pedestrian street. In fact, quite a few people still ride bicycles in the city. But most of them are those blue and green shared bikes. Of course, now they belong to individuals. Just now he just put up those 28-inch bikes yesterday, and today he already sold 2. He hesitated for a moment. This bike isn't as easy to ride as that small bicycle. How about you take a look at the 26-inch or 24-inch ones? Huai Yu took a look. Although the 26/24-inch bicycles are easier to ride and more suitable for her, she takes the bus to the city, and the bicycles are mostly used for hauling goods around the Rose residence area. For example, yesterday, if she tied several heavy tree trunks to the car and pushed it along, it would be much better than dragging and pulling them herself until she was exhausted, right? At this moment, she was like a willful little girl. I have a bicycle at home, but my brother never bought me one this big. I just want this big one. Nowadays, her brother appeared more and more frequently, and with so many lies, sometimes Huai Yu herself was confused about whether she really had 2 brothers. But at this moment, pulling it out to deal with Boss Tang was absolutely no problem. He nodded, all right. I'll sell the bike for 899 points and you, miss, just need to give 650 points. Then you can go take a look around first. Give me a copy of your ID card, and I'll have someone take the bike to the vehicle management office to get a steel stamp, linking it to your ID. Steel stamp? Huai Yu asked curiously, is it like putting on a license plate? Boss Tang nodded, exactly. The satellite isn't very reliable now and the tracker installed on your bike can only be used within the city. The bike is just a clumsy method. My dad said this is the technique they used to register bikes 100 years ago. Huai Yu seemed to understand but not quite, watching Boss Tang hand back her ID card copy, and couldn't help but feel conflicted again. There are still 400 points left. What should I use them to buy? Boss Tang couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder she was called the little princess of the family. Selling such good wild vegetables and getting 1,000 points, she took them without batting an eye, and now she wanted to spend the remaining 400 points all at once. TSK. You have to know how many people in the city haven't even saved up 400 points in 6 years of natural disasters. But well, they're a wealthy family. He held his phone, watching the constant replies saying be sure to save some wild vegetables for him. And at this moment, he was happily calculating. Keep 3 gene of bracken, 3 gene of shepherd's purse, then have the family bring a bag of noodles and a slab of meat tonight. He's going to have a delicious dumpling feast. As for those 2 gene of shiitake mushrooms, no question about it. They must be stewed in fresh chicken soup. TSK, eating a meal like this would cost at least 400 or 500. But Huai Yu seemed to have thought of something and happily said, I've been wanting to plant flowers and crops in the big yard recently, maybe even build a house. I might as well buy some tools and materials. Boss Tang nodded with a smile, continuously agreeing. Ah, a big yard where you can plant flowers and crops under the care of this young girl's 2 brothers. There should be a whole team, right? Otherwise, nowadays, not to mention that big yards are rare, even the security force brave enough to let family members casually farm is also scarce. Chapter 27, Using Heavy Measures in Troubled Times. Boss Tang didn't pay any attention to Huai Yu's self-strategy. She now had 400 points in hand and didn't have to worry about survival at all, even enjoying shopping a bit more. What I hesitated to buy before. Now I can boldly go and check out. For example, toilet paper, 80 points is 80 points. This time it definitely deserves a mention. And other hygiene products, the more the better. In the blink of an eye, 122 points are gone. Scissors and a shovel are also necessary. Some wild vegetables require small tools to handle easily, which takes away another 25 points. Should I get a raincoat too? There are always things to do on rainy days. This thick one is worth 65 points. Hiss! Huai Yu stood in the middle of the road, her drifting emotions coming to a pause. Because in just a short while, plus what was left from last time, she only had just over 200 points left in her hand. Bought 2 more basins, a kitchen knife, and 10 plastic bags, and another 100 cents was gone. The last bit of points. Huai Yu hesitated and asked the oil seller, how much is fresh lard? 100 cents per gene for pork back fat. The other party didn't even look up. Huai Yu. So expensive. Her heartache was visible to the naked eye. The other party looked at the mini bags she was carrying and patiently said, don't just look at the novelty, isn't that enough? The livestock farm slaughters 1 carefully raised, barely mutated pig every day. If I didn't have some connections, I wouldn't even be able to get these 5 pounds of pork fat. Look, half an hour after delivery. Only this 1 pound is left. Girl, how about trying some aged ones? I have rapeseed oil from 6 years ago, very fresh, very safe. 15 cents per pound. 6 years ago. Huai Yu glanced at the pharmacy next door. So, is the anti-diarrheal medicine next door also from 6 years ago? The boss looked a bit sullen. Not quite. We've had a steady demand for medicine over the years, at most from last year. He waved his hand. Forget it if you don't want to buy. It's been years of natural disasters, what haven't we eaten? The rapeseed oil from 6 years ago is still unopened, and it sells pretty well here. If you don't want it, that's fine. Huai Yu thought it really was better to let it go. She didn't even know what she had been eating inside the tree cocoon, but it definitely wasn't the 6-year-old rapeseed oil, so she didn't dare take the risk. But fresh pork lard. Just thinking about it, the white pork lard could be cut into small pieces back home and rendered into fragrant pork cracklings and lard. Heat the oil in the pan, add some crushed garlic, ginger, and chili for a quick stir fry, then toss in the blanched wild vegetables. Her mouth watered instantly. But no matter how tempting it was, reason prevailed. So she gritted her teeth, turned around, and went to the luxury store on the street to buy 2 towels and a camping kettle. With the remaining money, There was no choice but to buy a pair of easy-to-wear slip-on sandals that could be worn all the way through winter. After all, after washing up, she wanted to get back to bed without the hassle of always wearing sneakers. Huai Yu returned fully loaded, stuffing everything into the all-purpose backpack. Meanwhile, Boss Tang stood at the shop door, having just taken the bicycle and keys from the young man, and smiled upon seeing Huai Yu. Just in time, want to try out your new bike? Sure. Huai Yu happily took the bike and noticed a yellow license plate on the back. Z28H1I6. She was quite curious, but considering her family already has 2 cars, she didn't ask about it. But seeing Boss Tang hand over the keys, I couldn't help but be curious. Is this used for locking? Yes, Boss Tang explained. I used to buy a lock myself, but now that's inconvenient, so I just added this thing directly to the bike. When you lock the bike, the chain gets stuck. Well, if someone really wants to steal it, they can still carry it away and run. If they run off, you just bring your ID to the vehicle management office, report the license plate number. The steel stamp has a scanning layer inside, so it's not easy to find, but not impossible. Nowadays, traffic violations are no big deal, but theft and robbery crimes. His chubby, amiable face suddenly showed a trace of severity. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. Huai Yu nodded, indicating she understood. Seeing how everyone was transitioning so peacefully back to normal life, it was clear, watching, or rather, the entire country, still had plenty of means. I know, but I just ride around my own yard. No one dares to steal. She said this with great confidence. The 600 Mu-Rose residents, even the alien defense troops would only station themselves to observe, rarely daring to patrol close by. Although she didn't feel any danger, everyone's vigilance naturally meant there was a great terror present. Of course, the person who originally allocated the houses probably never expected someone to build a house so close to the Rose Corridor. But Boss Tang's smile deepened, and he agreed at this moment. That's true, no one would dare to steal. Oh. However, although she was full of nonsense in front of Boss Tang, once the car was put on the trading market, Huai Yu began to worry. Because the 28-inch bike was really big, and besides the bus, she had no other way to get home. Nowadays, everyone takes the bus with big and small bags, so taking a bicycle on the bus shouldn't be a big problem, right? She nervously pushed her bike waiting at the platform, watching an auntie in front of her squeeze onto the bus with a large luggage bag that only appears at train stations, feeling a bit more at ease. A man stammered as he came over, panting for a long time. How much is this bicycle? Huai Yu was about to say 650, but suddenly remembered this was the price given by Boss Tang, so he said, $8.99. Hiss. Everyone was a bit amazed, and a little envious. The middle-aged man's expression showed even more envy. Does this price include a warranty? Huai Yu hesitated for a moment. Including the certificate. The other party nodded repeatedly. Good. This is a good buy. The other day, someone in our neighborhood was selling second-hand for $800 without the certificate. Only then did Huai Yu remember that besides the trading market, each residential community also had its own trading places. She recalled the residents of Jinyuan community she often met on the bus, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to ask for now. Coming to the trading market, the bus stop is right outside the door. And after getting off, it's near Zone 66 where the alien defense forces are stationed, which is safer than going to someone else's neighborhood. Wait for a while, once everyone's life becomes more stable, then go take a look around nearby. When the bus arrived, Huai Yu patiently waited for people to get on, then he stood by the door holding his bicycle tightly, looking pitiful. Uncle, can the bicycle go on? This bus driver really has no experience. But everyone on the bus was already talking. Oh wow, a bicycle. And it's brand new. A 28 speed. I've only seen these in period dramas before. Don't even know how many gears. Whoa, what kind of family does this girl come from? Must be pretty well off. Master, a young girl alone is not easy, let her come up. It's going to rain, everyone has so many things, let's squeeze in. This is not like before. Convenience for others is convenience for oneself. The auntie stared at Huai Yu with fiery eyes, wishing they could immediately pull her close to inquire about her age, marital status, and family. Chapter 28 Born Beautiful. Huai Yu half lifted the cart, her own basket still hanging on the crossbar, looking so disheveled as she got off the bus. There were no other passengers left on the bus, otherwise she really didn't know if she could have squeezed out. Those aunties were just too terrifying. With her talent for talking nonsense, she was almost grilled to the bone. Who? Huai Yu let out a breath and touched her face again. This must be what natural beauty is like, this is why it's so popular, right? As for their questions about family, work, salary, housing, whether the older brothers are married, those are just embellishments, not important. He raised his wrist to check the watch, the signs of wear and tear so obvious. He hadn't been careful enough today. Next time, it seemed he couldn't wear it in front of Boss Tang. It was not even 5 o'clock yet. The sky was still bright, just a bit overcast, and the moisture in the air was growing heavier. The tall rose corridor in the distance was so quiet, gently trembling in the spring breeze. Tender green leaves layer upon layer and pink flowers spread out like a stunning rosy cloud. Huai Yu pushed her bicycle up the hill a few steps. Standing here she could overlook the alien plant defense military camp in Zone 69 ahead. She smiled slightly, then with some effort managed to get on this overly tall bicycle. Woohoo! Here I go rushing down. Having a bike really makes a difference. The bus stop that used to take a long time to reach was now only a 10-minute bike ride away. The only pity was that the previously hardened ground had long been shattered by countless wildly growing weeds, replaced mostly by moist soil. Riding on it lacked the smoothness and evenness of the main road. But Huai Yu was already very satisfied. Back home, the precious assets were pushed into the treehouse, which seemed spacious again after the hay was moved out. Huai Yu tidied up the things she had bought one by one. The plastic bags were placed together with the previous ones. The scissors and shovel were put directly into the backpack. 2 towels, just like the previous one, hung on the tree vines, and the whole pack of toilet paper was stored together with the waterproof storage bag used for clothes. Oh no, first take out a roll to put by the bedside. It's so precious that she still doesn't dare to put it directly in the bathroom, fearing it might be gnawed by something. The kettle was placed beside the fire, and although the kitchen knife had been bought, there was no cutting board. Huai Yu was afraid of dulling the blade, so he had to set it aside for the time being. The slippers were placed by the bed. Now looking around, it really felt like a cozy home. The next moment, spring thunder suddenly roared. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck without warning, illuminating the dim sky and earth. In the distance came the rumbling roar of clouds, accompanied by the sound of heavy rain falling from far to near. It's coming! It's coming too fast. Isn't it tomorrow? Huai Yu rushed to the door, only to see that the grass leaves outside were already being battered by pea-sized raindrops, bending them this way and that. The wisteria hanging at the door swayed in the wind and rain, as if it could be knocked down at any moment. The rose-covered corridor blurred into a hazy oil painting of pink and green, separated by the heavy curtain of rain. The rain poured down in torrents. She quietly returned to the room, carefully hung the raincoat, now especially precious after the price increase on the vine, then went out, walking along the connected rain shelter. She looked around the empty shelter, listening intently, afraid that there might be a leak somewhere, and also worried that the strong wind might blow away the grass curtain she had secured with vines. Fortunately, everything was fine. However, the space originally reserved as a kitchen had to be temporarily set aside due to the sudden drop in temperature. Huai Yu once again pulled out a handful of dry grass beside the toilet to prepare for lighting a fire. After throwing a few branches piled inside the house into the fire, she sighed, put on her rain boots, donned her raincoat, and went back out to the open space. There, the branches she had cut down and the dry leaves she had dragged back were still scattered messily. The heavy rain had just started and they weren't soaked through yet. She needed to hurry and drag them into the shed. Otherwise, if the rain continued for a few more days, even the dry firewood would be useless. Raindrops fell sporadically from the edge of her raincoat's hood onto her face, heavy and persistent. Huai Yu blinked awkwardly, feeling 1,000 sighs in her heart. It's all because I was too tired yesterday and forgot about stacking the firewood. Fortunately, those branches and twigs hadn't been broken off yet. Now casually dragging a few main branches into the shed, the efficiency is still quite high. By the time she also broke off a few more branches and returned to the treehouse, the raincoat was already dripping with rain, and her face, collar, and hair were all wet. Huai Yu wiped her face, just about to lift the hood, but then remembered something and quickly carried the big red bucket to the door. After thinking it over, she also took the newly bought kettle and the previously purchased pot outside. The sound of rain pitter-pattering on the bucket, kettle, and pot soon gathered into a loud clatter. She quietly watched for a while before turning back into the house, casually taking off her raincoat and hanging it back on the vine. Then she picked up a towel to wipe her face and once again stoked the fire until it blazed fiercely. In the flickering firelight, the whole house felt so quiet and peaceful amidst the rain. If there is only one regret. Huai Yu put on her slippers and sat on the blue brick stool by the fire, looking at her bare feet and sighed. On a rainy day, it would be even happier to have a delicious meal in front of her. Whether it's instant noodles or hot pot, crayfish or barbecue. Slurp. And now she. Alright. The only seasonings are salt and sugar. At home, besides yam potatoes, there are peanuts and a handful of soybeans that are very good at causing bloating. As for the nutrient solution, forget it, that thing can only sustain survival needs. It has nothing to do with gourmet food. The straw mat is not needed for now. Huai Yu is momentarily relaxed and doesn't know what to do. After thinking it over, he can only dig out all the seeds and then figure out how to plan the planting. To farm, the first step is to find a suitable piece of land and turn over the soil, right? Then what? Bury the seeds? I have a bit of a special ability. After planting the seeds and putting in some effort, they should be able to sprout. But 2 genes of peanuts, 1 gene of soybeans, and a big handful of yam beans. If I plant all of these, won't I end up exhausted? Huai Yu gently patted her own fragile little shoulder, feeling that she might not be very good at this. Also, we should have saved some wild vegetables today. She really wants to eat something right now. Hunger had stalled her mind, and the disgusting taste of the nutrient liquid in her mouth was assaulting her soul, her stomach grumbling in extreme grievance. When Huai Yu came to her senses, she found that a pack of soybeans had already been taken out. If it weren't for the only pot still outside fetching water, it probably would have been salted and stir-fried in the kettle by now. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk psi. Roasting over low heat in the pot. Stir-fried until crispy and fragrant, with each bean blossoming, casually sprinkled with a little salt. Damn. So hungry. Chapter 29 Rainwater. Staring at the soybeans by the fire for a while, Huai Yu suffered for a long time before finally suppressing the desire to eat. This can't go on like this. So she stood up, estimated that she had collected enough water, then put on her raincoat and rain boots, and went outside to carry back the buckets, pots, and kettles. The buckets were filled to the brim with water. Huai Yu added 10 more purification tablets, then stared at it for a while. I don't know why, even though there was clearly no dirt or impurities, it still felt dirtier than the water in the pond. She looked again, only seeing the purification tablets churning in the water, so she didn't pay much attention. Anyway, as long as it could be used as daily cleaning water for washing clothes and hands, purification was enough. Then, by the blue brick fire pit, she used a few more bricks to make a stand and placed the pot on it. While waiting for the water to boil, Huai Yu was not idle. She carried the kettle and washed all the basins they had bought. Once the water boiled, she boiled the new towel for a while, took it out to dry, wrung it out, then tied the 4 corners and hung it above the mineral water bucket to serve as a filter cloth. Previously, there were no conditions for this. They just boiled the water to drink, even though there were suspended particles on top. Now that they had bought a new towel after boiling the water to sterilize and disinfect it, they let it cool a bit before filtering it through the cotton ring towel. You won't have to hold back your dislike when drinking water anymore. I forgot to buy gauze today. Otherwise, that filter would work so well. She went to check on the peanuts again. Actually, roasting peanut shells in a pot over fire can turn them into charcoal, which is the best filtering material. How about eating the peanuts first? A warm treehouse, the sound of rain pattering, peaceful moments, a stable life. All of this amplified Huai Yu's craving for food. Now, staring at his seed bank, he wished he could even bury the yam tubers in the soil. Cooked thoroughly, taken out and gently peeled off the thin skin, dipped in white sugar. And this is still the iron stick yam. But she can't possibly farm that much land herself, right? With her delicate frame, she doesn't look like someone who does this kind of farm work. If that's the case, having fewer seeds doesn't matter. The mountains are my home. But this pile of yam beans weighs about 2 gene and only requires planting in a palm-sized piece of land. When harvested, it should yield around 100 gene. The same goes for peanuts. Producing 1,000 gene per moo is possible. It would be such a waste to eat them all, right? Only soybeans. They looked a bit ordinary with many impurities. Huai Yu held them in her hand for a while, feeling that the texture was different from handling jujubes, somewhat lighter and easier. In a vague haze, she felt that she must have used her ability, but compared to previously forcing the wisteria to root and grow, it was much easier. So, she opened her palm to take a look. After doing so much farm work, her palms would turn red, swell, hurt, and blister during the day, but they would recover at night. The demands of forcing plants to grow were different, and so was her sense of fatigue. So when exactly will the efficiency improve? For example, encountering a bad guy, throwing a seed onto them, instantly causing it to take root, burrow into their blood vessels, and absorb nutrients. It's best if all this can be done within a dozen seconds or even less. Otherwise, this ability is pretty useless. The seed might not even grow before you get taken out yourself. She imagined that cool scene, now holding a seed tightly, frowning and exerting all her strength, and the other party quickly taking root and sprouting. But it took 3 to 5 minutes to load before the seed even started to sprout. Now it's rooting and sprouting vines right in the palm of the hand with just air, but before it even flowers, Huai Yu was so tired she dropped it first. So tired, she was too exhausted to move at all. Relying on this to protect herself was simply impossible. Was I really so weak? This world is just too cruel. Girls like her now need to mutate or evolve to protect themselves. Humph. Huai Yu completely lost her appetite. She threw the soybean seeds into the basin and poured some warm water in, planning to soak them first. Early April is Qingming festival, and now it's mid-March. Since she has some ability, planting a bit early should be no problem. Wait! Huai Yu suddenly turned her head, only to see outside the lifted door curtain, the heavy rain pouring down relentlessly. She was stunned for a moment, then felt both delighted and frustrated. Fate! The beans were soaked and could no longer be stored, and with such heavy rain outside, planting was impossible. The only option was to find a way to eat it so it wouldn't go to waste. She simply shrugged off all burdens, brought the bowl of soybeans in front of her, and tried to pick out the bad ones. She hadn't paid much attention when using the psychic plate earlier, but now after stirring, sure enough, there were 2 blackened and moldy beans that had to be thrown away. Just as she was about to scoop out the soybeans, she suddenly heard the rising and falling sound of alarms outside. Rapid increase in mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 29. Rapid increase in mutation value in Rose Corridor Area 32. Rose Corridor Area 35. Rose Corridor Area 42. The alarms blared one after another, and it seemed that no section was spared. The entire Rose Corridor's alarms were screaming at the top of their lungs. Huai Yu was stunned. She stood at the door of the treehouse. Through the heavy curtain of rain, the romantic flower wall hidden in the dim night appeared fierce and even somewhat terrifying at this moment. In the distance, the sound of vehicles gradually grew louder. The dim yellow headlights did not penetrate far through the rain, but she could vaguely see the lights coming and going in the distance. After quite a while, Huai Yu finally saw a vehicle driving toward her. She quickly put on her rain boots, threw on her raincoat, and rushed into the heavy curtain of rain. Before she had gone far, the vehicle ahead abruptly made a sharp turn right in front of her. Inside the car, Zhou Qian's face was familiar yet stern, his voice urgent. Go back quickly, go back. Don't linger in the rain. The rain will accelerate mutation, go back quickly. Huai Yu was stunned for a moment, then nodded at him, turned around, and ran off. Inside the car, Zhou Qian squinted his eyes, vaguely seeing that the direction Huai Yu left toward seemed to be a small house. The rain was heavy, and it was dark. The car lights could only illuminate a limited area. After confirming the other party was safe and not noticing that their house was very close to the Rose Corridor, he once again drove away with a worried expression. At the same time, his voice spread through the walkie-talkie. All units on alert. Under no circumstances are you allowed to approach the Rose Corridor. Everyone on the Sanqing Mountain defense line, fall back 50 meters. The mutation value has increased by 5 points and is still rising. Beware of the rain. At the same time, another voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Zhou, let's have a meeting tonight to discuss the protective measures after the rain. Also, the health department will issue a broadcast tomorrow, temporarily banning everyone from going to parks and other places to collect wild vegetables, mushrooms, and all edible items. The experts predict that the mutation value won't reach the critical point, but it will rise significantly. Once these things enter the mouth, never mind. The other side sighed. It's so hard to eat, probably no one can stomach it anyway. Zhou Qian put down the walkie-talkie and couldn't help but curse again. Damn. The others in the car sighed as well. In the past, the mutation values only increased after the winter snowfall. The garrison army's water system accelerated thawing and underground river circulation, so they could always keep it under control. Who would have thought it started with the spring rain this year? Everyone even said that after Qingming it would be the perfect time for planting. Exactly. As the old saying goes, plant melons and beans during Qingming. There's still half a month left, but if the mutation value can't be reduced by then. It's okay. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and comforted everyone. The root nodules of mutated legumes actively absorb pollution. This was included in the emergency plan from the start, so everyone was given someone registering their household. With a mutation value of 25, no one should be eating them. Once the rain stops, we'll call on everyone to plant the beans first. Then the wood division of the guard army will come to accelerate the growth cycle. It should recover before June. Chapter 30 Oda. Huai Yu had no idea about anything Zhou Qian said. Her memory started from the nationwide census on March 8th. She had no subconscious understanding of the 6 years of disaster. She only had some normal life knowledge, which kept her from feeling like a fool. Huai Yu gently touched the top of her head with pity. Her brain was truly remarkable. But now the city might be filled with endless curses, yet in this silent and invisibly terrifying Rose Corridor, there is nothing. She can only stare blankly at the dark, heavy curtain of rain. The Rose Corridor, which had previously shown a bit of temper but was generally docile, now snarls and claws in the rain, and the Sanqing Mountain, invisible in the deep night, seems to exude an even deeper horror at this moment. Just a moment ago she said the mountain was her home, But now, after this rain, is her home gone? The once gentle and lovely rose corridor has gone mad, and the wild vegetable mushrooms she hadn't even eaten yet. So fresh and tender, can she still eat them now? Most likely not. Looking again at those soybeans about to be eaten, Huai Yu's whole face fell. P.A. If I had known, it would have been much better to use these soybeans as seeds and buy some nutrient solution with the rest to stockpile. They could last for a month or two. Then wait for the rain to stop and carefully plant the seeds in the ground. Combined with her supernatural ability, in a month or two, she should be able to produce something, right? But now the beans have been soaked and there's no way to plant them out in the heavy rain. Huai Yu hesitated for a long time and finally just gave up completely. It's like this anyway, and since she can't plant them, she might as well eat them. At worst, she can go back and harvest more beans later, and those vegetable seedling sellers, she still remembers the chili seedlings were 10 cents each. At this moment, she cupped her hands, scooped out half of the beans, and put them straight into the pot. After thinking for a moment, she reached her hand back into the water, squeezing out the faint trace of supernatural power she had just recovered. A faint, inexplicable substance flowed from her palm into the water. Huai Yu widened her eyes, watching helplessly as the water she had felt was dirty slowly became clear and clean. Although there were still some impurities floating in the water, it just made her feel it was even cleaner. Then she turned her head to look at the bottled mineral water she had prepared to drink beside her. Her face instantly fell. Oh! After purifying a whole bucket of water, Huai Yu sat there trembling so much that she could barely lift her arm. Panting heavily, she rested for a while before angrily adding more firewood, then placed the pot on the stove. The flames immediately surged up, but since there was still smoke inside the room, the door remained open. The faint chill from the rain drifted in, making it feel very uncomfortable. Huai Yu adjusted the direction, and after the pot was hot, she put in the handful of soybeans she had just scooped out. They had only been soaking for a little over half an hour. The soybean skins were slightly softened, but the insides were still hard. But it didn't matter. Following her memory, she used a wooden spatula to stir the beans. The high heat quickly evaporated the water on top. Then she pulled out the firewood from the stove chamber and switched to a low flame to slowly roast them. Roasting and stirring at the same time was now a small pleasure to pass this boring night. As the bursts of roasted aroma slowly emerged, Huai Yu's full belly of resentment and all her fatigue instantly vanished. She became energized, almost staring at the pot with burning eyes. Hearing the occasional faint crack of the soybeans inside, she found it extremely pleasant. The soybeans in the pot had tiny cracks showing spots of golden brown. While stirring the beans, Huai Yu felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. She closed her eyes, immersed in this captivating roasted fragrance, feeling she had never been so craving before. When she opened her eyes again, beside the flickering shadows cast by the jumping flames, a small, wet little thing was cautiously looking at her with its black beady eyes. Huh? Huai Yu widened her eyes and looked over, realizing that the wet little creature looked a bit like the field mouse that had once sponsored her. Perhaps because it had been rained on, its fur was a different color than before, somewhere between maroon and orange-red. At this moment, the little field mouse curled up pitifully, looking at her as if it were seeking the warmth of the flames, or the aroma of the soybeans. Huai Yu! She thought of her peanuts and yams, and the 2 large pots of mung beans she had exchanged from the defense army, feeling a slight pang of guilt at this moment. Then she smiled even more kindly. Little field, although I accepted a bit of your support, my 600 acres of land are also shared with you. Being a field mouse, it's best to be a little content. The field mouse, inexplicably named Little Tian, squeaked chaotically, then nimbly moved closer to the fire, looking up at her with an increasingly pitiful expression. Huai Yu remained very firm, 600 acres of land. Squeak squeak! No field mouse has achievements like yours. Squeak squeak squeak! Greedy little field mice will be caught by owls. Squeak 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 squeak! All right, with such heavy rain, I'll be merciful and let you warm yourself by the fire here. But once you're done warming up, you have to go out. Squeak! You're so greedy. Fine, here, I'll give you 1 more bean, but that's all there is. Squeak squeak! 3 beans. Just 3. There's not even a little bit left. I'm going to sprinkle salt now. Huai Yu carefully picked out 3 soybeans with a spatula, blew on them by her mouth, and then poured them into her palm again. The soybeans were thoroughly roasted, their dry yellow skins cracked wide open, with occasional charred spots on the whole beans. They rolled back and forth in the pan, looking especially tempting. She placed the soybeans by the edge of the stove chamber. The field mouse squeaked, eagerly moving forward. Only when Huai Yu got closer to the stove chamber did she realize that she hadn't noticed the field mouse's fur was wet and dark earlier. After some bargaining, the little mouse's fur was now half-dried from roasting. The flames in the stove flickered, casting an orange-red glow on its fur with a halo-like golden edge at the tips. It's actually quite pretty. Huai Yu had a momentary urge to reach out and touch it. But she quickly came to her senses. Considering she didn't have many soybeans in her handful to begin with, she puffed out her cheeks, watching the field mouse timidly nibble on the soybeans, then carefully poured out a pinch of salt to evenly sprinkle over the beans. The salt grains quickly melted under high heat and soon seeped into the beans. She stirred them a couple of times, and the edges of the beans, now cracked, looked charred. At this moment, she took a deep breath, raised the spatula, and loudly declared, "Wow! I'm practically a little kitchen god. My crispy, fragrant, salty roasted soybeans." The next moment, a soft pft of laughter suddenly came from outside. Huai Yu instantly looked toward the door with a wary expression. Outside the door, the damp cold wind still blew, pitch black, nothing could be seen. But at this moment what surged in her heart was not curiosity, but immense terror and unease. Chapter 31 Danger. Who? Huai Yu cautiously stood up, holding the multifunctional shovel beside her with both hands. At this moment, she felt a bit regretful. Because the branch she had just cut was wet from the rain, containing too much moisture, it produced even more smoke when burned, so she lifted the door curtain. Captain Joe had clearly replaced it with an opaque waterproof tarp to provide extra safety in the dark, but in the end, or perhaps the shed outside the treehouse was clearly meant to be a kitchen, but because it was too cold, she still chose to stay inside the house. If she were outside right now, she could run away since she couldn't win against her. These seemingly harmless details now intertwined, creating an increasing sense of danger. "Sorry," someone outside the door said softly. "I was just passing by and smelled something nice here. I didn't expect there to be, well, a house." Huai Yu felt a surge of frustration. "I built the treehouse so beautifully, what do you mean by hesitating before you speak?" But her vigilance grew even stronger. It was raining so heavily, the sky was so dark, and the treehouse was quite close to the rose corridor. In the darkness, the shadows overlapped, and she believed the other person when they said they didn't see the treehouse. But if they said they smelled the fragrance? Huai Yu tightened her grip on the multifunctional shovel in her hand. But the other party seemed to sigh softly. "Sorry, the aroma of the soybeans is really strong. I have 200 points. If I exchange them for this portion of soybeans, I wonder if you'd be willing." Huai Yu wanted to say no, but the other party showed no intention of leaving, and if he came straight in, she wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. As for the 200 points, right now, life is more important. She hesitated, then finally said coldly, "Wait for me." The fragrant fried soybeans clattered from the pan into the bowl. Half a jean, once fried dry, only filled a small bowl, but as she carried the soybeans out, it felt as if this bowl held pure gold. "I'll leave the bowl at the door. You can take it yourself." She gripped the multifunctional spatula with one hand, her heart pounding like a drum. The door grew closer, but the light radiating from the flames dimmed. Huai Yu could only faintly make out the tall figure of a man. After she carefully placed the bowl down, she took 2 steps back and raised the multifunctional spatula cautiously. If that man bent down to pick up the soybeans after entering, she would strike with the spatula immediately. "Huh?" After squatting down to put the bowl down, she instinctively looked up, but was instantly stunned. In the pouring rain, the man at the treehouse door wore a pure white uniform, the whiteness not soft at all, almost like snow. A faint flame light radiated, and the fabric seemed to have silver sand flowing on it. The style was somewhat like a Defense Force uniform, yet slightly different. But it was clearly a standard issue. Even the military boots on his feet were unusual, as if wrapped in a hard metal layer. Most importantly, he wasn't holding an umbrella. In the continuous curtain of rain, he stood there with clear and handsome features, his posture upright. His gaze towards Huai Yu was full of apology and helplessness. And the premise of all this? "Why, aren't you getting wet in the rain?" The heavy rain was still falling, but beside him, it seemed as if an extra space was formed, or as if some different energy was enveloping his entire body. From the strands of his hair to the soles of his feet, not a drop of water touched him. Huai Yu was stunned, asking in confusion. The other party was slightly taken aback, paused for a moment, then said, "I am water element." So this is a water element user." Huai Yu couldn't help but look him up and down, her vigilance easing considerably. After all, if he could use his power so skillfully, there was no need to be so subtle in dealing with her. But at the same time, a hint of envy arose. "Is the water element really this useful? My raincoat and boots together only add up to 100 points. The other party was speechless, then seemed to hesitate for a moment, but quickly pointed to the bowl of soybeans on the ground. "Can we trade? If you add more, the moisture will make them less crispy." Since they weren't a bad person, Huai Yu was much more generous. "I don't want 200, let's split 20 points in half. I haven't even dared to try this myself." The other person laughed, his face looking a bit pale in the rain. "Are you saying that just because of these clothes?" No need for that. These beans should be a rare original variety, right? It seems they haven't been contaminated at all. Even 200 points might not be enough to buy them. However, he said, somewhat embarrassed and a bit frustrated, I only have 200 points left. Huh. Huai Yu thought to herself, I didn't really try that hard, so how come it seems like it hasn't been contaminated? Can seeds be contaminated too? Besides, what kind of clothes? Could this uniform belong to a high-ranking officer of the defense forces? But how could a high-ranking officer have only 200 points? But she didn't ask. She just extended her wrist and set the transaction amount, 20 points. The other party was momentarily stunned, then smiled helplessly. However, just as the arm was reaching out, the man quickly turned his head, his expression turning serious. Although there was no other movement in the body, the rain curtain in front instantly twisted into a transparent water rope, swiftly weaving through the dark night like a snake. Before long, a miserable scream was heard in the darkness. Ah! Huai Yu's face also turned pale. The other party turned back and casually comforted her. It's nothing. I'll check the situation later. This place is near the Rose Corridor, so there can't be any major conflicts, and it's best not to get injured or start a quarrel. He glanced warily at the pitch-black Rose Corridor, as solid as a fortress wall. When the mutation value spikes, they are easily provoked. Huai Yu, saying something like that, she actually didn't feel anything at all. The man in front of her reminded her, you have a supernatural ability, right? What type? Very weak, a bit strange, but I can sense it. Huai Yu thought for a moment. She should be what type? So this kind of supernatural ability can be detected by others? Why didn't she feel it? At this moment, she really wanted to ask a few more questions, but she was afraid of exposing herself. And the other party was still reminding her. Is it because you have a strong affinity for plants that you dare to live here? If so, you should be more alert to people. In the dark forest, the light of fire is dangerous both to you and to others. Asterisk. Huai Yu felt so helpless. If it weren't for the dampness from the firewood and her unwillingness to turn the enclosed space into smoked meat, who would want to leave the door open late at night? She could only point to the distance. What's going on over there? I don't know. The other party answered calmly, then flipped his wrist, and in the darkness, a figure was stumblingly dragged over. It wasn't until the figure was dragged to the door that Huai Yu could see clearly it was a middle-aged man. He had a very short buzz cut, wore an old, faded shirt that was hard to tell if it was blue or gray, and even his pants were now covered in mud, looking particularly disheveled. But even so, when he looked up at the two at this moment, his eyes were full of fear and ferocity. But he couldn't say a word, because the water rope was tightly strangling his neck, and a visibly raised red swelling was drawn across his right cheek. A fugitive? Chapter 32 Fugitive. Fugitive. Huai Yu was startled. Water-type abilities can also identify identity. That's incredible. The man opposite paused and said, No, it's just that the clothes he's wearing are prison clothes. Look at the chest. As they spoke, another stream of water quickly climbed up the middle-aged man's chest, swiftly washing away the mud in that area and revealing a few small embroidered characters. Third prison, 3. Then, before she could ask anything else, the other person raised an index finger to their lips and playfully winked at her. Shoo! I came quietly, it's best not to let anyone know. Can the prisoner be handed over to you? By dawn tomorrow, they should be able to send them to the defense forces. By then I should be gone, so it doesn't matter if it's known. Huai Yu also sighed. Why do you think so highly of me? The defense forces said this rainwater shouldn't be casually exposed to. It's okay. The other person smiled. You have special abilities, so your resistance will be much stronger. As long as you don't have close contact with mutated plants, there won't be any problems. Huai Yu. She recalled that she seemed to have not only had close contact but also knocked a few roses off the bush. Then she turned to look at the rose branches stubbornly blooming in the perforated brick vase in the room. Huai Yu was silent for a moment, then stepped aside to make space. Come in. You can stay here with me for the night and leave at dawn. After you leave, I will bring the prisoner over. Make sure you tie him up tight, okay? She was so generous that the other party was somewhat surprised. Aren't you afraid anymore? Huai Yu shook her head. I want you to teach me how to use this supernatural power. The other party was so powerful that subduing her would take only a blink of an eye. Previously, she had relied too much on hearing that the Rose Corridor was formidable, but now it seemed she needed to have her own skills. The young man smiled, flipped his fingers, and the water rope tied around the middle-aged man quickly burrowed into the ground, pinning him in this rain-soaked wilderness, unable to move. Then he reached out his hand to Huai Yu, his knuckles broad and his palm dry. Hello, I am Lin Stefang. Huai Yu nodded and also extended his hand. My name is Huai Yu, like the elm trees you. A large and a small palm clasped together. Lin Xiefeng stared at her for a moment, then suddenly smiled as if relieved. Meanwhile, Huai Yu's other hand was still holding a multifunctional shovel. At this moment, she released it, immediately turned around, picked up the soybeans again, and went inside the house under the other's scrutinizing gaze. Once inside the treehouse, Lin Xiefeng was somewhat surprised. You built this all by yourself? It's quite spacious. Of course. Huai Yu said proudly, it took me a lot of effort. Lin Xiefeng's gaze circled around the wisteria roots, nodding in approval. Indeed. Your ability doesn't seem strong. It's really difficult to induce the vines to take root. Huai Yu poured the soybeans from the bowl back into the pot inside at this moment. If I had known you would see through my efforts at concealment with just one glance. Scared me half to death in the middle of the night. My soybeans have gone damp. I'll dry them again. If you don't want to join the guard, it's fine to conceal things appropriately. It's just personal freedom. There was only one stool made of bricks in the room, but Lin Xiefeng had already taken a few bricks himself and stacked them to make a seat, acting very naturally. The invisible flow of water washed away, as if the years-old grime on the blue bricks had vanished, making Huai Yu feel a fresh wave of envy. Then can you dissipate the moisture inside these beans? She looked at Lin Xiefeng expectantly. He propped his chin on his hand and smiled, I can. Then he raised his index finger and shook it. But I don't want to because the aroma of these beans is most enticing only when roasted over fire. I'm planning to set off overnight. Passing by here, I saw the firelight. Curious, I came to take a look. Unexpectedly, I immediately smelled the fragrance. After exchanging names and becoming familiar, his originally very composed demeanor faded, and now he seemed like a casual neighbor chatting. When I set off, I deliberately only brought 200 coins, but a handful of soybeans disrupted my plan. You sheltered me for a night, lodging plus beans, all these coins are yours. This time Huai Yu didn't refuse, she simply handed the transaction bracelet back and asked curiously, where are you headed? The other person's eyes were fixed intently on the soybeans in the pot, speaking casually to the wasteland. An explorer? She was curious. How are you going? Didn't they say the Rose Corridor is off limits? Why are you going through here? Not bad. Lin Xiefeng smiled, a trace of pride in his expression. If you're strong enough, the Rose Corridor can't react in time before I'm out. If it weren't for this rain, it actually isn't that aggressive. Most of the time it's more like a silent little girl. The silent little girl? What a magical metaphor. Huai Yu slowly flipped through the soybeans as if opening 100,000 Ys. What does the number 3 on that prison uniform mean? Just as the question was being asked, Lin Xiefeng had already seized the opportunity, quickly picking a bean from the pot and instantly stuffing it into his mouth. Hot. He mumbled, and after a moment of crunching, his expression became especially pleased. Sure enough, these are unpolluted beans. Huai Yu, you have many secrets. Though he said this, his tone was relaxed and casual, clearly not taking the matter seriously, which made it impossible for Huai Yu to get nervous. Not enough salt. Lin Xiefeng commented silently, then answered the previous question. The serial number means the crime level. That is a serious criminal, and right now you're too weak to feel it, but he is fire type. Just right. Rainy days are the best chance to subdue him. Don't let a moment of pity make you decide to let him inside to avoid the rain. Getting soaked all night won't kill him. If he goes crazy or dies from too much rain, it wouldn't be a pity. Going crazy or dying from too much rain. Is it because polluted rainwater increases mutation values? Huai Yu pondered for a moment. What kind of person becomes a serious criminal? A murderer. Not just that. Lin Xiefeng shook his head. The new category after the disaster. Those who, in the chaos for personal gain, directly or indirectly cause multiple deaths. So when you see a criminal, don't hesitate. Huai Yu nodded and responded solemnly. Then how did you train to become so skilled? I want to learn. Lin Xiefeng advised, if possible, I suggest you don't learn. The enhancement of abilities comes with an increase in mutation value. The closer the mutation value is to the critical point, the stronger the ability. As for the means of application, it's just a matter of perspective and proficiency. For example, although I am water-based, as long as my ability is strong enough, I can instantly drain the water inside a plant or cause the sap to boil through vibration. This is very effective against mutated plants. Huai Yu seemed thoughtful. Then, what about humans? The other party smiled slightly with a gentle and kind expression. People are the same. Chapter 33, the most romantic. It's really strange. Huai Yu rested his chin on his hand, looking seriously at Lin Xiefeng, who was carefully sprinkling salt into the pot, his expression focused and gentle, without a trace of aggression. But thinking of the methods the other person mentioned. Wow! Really charming. The methods you just mentioned are all lethal, but what if you don't want the other person to die? She asked seriously. Lin Xiefeng gave her a look that was half a smile, half not. When dealing with enemies, if you don't want them to die, then you have to be the one to die. Then he looked at Huai Yu's fair little face, which looked barely of age, and changed his words. Have you heard of a water blade? It forcibly compresses the water you can gather and releases it quickly. As he spoke, he extended his finger and casually drew a circle in the air above the green bricks on the ground. Huai Yu didn't even see any water flow down. But in that instant, a perfect circle had already been cut into the brick. She widened her eyes, picked up the brick, and the heavy, thick circle in the center instantly fell to the ground, leaving only a cutout frame in her hand. So round. She looked at Lin Stefeng with a bit of anticipation. He choked for a moment, then said speechlessly, What are you thinking? The ability only lets me cut, it won't make the circle any rounder. Maybe it's because I used to study painting. Drawing a circle freehand is nothing to brag about. Huai Yu nodded slightly, a bit disappointed, then asked, What about my ability? It's so weak. What methods can I use now to subdue the enemy? The beans in the pot were already roasted. Lin Xiefeng carefully took the pot down, then stared at the beans without blinking. What element? It depends on which specific aspects you focus on. Generally speaking, affinity can only prevent mutated plants from actively attacking easily. As for other methods, most involve training the growth speed, quickly setting up fences or using seed parasitism as well as vine entanglement. But your mutation value is too low, so your ability is weak. I guess you have no growth acceleration at all. Huai Yu nodded. I just finished growing a branch and I was so tired I couldn't lift my arm. I need to rest for a long time. What should I do next time if I encounter such a criminal? Lin Xiefeng pondered for a moment. Although it's hard for a serious criminal to escape easily and no one dares to approach the Rose Corridor if the other party didn't have the same plan to sneak in at night, they wouldn't have come this way at all. It's probably because the defense forces have the person surrounded too tightly, making them desperate. But the probability of danger and safety is only 0 in 100. He didn't think it was unnecessary worry. Instead, after serious consideration, he gave an answer. Exercise more, go out less. Ah. Huai Yu was stunned. There's no other way, Lin Xiefeng shrugged. Actively increasing mutation values is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Every increase comes with years of pain. If you're not careful in daily life and your mutation value reaches a critical point due to contamination, it will drive you mad towards death. But if you don't increase the mutation value, you can't train your abilities. They've been researching for 5 or 6 years, and still haven't found a more reliable method. He spoke, as if he had thought of something, and murmured again, if pollution is gradually resolved over time, perhaps superpowers will also disappear. That works too. In chaotic times, strong people are needed to inspire progress, but in a peaceful society, the order of the state and the edge of the sword are more important. Huai Yu listened silently, offering no opinion. However, Lin Stefeng's slight melancholy lasted only a moment. After all, it had been 6 years, and the pollution levels fluctuated every year. It's probably unlikely to disappear anytime soon. At this moment, he turned his thoughts back to the issue of Huai Yu. So, while you're still young, run around carrying bricks and tree trunks when you have nothing else to do. The faster you run and the stronger you get, the higher your chances of survival when you encounter danger. If you happen to provoke some formidable opponent. He picked up a bean and offered another sustainable suggestion. If it really doesn't work out, find mutated plants, like the Rose Corridor or Sanqing Mountain. Have you been to Sanqing Mountain? There used to be a Taoist temple on the mountain. The environment there is actually quite good. The main root system of the Rose Corridor is right there. This was once the Sanqing Mountain that many people traveled thousands of miles to explore, and now it is also the barrier protecting our homeland. If you're desperate, just find a place to squat there. There's a 50% chance they won't actively attack wood-type ability users. After saying this, Lin Xiefeng bit down hard on a bean. Huai Yu stared at him with wide eyes, her gaze fierce. The other party laughed out loud. Little girl, you have quite a few secrets, and your heart is pretty fierce. Hey, how old are you? Why do you live here alone? Forget it, no need to tell me. I'm about to go to the wasteland anyway, knowing won't help. What's with the stare? Got something to say. Huai Yu spoke seriously, word by word. Listening to your words is a waste of my beans. She snatched the pot over. Don't eat so much, I can only share half with you. Besides, if you eat too much, you'll fart at night, and then you'll have to sleep by the door. Lin Stefeng laughed heartily, his voice clear. It must be said, on this cold rainy night, his presence unknowingly helped Huai Yu relax. You're overthinking it, it's just a handful of beans. Is there even 3 tails in this pot? If we split it half and half, that's just a handful each, can that really cause farting? Young girls, why do you worry about such things? Huai Yu wrinkled her nose, I shouldn't be that young. I lost my memory. When I woke up, I had nothing on me except my clothes and I had to figure everything out on my own. Everyone thinks I'm very young, but I feel like I'm not that young. I must be an adult. When she said this, her expression was calm, without the seriousness she showed when revealing the secret, nor the relief of letting it out, as if she were just casually chatting. Lin Xiafeng didn't think much of it either. People who often live alone tend to easily reveal their true feelings to strangers they feel safe with. Even he cannot avoid it. For example, at this moment, almost no one knows that Lin Xiafeng, the former guard officer who should be recuperating in the imperial capital, will come to the Rose Corridor in Flower City on this rainy night. It's simply because he feels that this is the most romantic path leading to the wilderness. Fortunately, Huai Yu really seems to have never heard of him. The girl opposite still had baby fat on her face, clearly only about 16, 17 or 18 years old, but Lin Xiafeng did not doubt her words. At this moment he just glanced at Huai Yu, then suddenly sighed. The teacher who used to teach me painting could tell bone age, and could roughly judge the age based on your body shape. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at it. So, he suddenly smiled proudly, you'd better just be a little maid. Sometimes being younger has quite a few hidden advantages. That's true. Huai Yu also admitted that whether it was Captain Zhou or Boss Tang, they actually saw her as a little girl, which is why they were more patient and tolerant when they first met. Chapter 34. Sorry. The two sat around the firelight in the treehouse, chatting casually. No one cared about the fate of the hardened criminals outside. Huai Yu was happily chewing on soybeans when she suddenly asked, I praised my own cooking skills. Why did you laugh at that time? Was the stir-fried beans not tasty? If it hadn't been for that laugh, she wouldn't have been so frightened. Lin Xiafeng recalled the moment and couldn't help but chuckle. I don't know. I was hesitating at the door about whether to ask about buying beans when I suddenly heard you speak. That kind of confidence and carefree spirit that only children have, combined with the girl's clear, crisp voice, made him laugh out loud uncontrollably. He regretted it immediately after laughing. After all, on a rainy night, outdoors alone, suddenly laughing out loud. All the elements of a murder case were piling up. Ahem, he probably scared the other person quite a bit. He felt somewhat apologetic. Sorry about that. Huai Yu shook her head. It's okay. You scared me, but you also helped me, so it's fine. Without Lin Xiafeng, facing a vicious violent felon alone, who knows what might have happened. After a while, Lin Xiafeng opened his palm. Give me a little more. That's all. Huai Yu clicked his tongue and spread his hands. Half a gene of beans was used for frying, 3 were given to Xiao Tian. Then you got half and I got half. There's no more. Is this Xiao Tian? Lin Xiafeng flipped his palm, and in the center of his palm was a transparent round roller. Inside the roller, a small hamster with orange-red fur edged in gold was spinning around and around. Pretty good. He smiled warmly as he watched Xiao Tian looking dizzy inside and commented, You live alone, having a pet is pretty good. Huai Yu made an sound, then cleared his throat. How about, we put it down? I don't think it likes the wheel very much. Most importantly, I only accepted a small offering from it, with no intention of raising it. The water will suddenly broke open, and Xiao Tian fell with a plop into Lin Xiafeng's palm, then was quickly wrapped in the flowing water and washed wetly onto the ground. The little field mouse was powerless to resist the damn enemy, squeaking squeak 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 all the while, and finally resentfully went to guard by the fire, drying its fur again. Lin Xiafeng looked at it, then glanced at Huai Yu. The beans I ate wouldn't be. How could that be? Huai Yu smiled warmly. It just contributed a few other seeds, which gave me the confidence to eat the beans. She sighed again. With this heavy rain, the wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest are all inedible. I thought I had found a way to get rich. Now it's time to figure out how to live again. At this point, she glanced at Lin Xiafeng once more. The 200 contribution points he gave had eased her immediate worries, giving her more time to adjust. Lin Xiafeng sighed, let's wait a bit longer. The Statistics Bureau has given everyone soybeans. After the legume root nodules absorb the pollution, around May or June, we should still be able to catch a planting season. Wood-type psychics are somewhat more efficient than others. Huai Yu also sighed, it can only be like this. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiafeng asked again, you just said you used half a gene of beans for one gene, what about the other half? They've all been eaten. Wouldn't you want to enjoy eating it all at once? Huai Yu pointed to a basin on the side. Look, it's soaking in there. I'll try to see if it can sprout bean sprouts. If it works, forcing it to produce soybeans is quite difficult, but sprouting bean sprouts should be easier, and it might be sellable then. Lin Xiafeng frowned. This water. He reached out and stirred the water in the basin, then was instantly surprised. This water. Then she turned to Huai Yu and asked, is the water you drank the same as this? Where did it come from? Huai Yu recalled her own purified water, and hesitated a bit. Could it be that this ability wasn't within the wood element's domain? But she still pointed to the mineral water bucket. The water in the red bucket was purified with purification tablets, and the water in the mineral water bucket was boiled and then filtered. I also went through quite a bit of effort to purify them again. Also, Lin Sefeng caught the keyword. Yes. Huai Yu nodded. The ability to accelerate plant growth. If you try harder, their mutation value will decrease, and they will taste much better. Lin Sefeng was stunned. After a moment, he reached out to draw a stream of water into his mouth, then sighed with a complicated expression. How can you be called Huai Yu? You should clearly be called Huai Bi. The wood element ability can induce growth, but inducing growth does not mean it can purify. These are two different abilities, and so far no one has been heard to be able to do both. He recalled Huai Yu saying that inducing plant growth was very exhausting, and he had previously thought it was because of being too weak. Now it seems, isn't it just because it's exhausting? Because the ability used is not meant for inducing childbirth at all. It's already amazing that it has any effect. Huai Yu was a bit nervous. Is it really that rare? Lin Stefeng nodded. As far as I know, only you. So keep your secret well. Even I can only sense a faint wood-type supernatural ability. As long as you are a bit cautious, no one else will find out. Purification can currently only be done through various mutated plants, and the efficiency is not high. Moreover, the level of purification cannot reach what you have. No wonder the soybeans are so pure. He sighed with a sense of regret. If this ability were strong enough and she could protect herself, Lin Sefeng would suggest that she contact the Academy of Sciences. But since she has no ability to protect herself at all now, Lin Sefeng didn't even mention it. Huai Yu nodded and took this matter seriously. But the other party kept staring at the soybeans in the basin. Do you have the ability now? How about accelerating the growth a bit more? Crisp and tender soybean sprouts should be delicious too. To be able to enjoy such delicacies before going to the wasteland. Huai Yu, if I had met you earlier, maybe I wouldn't want to go to the wasteland. Huai Yu was stunned. Without oil, the sprouts will be ruined, can't you not go? Lin Stefeng laughed. What does a little girl understand? Just take good care of yourself. Huai Yu did not argue, but after a moment of silence told him another thing. The rose corridor seems willing to let me get close. He was somewhat surprised. Really? Huai Yu pointed to the rose on the bedside that had not yet withered. Look, I picked this from the rose corridor and have been keeping it for many days. Lin Xiafeng leaned over in surprise, observing carefully. After a long while he turned back. Very beautiful. I used to hate painting roses when I was drawing, large clusters of them. Their vitality was too strong and I could never quite capture it, often resulting in low evaluations because of it. But looking at it now, he murmured, lost in thought, then sighed, so beautiful. Then he reached out his hand toward the door. The next moment, the hardened criminal was pulled into the room with a bang, crashing hard onto the floor. Chapter 35 Rose Companion. Suddenly thrown to the ground, the serious criminal looked up and glared fiercely at the two. Huai Yu was also stunned. What's wrong? Just in case, Lin Sefeng smiled. Some people experience a secondary mutation in their abilities after acquiring supernatural powers. And for some, their five senses become greatly enhanced. We talked about too many things we shouldn't have. I'm afraid he heard it. Huai Yu sighed. If she hadn't been alone for so long and if Lin Stefeng didn't make her feel so at ease, she wouldn't have said so many things she shouldn't have. But at this moment, the mental relaxation was extremely satisfying, so she looked at the other person with curiosity. Then how can we be sure whether he heard it or not? Lin Xiafeng raised his eyebrows. How to be sure? There's no need to be sure. He spoke with a hint of regret. What a pity when the mutation value is unstable, the rose corridor really dislikes bloodshed and conflict. So, bang! A stream of water silently wrapped around the head of the heavy criminal, then instantly squeezed inward with force. Huai Yu could only see the other party's originally fierce eyes suddenly become confused, their eyes stretched to the limit. Accompanied by a dull sound as if coming from underwater, his hard skull caved in, and red and pink substances slowly oozed out, with pink viscous liquid beginning to flow from his nasal cavity. The other party's cry of pain had just begun and was already over. Now only an empty consciousness was barely clinging to life, with even the sound of breathing almost imperceptible. The water sphere surrounding him did not dissipate. It continued to flow over his head, striving to prevent a single drop of blood or brain matter from spilling. Lin Xiafeng turned around, his expression clear. Huai Yu, I'll teach you one more thing. When it's time to act, don't hesitate, and don't give any minor character a chance to interfere with your comeback. His movements were so decisive, without the slightest hesitation or doubt. Huai Yu was stunned by the scene that was clearly bloody yet strangely calm, her face instantly turning pale. But then she nodded, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I've got it. What if he dies? Not much to say, a serious criminal escaped prison. resisted law enforcement. Does this even need an explanation? Lin Xiefeng spoke confidently, but his face instantly clouded with worry. Sigh, after he dies, we still have to send the body to the defense army's gate. What a hassle. Huai Yu sat back down, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at him, always feeling this person was very interesting, and his way of doing things was quite intriguing. But really, how annoying. I've revealed my secret, and the other party hasn't said anything yet? Could it be that the name isn't real either? Oh. Bringing someone in was for on-site teaching and to ensure the rose corridor was foolproof. Now seeing the other party exhale more than inhale and unable to make a sound, Lin Xiefeng disdainfully dragged them out. The room fell silent again. Huai Yu pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly, very thrilling. She took a deep breath to calm down, then looked at Lin Xiefeng. You haven't told me yet. What are you going to do in the wasteland? Lin Xiefeng smiled warmly and coaxed her. I can't tell you. That rose is very beautiful. Can you give it to me? Taking flowers to the wilderness? Huai Yu wondered. Lin Xiefeng's smile didn't change. I feel like having it with me would be very romantic. Then you. She wanted to ask more, but saw Lin Xiefeng wave his hand at her. Huai Yu, it's very late. You should rest now. Huai Yu was indeed very tired. After a day of running around, her supernatural powers were repeatedly overdrawn, and the night was filled with continuous mental stimulation. She shouldn't have relaxed and gone to sleep like this, but thinking of Lin Xiefeng's abilities, she felt reassured and nodded. All right then. She took off her coat and slipped into the sleeping bag, intending to say a few more words, but her mind barely turned once before she couldn't resist the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Oh. The next day. The room was dim, with a curtain of water flowing like a wall dividing the treehouse in two, faintly revealing flickering orange-red flames. It was also the only source of light in the pitch-black room. This is... Huai Yu stared blankly for a moment, then unzipped the sleeping bag and sat up, raising her wrist to look at the blurry numbers above. It's 10 in the morning. The sound of raindrops hitting overhead has not stopped, but it is noticeably lighter. The house is empty and even the door curtain is only slightly parted. Where is Lin Xiefeng? Huai Yu got out of bed, her palm hesitantly pressing on the sheet of water. In just an instant, the entire water curtain cascaded down like layers of silk, briefly lingering on the blue brick floor before instantly flowing to both sides due to the slope of the ground. Is this used for protection? Huai Yu curiously looked at her palm. The sensation was icy cold, yet her hand was not wet, which was strange. She opened the door curtain, and the dim daylight outside filtered in, instantly brightening the whole room a little. It was only then that Huai Yu realized the room seemed different. For example, the door curtain she was lifting in front of her. Originally, she had braided it using 3 strands and then combined them, making it uneven, with many broken straw stems sticking out and curling up. After all, it was dry grass, which lacked some flexibility. Huai Yu believed this was not her fault. But now the straw mat has been replaced by someone else, with strands and layers of dry grass overlapping, woven with an exceptionally neat warp and weft like a straw mat. With it hanging on the door, the overall integrity of the treehouse has greatly improved. Looking inside the house again. The roses in the vase by the bedside have disappeared, but the simple cabinet and stool that I built myself, along with the dirt on the blue bricks, have all been thoroughly washed clean. The clothes hung up, which hadn't yet been cleaned, are now not only neat and clean but also completely free of moisture, appearing especially dry. Also the pots and bowls used last night. The 28-inch bike by the wall covered in dirt and grass clippings. He even wove 3 baskets of different sizes from vines. When Huai Yu, full of surprise, observed all the way to the bedside, he found on the blue bricks at the head of the bed a small sparkling ice sculpture. The ice sculpture didn't carve anything, but instead formed a base, on which a line of words was frozen. Thank you for your rose, Lin Xiefeng. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say for a long time, and in the end could only express deep regret. Snail Girl. The Snail Girl was gone, but Huai Yu's life had to go on. The serious criminal had disappeared without a trace, and Huai Yu turned and entered the shed, suddenly stunned again. Inside the shed, the branches and twigs he had hastily dragged and looked disheveled, but now the hard tree trunks had been neatly cut into small segments. Some of the slightly thicker trunks had even been cut in half. They are neatly stacked by size along the edge of the shed. The quantity isn't particularly large, but they look pleasing to the eye. Huai Yu tentatively picked up a piece of firewood and found that these fresh branches she had dragged back just the day before yesterday had now been dried out, feeling light and airy in her hand. At the very least, when lit, they definitely wouldn't produce such thick, wet smoke. She thought of the ice sculpture placed by her bedside and suddenly felt a pang of melancholy welling up from deep within her heart. Chapter 36. Boss Tang's Resentment. Lin Xiefeng had already left, and Huai Yu's inexplicable melancholy lasted only for a moment before quickly being cast aside. The most important thing now, of course, was the beans she soaked yesterday. Sprouting beans requires a breathable and water-permeable container. Huai Yu had originally planned to use a straw mat laid over the basin as a makeshift solution, but now seeing the small vine basket woven by Lin Xiafeng, it was simply perfect. The soybeans issued by the Statistics Bureau, although not old beans to ensure germination rate, were truly of worrying quality. In any case, they were completely inedible. But the soybeans soaking in the basin now were plump, creamy yellow, and smooth. If these were fried directly in oil to eat. Huai Yu sighed, poured the soybeans into a basket to drain, and then washed them again. After draining the soybeans and spreading them out again, she placed the basket over the basin, then took the clean towel used yesterday to filter water, soaked it, spread it over the beans, and poured water over them once more. The temperature was still a bit low, so Huai Yu thought for a moment, then moved the basin a little closer to the fire and placed another basin on top. The rain outside had already lessened. From a drizzling rain to a fine mist, the sky remained gloomy, showing no sign of clearing up. She sighed, checked her wristband, counted her more than 200 points, and couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. If I had known she was so capable, I wouldn't have insisted on keeping this share. But now, looking around with nothing to do, Huai Yu had no choice but to retreat back into the room and take out that pile of Chinese yams. Since Lin Xiafeng said her abilities were extraordinary, maybe using them more could help her develop them? And about her own origins. When she woke up from the tree cocoon, she wandered aimlessly on the mountain for a long time, only knowing there were cold brick buildings and towering trees. Where is that? Is it the Taoist temple on Sanqing Mountain? Could I actually be a Taoist priest? Wow, that sounds kind of cool. Maybe even the type who lives in seclusion, cooks on a clay stove, chops wood, and practices martial arts? But then looking at my physique, that doesn't seem right either. She thought that if she had the chance in the future, she would go up the mountain to look for it. At the very least, that tree cocoon was roomier than a sleeping bag and very comfortable, not hard or uncomfortable at all. Well, she wasn't aware, so she didn't know if it was actually uncomfortable. While Huai Yu was lost in thought, she placed the yam beans in her palm one by one. A slight power surged, and this time she closed her eyes to seriously feel it, discovering that different yam beans require different abilities. The small and somewhat shriveled ones needed more energy, while some that were large and plump but gave off a not tasty vibe also required a lot of energy. But these were only a small portion, most of the others required relatively balanced amounts of energy. After waiting for nearly 2 jin of yam beans to be completely purified, Huai Yu raised his arm and found that this time he still had some strength left. It wasn't as exhausting as purifying the soybeans and water. Then he checked the time. Well, it was already noon. It took more than 2 hours to purify 2 jin of yam beans. This efficiency was just too low. She put the yam beans back into the basket, but saw Xiao Tian sneaking over with a furtive look, squeaking, as if trying to get closer. This won't do. Huai Yu lifted the basket. This is my stuff, you can only take it if I give it to you. Her tone was like coaxing a little mouse, but her actions were so cold. Xiao Tian watched helplessly as she hung the basket on the tree vine, squeaking angrily at the moment, then slipped away before Huai Yu could glare at him. Huai Yu bit into a pack of nutritional fluid, glanced at the few packs left, and felt increasingly melancholy. If only I had gathered a few more wild vegetables back then, or at least bought the lard first. If last night's stir-fried beans had been fried in oil first, I can't imagine how fragrant and crispy they would have been. The strange and peculiar texture was unpleasant to drink, and she stared at the increasingly dense rain streaks, once again reaching for the peanuts. Oh! At this moment, the only winner in this heavy rain was probably Tang Hongji Boss Tang. It has been a full day since he notified yesterday afternoon that fresh wild vegetables were available, and his phone has been ringing nonstop ever since. He put on a smiling face and kept answering calls. It's all gone, really all gone. What is your status? If I had good stuff here, wouldn't I send it over immediately? Oh dear. You're really late. There's absolutely nothing left next time. Next time I will definitely notify you right away. Ha, it's really gone, who are we kidding? Do you think I can fool you here? So, mutation value 9. How many years has it been since you last had this? Haha, as long as it's good. As long as it's good. I was afraid you wouldn't be satisfied. I hadn't even had time to pack it after receiving it, so I hurried to send it over. Yes, thank you, thank you. Phone messages kept coming nonstop. Now, with the simple phone functions, he had managed to make full use of them. The old man at home glanced at him while walking in the yard, clearly disapproving. If you're selling something, just sell it. Look at that sycophantic look on your face. How does that look like my grandson? Then you just don't understand. Boss Tang said proudly. In business, you need harmony from all sides to attract wealth from all directions. Saying a few nice words smoothly, you're good, I'm good, everyone's good, isn't a big deal. I think it's because your old man hasn't made it high enough yet. Look at you like this. Tang Hongji wasn't angry either. Grandpa, you and my dad have your own ways. Too serious. On my side, it's all trivial little things. You can't shoot down mosquitoes with anti-aircraft guns every time. Just doing some small business when there's nothing else to do, so don't worry about it. By the way, was the chicken soup last night tasty? The old man was immediately diverted from the topic, his face full of sighs. Fragrant. Truly fragrant. Those mushrooms are genuine wild shiitake, soaked in chicken broth oil. The flavor is really... He smacked his lips, a bit regretful. I shouldn't have eaten both the shepherd's purse dumplings and the spicy sour bracken in one go. I could have enjoyed them for 2 more meals today. Speaking of which, the whole family was regretting it. Tang Hongji was even more frustrated. This first cooperation opened the door. I thought we could have a stable relationship in the future, so I thought we could relax and eat meat occasionally. Who would have known that the heavy rain would come so suddenly, ruining the spring rain with pollution? Who can we go to for justice? This rain covers a wide area. Almost half the country is shrouded in continuous rain. With this, running around 3 or 5 cities probably won't get such fresh and clean wild vegetables anymore. He also bought low-variation chickens and pork at high prices from the Livestock Bureau auction. Sigh. Just satisfied my craving and the price went up again. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other in silence, only sighing. Tang Hongji thought for a long time. Once the rain stops, I still have to go to the shop to keep watch. This new partner has quite a wide network and probably comes from a powerful family. I have to hang around there and can't let anyone cut me off. Chapter 37. Empty basket, hollow heart, emptiness. It rained heavily for 3 full days. During this time it only stopped briefly a few times, each time for less than an hour. The rest of the time it was just a matter of heavier or lighter rain. The morning broadcast still started at 8 o'clock sharp. Today's weather forecast was cloudy turning to light rain. Huai Yu looked at the sky, hesitating whether to go into the mountain for a trip. The pond not far away was muddy and turbid. It would probably take quite some time to clear up. The previous 3 to 5 acres of pond only had half the water, but now it was level with the edge of the pond. The water pollution level was so high that for a long time to come, using the water would likely be very difficult. She puffed out her cheeks in frustration. But no matter what, it was still a precious spring rain. Now that the sky had just cleared, a layer of tender new leaves could be seen sprouting on the distant mountains. The grasslands all around seemed to be covered with a fuzzy layer of fresh green, the color of the grass especially vibrant. Huai Yu crouched down and touched it. It was tender and fresh. She wondered if the sprouts that would grow after a while could be eaten. She carried a few pieces of dry firewood back from the shed. Even in broad daylight, the fire couldn't be stopped. Because of continuous rain, even though she had chosen a high place to build the house and laid a layer of green bricks underneath, with this rain, the water inside the house was about to overflow. If she didn't light a fire to dry things out, she might really end up living in water. It's enough to start a fire, but the room is filled with damp, warm moisture. If the rain doesn't stop, Huai Yu even suspects she's going to break out in a rash. She sighed, thinking how wonderful it would be to have a proper house. However, building a house costs money, and she now only has the 200 points Lin Stefang gave her along with some she had before. The urgent task is to save more money to feel secure and not be at a loss when trouble arises. So she gathered firewood, glanced again at the bean sprouts growing slowly due to the low temperature, then turned, put on her raincoat and boots, slung the basket on her back, and pushed her bicycle out the door. Although everyone says you shouldn't eat wild vegetables and mushrooms after heavy rain, Sanqing Mountain is so vast that she has to try it at least once. The 28-speed bike was a bit difficult to ride on the muddy ground, but it was still more convenient than walking. Huai Yu took less than 10 minutes to arrive at the Rose Corridor 8 area. At this moment, the bike was parked beside the roses. She reached out her hand, then hesitated and pulled it back. The rain has stopped. Are you in a good mood? If so, can I come over? Secretly. The Rose Corridor was silent, only trembling briefly as branches and leaves shook, pitter-pattering water droplets and damp petals falling all over the ground. Huai Yu simply gathered a handful of thorny flower branches. Please. I'm starving. After a moment, the flower branches in front of him rustled and slid, and amid the sound of dripping water droplets, finally opened up a passage. Huai Yu laughed happily. Your flowers are really wonderful. She skillfully navigated with a backpack basket on her back, but as soon as she stepped out of the corridor, she was stunned by the scene before her. Sanqing Mountain alive. No, it wasn't exactly alive, it was just that. When she came before, although there were occasional signs of spring, there were mostly withered branches and yellow leaves, the trees all bleak and bare. But now, after several continuous heavy rains, starting from the hillside winding up from her feet, layers of withered leaves had large patches of mushrooms and grass blades sprouting. Some even made an effort to bloom sporadically in purple, blue, pink, yellow, and various other colors. Raindrops lingered on the blue-purple petals, making the flowers look almost transparent. So beautiful! She climbed the rocks and followed the path upward. There were a few scattered clusters of mushrooms along the way, but because the temperature was too low, they hadn't grown much yet, so Huai Yu had to give up for now. Sparse wild vegetables were also slowly emerging. Rainwater gradually gathered from the mountain, forming streams that flowed down, and the wild grass on both sides grew especially lush. Huai Yu had barely walked a few steps when she saw a cluster of scallions. The tender green, broad leaves seemed to have grown fiercely over the past few days. When she reached out to pull them, she could feel that the entire stem of the scallion seemed quite dirty. After a pause, she still pulled out two, shook off the soil from the roots, and placed them into the basket. Walking further ahead, she could see even denser Eshin plants, but they were not growing as fast and were still very young. Huai Yu also reached out and pulled a couple of handfuls. The scent was strong, but still very dirty. She stood in this treasure-like mountain with a heavy sigh, surrounded by riches but unable to use any of it. What a frustrating feeling. After much thought, she still couldn't give up and went to look at the bracken and shepherd's purse that had grown lush before the rain. There was a scene full of vibrant life. The previously picked bare bracken had sprouted again like bamboo shoots after the rain, and the shepherd's purse at the foot of the slope was a lush green. How delightful it was. But Huai Yu almost cried with regret. Because none of what was before her was edible. They are all heavily polluted. Even worse than the green belts I saw in the urban area before. Not even as good as the wild grass in front of my own door. Her boots stepped on the soft branches and leaves with little mud, but her heart felt like it was covered in thick mud, heavy and burdened. At this moment, her small body was wearing an oversized raincoat and equally large rain boots, carrying an empty, large basket on her back, inside which could only be seen a handful of tender eryngium leaves and two scallions. The bottom of the basket isn't even covered. Halfway there, Huai Yu suddenly remembered something and turned back. The contamination level of this wild vegetable is so high that at this critical moment, she dared not easily purify it and sell it. But if she can't sell it, can't she at least eat it herself? Even without any seasoning, it still tastes better than nutrient solution, right? She gritted her teeth, put down the basket, and bent down again to pick wild vegetables. There could be more bracken, and she would try to pickle it when she got back. No need for shepherd's purse as it doesn't keep well. Now that there were no eggs to go with it, just adding salt would make it taste like eating grass. Better not. Because salt was too expensive, Huai Yu thought it over and didn't dare pick too much bracken either. Altogether, it was only about a third of the basket. After thinking it over again and still feeling unsatisfied, I took a detour on the way down the mountain and went back to pick some scallions and Eshin. This time entering the mountain was really frustrating. Huai Yu was riding a bicycle, and although he was mentally prepared, facing reality was just too hard. At this rate, will the main source of income for a long time to come have to rely solely on bean sprouts? Growing bean sprouts isn't that difficult. This morning I saw the beans had already sprouted tender shoots over 2 centimeters long. It's just that now I don't know if the beans are easy to buy or how much they'll cost. Still have my own yam beans and peanuts, but the soil and water are all polluted. When will I be able to plant them? She panted heavily, riding the old 28-inch bike, the basket empty and her heart empty too. By the time she returned to the treehouse, the sky had darkened again. Huai Yu instinctively glanced at the rose corridor, which looked like an oil painting in the dim light, and couldn't help but murmur. You're so fierce. Lin Sefeng doesn't even dare to hit anyone in front of you, so how did he manage to go to the wilderness? Chapter 38. Still so simple. The basket was too big. Even just half a basket of wild vegetables poured out filled a whole basin to the brim and even heaped over. There were only a few scallions, just 5, which could be washed clean in no time. They smelled like both scallions and garlic, very fresh and fragrant. What a pity the pollution was too severe. And there was Eshin. If this were used to make buns with meat, Huai Yu wouldn't even dare to imagine it, afraid of drooling. She placed her palm on the wild vegetables, pressing down just slightly, then imagined the energy surging. Maybe it was because her ability had improved, or perhaps because there were few wild vegetables. After purifying the scallions and Eshin, she didn't feel it was too exhausting. Next up are the bracken ferns. These things age very quickly. From picking them to coming back and now cleaning off the fuzz on top, pinching the base already shows some firmness. Huai Yu didn't want to waste her supernatural ability, so she swung the kitchen knife and first cut off the old, withered roots before starting to purify. In contrast, this big bowl full of bracken made her feel exhausted. The efficiency is so low. She felt a bit frustrated. It seemed her ability wasn't very effective and she would probably only be able to do small-scale work for a long time. After washing it clean again, I had to use another basin. I forgot to buy a jar. If it's not sealed, can this stuff really ferment properly? Huai Yu wasn't sure either. But since it was already like this, she figured she'd make do. It shouldn't spoil overnight. When she poured the salt from the bag, her heart was bleeding, only a tenth of a bag. More than half was gone just to pickle the bracken. She could manage to make some for herself, but if there wasn't a share, would she have to scrape salt from the mine? And then there's the oil. She looked around with a sigh. Before the heavy rain, she felt everything in her home was ready. After the heavy rain, she felt the house was bare. After thinking for a moment, she finally focused her gaze on Duya. You guys need to pull yourselves together. Without oil, Huai Yu's meal this time was not very enjoyable. Blanching wild vegetables and then mixing them with some salt, that kind of texture, it can't be called eating grass, but she just didn't know what all this fuss was for. Especially since these things don't fill you up. Using her powers too much makes her hungry quickly. So she has to pair it with a pack of nutritional liquid. Just a mouthful of salty grass and a mouthful of nutritional liquid, the taste was incredibly intense. After barely finishing it, Huai Yu felt like she couldn't eat another bite. Because of this, she missed that hot, crispy stir-fried soybeans from that night even more. At that time, there were still people talking. Now eating such awful food, she didn't even have anyone to complain to, and she felt a bit lonely. Oh, today is Sunday, March 29, 2066. Overcast turning to cloudy, air mutation index 11, pollution levels in Sanqing Mountain, and the wasteland are still slowly increasing. Citizens are advised to. Huai Yu woke up to the familiar broadcast. Lying in her sleeping bag, stunned for a long moment. She turned her head to look. In the dim room, the fire in the blue brick brazier had already gone out. She was sleeping alone and didn't dare to light a fire at night, not because she was afraid of burning down the house, but because the door was sealed too tightly, and the smoke wouldn't be able to escape quickly. For some reason, she thought of Lin Xiefeng again. Although they had only spent one night together, it was probably the feeling of having someone accompany her, and the other person was indeed meticulous and steady, trustworthy. So even though she originally didn't feel lonely, now she would suddenly feel it was too quiet. But Huai Yu quickly cheered up again. Right now she was just too weak, afraid to live in crowded places, and also because she didn't have enough shares, she couldn't build a more decent house. But she is so capable, these things will come sooner or later. As long as selling bean sprouts goes smoothly today. Thinking of the bean sprouts, Huai Yu instantly perked up and quickly got out of the sleeping bag. Getting out of bed wearing cold, wet slippers, the first thing she did was lift the basin. Wow! The bean sprouts in the bamboo basket are densely packed, crowded together. The pale yellow bean pods are probably a bit greenish now from being frequently exposed to light in the basin over the past couple of days. But the bean sprouts growing in the middle have already reached about 5 centimeters. They are plump and white, crisp and tender, and you could probably hear a sound if you gently snapped one. Such plump bean sprouts, whether used for stewing tender meat or in a vinegar stir-fry. Huai Yu couldn't help but start imagining. Then she hurriedly washed up and slurped down a bag of nutritional fluid amidst the harsh reality. There are still 7 packs of nutritional fluid left. This time, to be safe, she decided to stock up a few more packs. She slung the carrying basket on her back, directly placed the bean sprout basket inside, and then covered it with a basin. After thinking it over, she took out the salted bracken from yesterday, drained it, and put it into the carrying basket as well. After all, without oil, she didn't want to eat any wild grass for a while. Let's go. Hongsheng Pedestrian Street. Hongsheng Trading Market. These days, as long as it doesn't rain, Boss Tang immediately comes to the shop, and from time to time, he also strolls around the 4 gates of the trading market, and today he came over as usual. Continuous drizzle, many people came to the market to buy things, but there wasn't much to sell. The few people at the checkpoint were idly chatting at this moment. Bracken is really amazing. That day at noon when I bought some and brought it home, my wife scolded me for wasting money. But when I said the mutation value was only 9, she immediately fell silent. Yeah, luckily I acted fast that day. 30 coins per gene is expensive, but it's really worth it. My daughter even cried eating it. Poor thing, she's only 6 and has never tasted anything good. Yeah. That girl was really honest, even gave a little extra. I'm glad I bought it. Look at the heavy rain last night, and see what the vegetable prices are like the next day. Even with a variance of 16, they still dared to ask for 18 cents per gene. I don't even know where she gets such good stuff. Look, she dresses pretty ordinary, and every time she comes, she carries a basket like she's stocking up. Who would have thought she'd pull out such good things? Sai, you just don't get it. She's a young girl selling things on her own. Her family must have told her 1,000 times if she doesn't dress up a bit and look decent, how could she manage? That's true, you really can't show off wealth these days. Speaking of which, why has gold gone up in price again? I was thinking of buying a gold ring for my mom, but now it's 100 yuan per gram. Everyone's conversation was all over the place, quickly shifting from gold to the post-rain price increases, even mentioning how raincoats were sold for 165 cents a few days ago. Boss Tang pretended to listen casually, but at this moment, he gained a clearer understanding of Huai Yu in his mind. Being cautious is good. Only by being cautious can one keep their big clients hidden. No wonder he was seen wearing a broken watch before, and using the most basic wristband he gave as a gift. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly saw a thin girl at a nearby bus stop, carrying a large basket on her back, still so simple as she took the bus. Boss Tang's face instantly lit up with a smile. He was about to take a couple of steps forward to greet them when he saw a few people at the nearby checkpoint calling out even faster than him. "Hey girl, come here. No need to queue here. Hurry, hurry." The few people lowered their voices like thieves. "Don't worry, we're tight-lipped. From now on, just get your tests done with us, it's reliable." Chapter 39. Don't like it? Boss Tang immediately became displeased. Look at you all, so eager to flatter, but if there really was something good, you still couldn't afford it, right? It has to be me. Thinking of this, he calmed down again, then strolled over, and slipped into a nearby grocery store, holding a basin and pretending to look at it. He definitely couldn't go back to his own shop first. There were so many purchasing stores along the way, if someone cut him off, he really wouldn't even be able to cry about it. Huai Yu was also quite surprised, although there were fewer people today, the staff proactively greeted him, which carried a different meaning. However, today's bean sprouts. She felt a bit uneasy as she thought about this. The bean sprouts were purified, and the water used to soak the beans was also purified. Although in the following days, when changing the water daily, unpurified water was deliberately used, she wasn't really sure about the mutation values. At this moment, she hesitated a little. As soon as she hesitated, the few people at the testing station immediately became anxious. "Girl, don't worry, we swear to heaven that none of yous will tell anyone. You only need to raise your hand when the other party has good things and they can afford to buy them. After all, it has become normal for these things not to circulate in the ordinary market." The other party was so eager, and since it had to be tested anyway, Huai Yu smiled awkwardly, then took out the basket of bean sprouts from the backpack. There was also a bag of bracken, casually packed in a plastic bag, so he carried it and placed it to the side. When the basin on top was opened, the tester's expressions changed. "Bean sprouts. Ah, bean sprouts." Everyone looked a bit disappointed. Huai Yu was a little puzzled. Are bean sprouts not good? "It's not that they're bad," the inspector said as he placed it on the conveyor belt. "It's just that legumes iterate quickly and are the easiest to find on the market. But this thing, it absorbs a lot of pollution, and if you're not careful, damn." He stared at the certification platform, his eyes wide open. Another mutation value of 9? This, everyone knows legumes are the easiest to plant but the hardest to grow well. If the soil or water has even a slight bit of pollution, it immediately absorbs it. Most of the products on the market are used for fermentation and decomposition to make fertilizer, and they are the kind of fertilizer with pollution values. But nowadays, even bean sprouts can reach a mutation value of 9. The person in front of me is clearly from a wealthy and noble family. I don't know what kind of original easy-to-grow seeds they used, or what kind of high-purity water. With such resources, why bother growing bean sprouts? Looking at Huai Yu again, she seemed to understand nothing at all, truly from a wealthy family. Huai Yu held the still-warm certificate in her hand, glanced at the bean sprouts carefully placed on the platform, then looked at the staff who seemed hesitant to speak yet inexplicably disappointed, and asked curiously, "Do you not like bean sprouts? Why aren't you buying them? They seemed so enthusiastic before. I thought they wanted to buy something again." The inspector gave a bitter smile. "We do like them. Who wouldn't like a mutation value of 9? But we can't afford them. Last time it was already a blessing that they could buy wild vegetables with a mutation value of 9 for 30 cents, but after several days of continuous heavy rain, the vegetable prices have doubled. Bean sprouts are much tastier than wild vegetables. Wild vegetables are good when fresh, but most need to be prepared before they taste good. Bean sprouts, on the other hand, are delicious no matter how you eat them. This is exactly the flavor people have been missing these past few years." Huai Yu doesn't seem to understand the prices well. These can sell for 50 to 60 cents per gene in the market. They have the nerve to mention it, but no right to take advantage. Huai Yu nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. And the next moment, the inspector stared at the newly issued certificate and exclaimed again, "What the hell? Why is this also a mutation value of 9? Can bracken really have this value in this kind of weather? Huai Yu looked confused. Huh? Is it rare? Brother said it doesn't taste good and told me to take it out for disposal. Hiss. Several people gasped sharply. A wealthy family. It's a wealthy family they never dared to imagine. Is the young lady really experiencing the life of the common people? Everyone straightened up and quickly handed her the certificate. All right. We don't know anything today, hurry and go to the market. Huai Yu nodded slightly and obediently packed up the basket, ready to leave. After thinking for a moment, she pinched a few soft, damp pickled fern shoots through the bag. Thank you all, take this home and try the taste. No one expected such a good thing. A few fern shoots were divided so that each person got two, to take home and show filial respect to their parents, and also to let the children try. This was truly a good thing. One or two they can buy, but the other party is not willing to sell to them. Their mood rapidly shifted from disappointment to surprise. At this moment, a few people were running around like headless flies looking for something to catch, and after a while, someone handed over an enamel cup. Me. Put it in my cup. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Y. Huai Yu smiled. Just call me Xiao Yu. Having gained some confidence in his future career, Huai Yu no longer felt sorry for using up most of the bag of salt and now headed straight for Huaxia Gold. Meanwhile, Boss Tang, who was satisfied as soon as the certificate was issued and was heading back to his own shop to avoid appearing too eager, was already anxiously waiting at the door. It's not far from the inspection station to his own shop door, so why hasn't he shown up after all this time? Could it be that someone else snatched him up at the inspection station again? Impossible, they're all ordinary people who has the ability to buy such good ingredients nowadays. His chubby body swayed at the shop entrance, waiting for quite a while before finally seeing the familiar figure of Huai Yu. The earlier restraint and dignity completely vanished. Boss Tang seemed to have skates on his feet, quickly rushing over. Little Yu, you're here? I'm here. Huai Yu was also quite happy. Mutation value 9, Boss Tang, are you happy? Boss Tang was more than happy. He was almost overwhelmed with joy. After several days of heavy rain, to still have a mutation value of 9, what incredible fortune is this? Whether he sold or gave away the wild vegetables last time is another matter, but countless people tried to make connections, and who knows how many remembered him. Whether to share or not is a minor issue. The main point is the display of connections and capability. That's what truly matters. He escorted Huai Yu into the shop, and seeing that the other party's basket was only half full, he actually felt quite disappointed inside. But when Huai Yu lifted the basin to show him, he instantly bounced up like a rubber ball with a duong. Bean sprouts with a mutation value of 9? He said without hesitation, 60 yuan per gene, little Yu, this should be about 4 gene. We'll sell it to you at market price today. Huai Yu smiled with squinted eyes. As expected of Boss Tang, he really gets things done quickly. So, do you want some pickled bracken? She handed over the certificate. Boss Tang's eyes widened like copper bells, and at this moment he just nodded numbly. 60. All 60. Little Yu, you're my real sister from now on. Oh my. Just thinking about this limited vegetable supply going out, how many people's minds it must have left an impression on. Chapter 40 Uncle Jujube, Seeking First Subscription. Huai Yu once again experienced the feeling of sudden wealth. Boss Tang gave 260 points for over 4 gene of bean sprouts. Although the pickled bracken looked small in quantity, it was very dense in weight and at 550 points. She touched her old bracelet, lost in thought at this moment. Sure enough, once a person has the initial capital, making money becomes much easier. However, the resources on hand are truly gone now, and wild vegetables are scarce and cannot be relied upon. Huai Yu then curiously asked, Boss Tang, do you know where to buy beans? My brother says the beans outside taste terrible. Just how bad can they be? Boss Tang stared at Duya, who was constantly sending messages and was stunned by the question. After a long moment, he couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. Why not eat minced meat? Why not eat minced meat? He took Huai Yu to the door and pointed in a direction for her. See that? Behind Jiufu Jewelry, if you go around, there's the seed shop. But little sister Xiao Yu, it's fine if you take some seeds home just to see something new, but if the mutation value exceeds 20, don't even touch them. They taste awful, really awful. One bite and you won't have much appetite for days. Huai Yu recalled the dates that man sold that day. The first time I came, I saw someone selling dates with a mutation value of 23. Boss Tang's face darkened. He sold dates with a mutation value of 23? Who's the sucker he's trying to rip off? Even dogs won't eat this stuff. Girl, you didn't try them, did you? No, not at all. Huai Yu wrinkled her nose. I'm also afraid it tastes terrible, so I let him try it first. If it's good, then I'll buy it. Boss Tang was silent for a moment, then said, then it's nothing. If that tricky thing really had the courage to eat this juju, he would deserve to earn that money. But judging by the look of this girl in front of him, she definitely didn't buy it. Her curiosity must have built up quite a bit. Looking at his own bean sprout with a mutation value of 9, Boss Tang didn't even know what kind of family could raise such an innocent young lady. Logically speaking, his own family isn't bad either. But if he dares to raise the child like this, it would be no surprise if the old man broke his legs. Boss Tang shook his head, watching Huai Yu's figure walk away, then quickly took out his phone to call and notify everyone one by one. Meanwhile, Huai Yu took a detour and indeed saw the seed shop that Boss Tang mentioned. The storefront is not large and looks quite simple. Several large plastic storage bags are open at the entrance containing various kinds of soybeans. There are slightly greenish-yellow soybeans, larger and rounder high-yield soybeans, and varieties mainly used for harvesting green soybeans. Displayed at the front are fast-growing greens, baby bok choy, chive mustard and high-yield cowpeas among others. The seeds are all sealed in transparent Ziploc bags and hung on the shelves, with 2 numbers simply written on them in black pen. Huai Yu looked for a while and couldn't help but ask curiously, what do these 2 numbers mean? Someone had just walked into the shop and hearing this casually said, "The one on top is the mutation value, the one below is the score." "Oh hey girl, it's you." She turned her head and sure enough, it was someone she knew. "Uncle Jujube." The man opposite darkened his face and repeatedly waved his hand. "Just call me uncle, drop the jujube. I never want to eat jujubes again in my life." Saying this, he felt a bit guilty because the last jujube was packed up by the girl in front of him, although the sale wasn't very profitable. Ahem. He cleared his throat. "Miss, are you here to buy seeds?" Huai Yu nodded. "I want to buy more soybeans, but I don't know which kind is good." The middle-aged man sighed as well. "Buying soybeans, huh? I happen to need some too. Here, don't pay attention to those flashy ones, just pick the ones with the highest yield." While talking, he reached out and grabbed a handful of soybeans, listening to the sound of the beans falling, all the while cursing the damn heavens. This is the critical time for planting, and suddenly it rains like this. I damn well struggled to carry more than 10 bags of soil up the stairs to the 10th floor, and now a heavy rain has come down, contaminating all the soil. He cursed and grumbled, then, as if it was second nature, pulled a plastic bag out of his pocket, gave it a shake with a clatter, and then picked up a shovel to start filling it with soybeans. "Where's your bag?" "Here, I'll pack it for you." The seed shop on this side doesn't haggle. The price for legumes is set by the government. And also you need to buy more, don't be stingy with the seed money. Plant 1 batch, and when the seedlings grow to about 10 centimeters, pull them out and then plant a second batch. Rotate a few batches back and forth, and the pollution in the soil should be mostly absorbed. At this point, he couldn't help but complain again. "What terrible luck I have. When the house was divided, I knocked out the glass just to get good ventilation and sunlight on the balcony for growing vegetables. Who would have thought that just 2 days after knocking it out, there was suddenly a heavy rain? Extremely unlucky." Huai Yu silently took out a plastic bag and handed it over, then calmly asked again, pulling it out so quickly, "Doesn't that mean the soybeans won't form? Do they do the same in polluted areas outside?" The other party didn't mind and, while lifting the plastic bag to test its weight, then picked up the shovel again. The government doesn't care about private land reclamation. Once the land is reclaimed, just register it, and you can slowly plant and wait for the beans to form. If the state buys them, even a little is something. He paused here, then looked at Huai Yu with curiosity. The public planting area would have to mobilize the wood element, but I guess there aren't many people in Flower City. Those who are truly capable have all joined the garrison army. Otherwise, they are explorers. Besides, even if they were capable, it wouldn't help. With such a vast land area, wood element users couldn't clean it all up, even if they went without food or drink for several months. After all, it's not just this rain. The mutation index in the air is quite high even normally. Huai Yu seemed thoughtful, feeling that she had learned a bit of new knowledge. After a while, she suddenly said, "The fabric of my brother's white uniform is so beautiful and I can still only wear old clothes." The tiny characters formed from ice and snow were still by her bedside, chilling to the bone, showing no sign of melting. "Of course," the middle-aged man said carelessly, then grabbed her plastic bag and started scooping beans for her. "You don't look like it, little girl. I said you dress so plainly, yet you still recklessly spend money on dates. Asterisk cough 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 asterisk. I mean, you spend money quite freely. So it turns out someone in the family is in the guard? Or an explorer? What branch? The guard's uniform is for frontline combat, right? The fabric is specially made. First, it's to ensure the fabric is smooth. It seems they added some special coating. This prevents bloodstains from bonding with the textile fibers, stopping parasitic seeds from taking root. Second, the front line is either wasteland or forest or those deeply rooted big trees. In any case, with all the vines, branches, and leaves flying around, it's dizzying. This coating contains unique fluorescent sand or something, so it can be seen from afar, making coordination and rescue easier. He paused suddenly at this point, then turned to look at Huai Yu. How come you don't know anything about this? Chapter 41 Vase. Huai Yu was not the least bit flustered. She spoke calmly as if complaining, my brother didn't tell me. Oh. Recalling her last spendthrift act of buying those dates with points, the middle-aged man suddenly understood, and now he smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. In short, that clothing is specially made. Girl, if you want to wear clothes like that, it's not easy. Sometimes adventurers buy a few damaged defective pieces, but they're not suitable for you to wear, so just give up. Huai Yu nodded, staring at the other person's slow hand scooping the beans, her gaze gradually becoming dazed. The middle-aged man didn't notice at all. He lifted the bag to feel it. Didn't ask how large your planting area is? I guess about 10 jin is that enough? Legumes are cheap, 3/10 of a jin. You plant boldly, just try the method I mentioned, don't try to save on this, there's no need. Huai Yu nodded, but didn't say whether it was enough. Thank you, uncle. After the bag was in her hand, she suddenly asked, do the guards often go alone quietly to the wasteland on missions? Who knows? The middle-aged man carried the bag toward the checkout counter. That all depends on the combat plan. But the wasteland is so dangerous, usually it's coordinated operations. Going alone, Sai, probably means the mutation value has broken through the limit. He suddenly fell silent, then slowed his pace, looking at Huai Yu seriously. Girl, does someone in your family go alone? A guard? Or an explorer? Huai Yu paused, then nodded. The garrison army. The other party's expression instantly became full of sighs, as if filled with reluctance, yet also with pity and respect. After a moment he said softly, it's nothing, probably some orders from above. Sai, don't worry about those things, save more points, just live well. He took Huai Yu's bag and placed it on the scale first. At this moment he wanted to say that bringing a martyr certificate might get a discount, but the girl looked so well protected, and her brother had gone to great lengths to keep it a secret, so he shouldn't say more. So she sighed and had no choice but to remain silent. Huai Yu held the bag but didn't leave immediately. The seed store still had many vegetables that could grow quickly in 20 days, all with planting instructions included. She picked and chose again, selecting a few more varieties. Only when she was paying at the door did she see the middle-aged man's retreating back, and for some reason, her expression became somewhat dazed. She could probably guess what the other person wanted to say. Lin Stefang had said that once the mutation value breaks the critical point, a person would go mad and then head towards death. He also said that having roses as company on the wasteland would be very romantic. On a rainy night he walked alone through the rose corridor. The reason was obvious. That will be 132 points in total. The seed shop owner casually took out the transaction ring. Huai Yu came back to her senses and quickly settled the bill. What a pity. Carrying her basket on her back, she looked somewhat wistfully at the dark clouds on the horizon, then glanced at the bustling pedestrian street. She couldn't help but recall once again the other person in a pure white uniform, giving her a helpless smile in the rain, and an overwhelming sadness welled up inside her. Oh! But no matter how sad she felt, life had to go on. Huai Yu gathered her spirits and thought it over again and again. She still needed to buy a quilt, a pillow, and a bedsheet. After all, using a sleeping bag every day was restrictive and quite uncomfortable. Now that she didn't have any urgent survival needs for the time being, she might as well use the money to improve her life. But before that, she went to the store that sold rice, flour, and cooking oil again. How much is the rice per jean? The better quality kind. The shop owner lazily looked up and said, the price has gone up. 35 per pound for mutation value 13. The best flour has a mutation value of 14, 32 points. Huai Yu suddenly felt she wasn't that wealthy anymore. But she was really craving it, so she said, give me 2 pounds each of the worst rice and flour. The boss didn't even look up. What are you going to use to store it? Huai Yu. So she first went next door to buy 2 kimchi jars. Although they were plastic, the ceramic jars were really heavy, so she decided to make do with these for now. She also bought 10 plastic bags, which would be fine for storing rice and flour. After thinking it over, she turned around and went to buy a stainless steel lunchbox with a lid. This was the most expensive item because it could be heated directly on the fire, costing a full 35 cents. 2 jin of fresh pork lard. Also, 2 jin each of that 10-point rice and flour. Since I can purify it myself, I'd rather work a bit harder and save some points. After thinking for a moment, she added, also weigh out that dried chili for me, weigh out. She originally wanted to say half a jin, but seeing the price was 185 per jin, she quickly changed her mind. Weigh out 2 liang. Another pack of salt, please. After looking around, it seemed good enough to eat for now, so she happily stuffed the items into the backpack, and then got ready to buy a quilt. The newly acquired 810 points instantly dropped to 338 points, and with the previous 200 plus points, the balance successfully returned to 570. The things in the backpack were just too heavy, totaling more than 17 jin. She was really afraid that the weight would stunt her growth. But a round trip to the city takes 4 hours. Although Huai Yu didn't want to carry heavy bags every time, the reality was such that she still had to lug around heavy things to buy bedding and clothes. After all, it was too humid. Clothes wouldn't dry after washing, so they could only be dried by the fire, which was really troublesome. A brand new set of underwear cost 50 cents. Listening to the customers chatting in the store, Huai Yu realized prices had gone up after the rain, and the forecast said the rain would continue for 3 or 4 days. So despite everyone's complaints, they still had to buy what they needed. A 4-jean silk cotton quilt costs 168 fun per bed, and a coarse cloth bedsheet is 40 fun each. After much persuasion, the other party finally agreed to give her a pillowcase. She looked around the store for a long time and ended up buying herself a more comfortable set of loungewear. She didn't buy any second-hand clothes this time, so another 80 fun was spent. On rainy days, she could only curl up in the treehouse, but she still needed to find a way to make herself more comfortable. But after all that buying, her points were back to 232. She sighed quietly, accepting that her savings just couldn't exceed 300 points. Big and small bags filled the basket on her back, and she was still carrying vacuum-packed quilts and bed sheets with pillowcases. While you checked the time, it was already past noon, so she took one last look at the pedestrian street and turned to leave. A moment later, she came back and splurged 10 points at the grocery store to buy a small, cute white high-gloss porcelain vase. The grocery store owner was a tall, thin auntie. Seeing her carrying a big bundle of daily necessities, she advised, "Miss, when buying a vase, choose a big one. It can hold water and other things. Yours is too small. Although it's a bit cheaper than others, it's useless. Only good to look at, not practical, not worth it." Huai Yu shook her head. "Thank you, auntie. I don't have much to spend, so I'll take this one." She placed the vase carefully despite the owner's disapproving look, then slung the heavy basket back on her shoulders and turned to leave Hongsheng Pedestrian Street. Chapter 42 Oil Painting Rose. Carrying too many things, Huai Yu returned to the treehouse almost at 3 o'clock. The sky grew darker, and halfway through the bus ride, fine drizzle began again. Everyone on the bus complained, but their protective measures were flawless, afraid of getting even a drop of rain on them. Huai Yu had no choice but to take out the newly bought bag and securely protect the basket on her back, tightly tying the bags in her hands as well. As for herself, there was no other way, so she just covered her hair with a plastic bag and carried the increasingly heavy basket back home. After unloading the burden, she painfully moved her aching shoulders, then grabbed a handful of dry grass to start a fire. Soon, a faint smoke and warmth filled the damp room. But because of the continuous rain, the ground was soaking wet, causing the dry grass originally stored for kindling to be somewhat damp, not to mention the firewood piled outside. The smoke was quite thick, and Huai Yu had no choice but to roll up all the doors. The flames flickered, and as dry wood was slowly added, the light in the fire basin grew brighter. The whole room quickly warmed up, bringing an uncomfortable wave of heat and humidity. Huai Yu let out a long breath, first changing into the newly bought loungewear before starting to organize the things she had brought back. The blue-striped coarse cotton sheet was folded double and spread over the straw bed, and the complimentary fluorescent pillowcase was stuffed full with straw. Finally, the blue-black floral silk cotton quilt was carefully laid on the bed. Huai Yu just realized she forgot to buy a duvet cover. Actually, this silk cotton quilt looks like it doesn't need a cover and can be put directly into the washing machine. But now she has nothing. If the quilt gets wet, she probably won't even be able to carry it. For now, she can only make do and remember to buy a duvet cover next time. Huai Yu also remembered she should buy a notebook and a pen. There are so many little things missing from her life, and having paper and pen would at least make it easier to keep track, so she wouldn't end up like today. She quietly kept this matter in her heart. At this moment, looking at the brand new and soft bed, she didn't say a word and directly pounced on it. Woo-woo, so comfortable. The quilt is really soft, so comfortable. If the points were enough, she could totally buy 2 beds. 1 bed, 1 quilt. How happy it must be to wake up every morning to a warm and cozy bed. But the reality is that she currently only has 222 points. Huai Yu mustered great willpower to get out of bed, then took out the small white vase. Actually, this vase is very delicately crafted, even inside the vase is smooth, with no rough texture at all. Before the disaster, it should have been worth some money. But now, because it is too small and practically useless, it can only be sold as a special item for 10 points each. Huai Yu looked outside. The rain was still fine and misty. She stared at the vase for a moment, put on her rain boots and raincoat, and then walked into the rain and fog. Against the dull-colored background, The rose corridor looked like an oil painting heavily brushed with thick colors. Even the leaves were an oily dark green. The tall flower wall blocks everything on the wasteland and also stops the people in the city from looking outward in search. But if you get closer, you can see that the leaves are green, the flowers are pink and white, and large clusters hang intertwined. It really is very romantic. Huai Yu lowered her eyes to look for a while, then took out scissors, touched the petals again, and whispered, "I just bought a new vase, it's very beautiful. Can I cut a flower to take back and keep?" The rose swayed in the rain and wind, as if it didn't care about such trivial matters at all. But Huai Yu knew it had agreed again. The small thorns on the flower branches were sharp enough to give off a cold gray metallic sheen, but they had never pricked her. Huai Yu brought it back, poured water, and arranged the flowers. Soon, on the blue brick bedside table, there was a serene and gentle white porcelain vase, holding slender flower branches. The dark green stems and emerald leaves intertwined, surrounding a few blossoms in shades of deep and light pink and white at the tips. Huai Yu stared at it for a while, then reached out to take the row of ice-carved small characters beside it, and solemnly placed them in front of the vase. A cold breeze blew in from outside the door. The slender flower branches swayed, their shadows flickering in the firelight. Even the rows of crystal-clear small characters seemed to sparkle. "Thank you for your rose, Lin Stefang." She recalled the conversation that night. A stranger whom she had never met used the most direct way to help her understand this world more directly, and so she smiled again. By 6 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened. Huai Yu resumed purifying the rainwater, then frustratingly realized she had forgotten to buy a cutting board. But it was okay. The blue bricks, specially washed by Lin Stefang, were exceptionally clean. Placing a brand new plastic bag on top, Huai Yu carefully purified 2 gene of pork back fat without leaving a trace of contamination, then cut it into uniform small pieces. Hot water was poured into the basin to make it lukewarm, then the pork back fat was added with salt and soaked for a while. Huai Yu then seriously noted down the white vinegar to buy. But after thinking about it, this wasn't a necessity, so she decided to skip it. Without the white vinegar to soften it, the slight blood residue on the pork back fat wasn't completely cleaned, but it was close enough. As long as she no longer consumed those nutritional fluids, Huai Yu felt she could completely ignore such minor details. She never even thought her cooking skills would be this good when she was buying things. Don't be fooled by the simple act of simmering pork lard. This kind of thing is something that people without some skill wouldn't even attempt. So she felt happy again about her own versatility. The pot was heated warmly and the fire in the stove was stoked high. Huai Yu added some water, then scooped the clean pork lard from the basin into the pot. The water and pork lard boiled together, and as the bubbling sound grew rapid, a rich aroma slowly spread. Huai Yu crouched by the pot, staring at the snow-white pork fat slowly turning a faint yellow at the edges, itching to grab a pair of chopsticks and taste a piece immediately. To avoid wasting the ingredients, she had no choice but to take out some rice and flour to purify, trying to distract herself. But, after rushing around all day, purifying water and pork fat upon returning, and now even purifying rice and flour, Huai Yu felt completely drained. Her eyes fixed on the fragrant pot, unable to look away even a bit. She even began to regret not buying another pot, so at least she could set up another stove and cook some rice along with it. Finally, after a long slow simmer, the golden brown pork cracklings and yellow lard were poured into the lunchbox, filling it to the brim. Since there were no more tools, the pork cracklings and lard were placed together. But it's okay, the weather won't spoil it anyway, and smelling this aroma, she swore she would eat it very soon. It smells so good. Chapter 43 Flashlight. Please subscribe first. Huai Yu picked up the chopsticks and eagerly grabbed a small piece of pork crackling. After blowing on it fiercely for a moment, she carefully put it into her mouth. Woo-woo. After working so hard for so many days, she finally got to eat something real. But having been on nutritional fluid for so long, she wasn't sure if her stomach could handle such greasiness, so she only took one bite and tried hard to hold back. But her stomach was both greedy and hungry, as if it were crowing. She agonized and hesitated for a long time, torn between the nutritional liquid and the flour, and caught between indulging her taste buds and protecting her digestive safety, before finally pouring out some of the flour. There was still a thin layer of oil left in the pan from when she poured it earlier, and no matter what, she was reluctant to wash it away. She put the pan back on the stove, and when the oil heated up again, she poured in the purified flour. The snow-white flour puffed up into a fine mist in front of Huai Yu. Within the mist were noodle soup, noodle skins, noodles, pancakes, and also steamed buns and dumplings. She sighed, took a deep breath to suppress her rumbling hunger, and then began to stir-fry the noodles. A thin layer of oil had already soaked into the pan, making the brand-new iron wok glossy as if it had just been seasoned. The small fire in the stove was deliberately maintained, and with careful stirring, a rich wheat aroma slowly spread. The fire was turned down even lower. A slight warmth rose from the bottom of the pan, slowly roasting the flour. Huai Yu carefully poured out a bit of lard to enhance the fragrance, and after stir-frying for a while, the aroma of the flour became rich once again. It's cooked. These snow-white fried noodles with a slight yellow tint are packed in clean bags, leaving only half a bowl to eat later, and the rest is hung back on the tree vines. And now she can finally have dinner. The dry, fragrant fried noodles stuffed into her mouth have a rich wheat aroma, only slightly choking her. Huai Yu took quite some effort to slowly chew and swallow. It smells great, the flavor is authentic, and even the faintest, almost imperceptible hint of sweetness is much better than the strange taste of the nutrient solution. She boiled water in the kettle, hesitated for a moment between adding salt or sugar, and immediately decided to have a more energizing, sweet fried noodle paste tonight. The pale yellow fried noodles mixed with sugar and hot water quickly turned a richer color. Huai Yu stirred it with chopsticks, took a bite, and felt as if life was complete. This is what food should really be. No more nutrient solution. After finishing a bowl of sweet and sticky fried noodles, even though it contained little nutrition and none of the trace elements added in the nutrient solution, Huai Yu still felt her body warm up, filled with strength. Strike while the iron is hot. She took out the 10 pounds of soybeans and once again began the long purification process. Another new day. The broadcast seemed to have sounded vaguely once, but the new quilt was just too comfortable and relaxing, so Huai Yu didn't even open her eyes, turned over, and fell back asleep. And now, when she woke up from the warm and cozy quilt, the first thing she felt was the damp, moist air in the room. Too damp, really too humid. The quilt that was soft yesterday now seemed to carry a hint of heaviness. Huai Yu turned over and sat up, staring blankly at the dim room. After a while she got out of bed, her feet stepping onto the cold, damp slippers, and she instantly felt fully awake. With practiced skill, she grabbed dry grass with one hand and pressed down the lighter with the other. Huai Yu silently made a mental note to prepare a few more lighters, and preferably get another lamp. She still hadn't returned the flashlight that Captain Joe from the Defense Force lent her. She rummaged through her storage bag and pulled out the flashlight. Electricity was so expensive now, she had only used it once when she came back in the dark and hadn't used it since. I opened it just now to try, and the whole room lit up brightly. That's great, but this one is rechargeable, so even if I replace it myself, I still can't use it. I wonder if there is a solar-powered one? Huai Yu made a mental note of this and now lifted the door of the room. A cold breeze hit his face. It was clearly the end of March, but the temperature was probably still below 15 degrees. And it was already past 9 o'clock, but it was still foggy outside. Fortunately, it wasn't raining. She looked at the sky, wrapped the flashlight in a bag, and put it into the backpack. After thinking for a moment, she took a bowl of the fried noodles from yesterday and put it into the bag. She put on her down jacket, sweatpants, and rain boots. She placed the raincoat in the backpack just in case. She pushed out the doggone bike, then finally added some more firewood to the fire basin, hoping to burn off more moisture. Only then did she get on the bike and head towards District 69. The doggone was big enough and fast to ride. Huai Yu pedaled the bike, feeling the damp wind hitting her face, and looked at the city full of fresh greenery with vibrant life sprouting in all directions. Even though the sky was still overcast, she inexplicably felt happy. How wonderful spring has arrived. Before long, the camp in Zone 69 was right in front of her, but for some reason, there was an extra group of sentries at the gate. Huai Yu hesitated for a moment, slowed down the car, then leisurely got out and pushed the vehicle forward. Just as she was approaching, someone stopped her. Who goes there? Huai Yu was about to explain when one of the sentries recognized her. Little sister Yu, please register first. The mutation rate has increased recently, so our defenses have been strengthened. Huai Yu nodded obediently. Do we have to register even if we don't go inside? Yes, a few days ago. He quickly stopped talking and handed over the notebook. Huai Yu seemed to have a guess, and now took the notebook to fill it out one by one. Name. Residence. ID number. She didn't quite remember her ID number, but fortunately it was on the wristband. She rummaged it out and looked again, and only then was she able to fill it in successfully. After the sentry finished notifying through the walkie-talkie, he saw the situation and even laughed. You've been filling this out for so many years and still haven't memorized it. Huai Yu paused mid-writing, realizing the other party was just speaking casually, and only then relaxed. However, the other party took the notebook but did not return to his post. Instead, he stood there hesitating for a moment, looking hesitant. Huai Yu smiled slightly. Brother, do you have some questions you want to ask? Ahem. The sentry's face turned a bit red. Facing the inexplicable looks from other comrades, he grunted and panted. That time, the last time, the jujube you gave to Captain Joe. Do you know where to get those? What's up? Are they for sale? Huai Yu hesitated for a moment. I got them from relatives, I don't know where they are sold. The jujubes last time were also purified by himself. Although he didn't know the exact values, judging by the other party's current state, it should be within a safe range. It's probably quite tasty, after all, the other party is part of the defense forces, so they should have abundant resources, otherwise they wouldn't have asked. The sentry sighed quietly and muttered, I knew it. He nodded at Huai Yu and silently returned to the guard post. Meanwhile, Huai Yu patiently waited while pushing the cart, and before long, Captain Zhou came out of the camp. Chapter 44 Fate's Favor, please vote for me. After not seeing each other for a few days, Zhou Qian looked a bit tired, but when he saw Huai Yu, a smile appeared on his usually stern face. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Then he looked at her bicycle and exclaimed in surprise, oh, you bought a bike? Huai Yu smiled as well, I asked some relatives for help. Zhou Qian didn't ask about which relatives. Just by looking at Huai Yu, he knew that without reliable family, it would be impossible to raise such a well-behaved child. Then he realized something and felt a bit annoyed. The jujubes you gave last time definitely weren't bought for a few cents, right? Living alone, you can't keep doing this. Saying that, he smiled again. Come on, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Huai Yu shook her head. Captain brother, you've taken care of me a lot. She took off the backpack and pulled out the flashlight inside. I forgot to return this, but it still has power. Zhou Qian had actually forgotten the flashlight too. At this moment, he thought about just giving it to Huai Yu, but then remembered she lived in the Rose Corridor and couldn't charge it at all, so he silently took it back. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, a solar lamp wanted? Although it can't be used on rainy days like now, it's still convenient for long-term use. Huai Yu widened her eyes in surprise. Zhou Qian also smiled happily. All right. What else do you need? It's too far to go to the market from here, not convenient, and it's not safe for you to buy too many things alone, just tell me directly. If it weren't for having too many purification items, Huai Yu would really want to keep coming here to exchange, but unfortunately. But coming every now and then is fine. So she happily counted on her fingers, paper and pen, lighter, shoe brush, stainless steel vegetable basin, bucket, umbrella, clothes hanger, rope. After thinking for a moment, she added one more, cutting board. She was too weak, and the multifunctional shovel was not really an axe, so it was hard to chop out a cutting board by herself. And cutting vegetables on the blue bricks would really damage the blade. All these should be enough for over 200 points, right? But then he remembered there was also a solar lamp, so he added, if I don't have enough this time, I'll come back to exchange again. Zhou Qian laughed once more, his gaze softening as he looked at Huai Yu. It was as if he could imagine her alone, like a little ant, bit by bit, slowly and diligently managing her home. So well-behaved. In that moment, he seemed to be filled with paternal love. His heart was completely tender. He carefully noted down the items needed one by one and quickly found someone to exchange for them. Huai Yu glanced around and asked casually, Captain, brother, how did this place change? Zhou Qian hesitated for a moment, looking at her completely defenseless appearance, then whispered a reminder. You've been listening to the morning broadcast, right? A while ago there was an escapee from the third prison. We've been setting up defenses and closing in, but on the day after the heavy rain, his body suddenly appeared at the camp entrance. We are strengthening our defenses for this very reason. Xiao Yu, don't be careless just because you live in the Rose Corridor. The fugitive was caught, possibly by explorers or maybe someone else. In any case, the fact that he was killed and placed in this camp proves he was hiding nearby before. Luckily, he was killed. Otherwise, when the surrounding mountains and forests became restless that day, everyone's attention would have been drawn away. You being alone in the Rose Corridor would have been very dangerous. Remember, the Rose Corridor dislikes conflict and bloodshed. Once angered, it will attack everyone indiscriminately. If there's any danger, you must escape immediately. Zhou Qian spoke very cautiously, his eyes full of worry. At this moment, looking at Huai Yu's confused expression, he sighed. If it really doesn't work out, you should go back to the city and live with your relatives. I think they treat you well too. Which ordinary relative would give you both a bicycle and jujubes with such a low mutation value? Huai Yu shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Captain, don't worry, My family says I have a very weak wood-type ability, with a good affinity for plants, so if there's danger, I can escape to the Rose Corridor nearby, and most likely it won't harm me. Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned. He didn't have any special abilities, just like many defense soldiers, his physical fitness was enhanced. Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved. That's good. Sigh, the young girl is so young, and her family background sounds quite complicated. However, Huai Yu couldn't help but think of Lin Stefeng again, recalling how he casually crushed the head of a serious criminal and sighed silently. But soon she took a plastic bag out of the basket again. Captain Brother, this is the fried noodles I made myself yesterday. I brought you a bowl. No need, Zhou Qian said, half laughing and half crying. Flour is so expensive now, you should eat it yourself. Our meals are very good. But Huai Yu had already clasped her hands together, looking at him pitifully. But I want to thank you. Zhou Qian. Ahem. That look in his eyes, it's a bit overwhelming. He couldn't help but feel a sigh of an old father. At this moment, looking at that bag of fried noodles, probably just about 2 taels? All right then, the most expensive flour on the market now should be over 30 cents per jean? Huai Yu even has a bicycle now, so just accept it. He took the bag over, and just then the logistics team enthusiastically brought out the items again, among which the silver-white solar desk lamp really caught Huai Yu's attention. She was so happy that she couldn't take her eyes off. This kind of straightforward emotion, typical of children, was very infectious. Zhou Qian also became happy. Solar lamp, shoe brush, notebook, 2 ballpoint pens, a 30-meter bundle of plastic rope, 2 50L water buckets with lids. And this, the heavy wooden cutting board is inconvenient for you to use, so I replaced it with a resin one. 5 lighters, these 2 are windproof. 3 stainless steel basins. It's more convenient for cooking by myself. The umbrella is quite heavy but sturdy, so I'm not afraid of strong winds. A set of 5 clothes-drying racks. After pausing, he added, I took so many things from you. Today I'll exchange it for a thermal water bottle. Don't worry, it's a defective product. Not worth many points. Just take it with you. Buckets stacked on buckets, basins nested inside basins, and the items were quickly and neatly stuffed into the large backpack by Zhou Qian's nimble hands, very orderly and comfortable. Huai Yu exclaimed, I might not have enough points. Zhou Qian remained expressionless. It won't take much. A total of 200 points. You take it first. If it's not enough, I'll cover it for you and you can pay me back slowly when you have the points. Huai Yu obediently hugged the large backpack basket. The basket was so big that her slender arms, tucked inside the wide sleeves, only revealed her wrists, and she couldn't yet wrap her arms around it completely. She looked down at the backpack basket, then glanced at Zhou Qian. At this moment, her heart felt warm and her eyes were moist. Life was obviously so hard, yet her luck was so good, and the people she met were all so sincere and warm-hearted. She no longer resented the world at all, because fate had already favored her enough. Facing Zhou Qian's questioning gaze, she silently took out the bracelet and whispered, Thank you, brother. Chapter 45 Paper and Pen. Zhou Qian stood at the camp entrance, watching the thin and frail girl carefully sit on the bicycle with a backpack. After she steadied herself, she began to pedal slowly away, causing him to smile. As soon as the person left, a few people nearby couldn't help but gather around. Captain Zhou, what good stuff did the girl give you this time? Everyone gets a share, right? Go away, go away. Zhou Qian waved his hand holding the plastic bag. Last time I ate so many dates from you, and I didn't say anything. Do you know how much flour costs now? He had a scowl on his face, but none of us were innocent. Even the logistics crew squeezed in. Hey, look at you being so stingy. If I hadn't been quick, could you have exchanged the stuff so smoothly? Exactly. I even ran errands for you. Hey, this is fried noodles. I heard that over 100 years ago, soldiers ate this during marches and battles. Back then, life was much tougher than now. 1 bite of fried noodles, 1 bite of snow. Just try it. We're not eating it plain. I have a bottle of purified water, boil it and mix it with some batter. All right, you guys really have quite a few treasures. What are the values of the purified water? Do you even need to ask? It's purified water, so the value is 4.5. It's sweet. Zhou Qian was caught in the middle and soon half-reluctantly went back with the fried noodles. Arriving at the testing room, the plastic bag was opened, and a strong aroma of wheat greeted them. A few people sniffed it and started betting nearby. I guess below 8. Too conservative, right? 7. Definitely 7. I've had a 9 before and this is still different from that. Zhou Qian also sniffed it and said decisively, 6. Definitely 6. I remember the best on the market now is 11. Right? Yeah, we only have 9 for internal special supply. Everyone was both curious and expectant, watching as the detector turned on, the green numbers on the display shining so brightly. 3. Damn. Someone muttered, why is it 3 again? I remember the pine nut I handed in at the start was also a 3. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Qian, you still think the girl is pitiful, but I clearly see she's being trained by a big family. TSK. That's not likely. No matter how much training, she wouldn't end up in the Rose Corridor. I remember the first time the team went out, she was hiding in the tunnels. Zhou Qian snorted, even a broken boat has 3 pounds of nails. Why can't she have some impressive relatives? She's already riding a bicycle and you're still worried about where this stuff came from. He paused and then sighed again. Why do you always take good things from others? This time I thought I had made up for it, but the stir-fried noodles with a mutation value of 3. Forget it, forget it. Zhou Qian recalled Huai Yu soft, brother, just now, and now he waved his big hand. Where's the pure water? Hurry up and boil it. Let's also try the stir-fried noodles, by the way. Do you want to add sugar or salt? Not adding any at all? Won't the salt and sugar get contaminated then? I think we should add a little, otherwise the noodles will taste bland and it would be a waste. Everyone was talking all at once, making the place very lively. Meanwhile, Huai Yu had already pushed the bicycle back to the treehouse. It was rare to come back while it was still early, and she happily tidied up her things, immediately taking out the solar lamp and placing it by the bedside, together with the roses. Although there wasn't much sun nowadays, with the lamp here, brightness was just around the corner. 3 stainless steel nested basins were placed together with the kitchen knife and cutting board. The rope was put in the storage bag for later use. Pen and paper were placed on the bedside table, and from now on she would carry them with her weight. She opened the notebook and first wrote down the things she needed to buy. Duvet cover, small shoulder bag. For small items like pen and paper, it was more convenient to carry them in a shoulder bag. She couldn't just stuff everything into the basket on her back. Next came the defective insulated water bottle, which indeed had a defect. Huai Yu turned it over and over, finally finding a scratch on the bottom. She thought of Zhou Qianlai and couldn't help but smile. The lighter was also put away as a backup, and the umbrella was placed by the door. Then she hung the drying rack and clothes on the vine. Wow! The originally very empty room now looked quite decent. Huai Yu quietly admired the room once more. Seeing that the fire in the brazier was not completely extinguished when she was about to leave, she added some dry grass and small twigs inside, and soon flames were burning again. Even with the door curtain lifted, the temperature inside the room quickly rose. She poured out about a pound of soybeans and soaked them directly in water. Although the fire was kept burning continuously every day, the damp ground temperature was still hard to raise quickly. Like last time, for the bean sprouts to grow to a weighty state, it would take at least another 5 or 6 days. During these 5 or 6 days, Huai Yu did not plan to go to the trading market again. She stood at the door, her gaze fixed on the distant Sanqing mountain. Now that we have lard, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, she will go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables to eat. As for this afternoon, let's first try blanching the dough in hot water and make ourselves a soft and sweet pancake. I added just a little oil to the fried batter and it was fine. After drinking nutritional fluid for half a month, my stomach should be okay with eating one more pancake, right? Just as she was pondering, she heard another round of drizzling rain outside. Huai Yu couldn't help but sigh, then quickly carried out the 2 newly acquired buckets. After thinking it over, since there wasn't much water left in the big red bucket, she simply poured it into the basin and went to fetch another bucket. After all, she didn't know when the rain would stop, and the pond, now full, was muddy and turbid. It might take several days to clear up, so she needed to prepare more water. The rain wasn't heavy, and the drops hitting the bucket weren't dense. Huai Yu decided to ignore it, took out the newly arrived basin to wash it, and then carefully grabbed a handful of flour. Paused for a moment, then grabbed another handful. She clapped her hands, paused, went to the bedside to find paper and pen, and carefully wrote down spoon. Then she wrote down baking soda, yeast powder, egg, rolling pin. Why are there more and more items? And this egg, after walking through the entire market, I didn't see any for sale. Next time, I need to ask Boss Tang about it. She thought for a moment and, having nothing to note down for now, washed her hands again. The kettle sat on the stove, slowly heating up. Huai Yu had no ingredients at hand, so she only added a little sugar to the dough. Judging the water temperature to be about right, she picked up the kettle and began scalding the dough directly. She was somewhat absent-minded while pouring the water, feeling as if she hadn't done this in a long time and was a bit rusty. But fortunately, her instincts remained, and her chopsticks continued to stir quickly, soon producing a bowl of scalded dough flakes. Perfect! She threw down her chopsticks, shaking her reddened fingers while continuously kneading. The hot water awakened the sweet aroma of the flour. With each knead, her anticipation for the fragrant, sweet, and soft pancake grew, and her mouth watered even more. At this moment, not even the drizzling rain outside could affect her mood in the slightest. Chapter 46, Hot Water Dough Pancakes. The hot dough cake was taken out of the shiny bowl and placed on the cutting board. There was no rolling pin, but that didn't matter. Those who want to eat always find a way. Huai Yu slowly pressed it flat with the heel of her hand, her movements neither hurried nor slow. She carefully added some lard, measuring the amount cautiously, fearing that it might upset her stomach and cause diarrhea. After all, not to mention that buying medicine was inconvenient, it would be such a pity to get diarrhea from something so delicious. The lard, which had solidified into white, slowly melted into the dough cake under her kneading. When the pan was placed back on the stove and began to emit steam, she pressed and spread the dough cake flat before putting it into the pan. Then, she did nothing, just scooped up a piece of green brick and sat in front of the stove, then watched the small fire, resting her chin on her hand quietly waiting. The process of baking the flatbread was really too long, the sweet wheat aroma drifting around the pot light, yet impossible to ignore. Huai Yu wanted to grab a bite several times but finally held back with strong willpower. Until the pancake had been flipped twice, then it puffed up. "It's ready to eat." She jumped up, then took the whole pot down and placed it on the floor, picking up the soft, glutinous pancake with chopsticks and swinging it in the air, trying to cool it down before eating. But before eating, she instinctively glanced at the door again. But there was nothing outside the door, only the sound of drizzling rain and a bucket already filled to 80%. Huai Yu lowered her head and took a bite of the flatbread. So delicious. So sweet. So soft. So fragrant. This is what real food should be. She first opened her mouth wide and took 2 big bites, restraining herself to chew a little longer before slowly swallowing. Then she began to eat the not-so-large hot dough pancake delicately, bite by bite. The gloomy sky, the relentless rain, the subtle pollution from all directions including the air, none of it can dampen the happiness of this moment. Oh! The rain drizzled continuously throughout the entire night. By the time the morning news started, it had become even heavier. Fortunately, Huai Yu stayed in bed and didn't get up, stubbornly waiting for the rain to stop. It was already 10 o'clock by then. When she crawled out of bed, droplets condensed on the roof fell plop onto her face, making her feel completely irritated. Her whole body was soaking wet, and the soles of her shoes were wet too. If the sun didn't come out soon, she really wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Huai Yu sighed and slowly got out of bed. The first thing she did was to start a fire. Although the fire only made the room stuffier and more humid, having some warmth could at least somewhat ease the situation. Besides, the bean sprouts couldn't grow at such low temperatures. After washing and sorting the soybeans, she scooped them out and spread them evenly into 2 small baskets. Then she glanced at the towels and found that out of 3 towels, only 1 could be used for herself, while the other 2 had to be used to cover the bean sprouts. So she made a note of this in her notebook. Then she scooped water from the bucket on the side that only had water purification tablets left and poured it in. There was only 1 bottle of purification tablets left. Make a note of that. Looking at it this way, she originally thought life was already on the right track, but in reality, there were still so many little things missing. The water in the thermos was still warm, so she took it out to make a bowl of fried noodles, added some salt, and after eating she felt warm all over. Then she put on her rain boots and raincoat, ready to head up the mountain. There was no other way. Although the rain had stopped, everything was still wet. If she didn't wear a raincoat going into the mountain, who knew which mischievous tree might shake water all over her? The mind is just too wicked. Huai Yu, who had tasted the flavor, huffed and pushed the bicycle out. Wait, does the bicycle also need its own pump? She thought of this and felt even more distressed. Luckily, she found the small business selling bean sprouts. Otherwise life would have been really hard. The week-long rain did not have much impact on the plants. The greenery in the mountain forest grew increasingly lush, and the leaves of the rose corridor were especially glossy. Although pollution made them irritable, their growth did not stop. Just after passing through the rose corridor, many edible wild vegetables had sprouted on the slopes on both sides, but they were not in large quantities, so Huai Yu had to ignore them. There was flowing water on the mountain that converged into a clear spring, gurgling as it flowed. She followed the stream upstream and saw several small fish in a pool. Huh? Can this be kept in a pond? The pool doesn't look deep, but appearances can be deceiving. Huai Yu cautiously reached out from the shore to try and scoop some water. But the little fish looked nimble and was actually even more agile. It quickly spun around in the water and its small tail whipped against the back of her hand. Hiss! It hurt! Huai Yu withdrew her hand, and in an instant, a red mark immediately swelled up on the fair back of her hand. She was dumbfounded, recalling the mutations in plants and animals, often mentioned by others but which she had never witnessed herself. Are animals really mutated like this? But its tail is so strong it should taste really good, right? She stood by the shore and looked around, deciding to go back and note down small fishing net and fish hook. After thinking for a moment, she also noted down fish trap. The moisture in the forest was even heavier than in the treehouse. Thick fog spread among the trees, and various jagged rocks rose steeply, making it impossible to tell that this was once a tourist spot with a boardwalk. Huai Yu kept walking uphill, and even though she was wearing a down jacket and a raincoat, her legs still felt chilly and uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and quickened her pace. Sure enough, she saw a large patch of wild vegetables on a gentle slope. A few stalks of scallions and 2 or 3 clumps of wild garlic. Using a shovel to dig and scoop, Huai Yu pulled out the wild garlic, then noticed not far away a small patch of greenish-brown ground spinach. The ground spinach spread out in a small patch, the algae body soaked wet with moisture, exceptionally plump. A bit further away from the stream was mostly wormwood. Huai Yu looked around in a circle and found there was enough to eat, so she didn't go any deeper. She put down her basket and began picking slowly. As she picked, unknowingly she walked a bit further forward and could still see a slender Chinese tun tree. She stared at it for a long while before reluctantly giving up. This thing feels very strange without eggs to go with it. Now that there are other dishes, it's better not to waste it. After dawdling for another hour, Huai Yu looked at the half basket of wild vegetables and finally felt satisfied. The large raincoat had become heavy from wearing it for so long. She stretched lazily before carrying the basket and heading home. After walking a few steps, she turned back and dipped her hand into the icy cold stream water. Threads of dirt vanished without a trace as they were purified, while the surrounding plants eagerly absorbed it, only to be quickly washed away again by more polluted flowing water. Her ability in this regard was truly insignificant, a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. But withdrawing her hand, Huai Yu still felt a sense of inner satisfaction. So humming a tune, she happily went back down the mountain. Chapter 47 Oil, Salt, and Rice. Please give a monthly ticket. As she just got on her bike to head back, a light drizzle started again. Huai Yu felt like sighing away all the frustration of the year, but she forced herself to stay calm to avoid getting too irritated. But once she returned to her humble home, her mood settled down again. A few stalks of scallions with broadleaves were quickly washed clean in the basin. There was quite a bit of wild garlic, which was a bit troublesome, so she set it aside for the time being. Below that was mugwort, with clusters of white, fluffy leaves and a slightly bluish tint at the base. It was cute and easy to clean, just a few rinses in the water basin to remove the dirt and sandwood dew. This looks like a huge bunch, but when placed into a stainless steel basin, it only slightly sticks out. At the very bottom of the basket are the ground vegetables. This stuff is wet and slippery yet very fragile. When Huai Yu was picking it, she accidentally grabbed a lot of soil and broken leaves. Now poured into the basin, it crumbles with just a little force, making it impossible to scoop. She had no choice but to stir it roughly once, then put it straight into the pot to cook. Floating in the water were these yellow-green seaweed-like plants with a hint of brown, accompanied by rising steam as the water slowly boiled, and the originally fragile and slippery texture gradually hardened. She stared at the pot, unable to help but ponder the past again. She could build houses, cook, and identify wild plants. Looking at the notebook again, the handwriting wasn't bad either. Wow! How does she know everything? Could she be someone highly educated? A professor? An expert? Or maybe she studied landscaping or botany. It can't be an agricultural university, right? That would be impressive too. But racking her brains, the past still remained a blur. Huai Yu rested her cheek on her hand, frowning tightly in confusion, until the bubbling water in the pot reminded her. Scoop it out. If you don't scoop it out soon, it will overcook. She instantly threw the unimportant past out of her mind, then quickly grabbed a small basket to filter and wash the ground vegetables, and then noted down another item to buy. Filter basket. Cooked ground vegetables weren't so fragile and their color had deepened considerably. Huai Yu sat on the blue bricks holding the basin, slowly picking and washing, only feeling her bottom damp and cold. Thinking like this, there really were a lot of small things to buy. If there was extra money, buying a small stool wouldn't be out of the question either. Just as she was pondering this, a sudden rush of warmth flowed down, and the terrifying sensation rooted in her memory made her quickly stand up. After standing up, Huai Yu was stunned for a moment, only then realizing belatedly. She gloomily took out the sanitary products hidden at the very bottom of her storage bag, then sighed as she went to the restroom. No wonder her mood had been easily depressed lately. It turned out her long-prepared but forgotten period had arrived. Fortunately, there were no other feelings besides this, but Huai Yu still maintained a cautious and conservative attitude. After returning, she didn't dare to sit on the cold blue bricks and had to squat there, mixing warm water and slowly washing the wild vegetables. While washing, she thought of an even scarier question. She always felt that her age wasn't as young as it appeared on the outside, but just how old was she? Was she married or not? Could it be that she has already had a child? She touched her belly, her face pale from the whirlwind of thoughts, not daring to think too deeply. But whether she wanted to or not, the dai pai vegetable was finally washed. On a rainy day, nothing could be dried, so she simply put the pot back on the stove and slowly roasted the dai pai vegetable inside. By the way, how is the earth kiln built again? Should we build one at the entrance? Otherwise, having only one pot would be somewhat inconvenient. Huai Yu squatted on the ground, feeling really uncomfortable. After turning around a few times, she finally dragged over a blue brick, then layered a few straw mats on top and started sorting the wild garlic again. This thing is called both garlic and onion. It's thin and slender, with tiny little bulbs at the bottom. She listened to the rustling rain as she slowly tidied up. 2 large bunches of wild garlic covered in mud and dust gradually became a clean, neat bundle. Only a small bunch with some soil was left there for tomorrow. As for the ones clean now, Huai Yu took out a kitchen knife and chopped them all into small pieces. She put a bowl aside, then looked at the ground spinach in the pot, which had dried into a hard and crispy state, so she simply put it away and switched to drying wild garlic. The entire territory of Rose Mansion did have wild vegetables, but not many. After all, it is already a leveled and planned ground, quite different from the original style of the forested mountains. At the very least, no clumps of wild garlic have been seen so far. If you don't want to go up the mountain every time you eat, this is the only way to preserve it. The sweet and soft texture of the steamed pancake still seemed to linger. Huai Yu stared at today's midday harvest and pondered. What should we eat for dinner? Original dough lump soup served with steamed artemisia or artemisia nests? Or perhaps scallion pancakes? Or using purified rice, paired with scallion salt granules and crispy pork lard bits, simmered into a simple bowl of oil and salt rice? So hard to choose. She was drooling, but she only had one stomach, and at this moment, she was caught in a painful and difficult dilemma. By 6 in the evening, the light rain outside had stopped again. The sky was dark and gloomy, with only faint outlines of distant layered mountains visible. Huai Yu had already gotten used to all this. At this moment, by the dim firelight, she poured out the dried wild garlic from the pot to cool, then began preparing tonight's dinner. After eating 2 meals of flour in a row, she decided to have a balanced diet and eat rice tonight. Fragrant, steaming rice. If she had 2 eggs now, whether it was stir-fried ground spinach with eggs, or making an egg pancake or even egg-fried rice, Huai Yu could easily eat 2 bowls in one sitting. But in reality, the dried ground spinach could only be put into a bag for later use, and there were no eggs either. She thought that next time she went to the market, she should find a book to bring back. Otherwise, staying cooped up in the house with nothing to do, even washing vegetables had to be done deliberately slowly, and life was just too boring. During the day it was fine, she could always find some work to do. But at night, the firelight wasn't bright enough, and besides sleeping, there was nothing else to do. She no longer needed to sleep for more than 10 hours every day. While thinking about what to do to pass the time, Huai Yu picked a small white lump of lard with chopsticks and dropped it into the pot. The lard in the entire lunchbox had been carefully used 3 times, and now it had suffered a rough outer injury at the corner. Then stir-fry the wild onion segments and lard residue cubes inside until fragrant, sprinkle some salt, and serve them in a bowl. Next, wash the pot and cook the rice. This series of actions was performed by Huai Yu smoothly and effortlessly, exceptionally fluid. When the rice grains start to bloom, she turns the heat to low and simmers it, then evenly pours the sautéed scallion oil along with the crispy pork lard bits over the rice. She finds a few stalks of scallions, chops them finely, and sprinkles them evenly in as well. Steam rises from the bottom, the firewood crackles, and a rich aroma fills the air. Covering the pot, Huai Yu is once again full of anticipation. Although only a few tiny pieces of pork lard bits are added, and not much oil is used, it's like a stingy landlord preparing a meal for a long-term worker. But it really smells so good. The aroma of rice. The scent of oil from stir-frying. Carrying the unique garlicky and scallion flavor of wild garlic and green onions. For a moment, the entire treehouse seemed unable to contain her eager heart. Chapter 48 Dreamscape, please vote. By the time the rain stopped, it was already April 2nd. That noon, after Huai Yu had happily eaten a scallion pancake, she really had nothing to do, so she went to the shed and pulled over a handful of dry grass. Imitating the patterns of the vine baskets Lin Xiefeng had taught her, she also started practicing basket weaving. After all, she was truly bored. She had already been up the mountain twice more. The newly bought pickle jars were stuffed full of pickled bracken. A whole plastic bag of dried ground vegetables had been stockpiled, and even wild onions filled nearly half a bag. With nothing else to do, she went on to collect some red bricks and rebuilt 2 stoves in the shed outside. Once the weather warmed up, all 3 meals of the day would be handled there. Even so, rainy days were still boring enough. So much so that Huai Yu had to find ways to keep busy. Otherwise, just sitting there days not only made time drag but also made her look a bit foolish. Now as she looked at the wicker basket, her study became especially meticulous. But as she kept looking, the light in the room suddenly brightened. She looked outside the door and saw that the gloomy weather, once shrouded in a layer of gray mist, was gone. Instead, a few rays of light peeked through the sky. Sunny. Huai Yu put down the dry grass in her hand and then eagerly stepped out of the house. Outside, everything was bright. Although the sun was not yet visible, it was already enough to lift one's spirits. She joyfully jumped up in an instant, quickly returned to the house, and shortly after came out carrying a small solar lamp. Carefully and seriously, she deliberately chose a spacious and unobstructed place before carefully setting down the lamp. Then she thought for a moment, put on her rain boots again, took the multifunctional shovel, and rode her bike towards Sanqing Mountain. Setting everything else aside, first cut down 2 trees to make a clothes drying rack. If the quilt isn't aired soon, it will really start to mold. Having had the previous experience, this time Huai Yu's efficiency in selecting, cutting, and sawing trees was much higher. A simple clothes drying rack only needs 2 X-shaped cross branches with a horizontal support placed on top. It doesn't need to be as straight, thick, long, and sturdy as the beams and columns of a thatched shed. Therefore, she only needed to pick some large tree branches and quickly tie together 5 suitable trunks, dragging them down the mountain along with the smaller branches and forks on top. After passing the rose corridor, she tied this bundle of branches to the bicycle. Even though pushing it was still somewhat difficult, it was much better than dragging them across the muddy ground by herself. These tasks sound simple but were actually extremely exhausting. Coupled with the long journey, by the time Huai Yu returned to the treehouse, the once bright daylight had gradually dimmed again. But this time it wasn't rainy, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight outside, she quickly tied the damp tree trunks in a crisscross pattern, making 2 sturdy supports. A horizontal wooden beam was placed on top and it could just be left out in the open like that. After all, it was already wet enough, so a little more dew wouldn't be a problem. Then, picking up the solar lamp and returning to the room, Huai Yu finally did not immediately start a fire to add wood, but instead pressed the switch with a click. In an instant, the whole room was filled with bright light. Actually, the solar lamp hadn't absorbed much energy today. After a brief brightness, the light quickly dimmed, maintaining a faint and soft glow. But this was already enough to illuminate the small treehouse and bring joy to Huai Yu's heart. The long-lost bright light made her jump with joy. At this moment, she spun around twice in the treehouse, but really couldn't think of anything to do. In the end, she could only close the light with a heavy heart, then light the fire again. Tomorrow, after the sun comes up, she'll lift the waterproof tarp first. The 2 layers of leaves laid inside have already dried, and the sunlight shining through the slight gaps might help speed up the evaporation of moisture. The damp feeling is so unpleasant. Not only that, the dry grass laid under the bed also needs to be taken out and dried again. Otherwise, if left too long, it won't just mold and rot, but might even attract bugs. Thinking of this, Huai Yu felt a bit conflicted again. Next time after selling the bean sprouts and coming back with some money, I wonder if I can ask Captain Joe if there's a folding bed or something like that to sell to me. The most important thing is. She looked around, there shouldn't be anything she's not supposed to have where she lives, right? If it's convenient, could you help bring the bed over when the other party comes to patrol again by car? Otherwise, it's really hard for her to manage alone. The notebook is already densely filled with countless little things, and now Huai Yu has carefully added bed to the list. She doesn't even know how many points it will take to gather all these belongings. But she is no longer worried at all. Not to mention, bean sprouts are also a business that requires steady, continuous effort. She lifted the basin to take a look. Because of the constant fires at home these past few days, the bean sprouts had already grown quite long. Tomorrow, if it's sunny early tomorrow morning, she'll first sun the quilt and the house, then head to the trading market. With beautiful hopes in her heart, even the damp quilt didn't feel so uncomfortable, and Huai Yu almost blissfully drifted into sleep. In the dream, a blurry face was looking at her with guilt. "Xiao Yu, I'm sorry." Sorry for what? She was curious, but the scene suddenly shifted. Before her were large groups of people running in disarray, and beside them, uniformed commanders holding megaphones shouting hoarsely. "Pollution mutation, do not approach the plants. Go to the temporary shelter. Line up orderly. Don't bring too much luggage." Huai Yu looked on in confusion, doubting that this was a scene from the disaster. Then there was another blur, and in a remote corner, a girl whose face was indistinguishable opened her palm. A seed was rapidly cracking and sprouting in her fair hand, and in an instant, several meters of lush green vines grew out. She looked at the man in front of her with joy. "Ah, you look. I have supernatural powers too. Just like you, mine are wood-based. Wow! I feel like my speed is even faster than yours." She wrinkled her nose, seeming proud. "I told you, heaven wouldn't treat me unfairly. I'm so amazing. Who is Ayu?" Huai Yu opened her eyes in confusion in her sleep. But soon she fell back into a deep sleep, remembering nothing. The rose branches by the bedside swayed gently, stirring the dense door curtain, and faint strands of floral fragrance floated in the air. Early the next morning, Huai Yu opened her eyes feeling refreshed and invigorated. She was stunned for a moment, not even bothering to check the time, and threw off the covers before rushing out. As the door curtain was lifted, the morning breeze, carrying a moist and fresh vapor, brushed against her face, causing her to sneeze sharply. A faint scent of roses lingered in the air. Huai Yu turned his head to look and saw that a brilliant morning glow was already spreading across the eastern horizon. Chapter 49 Unexpected Surprise. In just one night, the air seemed much drier and the grass shoots on the ground showed even more vibrant vitality. The ground, covered with intertwined grass roots, no longer squelched with mud underfoot but had gained a somewhat firm texture. At the very least, wearing white shoes today wouldn't get them dirty so easily. Huai Yu glanced at her watch. It was only 7:30. She returned to the treehouse and, without a word, first took out the solar lamp. The newly made clothes rack from last night was still heavy, carrying its own dampness and the moist chill on the outer bark. Huai Yu took out a plastic bag to wrap around the tree trunk once, then quickly hung the quilt out to dry. Even though the sun had not yet risen, the chance to air out the quilt after continuous rainy days was precious. The black and blue floral quilt was draped over a simple drying rack, gently swaying in the morning breeze, as if even its colors had brightened considerably. The tree branches extending at both ends were not wasted. The only 5 hangers holding clothes were also hung up. Next came the hay laid out in the center of the stone bed, pulled out layer by layer, bundle by bundle, and similarly spread on the ground. The temperature was slowly rising and the sun gradually appeared. The open grassland was gradually bathed in warm golden morning light. Even the solar lamps gleamed brightly under its glow. Huai Yu went around the treehouse, took off the green bricks that were holding down the waterproof tarp, then found the right angle and slowly pulled the tarp down with force. With the friction from the vines and branches, this task was quite difficult. But when the tarp was completely lifted, it was visibly clear that light was already shining through the gaps in the dry leaves. The room instantly brightened up, as if invisible steam was rising, no longer needing to live in this damp, hot and cold sauna room. Huai Yu smiled with satisfaction. Only then did the morning broadcast finally begin. Today is April 3rd, 2066, clear, air mutation index 11. After many days of rain, clear weather has finally arrived. But the soil water pollution index has increased, and the anti-pollution command reminds everyone. It's sunny. Huai Yu finally completely relaxed and at this moment was back inside organizing the backpack. Take a basket of bean sprouts and leave a basket for yourself to eat. Bring a jar of pickled bracken and tear off a piece of paper to wrap some dried spicy wild scallion segments. These are for Captain Joe. She slung the basket on her back, looked around, then took her paper and pen, grabbed a few more plastic bags, and was ready to set off. The basket on her back hadn't been this empty in a long time. Huai Yu glanced at the piles of belongings outside the treehouse, thought for a moment, and then reminded Xiang Wei in the rose corridor. I'm heading out. Please take good care of the house and you, Xiao Tian, no stealing. Or else I'll come dig up your place. Back and forth they showed 2 completely different faces. Xiao Tian, poking his head out of the new home's entrance, squeaked, "Ji," and stormed off in a huff. On the bus that deliberately detoured here from the Jinyuan Community starting station, there were already quite a few passengers this time. It seemed that after the rare sunshine following the rain, everyone was eager to get out and take a stroll. Therefore, even though the bus now charges a fare, not a single person on board is missing. Huai Yu carried a basket on her back and only found a seat after walking all the way to the back of the bus. Everyone was holding baskets and bags, so her appearance was not unusual at all. What was rare was the boarding location, where an auntie she had seen before recognized her. Young lady, with this heavy rain, the area near the camp is just mountains and a rose corridor. Aren't you afraid to stay here? Yeah, your brother and the others probably haven't had a break these past few days, right? TSK, damn it, just when we finally settle down, they won't let us have an easy time. Oh, from the defense forces over there? I was wondering why they were at this station. Huai Yu had already grasped the main points of the aunt's conversation, now shyly smiling without saying a word. So everyone quickly resumed whispering. Don't ask too much, don't ask too much. What's the use of asking about these missions? It's not easy anywhere, nowhere is easy. It's just like that time in the south, heavy rain outside, light rain inside. The child broke out in a rash. Don't even mention it, the rash would be bad enough, but then there was an allergy too, and that allergy medicine costs 50 cents a box. Why didn't he go grab some? Sigh. We live high up, and the drafts from all 4 sides gave everyone colds. We're high up too, on the 27th floor. The men at home found a lot of old furniture to burn for firewood, and only then did it get a bit better. There are several people in our neighborhood selling vegetables at high prices. TSK, can't they just grow vegetables at home? What's so great about that, selling them so expensive? Exactly. Last time I liked a broken pot, but it had a big crack and they still wanted such a high price. Our neighborhood just doesn't have proper market management. They are too good at charging random prices. If I had the time, I'd rather go to the pedestrian street to buy. That's far though, sometimes it's inconvenient to buy bulky items. Everyone was talking at once, vividly painting a picture of community life right in front of Huai Yu. As the bus headed toward the city center, it became more and more crowded. Before long, it was packed like a can of sardines again, much like the scene when we left the administrative hall. Several ants in the back row, holding baskets and unable to move, couldn't help but start complaining again. There are so many buses in the city, why do they all have to squeeze onto the same one as us? Exactly. We went out for over an hour and they just lifted their legs and got here. I guess life isn't easy for them either. We live in that remote neighborhood where no one comes to light a fire, but in their city area, they don't allow fires at home. The car shook and jolted, bouncing along, and amidst this swaying motion, Hongsheng Trading Market finally arrived. Huai Yu, familiar with the route, walked towards the checkpoint at the intersection. Even though there was still a long line ahead, as soon as she appeared, a familiar staff member immediately came over to greet her. Sister. Come, sit here and wait for a moment. Huai Yu was taken aback for a moment, then naturally walked over. One of the busy staff members over there called out, Sis, come, let's go into the office to talk. After saying that, he opened the door to the room next to him. Huai Yu walked in carrying a basket on her back, listening carefully. Outside, there was no one protesting or murmuring, so it seemed not to be disrupting everyone's progress. Or perhaps it was just something they were used to? Then she was taken aback, seeing that inside the room there was actually a small, delicate testing device, which looked more advanced than the security checkpoint-like machine outside. The staff member pressed the switch and smiled at her sideways. Here, give me the basket. I'll test you first. Later, you can enter through the side door. Testing is mandatory. This door also has a gate, and without the test code, it won't open. This was quite an unexpected surprise. After all, there were especially many people at the pedestrian street today, forming a huge crowd in a long line. She had to queue there, and although the efficiency was high, it would still take at least more than half an hour. Huai Yu put down the basket and couldn't help but smile at the other party. Chapter 50 Talent. Huai Yu didn't expect that just 2 transactions, more precisely, only 2 communications, could bring such an unexpected surprise, which made her hesitate. Is it okay for me to test here? No problem. The staff member was very calm. This is originally a backup machine for the trading market. Right now, there aren't many people setting up stalls to sell things, but when there are more it will be needed, though this one is a bit more precise, accurate to 1 decimal place. He placed the basket on it. Measure it all together or separately? Huai Yu nodded decisively. Unify. The bracken and wild onions had been purified by herself, while the bean sprouts were soaked in more ordinary purified water than last time. Unifying the test was the safest. The machine emitted a faint humming sound and soon spit out a card. Mutation value 9i. How should I put it, this data is rare in the entire market, but since it's Huai Yu it doesn't seem quite as rare. For example, the staff are already somewhat used to it at this moment. Huai Yu took the card and heard him sigh. Even bean sprouts can be this perfect. That's really impressive. Huai Yu smiled and earnestly promised, thank you all, next time I'll have my brother bring some things over. The other party waved their hand. It's a simple favor, you don't have to take anything. Alright, let's exit through the turnstile ahead. Take the first right at the intersection, and you'll be on the main pedestrian street. Huai Yu exited through the turnstile and found that on both sides were exquisitely sized boutique shops and snack stalls with colorful storefront signs one after another. Just a glance made it clear that if it weren't for the disaster, this would definitely be the busiest area of the entire Huaqing night market. But now that things had just settled down, there weren't even enough vendors to set up stalls on the pedestrian street, so this place naturally remained closed and appeared especially quiet. Arriving at Huaxia Gold, Boss Tang was sitting on a seemingly very comfortable beanbag chair playing a game. The red and blue colors of the game controller, along with the intense and exciting music, made Huai Yu unable to help but feel envious. If there was something like this to pass the time, life surely wouldn't be boring, right? But for Tang Hongji, the hundreds of single-player games he had collected were long since played to boredom, and even now he felt mentally weary when slashing monsters. Until he looked up and saw Huai Yu. The next moment he jumped up directly, his round body struggling several times in the sunken lazy sofa, like a powerless seal. The game console was casually thrown aside. The intense battle music hadn't even been paused in time, quickly turning into a sad lament. But Boss Tang didn't care at all. Instead, he was beaming with a smile. Oh, little Yu sister is here. Quick, come in, I'll make you some tea. IHT, can you get used to it? Huai Yu shook her head. The water outside didn't taste good, and she didn't want to touch it. But Boss Tang thought it was only natural. After all, the girl casually took out things with the mutation value of 9 to play house in cell, so it was normal for her to look down on his aged tea and ordinary purified water. At this moment, a pair of eyes looked earnestly at the basket on her back. Got anything good today? Huai Yu put down the basket. It's still bean sprouts, they sprout so interestingly. I soaked the beans myself. Boss Tang's smile remained unchanged, still sincere. Oh, I knew it. Last time those bean sprouts grew so well, it turns out it was you, little sister you, who soaked the beans yourself. Amazing. Truly talented. Huai Yu nodded as if it were obvious. Yes, brother said the same. She handed over the mutation value certificate, with the bold mutation value, 9, on it, which made Boss Tang beam with joy again. This time, large rattan baskets were used for soaking the bean sprouts. Because they were soaked for a longer time, the tiny roots at the bottom had already started to embed into the rattan. When Huai Yu tore the whole batch of bean sprouts downward, she used extra force, and a few crisp bean sprouts snapped right off. Boss Tang grimaced, feeling especially distressed. I'll do it. This basket is rough, don't cut your hands. Huai Yu let go, her fair and soft fingertips slightly reddened, clearly from the effort. Seeing this, Boss Tang became even more convinced of her family background. Compared to Huai Yu, his palm was large, carefully gripping the root of the bean sprouts and pulling evenly outward, quickly tearing off the entire bunch of bean sprouts from the vine frame. Considering that they were legumes, even a slight contamination would cause the mutation value to spike, so he didn't even dare to soak them in water, just quickly weighed them. There's a bit more this time, 6 Jin and 8 Liang. Let's count it as 7 Jin for you. But the weather has cleared up, so the market price for these fresh vegetables might drop a bit. Don't worry, girl. I won't lower it. I'm still offering 60 now. 420 points. Huai Yu nodded. Okay. Boss Tang has many strengths. Being straightforward and not fussing over small points is the best among the best. She liked it very much. Compared to before, this transaction was even faster. Huai Yu took her 420 points and went back to the street, first picking out a super light fabric chest bag for herself. The dark green bag was also secondhand, but because of that, it only cost 10 points and could perfectly fit her notebook. At this moment, Huai Yu placed another bid on the list and got a purple-red duvet cover of the right size, spending 25 points. 2 towels, 5 bottles of water purification tablets, 1 large spoon, 1 packet of yeast powder, 1 hand-woven strainer, baking soda, rolling pin. After stuffing all these bits and pieces into the backpack, only a little over 300 cents remained. A bicycle pump costs 50 cents each. Huai Yu hesitated back and forth and didn't buy one this time. There was a second-hand 4-hole small ground cage for 45 cents, decisively grabbed it. There are only 280 points left. Huai Yu looked at the notebook and found that the most urgently needed items had almost all been purchased, so she shifted her focus to food. Boss, the worst quality rice and flour, 5 Jin each. Alright, after this round of shopping, there are only 180 points left in the wristband. And she still hadn't bought the biggest and most wanted item. Uncle Jujube? She was a bit surprised. Why are you setting up a stall again? The man sitting on the ground looked gloomy. Just call me uncle, any uncle is fine, just don't call me Jujube. Oh. Huai Yu squatted down and looked at the things he was selling. Are you selling carrots? So mutated carrots actually look like this. What mutated carrots? Uncle Jujube was very displeased. This is ginseng. See. This is the ginseng I painstakingly gathered. Great tonic. Purely wild. But this ginseng was still not as thick as Huai Yu's little pinky finger, and the green leaves had also changed, really looking a little bit like a carrot. But these days, who knows whether good carrots or ginseng are more expensive? Huai Yu glanced at him. So how much is this mutation value? Uncle Jiao started panting again. It's still 23. He looked at Huai Yu and suddenly warned, you're not allowed to taste it. Besides, if the mutation value wasn't a bit higher, someone would have bought this kind of thing as soon as it was taken out. Would I bother setting up a stall? Chapter 51. Where does it nourish? Huai Yu didn't believe it. But your ginseng is so small, with such a high mutation value, it's not even as good as a carrot. Does it have any medicinal effect? If it's a strong tonic, where exactly does it nourish? What if it ends up on the mutant side? These 3 consecutive questions completely overwhelmed Uncle Zao, because after much thought, he realized he didn't have a definite answer himself. If it were someone else, they could still talk a big game and see who could out-argue whom. Although Huai Yu's face was tender, the jujubes he ate had made his heart firm and strong, but now when he spoke, he couldn't help but sound a bit weak. Well, I don't know either. I'm just a jujube seller, a spit. A ginseng seller, what would I know? Girl, if you're not buying, then don't waste my time. Huai Yu said nothing, quietly squatting down with him. After waiting for quite a while without anyone coming, she grew even more curious. Jujube uncle, all right, uncle. Isn't there a fee to set up a stall now? Why do you always sell these things that don't sell? Uncle Zao glared at her. What do you mean I always sell these things that can't be sold? The things I can sell already have buyers lined up before they even hit the market. But you say this ginseng, you say it's a good thing, and it is. Its mutation value is really high. It's stuck there, neither here nor there, like a chicken rib. I'm not giving up, I just want to find a home for them. Besides, he raised his eyebrows proudly, do you think I'm like you young girls who can't hold onto their spots? Let me tell you, before the disaster, there were 3 supermarkets on this street that were all mine. I even have a special contribution card, so no one charges me for setting up a stall here. I'm just looking for something to do for myself. Collecting rent, do you understand the feeling of collecting rent? He finished proudly and then suddenly remembered something, cautiously looking at Huai Yu. Your family, is the wasteland mission over? It's over. Huai Yu said without changing her expression. They even brought me a flower. Oh. Uncle Zizi finally relaxed, leaning in to look at her backpack again. I told you you're just wasting money here. Doesn't seem like there's anything going on at home. Oh. TSK, look at this cover. What color is this, girl? These years of disaster have really messed up your taste. Huai Yu. Mess up her taste? It's clearly poverty. She hummed and asked, Uncle Jujube, if you try this ginseng, I'll even pack up a quarter of the pouch for you. No matter how small this thing is, it's still ginseng. Once purified, you can take it out at a critical moment. It should be worth some money, right? Uncle Jujube was furious. I told you, no tasting, no tasting. Besides, how could a quarter buy it this time? It has to be 20 parts. Oh. Huai Yu counted her savings, then stood up decisively. Then I don't want it. I need to keep my money to buy a bed. Whether 100 points are enough to buy it is a different matter. Who would have thought that Uncle Jiaozi's eyes suddenly lit up? Buy a bed? What kind of bed? Tell me, what good stuff can there be in the market? It's either ridiculously expensive or secondhand, used by someone else. Huai Yu was a bit skeptical. Really? Then I want a camp bed. Do you have one? Such a simple thing. Uncle Jiao instantly lost his previous timidity and instead became full of confidence. This kind of thing has been flying off the shelves during the disaster years. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have it. Huai Yu was a bit conflicted. So how many points does it cost? Uncle Jiao wore a confident look as if to say, I know this inside out. For your family? Actually, it's not necessary. The official quality is much better than ours, but if you want to give it, it's your intention. Here, there's that ultra-lightweight folding army bed that weighs only 12 jin. If you want it. He grunted. 160 points. I'll even sell you the ginseng together. There are 8 roots of ginseng. You must stew the old hen for at least 8 or 9 meals, right? But who would want to stew chicken with something this awful? He didn't know. Just by looking at the girl's fair and delicate hands, he knew she definitely never lacked anything. Since that's the case, buying a camp bed as a gift for the family is a gesture of goodwill, and buying ginseng for nourishment is also a gesture of goodwill, isn't it? 160 points. Huai Yu was instantly moved. The reason she was lingering here and not leaving was because the store she just visited had a folding camp bed that weighed only 12 pounds, but it was too expensive, costing 210 points. There was also a second-hand one, weighing 16 pounds, which also cost 160 points. She hesitated a bit because of the price, which is why she was lingering and wandering on the street. But now, Uncle Jujube is offering this price and even throwing in ginseng. Buy. She made a quick decision. Where are the items? I need to check the quality. Uncle Jujube immediately laughed, pulling out a bundle of 8 small ginseng roots wrapped in the corners of a worn burlap sack. Then he swaggered into the furniture store across the street with Huai Yu, pointing at the 210 centimeters folding bed and said, This is the one. Try it out, and if it works for you, just carry it away. Huai Yu? She stared wide-eyed at Uncle Zaozi, who patted his pants and said, What are you looking at me for? If you like it, just take it. The shop owner is my wife. Huai Yu. If only I had known a little earlier, I wouldn't have had to sneak around carrying pickled bracken and dried shallot pieces, planning to give them to Captain Joe on the way back, and then ask if they had any cheap beds. Oh. The number of people returning was just as many as when they came, all the way to the Jinyuan community platform. As the passengers quickly got off the bus, Huai Yu finally found a place to sit. Just how many people live in this community? She got off the bus carrying a 12-kilogram folding bed, feeling her legs and feet go numb from standing. But looking at what she gained today, she felt completely satisfied. Let's go. Time to go home. There are still many chores to do at home. The warm sun shines on the body and even the breeze feels pleasant. We set off just after 8 this morning and now it's only a little past 12 as we return. Huai Yu is full of energy, only casually drinking a bowl of salty sugar water before starting to hum and work hard. First, flip over the warm, fluffy quilt that's been sunning, then drape the bedsheet over it. The dry grass lying on the ground is useless for now, so flip it over as well. The room is filled with mottled sunlight, warm moisture rising, and it's clearly still a bit damp. But it's okay, the moisture now is all from the soil beneath. It just needs a couple more days of sun and the room will dry out again. Huai Yu squatted down, dismantled the green bricks originally used to build the bed frame, and then used these green bricks to build a platform around the treehouse, allowing more items to be placed. Once everything was ready, the folding bed was unfolded and set up, and the newly purchased miscellaneous items were neatly arranged in their proper places. Finally, he took out the pickled bracken and dried shallot pieces he had prepared to give to Captain Joe and arranged them again. There's no urgent need right now, let's leave these things for next time. Send them separately next time. That way it will seem more low-key. Chapter 52, Inducing Supernatural Powers. The feeling of clear skies is really wonderful. Huai Yu finished tidying up the room, and the warm sunlight still shone on her back through the gaps in the mottled leaves. She looked up and saw that the 2 layers of thick paulownia leaves laid on the roof, hastily gathered, had already dried and curled slightly. If it stayed warmer for a few more days, the leaves would probably become so brittle they would crumble. She thought for a moment and decided to keep these leaves for the time being. Although the waterproof tarp is good, it is still not thick enough. The temperature difference between day and night in early spring is large, and it is still very cold at night, especially since at first she only had a sleeping bag. And because of the smoke from burning firewood, Huai Yu didn't even dare to keep adding firewood to the fire throughout the night. The sleeping bag and the leaves were a great help in preventing cold and flu during the first few days. Wait until tomorrow. Tonight, she will retie the straw mats woven during the rainy days together. Tomorrow, she will remove all the leaves, let the house dry in the sun for a day, and then lay down the straw mats and waterproof tarp again. She believes she won't need to replace them for a long time. She tidied everything up, then took out a multifunctional shovel and began carefully trimming the extra twigs and branches left over from making the clothes drying rack. The thicker ones were sawed shorter, while the thinner, longer ones were snapped off by pressing against her knee and breaking them with both hands. Then she stacked them as neatly as possible beside the woodpile in the grass shed. But Huai Yu hugged a bundle of branches going in different directions and placed them down. She then glanced at the neatly stacked firewood beside her. Even the edges were perfectly aligned, and couldn't help but spread her palms and look at them. Why am I not a water type? If only I were like Lin Xiafeng, not afraid of rainy and damp days, not afraid of living without knives or saws, and not afraid of ill-intentioned people. How wonderful that would be. But now my ability is only a faint purification induced by birth. Besides being a target for envy, nothing else remains. She sighed and for the first time in a while felt relaxed. She simply lay down and slept on the pile of hay warmed by the sun. Before long, she actually dozed off in a daze. It was probably the complete relaxation after long-term tension. When Huai Yu woke up again, only the orange-red sunset remained on the horizon. She sat up instantly and checked her watch. It was already 5 o'clock. So I hurriedly and flusteredly started packing up. The waterproof tarp was dragged back onto the roof bit by bit, the solar lamp was brought inside, and the thoroughly sun-dried hay was also gathered in. There were also quilts and clothes which couldn't be left outside to get damp again. By the time all this was hastily done, the outside was already enveloped in a deep purple dusk. The solar lamp had been charging all day, and Huai Yu opened it with great anticipation. Pop! In an instant, the room was filled with radiant light. This white brightness was different from the flickering orange-red of firelight. The entire treehouse seemed to become more spacious. The brand-new folding bed was placed in the corner, ready for lying down and covering up to sleep. But Huai Yu still felt a little regretful at this moment. First, the bed was relatively small and the quilt was prone to hanging down to the floor. Second, there was only a thin layer of cloth underneath. When sleeping at night, although the quilt above was warm, the area under the shoulders and back might be exposed to drafts. Therefore, she had to fill the bottom of the bed with dry grass and spread it outwards to prevent the quilt from touching the ground and getting dirty. She realized what she had been thinking about and couldn't help but laugh again. Human desires are truly endless and boundless. The sleeping bag she started with was a gift from Captain Joe out of kindness. And now she's already starting to be picky about beds. No matter how good other beds are, does she have the ability to buy them, or the ability to bring them back? Huai Yu made herself laugh, so she chuckled while pulling out the newly bought duvet cover and putting it on. After arranging the most important resting place, she finally lit the fire and then placed the pot on the stove. Tonight, what to eat? This question had to be carefully considered several times every day. The 7 unfinished packs of nutritional fluid were still in the corner, constantly reminding her to cherish the current meals. After a moment of thought, Huai Yu decided that on such a good day, she had to properly stir-fry a dish to celebrate. After a few days of gradual progress, her stomach should now be able to handle oil and solid meals. So, there was only a little purified rice left from last time. So tonight she cooked a full bowl of dry rice especially lavishly. Meanwhile, a whole basket of bean sprouts sprouted with purified water was pulled out and stir-fried with lard and bits of crispy pork cracklings. The bean sprouts are crisp, the lard is fragrant and crispy, and the soybeans have a unique texture. A chopstick of soybean sprouts fried with lard residue, glistening with oily sheen under the light, followed by a chopstick of snowy white, translucent, and fragrant soft rice. So hot, Huai Yu almost cried from the heat. But it's really delicious. She happily held the bowl under the light. Above her head, the pine cone disguised as a light bulb looked especially real, as if this was the perfect home in life. After eating and drinking her fill, Huai Yu sat and dazed for a while before remembering that there were still 8 small ginseng roots to be packed today. The 8 ginseng roots were truly mutated. Their appearance, anyway, Huai Yu couldn't recognize what kind of ginseng they were, nor could she tell that they were ginseng at all. After all, in her understanding, a slender little ginseng at least had a long stalk, with a few leaves or a cluster of red berries on the stalk. Occasionally the berries might be yellow. But the leaves were definitely not these whisker-like things. Moreover, Huaqing doesn't produce this either. Even in Sankingshan, she hasn't seen this thing before, so she doesn't know how Uncle Zaozi got it. But Uncle Zaozi has no reason to lie to her, right? After all, he is already so powerful. Now that the little carrots have been taken out, they have lost quite a bit of moisture. Huai Yu picked one up, looked it over from all sides, thought for a moment, and tentatively began to purify it. The power surged little by little, the small ginseng in her palm felt increasingly pure, but its appearance was still wrinkled and rough, and the leaves looked droopy and lifeless. She withdrew her hand somewhat puzzled, then stared at it again. After thinking it over, since the ginseng wouldn't be sold or eaten for the time being, and the price was cheap. Alright, the main reason is that the price is cheap. Huai Yu then brought over a basin of purified water, and boldly gave it a try. This time she attempted to use that faint, even less effective than purification birthing force. Unlike before, this time the surge of power was felt more clearly by myself. Under the bright lights, green specks of light, like fireflies, slowly floated around Huai Yu. At the treehouse entrance, the wisteria vine, untouched by the heavy rain, swayed rapidly. Not far away, the shadows of the rose corridor flickered in the night, with vines stretching out, clawing and grasping. Alert! Mutation levels in Rose Corridor Area 37 are rapidly rising. Alert! Mutation levels in Rose Corridor Area 37 are rapidly rising. Alert! Mutation levels in Rose Corridor Area 37 are rapidly rising. Chapter 53 Bedside Face. The Alien Plant Defense Force arrived at Rose Corridor Area 37 5 minutes later. It had only been nightfall for a short while when the roar of cars approached from afar, the silent and deadly atmosphere growing more tense amid the nearly inaudible murmurs of conversation. Military boots stepped silently on the still damp ground, until bright lights shone one after another, freezing the quiet figure in the Rose Corridor. Only then did they relax their concealed stance. But the nearest mutation value detector was still glowing with the dangerous red light. Zhou Qian raised his hand, and someone beside him held up the device. The mutation value surged 12 points within a minute. It's probably very unhappy. But it makes no sense. Everyone present kept turning this phrase over and over in their minds. The Rose Corridor had become cooperative with the defense forces precisely because of its emotional stability. Even the continuous drizzling rain with high pollution levels hadn't upset it this much. Now that the rain had stopped, how could it? Is there a fight nearby? Or perhaps there was blood? Everyone's hearts tightened, and Zhou Qian's expression became even more serious and tense, a slight worry appearing in his eyes. He remembered that Huai Yu lived in District 37. With that thought, he no longer hesitated. Let's go take a look. However, as the team got closer to the Rose Corridor and the lights illuminated a wider area, what appeared before them fell everyone into silence once again. It was just, how could anyone build a house so close to the Rose Corridor? Although the house was built rather irregularly and from their perspective had many flaws, no matter how many problems it had, it was still a real shelter from the wind and rain. Everyone was on high alert, carefully stepping forward toward the treehouse. Bright light shone straight ahead, and a string of particularly dreamy wisteria flowers was hanging on the door, gently swaying in the night breeze, giving the impression that the owner had a refined sense of life. The yellow straw door curtain below was woven finely and neatly. looking like it belonged to someone who really knew how to live. Captain Brother. The yellow door curtain moved slightly, and a small head poked out from inside. The little girl's face was still a bit pale, as if she had been frightened. Zhou Qian's heart relaxed a bit. How could he not be scared? In the middle of the night, first the rose corridor alarm, and then this mysteriously appearing treehouse so close by. Wait! He was dumbfounded. Huai Yu, how come you live here? This is my home. Huai Yu came out from behind the door curtain, her hands still covered in mud. She pointed to the treehouse behind her. Look, the waterproof tarp was a gift from you, brother. I didn't give it to you. You traded for it yourself, Zhou Qian instinctively retorted, then became even more stunned. Well, he knew that this girl was actually quite capable of living on her own, and he also knew that she had managed to build a house by herself. Additionally, he knew that her life was getting better and better. Last time during the heavy rain, he even saw her nearby. But he never thought that this house was less than 20 meters away from the Rose Corridor. 20 meters. Even the camps in District 69 wouldn't dare to get this close to the Rose Corridor. Zhou Qian took a deep breath. With Huai Yu present during the 2 consecutive disturbances in the Rose Corridor, his expression gradually calmed. At this moment he said seriously, Huai Yu, I need to ask you a few questions now. Huai Yu's face was a bit pale, her frail body seeming to sway slightly in the night wind, but she still nodded. All right, Captain Zhou. Go ahead and ask. Why do you live so close to the Rose Corridor? I remember warning you several times. Huai Yu hesitated for a moment. I live alone and I'm not really good at fighting. Living closer to it makes others afraid to come near, so I feel safer. And also, she slowly raised her hand. I have a little bit of wood element supernatural ability, just a little, very weak. Besides Lin Xiefeng, she hadn't seen any other psychics and didn't know if everyone was as powerful as him. But the way he effortlessly subdued the enemy that night truly amazed Huai Yu, to the point that even now, the excuses she comes up with are mixed with deep trust in him. Lin Xiefeng said he could sense a faint wood-type psychic ability in her. But he had no idea about her purification ability. If that's the case, revealing a bit appropriately should be quite reasonable. There was some surprise in Zhou Qian's brows, but he quickly relaxed and at this moment gave an order to the person beside him. Test it. The person holding the device to measure the mutation value of the Rose Corridor immediately approached Huai Yu, quickly adjusting several buttons on the device. Before he even touched Huai Yu's body, the device emitted a beep sound. What type? Mutation value 7. Zhou Qian let out a sigh of relief. This mutation value basically means no ability at all, no wonder Huai Yu never mentioned it. But with this special ability between the Rose Corridor and strangers, the plant affinity does make the Rose Corridor safer than people. The premise is that it is not unhappy. However, there are still problems ahead. What were you doing before the Rose Corridor anomaly alarm? Huai Yu paused, her eyes clear and innocent. I bought a few small ginseng plants at the trading market today. Some of them are still alive, so I wanted to see if I could grow them. I was planting ginseng before it got angry. She probably wasn't lying, as Zhou Qian could roughly tell, so he relaxed even more. It's just, buying ginseng at the trading market and then trying to grow it yourself can't be called being deceived. It can only be said to be a moment of carelessness. Zhou Qian nodded, then pointed at the treehouse. We need to go inside and take a look. Huai Yu nodded, okay. She turned sideways, then patted the somewhat dried soil on her hands before proactively opening the door curtain. The first thing that caught the eye inside the treehouse was the simple stove in the center of the room, surrounded by blue bricks, with flames roaring fiercely. Next to the stove were neatly arranged kitchen knives, cutting boards, and cookware. Right after that was a familiar solar lamp in the style of the Defense Forces, placed on the blue brick cabinet. The bright light source was emanating from it. The room was too small. Zhou Qian and the person beside him vaguely formed a triangular formation as they walked in, noticing a large patch of dried thatch spread on the floor in the corner, making the simple camp bed feel exceptionally secure. Directly opposite the bed, beyond the stove's firelight, a black 28-inch bicycle was propped up there. Clothes and towels hung from the vines above. Below, basins, buckets, baskets, and crates were all neatly arranged. On the blue brick cabinet by the bedside, a small and exquisite white porcelain vase sat there, holding a slender pale pink rose. Zhou Qian was speechless. Is the affinity of wood-type psychics really this high? Even the Rose Corridor is willing to let her pick flowers? Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he saw the line of ice-carved small characters beneath the vase, sparkling brilliantly under the light. Chapter 54. Guard Officer Lin Xiefeng. Zhou Qian bent down and carefully picked up the line of ice carvings. In the slightly warm room, the row of ice sculptures showed no sign of melting, and the traces of ice and snow condensation on them were so clear and dreamlike. Except for extremely powerful water element users, no one else could achieve this. The acquired ice sculpture was bone-chillingly cold, further confirming his thoughts. Then he stared at the row of characters, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Thank you for your rose, Lin Stefang. Lin Xiefeng? Lin Guard Officer. How do you know him? In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind, from Huai Yu living alone on the wilderness, to her wealthy and possibly powerful relatives. Various doubts intertwined and multiplied. Huai Yu was a bit surprised. A guard officer? She wanted to ask, but if Lin Xiefeng was a well-known figure to everyone, asking might only expose more. After thinking it over, she finally whispered, that night of the heavy rain, he passed by here, bought me a handful of soybeans for 200 points, and asked if he could keep the flowers, saying it was very romantic. Then this was left behind. Heavy rain, an unknown late night, and the fugitive who mysteriously appeared at the camp gate the next day with a shriveled head. Zhou Qian instantly threw aside all thoughts, his mind filled only with this series of interconnected clues. But even if he didn't understand the matters of the higher-ups, Lin Stefang, even if retired due to injury, should still be in the capital at this moment. 6 years after the catastrophe, he was the strongest water-type psychic, or rather, the strongest psychic overall. It was said that he requested to retire himself. But why, when everything was fine, would he travel thousands of miles to watching and even keep it a secret from others? Zhou Qian suddenly looked up and gazed toward the rose corridor outside. Outside the rose corridor of Huacheng, which guards it like a city wall, lies the vast wilderness connecting all the surrounding cities of the Xia kingdom. Retired due to injury, retired due to injury. The news only said a simple sentence, but the hero had already made a choice. Falling in a battle unknown to anyone, is this Lin Xiefeng? Everyone exchanged glances and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. After a moment, Zhou Qian carefully crouched down and placed the small ice sculpture back, arranging it with particular care. Only Huai Yu hesitated, cautiously asking, will he be in danger? Zhou Qian shook his head and forced a slight smile, no. Before Huai Yu could ask again, he quickly changed the subject. Did the flowers come from the rose corridor? Well, that wood element affinity is really quite high. After all these years, they still haven't managed to get close. Huai Yu nodded. She's very beautiful. I just asked and tried cutting a branch to put in a vase. Zhou Qian was speechless. But at this moment, his heart was no longer calm. In the end, he just waved his hand once and everyone tacitly walked toward the door. Just as they were about to step outside, he suddenly asked, what about the ginseng you planted? Huai Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned sideways and pointed to a grayish-white square-holed brick on the ground. There was a row placed there, the bricks filled with blackish mud, on top of which was a thin stem, with thread-like leaves standing upright, looking nothing like ginseng at all. Everyone's curious eyes looked over, then turned into an even more awkward silence. And Zhou Qian couldn't help but ask, this mutation value? 23. Huai Yu said cheerfully. Bought 8 pieces, only 20 cents. 23, this terrifying number that even dogs won't eat. No wonder this ginseng looks just like an inconspicuous wormwood plant, or like a rotten carrot seedling. Everyone became even more silent. Zhou Qian then asked curiously, where was the soil dug from? Huai Yu pointed outside the door, lowering her voice, that, under the rose corridor, the soil might be richer. Everyone. The tense expression suddenly relaxed and Zhou Qian let out a long breath. At this moment he instructed, make a note of the reason. Then he looked at Huai Yu again, half warning, half helpless. The temperament of plants is unpredictable. Don't rely on your affinity to do such bold things again. If something really goes wrong, you won't even have time to call for help. Huai Yu nodded obediently, seeming to realize that the trouble tonight was caused by her, and weakly responded. Sorry brother, I won't dig next time. Zhou Qian sighed. After finishing the records, everyone left the room one by one. Huai Yu was following Zhou Qian out with his head down, step by step, when suddenly a warm hand pressed down on his head and rubbed it like a little puppy. This ginseng is pretty good. But don't plant it next time. Huai Yu recalled the ginseng hidden in the row of square-holed bricks on the ground, and also remembered how, just as she was about to nurture the first ginseng, she had to give all her energy to the rose corridor due to pressure. At this moment she sighed deeply. So tired. Just as the ginseng in her hand finished purifying and nurturing, the alarm suddenly went off. To calm the rose corridor, she used up all her strength. Although I didn't kowtow, the physical exertion was even more exhausting than kowtowing. I was also afraid that the ginseng would be exposed, so before the defensive troops arrived, I casually stuffed it into the square hole brick with mud. Now it's finally over. The rose corridor is just too tempting, isn't it? Next time I definitely can't do this again, Watching everyone get back into the car, before Zhou Qian opened the door, Huai Yu finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, Lin Xiefeng he. She hesitated to speak further. But Zhou Qian seemed to understand and comforted him at this moment. It's nothing, his coming here is a private matter, it has nothing to do with you. You've kept it very well secret. We will also report this matter confidentially and won't publicize it widely to prevent other veterans from imitating. And also, Huai Yu has been on the front lines for 6 years since the disaster, wounded countless times. Although he retired due to injuries, he will always be the guardian officer in all our hearts. His expression gradually grew somber, almost whispering, so he like flowers. If you're lucky enough to see him again, if we're lucky enough to find him. He swallowed the words, then smiled at Huai Yu again. Adult matters, children shouldn't worry, or you might stop growing. Huai Yu looked at herself in confusion and tried hard to dispel the heavy feeling in her heart. I should be about 1.65 meters now, right? I can stop growing, can't I? Zhou Qian started to laugh. You look so skinny, like a 16 or 17-year-old who hasn't grown up yet. How pitiful. Take good care of yourself and eat more good food. He got into the car and reminded once again. Don't train your abilities, don't come into contact with any heavily polluted sources. All enhancements of supernatural powers come with continuous pain. Huai Yu, a new life has already begun. You must live as long as possible. Surviving is the most important thing. Chapter 55. Absolutely not. Please vote. In the pitch-black night, the Rose Mansion fell into silence again. Huai Yu closed her eyes and took a while to adjust before returning to the treehouse. Exhausted, she lay down directly on the bed. After a moment, she turned over and sat up again, then grabbed the lamp and stormed to the rose corridor, gritting her teeth. A breeze blew by, and petals fluttered in her face, covering her head and face. Huai Yu's imposing aura suddenly collapsed. At this moment, she placed the lamp on the ground, clasped her hands together, and pitifully said, Please, don't do this, okay? I still plan to farm tomorrow, and farming requires accelerating the growth of soybeans. If you call them again then, and they all come over, what am I supposed to say? The ability to accelerate growth and the ability to purify both seem very useful. Huai Yu didn't plan to accept heavy pollution sources, but she could practice more on her own, right? Using successive planting of soybeans to absorb pollution values seems to be a widely accepted method. Even if someone comes over, seeing a lush green field won't raise any suspicions. But if I rely solely on purification ability. Huai Yu stared at the rose in front of her, but the other party just swayed as usual, showing no sign at all. She couldn't take it anymore in an instant, and at this moment she said angrily. If you keep this up, she made up her mind. I will never kowtow again. After throwing her tantrum, she now bent down angrily to pick up the lamp, but only felt a chill on her neck, along with a faint floral fragrance. Looking down, she saw a small sprig of rose cautiously brushing against her, its cold gray thorns obediently retracted, not touching her at all. Huai Yu pressed her lips together, then suddenly started to smile again. All right then, it's settled. Tomorrow I'll do the farming and you try to hold back a bit. The next day was another bright sunny day. After the night's commotion, Huai Yu woke up this morning to find the morning news already over. But there was no need to listen to the weather again. Just looking up at the warm, glowing sun lifted her spirits beautifully. She went through the familiar routine of first lifting the waterproof tarp, quickly removing the dry leaves from the roof, and then spreading out the large connected grass mats on the ground to dry in the sun. Then came the solar lamp. Right after, he stood by the pond and took a look. It had only been a day, but the water in the pond was not exactly clean, it still had a slightly yellowish tint. However, the pollution level itself was not reflected in the color. The pond contained mostly muddy water and decayed leaves that hadn't fully settled. Huai Yu simply brought over the basin and soap, and first scrubbed all the clothes by the pond. Then take it back and rinse it one last time with clean water. The clothes carry the scent of soap, and now drying under the bright sun, it feels even more reassuring. Huai Yu's newly bought fish trap is still inside the house, but she has already inspected this pond while the water was still clear. The biggest fish inside are not even as big as her thumb, so there is absolutely no need to set the trap. Can only wait until the next trip to the mountain. After finishing all this, it was only 9 o'clock. Huai Yu relaxed, went back inside to get a spoon, scooped 2 spoonfuls of noodles, added water and salt, then cautiously yet boldly added a tiny bit of crushed dried chili. She had almost forgotten the taste of chili. Having bought dried chili long ago, she was afraid of the spiciness and hadn't dared to eat much. Now that the morning air was clear, it was the perfect time to try. Then stir the batter evenly into a paste and add some lard to the pan. The white lard quickly melted, then released a fragrant hot aroma. She timed it perfectly to add the dried wild scallion pieces. The slight sizzling sound of frying began, and the room instantly filled with the spicy, fragrant smell of scallion oil. After pouring out the oil, there's no need to wash the pan. carefully pour in the previous batter again and spread it into a round, thin pancake. The batter, not quite pure white, gradually took shape in the pan, forming a glossy milky yellow. The scallion oil, mixed with a few darkened scallion pieces, was sprinkled on top. As the steam rose, the milky yellow pancake showed faint scorch marks. It smelled even more delicious. Huai Yu happily scooped it up with a spatula. Oily and savory with a slight hint of spiciness, it was perfectly satisfying. Although there were no eggs and she couldn't brush on any sauce to make the flavor stronger, she turned her head and looked at the few pounds of soybeans left in the corner, feeling a bit hesitant at this moment. Before farming, should I first sun-dry some debanjiang? After a moment, she shook her head in disappointment again. Forget it, no fresh chili peppers. The 2 thin scallion pancakes were quickly eaten. Huai Yu gathered her energy, grabbed the multifunctional shovel, and walked around the pond, planning to find a suitable piece of land to cultivate. The overall slope of the surrounding area gently slopes downward, but can still be considered stable. The choice of terrain should be more or less the same. The pond's edge is no different from other places. However, there is rainwater and there might be times when it doesn't rain. She doesn't have much strength, so if she is too far from the pond's edge, watering might become inconvenient. The 3 to 5 mu pond looks quite small when it's not full of water, but now that it's filled, all you see is a patch of slightly yellow muddy water. Huai Yu walked around it once and finally chose a spot where she could observe from the treehouse, carefully marking out the exact location with a shovel. She didn't know if she could farm or if she could do it well, so the first area she marked out wasn't very large, only about 20 square meters. In this 20 square meters, she had to turn the soil, sift out the stones and gravel, remove the lush wild weeds, and finally sun-dry to eliminate pests, ridge the soil to retain moisture. Then she had to hurry and plant the beans as soon as possible, or else she wouldn't make it by Qiming. This whole series of steps ran through Huai Yu's mind. She stood still, holding a multifunctional shovel, dazed, marveling at her own versatility. This was not someone who couldn't farm at all. She was clearly quite skilled. That's not right. How could she have so many? A princess who truly lives in a castle and enjoys life shouldn't even be unable to tell rice seedlings from chives, right? Could it be that? Defeated by the miserable life she might have had before, Huai Yu's mood sank. Looking at her delicate skin, she had thought she once lived a life of comfort, at least comforting herself that she had something once. But now it seems. Well, clearly it was a life of hard work and endurance, never one of comfort. No wonder she managed to keep her life so well on her own. It turns out she gained experience from poverty. While thinking, she firmly stepped on the multifunctional shovel, driving it deep into the soil, then skillfully dug upward, lifting clumps of earth mixed with stones and grass roots. She then used the back of the shovel to break apart the clumped soil and grass roots, bent down, reached out, and picked up the grass roots and stones to throw them far away. When the stones landed on the light, floating grass roots, Huai Yu's heart finally settled. She was so skilled at this motion that she was on the verge of tears. Was she previously a rural woman who worked hard farming in the mountains? Chapter 56: Cultivating the Vegetable Garden. How big is 20 square meters? Actually, it's about the size of a living room. But now Huai Yu had been working from morning until noon, and the mud on her boots was getting thicker and thicker, to the point where she felt like there was something wrong with this land. How could it be so big? She didn't have enough strength, let alone swinging the hoe. She had to use her body weight to press down on the shovel, and after several times, she already felt exhausted. Looking at this large area of turned soil now, she only felt her hands and feet burning and aching. The ground was still damp, and every time she dug, it was very heavy. The wild grass, which had just now revealed its tender green shoots, had roots underneath that were intricately intertwined. Like a net, it firmly holds the surrounding soil and water, making the clump solid and the moisture heavy. Every time she painstakingly digs it out, she has to slap and beat the clumps to get rid of the grass roots. The land looks flat now because it was deliberately leveled during the planning of Rose's mansion, with some gravel and stones underneath. If it weren't for her multifunctional shovel being fairly durable, Huai Yu would really have suffered another loss. Fortunately, after a whole morning of hard work, this entire square patch of land in front of her was finally turned over. But she couldn't rush to make the ridges just yet. After winter, the soil probably harbored many insect eggs and bacteria. Huai Yu wiped the sweat off her brow, looked up at the blazing sun overhead, and decided to let it dry out for a couple of days first. And also, she was hungry. 3 meals a day was pretty normal, but on the day she woke up, she only drank a bag of nutritional fluid and felt full. Later, in the rush to build the house, there were many hard tasks that often required holding her breath to get through, but she only ate once in the morning and once in the evening. But now she wasn't actually as tired as before, yet she already needed 3 meals a day. Was it because the food was too monotonous, or did the nutrients in the nutritional fluid really contain a lot? She thought of that awful-tasting nutritional fluid and couldn't help but fall into a painful struggle at this moment. But then looking at her slender white wrist again, it was truly very thin, not exactly beautiful, but previously her skin was white and her complexion looked good, so she didn't appear bloodless or gaunt. At the same time, Zhou Qian's words echoed in her ears, "Eat more, you look like you're 16 or 17. Huai Yu fell into thought. She felt that she should be older than 16 or 17, but everyone she had met so far would instinctively treat her as a minor. Younger sister, girl, little lass. And herself, clearly her subconscious thought she was already an adult, but when facing others, terms like uncle, brother, sister, and just slipped out naturally. This didn't feel quite right. She thought it over and over to the point of feeling famished but still couldn't figure out why. It couldn't be that she used to be a particularly eloquent and strong peasant woman, right? Maybe that would work, at least now she had experience. Huai Yu sighed helplessly. But she couldn't think anymore. Her stomach was too hungry, so hungry it made her anxious. She immediately threw all thoughts aside and quickly carried the pot to the new stove in the grass hut. The weather was warming up, so from now on she could cook here during the day. For lunch, she would have noodle dumpling soup with pickled bracken. After thinking it over, I finally took out a bag of nutrient solution and painfully started drinking it. After lunch, Huai Yu went into the treehouse to take a look and found that today the house only had the frame, so the moisture was drying even faster. Now being inside, I no longer felt any dampness. I estimated that by tomorrow at the latest, it would be completely dry. The only ones not cooperating were the wisteria. At first, when the Huai Yu were being induced to grow, there was no experience, causing their roots to take hold too deeply. Although the trunks used for the framework have stopped supplying nutrients at the edges of the treehouse, new wisteria shoots have sprouted at the base of the trunks used as beams and columns. Huai Yu stared and stared, but in the end decided not to intervene. After all, they have been obedient enough. Their roots are anchored here, but the shoots sprout from the other side. And when they grow up, they might even share the load of supporting the shed together with the beams and columns, making it even sturdier. Go back inside and take another look at that pot of bean sprouts. The bean sprouts have already overgrown, and now it's impossible to cover them with the pot. Although placed in a shaded spot behind the blue bricks, the temperature from the sun still makes them grow rapidly. Now they have become clusters of tender bean seedlings. If only there were some hot pot seasoning right now. Huai Yu was salivating, but she didn't dare to think too deeply. After all, that dish from the morning with a slight spicy kick was delicious, but finishing it did leave her stomach feeling vaguely uncomfortable for a while. Her body really was too fragile. When it came to eating spicy food, she needed to be more cautious. But although pea shoots couldn't be used for hot pot, making a pork lard residue vegetable porridge for dinner should be fine, right? No eggs, no meat, and definitely no sauce. Otherwise, wrapped in a wrap, it would surely be super delicious. Huai Yu lay in bed resting for a while, but her mind was filled with all kinds of food. The more she thought about it, the more her mouth watered, and even her full stomach didn't feel so full anymore. She sighed and turned over to sit up. Forget it, better get to work. If I finish tidying the field early, there will be more food to eat. By the way, think about that pork, chicken, duck, and so on. How many points do you actually need to buy them now? Craving drives people to strive. Huai Yu has started cutting grass again. The hay collected by myself, moldy and rotten from the heavy rain, along with hay from various wastelands, branches and twigs from the nearby hillside woods, and damp leaves and grass buried deep. Sacks upon sacks were filled, and after several continuous hours, I had gathered a pile as big as a small hill. Huai Yu took out a lighter. Clack! As the flame touched the dry grass, wisps of smoke drifted up, and the branches and dead leaves before my eyes slowly began to emit more and thicker smoke. The pile of leaves was heavy with moisture, so it probably wouldn't burn quickly, and the surrounding area was flat land with only sparse wild grass, making it relatively safe to burn. Huai Yu took the shovel and took the opportunity to go back to the field, turning over the clumps of soil again and breaking them into finer pieces. By dusk, all the clumps of soil had been broken down further. Huai Yu rubbed his arm, estimating that after drying for another day tomorrow and turning the soil once more, it should be about right. The nearby fire had already gone out, its surface covered with black-gray ashes. When the wind blew, the ashes scattered everywhere, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. When Huai Yu dug in with a shovel, he saw the steam quickly rising from inside. It was still hot. The pile of ashes was scattered and spread out, causing the heat inside to quickly dissipate in the evening breeze. Once it wasn't so hot anymore, Huai Yu brought over a large bucket and carried the ashes to the vegetable garden, dumping them layer by layer into the soil. Plant ash kills insects and bacteria, and can also be used as base fertilizer. After being soaked by the morning dew tomorrow, the nutrients inside will penetrate even more. There's so much land anyway, why not dig up another piece tomorrow? Chapter 57, Mao Yar. When the dampness inside the treehouse was dried away by the sun, Huai Yu not only turned over another piece of land and applied wood ash, but the soil of the previous piece had also finished being turned and dried. After the heavy rain, several days of clear weather followed, and the surrounding grasslands seemed to have received a seasonal signal, rapidly growing every day. The vast wilderness that looked green from afar but barren up close had now become a fluffy green carpet, adorned with various baby blue verbena flowers, yellow dandelions, deep purple violets. In the corner there was a slender lilac branch only about 20 centimeters tall, with flower buds just beginning to show a faint purple tint. Lifting the grass curtain, the first thing to meet the eye was such a flourishing spring scene. Huai Yu was no longer in a hurry to farm. Instead, he cheered and rushed into the densest patch of grass, lying back and rolling around vigorously. The sky was an extremely pale blue. Thin wisps of clouds floated by, also so faint that their shapes were indistinguishable. She lay on the ground, feeling the slight coolness of the earth and the distinctive scent of fresh grass. At this moment she reached out and plucked a tender, slender sprout of grass. Peeling away the green leaf, the milky white, soft sprout was revealed. She bit down on it with an awu, then her facial features twisted, and her expression became awkward. Tui 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 tui. This tastes awful. Could this be the legendary even dogs won't eat it? All the comfort was shattered by this extremely unpleasant taste. Huai Yu flipped over and sat up, staring at the large patch of thatched sprouts ahead, his eyes involuntarily showing a hint of heartache. But she quickly came back to her senses, picked another one to peel, endured the unpleasant taste, and slowly savored it. In her understanding, this sprout, when at its most tender, has a soft texture and a faint sweetness, seemingly a happiness unique to childhood memories. But now, the texture is still soft, yet the flavor it gives off, sour, bitter mustard. Tried it again, and it was still very unpleasant. But it's not to the point where even dogs won't eat it. Huai Yu thought for a moment and guessed that these mutation values might not be as high as 23. She doesn't have many points now, but farming still requires a hoe. Eating and planting soybeans at the same time isn't quite enough. Also, when bored at night, time is hard to pass. After all, even purification is essentially an extremely boring task. Thinking of this, Huai Yu stood up, went back to the treehouse to get her basket, and directly started picking these grass shoots. Unlike before when she dressed more neatly, today she was still wearing the work clothes. She picked as she walked, and by the time the basket was almost 1/3 full, she was nearly at the bus stop. However, this stop used to have only herself standing alone, but today there were 2 other people standing there, dressed in full uniform, standing upright. They were the Defense Army. However, Huai Yu took a look and realized they were not people she knew, so she quietly stood to the side with her basket on her back. The 2 of them glanced at her strangely, then looked around the platform and couldn't help but look at her again. The 2 of them whispered a few words together, and just as one of them lifted his foot to walk over as if to say something, the bus arrived. As Huai Yu got on the bus, she heard the driver shout, "Swipe your card, swipe your card. No more free rides." Huai Yu reached out her wristband and with a beep, 2 points were directly deducted. She instantly felt heartbroken. Why is it so expensive? And thinking about those unpurified mouse sprouts on her back, she wasn't even going to the pedestrian street today. That's right, her life had now gotten on track, and she believed others were basically on track too, so the danger should be much less than before. Besides, she lives in such a remote area. She can't be expected to go all the way to Hongqing Trading Market just to buy some daily necessities, right? A round trip takes 3 to 4 hours, which is really too time-consuming. Therefore, Huai Yu decided to check out the Jinyuan community nearby today. Aunties who take the bus often talk about this, saying that Jinyuan community has a particularly large population, nearly 30,000 people. At the community center square, there are people setting up stalls every day selling all kinds of things. Since they sell all kinds of things, it shouldn't be a problem for her to sell some mutated sprouts that have high mutation values and taste bad, right? If no one buys them, she can just carry them back and purify them to eat herself. But as soon as she got in the car, 2 points were gone. Just as Zheng was still aching in her heart, she saw the 2 defense soldiers hesitate for a moment, then slowly walk up to her and quietly ask, "Miss, how come you are boarding the train at this platform? This area is the Rose Corridor and you're not allowed to get close casually." In front of them, Huai Yu felt it was awkward to say she had a brother at the camp or something like that. She could only hug the basket on her chest tighter and weakly say, "I saw the grass shoots over there growing so well. I didn't get too close. Just from a distance." Taking another look at her basket, sure enough, inside were fresh, tender shoots of reed, dripping with dew. But, "Can these be eaten?" one of the defense soldiers asked hesitantly. Huai Yu moved her mind, then actively peeled 2 shoots of mouse sprouts. "Yes, I have tasted them. She eagerly handed over the 2 peeled tender white mouse sprouts, looking at the 2 with hopeful eyes as if seeking their approval. The 2 defense soldiers, seeing that she was not very old and her skin was still somewhat delicate, hesitated for a moment before reaching out and accepting the young girl's offering. Huai Yu's eyes fixed on the 2, and she saw the mouse sprouts in their hands go into their mouths. Neither of them frowned. Instead, after chewing, their faces were full of curiosity. Not bad. How do you plan to sell this? Huh. Now it was Huai Yu's turn to be dumbfounded. Just this bad tasting and it's still not bad? She suddenly became curious about what the date that Uncle Zao ate actually tasted like. But at this moment, faced with the price issue, she, knowing nothing, could only lower her head and shyly say, I don't know either, my family told me to just sell it casually. Brother, you decide the price. The 2 hesitated for a moment, exchanged a glance, and then one said, I tasted it and the mutation value shouldn't be over 18, so let's say 12 per gene. There are probably 3 or 4 gene in this basket. Did you bring a scale? Huai Yu, however, knew they were quoting a price that was too high. The mutation value not exceeding 18 might be true, but 12 per gene is clearly just to fool children. Nowadays, people measure price by either the mutation value or filling their stomachs. Snacks like manhwa are probably only something Boss Tang can offer a price for. But Boss Tang only accepts good stuff, and with such a high mutation value, it's not his target at all. This thing, the market price is probably at most 0.6 per gene. Huai Yu shook his head. No selling at 12. Brother, if you want, give me 2 fun, and I'll get you a bunch to try. Upon hearing this, the 2 people opposite were stunned. Then they scratched their noses and smiled awkwardly. So you actually know the price. Chapter 58 Chili Seeds. Huai Yu laughed. She roughly understood what the 2 defensive soldiers opposite meant. It was probably because her outfit was too plain, and on top of that, she had to carry a basket to the Rose Corridor for an adventure, which made them mistakenly think she was short on money. Alright, it is indeed quite shy. Now there are just over 20 points left. But kind people have already helped her so much. From the kind reminders starting with receiving relief grain to the sleeping bag sent by someone at the request of Captain Joe, whom she met only once. And the various subsequent help, even Boss Tang has shown kindness towards her. Huai Yu believed that a person's fortune is predetermined. The more others treat her well, the more she cherishes their kindness. Now that she has long since broken free from basic survival needs, everything she receives is a gift from heaven and earth, and there is no need to use it to earn the goodwill of ordinary people. The 2 defense soldiers handed over wristbands. One of them added a point for Huai Yu and received a large handful of thatch shoots picked by the girl in front of them. The 3 of them gathered together and for some reason began to smile happily. By the time a handful of turf peeled from the thatch sprouts was clenched in hand, Jinyuan community had arrived. Many people surged onto the platform again, while Huai Yu smiled and said goodbye to the 2 carrying a basket, getting off at this platform for the first time. The platform was right at the ruins of an elementary school. Among the broken walls and rubble grew various weeds, but nothing edible was seen, probably all dug up by the community residents. From the chat among the aunties on the bus, she learned that this place was originally broken through by a huge mutated pumpkin vine from the student vegetable garden. However, although the mutated pumpkin was crazy and tasted terrible after mutation, it still sustained over 100 people when everyone was running out of food. Walking 2 steps forward from the elementary school and then crossing the road, you can see the originally grand gate and road of the Jinyuan residential area. Huai Yu, carrying a basket on her back, walked into the residential area and noticed others nearby carrying baskets and bags coming from outside, curiously observing each other. They gathered in small groups of 2 or 3, chatting, seemingly people from other small communities nearby. There were fewer people over there, so everyone brought their extra goods to trade in the Jinyuan community. After more than a month of living here, a small market had clearly formed. She walked into the originally grand fountain square and saw that 2 circular streets had formed around it, one inside and one outside. Burlap sacks were spread closely together on the ground and the sounds of bargaining rose and fell, making the place exceptionally lively. Huai Yu seemed to have arrived a bit late. Carrying a backpack, she circled the fountain square twice but couldn't find a spot to set up a stall. I did see some second-hand farming tools for sale, and when I asked about the price, even the quite old hoes were going for 12 fin each. This hoe looked like it had been used for many years and seemed more like something casually taken from the village courtyard. A wedge was hammered firmly into the hole where the smooth wooden handle met the metal head, securing the hoe tightly, quite different from the one-piece manganese steel hose now appearing on the market. Huai Yu tried swinging it and found the weight just right. Thinking about his farming plans, even if it meant spending half of his savings, he gritted his teeth and bought it. And taking advantage of the business of buying the hoe, she sat down next to the farm tool stall holding a bamboo backpack. The owner of the stall beside her glanced at her but didn't drive her away. Only the old lady on the other side said, "Miss, we have a few stalks of this manhwa around our neighborhood. It's not filling and not very tasty, so I guess you won't get a good price selling it." Huai Yu smiled and nodded. "I know, I'm just trying." On the old lady's stall, there were also about a dozen or 20 fresh shepherd's purse plants, just dug out of the soil. The other party nodded and asked again, "What's the price?" Huai Yu originally intended to say 5 cents per gene, but changed her mind at the last moment. 1 cent per bunch. As she spoke, she grabbed a handful of mouse sprouts from the basket, tidied them up, and tied them with a rubber band to use as a display. Just as the grandson of the host stall owner came back, he saw the neatly arranged green thatch sprouts and squatted down curiously to look at them. Judging by his age, no more than 6 or 7, he probably had never eaten this thing before. Huai Yu smiled and casually picked one out to hand over. "Try it." Not everyone in Jinyuan community used mutation value detectors. Many transactions here were estimated by tasting. Everyone had been eating a chaotic mix of plants for 6 years, so they couldn't guarantee exactly how good the good stuff was. But everyone had a rough idea in their minds of what a slightly inferior one might cost. The child carefully reached out and took that sprout, clumsily peeling off the green outer skin like Huai Yu, revealing a soft, tender, white strip inside. "Wow!" He widened his eyes, then turned and ran back into the crowd to call out to another girl. "Sister, come eat." Before long, a circle of children had already gathered in front of the small stall. Everyone looked at the pile of mouse sprouts with curiosity and longing, as if they had never seen them before. Huai Yu smiled and sighed, then grabbed a handful and began handing them out one by one. "Here, one for each person." The shop owner glared at her from the side. "How are you so good at doing business?" He paused then said, "Forget it, give me a portion. It's been so many years since I last ate this. No, I have to try one first. If it tastes terrible, I definitely don't want it." Huai Yu smiled warmly and handed over the mouse sprout, without mentioning that all the kids had eaten it, and if it were bad, they certainly wouldn't have come back. Before long, another child came over, tugging at his mother's sleeve, eyes full of joy as he stared at the lush green sprouted grass. Huai Yu was stunned for a moment, never expecting that these things, which originally couldn't be sold, would be completely sold out in such a short time. Although she only earned a little over a dime in total, the feeling of running a stall was somewhat different from selling things at Boss Tang's place. For some reason, she also felt very happy. The trading market in Jinyuan community is quite interesting. Many items are neither brand new nor old. There is even a special section for scavenging treasures, frequented by residents from all around. Compared to using currency, people are more accustomed to bartering. There are even vendors selling vegetable seedlings. According to the owner, they cultivate them at home in small insulated greenhouses, and they sell very well. 1/10 of a chili seedling was snatched up in no time. What a pity. Huai Yu stood there watching for a long time, felt the few dimes he had just earned in the 10 or so cents he originally had left in his pocket, and could only give up dejectedly. After thinking for a moment, he turned back. "Do you have seeds for sale?" "Yes, I do, selling them." The other party seemed quite used to it, and now took out a small packet of chili seeds from their pocket. 1 cent per seed, buy 10 get 1 free. Whether they sprout or what they grow into, I don't take responsibility. Chapter 59 The Base Cage. Each seed counts. Huai Yu instantly felt conflicted. The other person glanced at her and sneered, "Skinny and scrawny, stop messing with useless stuff. Get something that can fill your stomach." Then he pulled out a small basket from the side. "Breeding is not easy, and the weather is too early now, making it hard to keep them alive. If I didn't have a terrace garden before, I wouldn't be able to grow them well either. Young lady, if you have no experience, why not buy this instead? Big potatoes, 15 cents each. Don't mind the price. Buy one, cut it up, dip it in wood ash, and you can grow several plants. This stuff is more filling than chili peppers." The potatoes in the basket have a mutation value that's not low. Just hearing the price, you know they have a higher pollution value than the chili peppers, and their size is surprisingly large. Huai Yu gestured skillfully, showing that one is as big as 3 fists. If you take this back to sprout, one potato can at least be divided into 6 or 7 tubers, right? Then when the potato sprouts grow bigger, you can divide them again, which means... But she anxiously glanced at her score. So miserable, the remaining points aren't even enough to buy 2 potatoes. But after hesitating for a moment, she still chose the biggest one. The boss also reminded, this one is the biggest, so the mutation value must be high. If it doesn't taste good later, don't blame me. After thinking for a moment, he advised again, how about you buy the smaller one? This potato takes at least 3 months to grow, and maybe after 3 months, things will be better than now, so you won't have to eat something so awful. Huai Yu shook his head. Let's just eat our fill first. These words sounded particularly poignant, and even the boss sighed along. He turned around and wrapped the potato with some dry grass, saying, "Only put this one potato in such a big basket, don't let it get damaged later." Huai Yu, carrying a hoe, glanced once more at the few remaining coins and couldn't help but sigh as he boarded the bus. Although running a stall is enjoyable, it seems that to truly get rich it still has to be boss tang. The bus goes to Hongqing Trading Market every 2 minutes, and she doesn't feel any pain, but coming back from Jinyuan Community, such a short distance, Huai Yu still grits her teeth. She carefully estimated the distance along the way, and found that riding a bicycle would take about 20 minutes. Thinking about all the various tool carts, bicycles, children's bikes, delivery carts, and many uniformly colored original shared bikes that everyone brought out at the stall today. Her own bicycle, pushing it out now, shouldn't be too conspicuous, right? Thinking it over, she realized she was unknowingly saving some money, and with everyone's lives getting on track, she would also become safer, so her mood relaxed again. After being busy for so long this morning, picking mouse sprouts and going to Jinyuan Community, it was only 11 o'clock when she returned. Huai Yu couldn't help but sigh at the importance of transportation and distance, then took out a big potato, first purifying it thoroughly, and then carefully peeking out to look at the quiet rose corridor basking in the sunlight. Seeing only a gentle breeze around, she cautiously gave a little bit of inducing power, and before the potato could react, she quickly put it back into the plastic bag. Once the bag was tied, it was placed directly on the warm grass by the door to dry in the sun. Then she grabbed the straw mat and covered it, allowing it to warm up quickly to encourage sprouting without being damaged by the sunlight. Back inside, she lifted the damp towel to check, and the new batch of soybean sprouts had already grown about 2 centimeters of tender shoots. They could be sold at the latest the day after tomorrow. Huai Yu took the hoe and turned over the initial 20 square meter vegetable patch once more, then formed ridges row by row. Right after, she gently dug a row of small holes along the ridge. With the hoe used this way, it was actually more handy and convenient than a multifunctional shovel. However, once the holes were dug, she looked at the dry surface soil and the moist soil underneath, and couldn't help but start pondering again. Should she first stimulate the seeds to grow and use the legumes to absorb pollution, or plant them first and purify the soil little by little afterward? Looking at the soybeans and then at this piece of land, Huai Yu decisively chose the former. A handful of soybeans was picked up and gently rinsed with energy in the hand to stimulate germination. After feeling the sprouts' movement, they were gently placed into the soil pit. Digging up an area of 20 square meters was tiring, but planting was especially fast. Before long, everything was covered again with a layer of soil. This time, not much force was used to stimulate germination, but if the estimate was correct, tender sprouts might break through the soil in the next day or two. Looking at the few remaining soybeans, Huai Yu sighed, glanced at the sky, and decided to make another trip to Sanqing Mountain. Point spending them so quickly. Oh! Nowadays, selling wild vegetables is still an eye-catching matter. When Huai Yu entered the mountain, he found a dandelion that had already bloomed with yellow flowers. He plucked a leaf and took a bite, finding it tasted worse than the dandelions on the land of Rose Mansion. With just one bite, she put on a mask of pain. She guessed that the mutation values on the mountain were much higher than those at the foot of the mountain. Selling such highly polluted wild vegetables probably won't fetch a good price, and after purification they would attract too much attention. After much thought, the only option is to pick them back, take advantage of the clear sunny weather to dry them properly, and store them for personal consumption. Sigh. People are truly never satisfied. When drinking the nutrient solution, tasting a green leaf felt like a rare treasure in the world. Now that I have rice and noodles to eat, I've started craving meat again. No matter how this wild vegetable is prepared, with the current lack of seasonings, it still tastes grassy, and eating it for too long makes me feel like my face is turning green. Huai Yu sighed, but her hands did not hesitate at all. As long as the wild vegetables were growing in patches and on a large scale, she would pick some. The backpack was pressed down again and again until it was completely full. At this moment, she happened to arrive at the pool she had seen last time. The water around the pool was clear and shallow, with small fish swimming back and forth inside, their flesh looking tender. But thinking about the pain from the last time a tail slapped the back of her hand, she dared not take it lightly. But the water is really clear. Huai Yu put his hand in and immediately felt a chill. It seemed only palm deep, but the water level extended all the way to his elbow. Looking deeper into the inner part of the pool, she didn't even dare to go into the water anymore. However, Huai Yu took out the fish trap he had brought up the mountain. The trap was neither new nor old, with only 4 holes, but it was more than enough for this pool. It's not a big deal if she can't catch anything, but if she can catch a few things, Xiao Yu can bring them back to the pond at the doorstep, so she wouldn't have to go up the mountain every time she wants to eat something meaty. Sigh when you're craving something. Even salted dried small fish can jump around in your dreams. She set the backpack aside and first used the hoe to dig into the ground. It was a bit difficult to dig on the mountain. The soil layer was very hard. Huai Yu had been digging for a while before finally unearthing 2 thin red earthworms from the ground. It was really thin and small. She sighed, but stubbornly dug elsewhere again, and this time unearthed 3 insect pupae. Almost there. Huai Yu reached out his hand, carefully purified them, and then threw them into the ground cage. Accompanied by the muffled splash, the green fish trap gradually sank into the pond. Chapter 60 Pine Pollen. Water entering under the fish trap does not immediately yield a catch. The next morning, Huai Yu came early carrying a backpack basket and only then untied the rope tied to the tree. The small fish trap still had considerable weight in the pond, and it seemed like there was splashing inside. She became excited, standing by the pond, growing even more eager. As the trap was pulled up, 2 big fish were seen inside, along with some small fish and loaches. But this was already enough to delight Huai Yu. The 2 big fish were heavy, and even after being brought ashore, they were still thrashing vigorously, their slimy, slippery bodies writhing and causing the stones by the water pool to clatter loudly. This. Huai Yu hesitated as she looked at the multifunctional shovel in her hand. If she wanted to eat the fish, shouldn't she first stun them with the shovel through the net? Otherwise, judging by their strength, they were really strong. But after only a moment of hesitation, she put the trap back into the water. After all, it was rare to come up the mountain, and she couldn't let her basket come back empty. Yesterday, when setting the fish trap, I already gathered a full bag of wild vegetables. Today, I'll look for some other mushrooms or the like. She followed the stream upstream, slowly making her way into the mountains along familiar and memorable spots, surrounded on all sides by branches that felt quite close to her. Some of the big trees could vaguely sense emotions, while some smaller ones were ignorant and unaware, just like ordinary plants. Just like those she had cut down earlier to build the house. Huai Yu was walking through the mountains, and whether intentionally or not, the surrounding branches and twigs instinctively parted to both sides until a towering tree appeared in front of her. Oh, it's actually a familiar tree. A big pine tree. Huai Yu happily hugged the thick trunk. The pine cone helped me a lot. Thank you. She touched the rugged bark, and at that moment, a surge of strength instinctively flowed through her body. Meanwhile, the big pine tree stretched its branches and needles quietly in the forest, soon sending a subtle emotion that only Huai Yu could faintly understand. She paused for a moment and looked toward a group of a dozen young pine trees that had not yet grown. Are you really letting me pick them? The pine trees rustled, swaying in the forest and producing an unusually joyful sound. Huai Yu looked at her backpack basket, then at the bucket in her hand used for holding fish. Forget it, the fish are more important. So she turned and gathered a large bunch of soft young leaves from the bushes to line the bottom of the backpack basket, then carefully pulled aside the pine branches and gently picked the newly bloomed pine flowers. Although the small pine tree before her conveyed no emotions, she still picked while murmuring softly. It's not that I want to pick so many, it's the big pine tree. It says you are too small, flowering and bearing fruit is too exhausting. The cones can't produce any useful pine nuts and can't take on the job of reproduction. Since that's the case, it's better to pick the flowers early and focus on accumulating energy for the branches and roots to grow. The big pine tree was already so tall that she couldn't even climb it, but the branches of the small pine tree would bend with just a gentle tug. Clusters of pale, earthy yellow pine flowers among the needles were gently picked into her basket, and before long, her hands were covered with a layer of fuzzy pollen. What a pity! Huai Yu thought to herself, making pastries consumes too much grain, otherwise, manhwa cake is also very delicious. There is no honey either, otherwise mixing this to make a face mask. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of what to use to trade with Boss Tang. After all, the makeup sets from 6 years ago are still selling well, so it makes no sense that purified pine pollen wouldn't sell, right? This, mixed with egg white and milk or honey, can at least be used to make a face mask. As for whether it's effective or not, Huai Yu wasn't at all guilty, thinking, ordinary chrysanthemum boiled in water, applied to the face for a while, can reduce swelling and inflammation. Why wouldn't such precious pine pollen be useful? Thinking of this, she acted even more swiftly. By the time she finished wandering through the vast pine forest, the basket was already piled full. It's just a pity that there was still quite a bit of pollen stuck on top. Next time, she'll have to bring a few more plastic bags. She carried the full basket of harvest back to the pool, packed up the fish trap, and then thought about the way down the mountain, fearing that the fish might die early or struggle free, which she wouldn't be able to handle. Thinking about the strength of that little fish, this is really possible. After thinking it over, I tentatively gave a little purifying power. The fish were originally thrashing wildly in the trap, and every time they flicked their tails, Huai Yu almost couldn't hold onto the net. But after the purifying power was applied, both big fish gradually calmed down. Only then did Huai Yu breathe a sigh of relief, decisively filled a bucket with water, and put the fish inside. After leaving the rose corridor, she pedaled the bike so hard that the pedals flew up, only feeling at ease after quietly placing the fish back into the bucket. The tiny fish, shrimp, and loaches were thrown directly into the pond, while she kept two that were neither too big nor too small. As for the two largest ones, whether it was braised fish chunks, pickled cabbage fish slices, or the milky white fresh fish soup, just imagining each one made Huai Yu's stomach grow hungrier. Forget it. She sighed and cast aside her fantasies. Now was not the time to indulge. Besides, without enough seasoning, the fish wouldn't taste good anyway. Then she checked the time and quickly rummaged out a new plastic bag, deftly brushing off the clusters of pine pollen. Time was tight, and she didn't dare keep the fish until the next day, so she didn't even have time to properly sift the pine pollen. She hurriedly grabbed the bucket and rushed to catch the bus. With less than 10 minutes left, if she didn't go find Boss Tang now, she would really have no savings at all, and life would be far too uncertain. About 3 hours after Huai Yu left, a military vehicle drove out from the camp in Zone 69. Zhou Qian was driving seriously silent, with an expression so focused it was almost stern. Beside him sat a stranger, dressed in a pure white uniform that reflected a silvery light like flowing sand under the daylight. The stranger was staring intently at the rose corridor, visible from a great distance, fully prepared and on high alert. At the same time, 3 cars were trailing far behind this vehicle. Zhou Qian's attention was neither on his surroundings nor on the cars following behind. Instead, he quietly glanced at the rearview mirror. In the back seat of the car, there was a young man sitting at that moment. He had a rugged face but a refined temperament, a blend of 2 different styles. Yet he carried an aura of deadly seriousness from having participated in xenogenic defense, leaving a deep impression. And that suit of guard uniform, pure white to the point of seeming to emit a silver glow, along with the badge on his chest, further revealed his identity. He was the eternal hero of Huaqing, who had traveled thousands of miles from the imperial capital, solely to search for the whereabouts of the former guard officer Lin Stefeng. Wu Yu, the newly appointed commander of the guard, General Wu. Chapter 61, Visitor from Huaqing. General Wu. After the car gradually slowed down, Zhou Qian said seriously, "Thank you for the sacrifice you made back then. For the past 5 years, the Rose Corridor has been protecting us. The powerful beasts and mutated plants of the wasteland cannot enter, which also prevented those reckless people from venturing out blindly. Provided us with ample time to recuperate and adapt to society. Truly grateful to you." The young man in the back seat slightly turned his head, beneath thick black eyebrows, a pair of deep eyes gazing at the distant roses like clouds of sunset, his voice now almost a whisper. "Yeah. For it, we have really sacrificed too much, too much." Pausing, he sighed again and asked, "Has it always been like this?" Zhou Qian was a bit curious. "Always like what?" Then he laughed awkwardly. Because he realized that the other person's question was probably not directed at him, but was just an unintentional sigh. After all, everyone knows that wood element nurturers can communicate mentally with the plants they painstakingly nurture. The Rose Corridor has bloomed year after year without fail, ensuring that Flower City has never fallen. All of this is thanks to the current guardian, the savior of Flower City back then, the true nurturer of the Rose Corridor. Wu Yu. General Wu. However, seeing his embarrassed smile, Wu was momentarily stunned, then silently leaned back in his chair without saying a word. After a while, he instructed the person in front, "Where's the old lady?" The guards ahead, also in uniform, said in a matter-of-fact tone, "After resting this morning, she went shopping. She said she hasn't been back for many years and wants to really feel the hometown atmosphere." Wu tugged at the corner of his mouth, then instinctively rubbed his forehead. "Is anyone following her? The card has a limit, right?" The other party hesitated for a moment. "An assistant is following her." Wu Yu's expression was quite unpleasant. The car gradually approached the Rose Corridor, where clusters of roses were blooming vigorously and swaying gently in the wind. Clearly, there were more important matters waiting for him. Zhou Qian only half understood what he heard but roughly knew it was about the other party's family affairs, so he wisely refrained from making any comments. He simply eased off the accelerator. "When it's in a good mood, we can only drive up to this point. If we get any closer, sometimes it throws a tantrum. It doesn't like us very much." After thinking for a moment, he added, "But General Wu, if you want to get closer, there should be no problem. After all, they are the creators. Although the temperaments of mutated plants in the world are as varied as those of humans, they generally have the most goodwill towards their creators." However, unexpectedly, Wu quietly got off the car, then stood by the side of the vehicle, silently gazing into the distance. Zhou Qian was somewhat curious. After so many years rarely returning, wouldn't there be a need to communicate again? However, when it comes to the wood element, someone like him who has only undergone minor enhancements doesn't really understand it well. Back then, the other party was actually able to spawn this rose corridor spreading to the horizon like clouds at sunset, which suggests that their communication had reached an incredible level. Whether close or not is probably just a matter of physical distance. It was only things he could comprehend, but the guards beside the other party seemed somewhat curious. "Won't you go take a look?" "No." Huai Yu shook his head, a slight silence and melancholy appearing on his handsome face. He stood there as if gazing distantly at his lover, the longing and reluctance so intense it seemed about to melt out. Zhou Qian came back to his senses and realized he was really good at overthinking. However, General Wu had already gathered his thoughts and turned to confirm with him again. "Are you sure Lin Xiafeng went to the wasteland through the Rose Corridor? How was that confirmed?" This had already been carefully explained once in the report, but now that the other party asked again, Zhou Qian still answered meticulously. "The Rose Corridor has been frequently showing anomalies recently, you should have noticed. The heavy rain had a significant impact on it. And during the latest anomaly, we came to investigate and found a strange little girl living alone here. The other party's ID currently has no affiliation. It was assigned an adult age of 18 by Huaqing Open Day, along with Huaqing's registered residence, and the allocated residence is the former site of Rose Mansion No. 1. And according to her, General Lin Xiafeng once told her that he wanted to go out to the wilderness. He earnestly recounted the events he had learned from Huai Yu, trying to avoid any subjective elements, only vaguely pointing towards a small treehouse in the distance whose outline could barely be seen. That girl holds in her hand an ice and snow statue formed by an ice-type supernatural ability, never to wither. On it is inscribed the signature, Lin Xiafeng. We cannot be 100% sure that it is General Lin's handwriting, so we can only report it. Many other details have already been repeatedly stated as much as possible in the report, but at this moment, he simply ignored the useless parts. However, Huai Yu in front of him, after some thought, asked a completely unrelated question. "You said that girl is called Huai Yu? Which Huai? Which Yu? The Huai and Yu from the phrase cherishing jade? Is she really only 18 years old?" "Huh?" Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned, then said seriously, "No, it's the elm trees Yu. And also..." He hesitated and said, "For the Huaqing Open Day, we have relaxed the age requirements to unify management and facilitate residents living alone. Huai Yu's ID shows she is already 18, but in reality, I think she is only about 16. A girl who hasn't fully grown up yet." This actually had nothing to do with General Lin Xiafeng's whereabouts, but since Huai Yu asked, Zhou Qian, though puzzled, still answered seriously. "Only in his teens." The melancholy of General Huai Yu in front of him seemed even deeper. He sighed and changed the subject, just pointing to the treehouse ahead. "Go bring back that ice sculpture." Zhou Qian paused, not quite understanding why he didn't go to the treehouse himself. Wouldn't an on-site investigation make it easier to discover other details? It can't be because the Rose Corridor is too close, can it? No matter what thoughts were in his mind, he still carried out his task seriously, then headed towards the treehouse. Meanwhile, Huai Yu looked at the vast grassland around him and the beautiful, romantic Rose Corridor in front of him. He couldn't help but give a bitter smile for a moment, then instinctively took a few more steps forward, murmuring, "Surely after all these years, you're not still angry, are you?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, the thorns of the Rose Corridor quickly stood upright, and the serrations on the leaves even emitted a sharp gleam like blades. The petals were wildly fluttering in the gusts of wind, and the air was filled with the sound of tearing, like the slicing of knives. Chapter 62 Our Lady. Huai Yu didn't know that guests were about to arrive at home. She was just struggling to keep her balance on the bus while carrying a heavy bucket, finally waiting for the moment to get off. It had been sunny for many consecutive days, and now at noon, there weren't that many people in the trading market. Huai Yu only waited for 2 minutes before being led over by a familiar staff member. As soon as the bucket was opened, everyone was stunned instantly. "Hiss! Not bad, you. Your family can even catch fish? And this fish isn't even injured but is still so docile." "Exactly. A couple of days ago, someone brought a rabbit. Goodness, the rabbit had a broken leg and he had a broken arm. Not easy, really not easy. Remarkable, truly remarkable." "Huai Yu, what do you mean by playing it safe? No, what exactly do you have to give up to eat a fish?" She held a shy smile, waiting for the mutation value to appear. The machine was buzzing and processing. She placed the pine pollen on it while curiously asking, "Is fish selling well these days?" "Easy to sell." The other party tugged at their crisp uniform. "See? Big shots from the capital have arrived, and I heard they even brought their families. There will definitely be plenty of banquets and receptions these days." The prices for good ingredients have gone up a bit again. Huai Yu wasn't interested in any big shots from the capital, but he looked at the pine pollen with anticipation. Since the big shots brought their families, wouldn't pine pollen made into face masks be even more popular? The detector spat out the card and the staff member caught it while kindly reminding. Make sure to ask around more, don't sell it cheaply. Your fish looks good. If the mutation value is low, it might get selected. Hiss. A mutation value of 11. Several people gathered around once again. Then, looking left and right at the fish in the bucket, they finally put on a knowing expression. I was wondering why it was so docile, thought it was caught. Didn't expect the mutation value to be low. How can you say that so lightly? Anywhere with low mutation values is surrounded on all sides by highly polluted things. Isn't it? Exactly. Xiao Yu, don't listen to him. This fish is really hard to get. Don't sell it cheap. Huai Yu nodded seriously while taking notes, packed up the items and then headed straight to Huaxia Gold after leaving the inspection station. But today, in the usually empty and quiet Huaxia Gold, there were actually 2 customers. Huai Yu stood at the door and looked around, seeing an aunt with graying hair and wrinkles but with rosy skin, leading a young girl and pointing at the items behind the counter. Oh my, life has gotten so hard, and your shop is still selling this electronic junk. TSK, let me see it. The chubby boss Tang wore a friendly smile as if he hadn't heard the disdain in those words at all. He now held out a red and blue game console, opened it up, and the opening animation played inside. Our survival pressure is high now, but that's for ordinary people. For a lady like you, there's no need to worry about that, right? Playing games to relax and uplift your mood is also fine. Look, this game here is really fun. You can easily spend 3 to 5 months on it without any problem. Huai Yu quietly peeked in at the door and saw that the aunt looked quite well, and her appearance was not bad, but she gave off a mean-spirited vibe. At this moment, she casually uttered, and commented, this little guy looks quite familiar. My son should have played this before. Boss Tang immediately laughed. Oh, this master sword really has a good reputation, Wu Jiang. Before she finished speaking, the aunt suddenly loosened her grip and threw the game console back into the box beside her. But I did teach him at the time, telling him that these games are just electronic trash. Is this something he should be playing? If I hadn't been so strict with him back then, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this kind of future. Hiss. Huai Yu glanced secretly a couple of times, thinking that the aunt really spoke harshly. She didn't know whether the games were good or not, and probably hadn't played them herself, but Boss Tang had managed to stockpile so many. He even opened such a big store, and when she came she often saw him playing. Which proved he had his own unique charm, and it probably made quite a bit of money too. If this auntie doesn't like it, then she doesn't like it. Why adopt such a tone and attitude? It sounds like she's belittling someone. But then she started to admire. Because Boss Tang in front of her showed no sign of unhappiness. Instead, he simply put the game console away and led her to a nearby counter to show her. That's right, without you, our Huaqing wouldn't be like this today. Madam, your child is a hero who has brought honor to Huaqing, and everyone here remembers that. Just as he was speaking, he glanced sideways and saw Huai Yu standing at the shop entrance, causing his words to falter. What's wrong? The aunt keenly sensed something and looked up at that moment. Seeing Huai Yu standing at the door wearing old clothes, carrying a big red bucket and a backpack, her expression turned cold. But after a moment's thought, she said, Xiaotang, is this a customer at your shop? They look like they're having a hard time. Boss Tang still had that expression. Yes. This is my little sister. I guess she thought of me because of something good. Madam, would you like to sit for a while in the VIP room at the back? If there's anything good after I screen it here, I can show it to you directly. Don't bother, the other party said calmly. Coming out to make a living at such a young age, people like that tend to be strong-willed and ungrateful. But after all, she's still young. Fine, let her in. After all, we're all from the same hometown. Consider it a good deed I do today. If there's something I need, it's no problem to take it. Boss Tang remained expressionless, quickly walking to the shop entrance to invite Huai Yu in, while quietly saying, Miss, sorry to trouble you later, please bear with it. Huai Yu instantly widened her eyes, her expression cautious. In her heart, Boss Tang had the best temper in the world, yet now he was giving such instructions. She secretly glanced at that aunt again, thinking, no wonder I don't like her, she really is that annoying. Then suddenly she became happy. I told you, my little Yu is the most magnanimous person in the world. How could I just dislike someone for no reason? It must be that the other person is just inherently annoying. Thinking this way, her mind felt much more open, and now she boldly carried the bucket inside. Before she even got close, she saw the auntie holding a tissue over her nose. A young girl nearby stepped forward. Sorry, please don't come any closer. Our lady is quite sensitive. What are you carrying? Why does it smell so strong? Huai Yu's eyes widened again. She thought to herself, I'm carrying a bag full of purified pine pollen, not a bag of manure. Everyone on the bus says it smells so good. Why is it only you guys who say it smells bad? Chapter 63 So pretentious. Huai Yu was very displeased. What era is this, still calling people madam all the time? Sounds so pretentious. But she said nothing, just obediently stepped back 2 paces, then said to Boss Tang, I brought pine pollen today. It could be used for pastries or face masks. The mutation value is only 11, which is an especially good beauty ingredient. Boss Tang's brow twitched, and before he could speak, the auntie also let out an "Oh, face masks? Look at you, this girl can barely eat enough, yet you're quite clever at coming up with ways to sell things." Then she looked up and down at Huai Yu, unable to help but frown again. So skinny and bony. Why do you look a bit familiar to me? But if you think about it carefully, there's no such fair-skinned, slender young girl in my memory, right? It's just that those eyes look a bit familiar. TSK, looking so pitiful and miserable, clearly not the type she likes. Probably just an ordinary face. Forget it. She acted magnanimously as if bestowing a favor. Huan, life isn't easy for her either, just buy her. Okay. Huai Yu replied happily. 120 points per gene. Madam, do you want all of them? Hiss. Boss Tang silently drew a breath, and at this moment, looking at Huai Yu again, his eyes were filled with surprise. Meanwhile, the young girl Huan instantly changed color. 120 yuan per gene? Turning to look at the person behind, she saw the aunt frowning deeply, the disgust in her eyes almost taking tangible form. Huan steadied herself, then imitated her employer's tone and said, You're so young, how can you be so ruthless in business? You can't just take advantage of Our Lady's kindness and charge exorbitant prices. Huai Yu thought to herself. Nonsense. I am the kindest. As for you all, she said pitifully, but the pine pollen I sold before was all at this price. The beauty product with a mutation value of only 11. Mix this with honey milk and apply it as a mask on your face, it will definitely make you look 10 years younger. She looked extremely hopeful and trusting of its effects, then said aggrievedly, You all seem to have quite a bit. I thought you were used to such good stuff. That's why I quoted the price. As soon as she finished speaking, Boss Tang also looked sincere and said, Madam, please don't misunderstand, sometimes the prices in Flower City can be a bit exaggerated. You know about this pine pollen, it's not weighed down, a pound sounds expensive but it actually lasts a long time. Many wealthy ladies around here like to use this. When he mentioned wealthy ladies, the aunt's expression hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Boss Tang's smile became even more sincere. But as you who often buy rare items know, this stuff is hard to come by. I heard it rained in the capital recently. Even when just talking, Boss Tang seemed naturally cut out for business. At this moment, his act of selling misery was especially sincere. When it came to mentioning the expensive price, it all seemed quite plausible. So much so that the auntie's expression gradually softened as she listened, then her eyes grew warm and she glanced over Huai Yu's skin. I've heard life in Huaching isn't easy, but look at your skin, so fresh and glowing, it must be the effect of this skincare product. She touched her face. Getting older. People used to say I look like I was in my 20s when I went out, but not anymore. Now I look like I'm in my 30s. It's time to take care of myself. Huai Yu blinked, thinking to herself, I was born this way. Besides, Auntie, you look like you're almost 60. But she said nothing, just smiled shyly and obediently as if agreeing. Then the other person put down the tissue covering her nose. At this moment, she no longer found the smell unpleasant. Instead, she looked seriously at the pine pollen and then nodded. All right, who told my son to work so hard? It's all for everyone to live in harmony and happiness. If it's 120 points, then 120 points it is. Me. After all these years, I still can't change this habit of pitying the poor and weak. Just consider it as improving the little girl's life. The assistant Huan remained silent beside her, but in her heart, she couldn't help but mutter. 1 gene of pine pollen costs 120, and the bag in front of her must weigh 3 to 5 gene. Calculated, this one time alone would earn several hundred points. Her assistant, who always spoke flattering words every day, only earned about 100 points a month. TSK. Not sure who this is supposed to improve the life of? But despite her grumbling, her hands didn't stop moving. Watching Huai Yu hand over the xenograph test card, Boss Tang enthusiastically helped pack it up, sneakily slipping in some honey milk and other things. The old and the young silently lifted the corners of their mouths, pretending not to see. It seemed they were already used to receiving gifts from others. When the score transaction arrived with a beep, Huai Yu pulled over the bucket she had just been carrying and asked enthusiastically, Thank you, madam. You are so generous. You are truly wealthy. I also have 2 fresh fish here, would you like some? Because the mutation value is low, it's only 120 points per gene. 5 gene of pine pollen cost a full 600 points. The ant was holding her phone, feeling quite pained. Then she looked at the so-called fresh fish in the test card handed over beside it, and her heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself, this Huacheng really is a small place. Even a little good stuff is sold at sky-high prices. If this were in the imperial capital, it might be bought in just a few dozen coins. It's also because this young lady is inexperienced, and the boss beside her doesn't even mention his own status. She is the biological mother of Huai Yu. So many people hold good things and send them to their own homes, yet can't get away in. These two probably don't even realize what a great opportunity they've missed. After thinking about it repeatedly for a while, the ache in my heart gradually eased. Now, taking another look at the fish obediently lying in the bucket, they really looked huge. Together they must weigh close to 10 gene, right? The ant cleared her throat, then said with a reserved and aloof tone. Forget it, it's nothing special. In the capital, we're all tired of eating this. After speaking, he took his assistant and carried large and small bags, striding away confidently. Huai Yu enthusiastically accompanied him all the way to the door, as if constantly hoping he would change his mind and buy fish, causing the two of them to quicken their pace in high heels. Watching the two walk away, the other two finally returned to the shop. Boss Tang was already impatiently pacing around the water bucket while Huai Yu sighed. So this is the big shot from the imperial capital? Wow, she's so rich. Of course. Boss Tang said casually, but with little respect in his tone. She's the mother of General Wu from Wu and Yu. General Wu fights hard outside, risking his life, always on the front lines. The points he earns are all for this one and only family member, right? But this person, he clicked his tongue, wants to dress like a nouveau riche, yet also wants people to praise her as noble and elegant. She's stingy with money but can't help making up a bunch of excuses. Ugh, he shook his shoulders, cleared his throat, and imitated the previous form of address, Madam. Huai Yu couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Boss Tang really did dislike her. That made their relationship even closer. Chapter 64. Want some chicken? However, Boss Tang is clearly a businessman, so why does he dislike the other party so much? Could it be that before she arrived, that Ant was even more unreasonable? Just as he was pondering, Boss Tang opened the game console he had set aside earlier to check it again, then muttered. What does that old lady know? The Master Sword is the best. And calling it electronic trash. Humph, with a mother like that, no wonder General Wu only got promoted after so many years. Huai Yu watched curiously as he put the game console back into its box, unable to resist feeling intrigued. If Boss Tang, with his smooth and tactful personality, is this upset, just how fun can this game be? Just think about it, I don't even have a wire connected right now, so I can only give up. Then she looked at the wristband again and happily said, Boss brother, thank you so much for not exposing what I said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have earned this much. She wrinkled her nose. I originally wanted to sell it to you and asked if 60 points would be okay. Speaking of which, Boss Tang suddenly laughed. You girl, you usually look so obedient and clever, but at critical moments you're quite sharp, well done. I'm telling you, General Wu's own mother especially likes it when people flatter her like she's a noblewoman. If you sell your stuff too cheaply, she'll belittle it and still try to bargain with you. If you sell it too expensively, she'll think luxury goods come with that kind of attitude and just throw out a couple of snide remarks. Xiao Yu, well done. He put the game console back in place, then looked at the two black fish again, eagerly saying, How much for this fish? 120. Huai Yu giggled, 60. 60 is fine. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling that their relationship had grown closer. Then Boss Tang waved his hand. I can't take advantage of you either. If I sell this outside, I really have to do a 120-point favor. How about this, a compromise price, 80 points per gene? Fish can actually be bought, but with a mutation value of 11, oh boy, that basically means relying on favors and having to come up with a unit price over triple digits. But Xiao Yu isn't just anyone now. He boldly offered a much higher price, just to take advantage a little. While saying this, he took out a fishing net and skillfully scooped up 2 fish. Weighing them, oh wow, these aren't small. Together they weigh 10 gene 3 liang. I'll round it up to 11 gene for you. After speaking, he directly handed over the wristband. With a beep, Huai Yu's eyes and eyebrows were about to burst into a smile. So rich. Really so rich. 43 gene of pine pollen, 516 points. 103 gene of fish, 880 points. A total of 1,396 points. Hooray! This way she won't have to sell bean sprouts for a long time. Huai Yu happily left Huaxia gold, while behind her, Boss Tang hummed joyfully, carefully comparing the sizes of the 2 fish, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and reluctantly decide to take out the smaller one. Tonight, the leaders of Huaching are hosting a banquet for General Wu, so he has to go and make a good impression. However, no matter how you look at a fish with a mutation value of 11, it still has to be his little sister Huai Yu. Huai Yu, carrying a huge sum of money with a bucket and a basket on her back, moves through the shops just like most people in this trading market. She didn't want to buy much today, only 2 things. But looking at the dazzling array of goods now, she felt like buying this and that. Qualified cowpeas, mutation value only 15, 1/3 of a seed? Buy. Endless bean pods, truly a huge treasure. Cucumbers for 2 cents each? Buy. A bunch of sweet potato vines, mutation value 16. Enough to stir-fry a dish, 10 points? Huai Yu grits his teeth. Buy. Once brought home, she was urged to give birth just like planting cuttings. Bring more soybeans, she needs to cultivate more land, and induce several rounds of purification before it's ready. Also, Huai Yu stood there stunned. In the corner by the street, a group of men and women, roughly between 40 and 60 or 70 years old, were squatting, each with a piece of cardboard in front of them. Small jobs, 10 cents a day, can clear land and dig, 1 meal included. 8 cents a day, bring your own food and water. Caring, digging soil, construction. She sighed and the excitement of sudden wealth seemed to fade a bit. Then she couldn't help but lean in and ask, "Uncle, if you were asked to go to a more remote place to reclaim land, would you be willing?" Every nook and cranny in the city is now zoned and allocated, and the land area for each household is manageable by 1 person alone. But she had over 600 acres. The middle-aged man in front of her brightened up, then immediately nodded. "A bit farther is fine. As long as it's not the Rose Corridor, anywhere else is okay. Where is it?" "Huai Yu." "It's nothing." She got up sulkily, but then her eyes lit up as she saw a familiar middle-aged man squatting in the corner. Uncle Zaozi. The man opposite covered his head with a floral scarf, acting secretive. Seeing Huai Yu greet him so warmly, he squinted and winked, as if eager to convey a message worth 100,000 words. Huai Yu was stunned, looking at the cardboard placed in front of Uncle Juju. "Pioneer cleaning, 50 points a day, bring your own food and water." Then obediently closed his mouth and squatted down beside him. Keep your voice down, got it?" Uncle Zao hadn't moved, but his voice came over in a mysterious whisper. "But..." Huai Yu hesitated and pointed at the cardboard. "A price of 50 cents, anyone would take a second look. How many markets are there now for pioneering cleaning? It's hard enough to earn even 5 cents, let alone 50 cents. Just as Huai Yu squatted down, several people in front of him were already walking back and forth, eyeing the cardboard. Uncle Zao was stunned for a moment, then flipped the cardboard over, and his eyes went dark. "I was wondering why I was so sharp today. This must definitely be drawn by my daughter." But after thinking for a moment, he put the cardboard back. "Forget it, kids are kids. It's okay to show off a bit of artistic talent. Besides, I'm not really here looking for work. By the way, girl, want some chicken?" Huai Yu's eyes lit up. "Yes. Chicken, eggs, chicken meat, chicken soup." At this moment, saliva started to flow, showing just how much I have been craving meat lately. But Uncle Zao smiled mysteriously. All right, meeting you today is fate. Someone will bring me some chicks later. Just so you know, 250 points each. If you want them, transfer the points first." Huai Yu didn't hesitate and immediately handed over the wristband. "I want 4. "Hiss." Uncle Jiao gasped sharply. 4? Do you think I lay eggs?" "Just 2. Take it or leave it." 2 is fine too." Huai Yu happily revised the score but felt a shadow looming before her. Looking up, she saw a greasy-faced middle-aged man sizing her up from head to toe, finally giving a meaningful smile. "A bit dry, and this still gets 50 points?" Huai Yu was stunned, and Uncle Jiaozi was also stunned. Before the two of them could react, they heard shouting from the street. "Police! It's these two. I knew there was something fishy about the price. Ugh, in broad daylight, shameless." Chapter 65, Trust and Connections. "Huh?" Huai Yu stood there innocently while Uncle Zao was momentarily stunned, then he directly grabbed the greasy middle-aged man, and with a swift motion, slapped him hard across the face. "Eat shit." Then as the middle-aged man staggered backward, he stepped forward 2 paces and kicked the man's knee. After hearing a cry and seeing him fall to the ground, he finally let go. He patted his reddened palm and said to Huai Yu, "See that, girl? If you ever hear someone say disgusting things like that again, you hit them on the head with a shovel first. First, beat the dog's brains out before talking. After beating him, if there's a misunderstanding, you can apologize." Huai Yu. Meanwhile, the police officer called over, wearing a uniform similar to the defense force, was also stunned. "Ah, they just arrived and haven't understood anything yet. So why did they start fighting among themselves? He glanced at the lone piece of cardboard thrown on the ground, then looked at the man holding his knee, groaning, ouch, ouch. Finally, he cast another glance at Uncle Zaozi and Huai Yu, then waved his hand. Don't you know conflicts are not allowed in the trading market? All of you come with me. A moment later, a car suddenly stopped outside the Hongsheng trading market. A man dressed in a guard army uniform got out, along with Captain Zhou. But his appearance was somewhat disheveled. A very thin, long blood streak ran from his temple to the side of his face, now forming a deep red scab. The guards beside him were the same. Their snow-white uniform still looked pure from a distance, but up close it was clear that the fabric, coated with a special protective layer, had been deeply slashed. It was as if a fierce wind was sweeping in from all directions like sharp blades. The two looked so disheveled that they attracted quite a crowd, and Zhou Qian frowned deeply, filled with guilt. When they arrived at Huaxia Gold, the guard beside him took out his ID and asked, "Is there a 16 or 17-year-old girl who often comes here to trade with you? Where's she?" Boss Tang was taken aback and instinctively asked, "What is it?" Zhou Qian quickly said, "It's General Wu. General Wu is looking for Xiao Yu. I heard from others that she came to your place to sell something." Boss Tang didn't know what Wu wanted from Huai Yu, but recalling the aunt who had just left, he remained calm. "I don't know. Young people probably went shopping somewhere. How about you check each shop one by one?" The two found nothing. They retraced the street once more but still couldn't find Huai Yu's figure. In the end, they could only return to the car dejectedly. "Sorry, General Wu, Xiao Yu is not here." Wu Yu, who had not gotten out of the car, was equally disheveled. His pure white uniform was also deeply torn open at the chest, with faint bloodstains visible on his upper arm. At the same time, one side of his hair had been shaved off in a patch, and two fine blood scabs could be faintly seen spreading above his eyes among the hair, both dangerous and greatly diminishing his originally melancholic aura. He sighed and said to Zhou Qian with no small amount of guilt, "I'm leaving tonight, so I'll have to trouble you to apologize on my behalf. Also, you can ask if they have any requests. If I can meet them, I will do my best to compensate." He gave a bitter smile. Indeed, the words guilt always left a deep impression on him, filling him with remorse. Zhou Qian didn't refuse either, but his brows were tightly furrowed, clearly very troubled as well. Thinking again about the mess in front of Huai Yu's treehouse, he knew how hard the other party had worked to create that home, and now... Sigh. Oh. Huai Yu had no idea what was happening at home. At this moment, he was confused yet curious as he was taken to the police station, finding everything very new and interesting. On the other hand, Uncle Zaozi stood with his hands on his hips, very arrogant and proud, walking while giving Huai Yu some advice. "I'm telling you, this isn't before the disaster anymore. Self-defense can easily get you into trouble. Little you just be bold. If you run into these people, beat them up hard. If you can't beat him, run. Don't get entangled. Anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. If you can fight, fight. If you can't, run. You can't go wrong with that." Aha! The policeman beside him cleared his throat. Beside him, the man covered his swollen, burning face with one hand, limping along, looking sheepish and very obedient. Huai Yu nodded seriously, and was soon taken by the female officer to a separate room. "Come on, let's make a record. Tell the truth, otherwise if we find out you lied and fought in the trading market, there will be a fine." Huai Yu obediently nodded, not denying that the other party was the one who hit her. Fortunately, Uncle Jujube fought on her behalf, otherwise, since she was weak, she wouldn't have been able to hit others so skillfully. "Name? Age? What are you doing in the trading market?" After all that fuss, when she waited for Uncle Zaozi at the police station entrance, he looked triumphant, clearly even more proud. "Dog Bench West. It's obvious you're a repeat offender. Go honestly clear the land for 2 years. Then looking at Huai Yu, he exclaimed, "Chicken." Huai Yu also exclaimed, "What should we do?" "No problem, no problem." Uncle Jujube ran wildly with her all the way, glancing at his watch while saying, "Not bad, not bad. Only a little over 10 minutes have passed since our agreed time. Maybe we can still wait." It's all my fault. My daughter is so talented and I didn't even buy her a drawing board. Now look, this misunderstanding has happened." Huai Yu ran out of breath and asked with difficulty, "Uncle Jujube, how exactly did you guys come to an agreement?" Uncle Jujube didn't hide it either. "Your Uncle Jujube has connections at the Animal Husbandry Institute. I privately arranged to buy a few chicks. Since I had my face covered with the headscarf, worried he wouldn't recognize me, we agreed to write down a low price of 50 cents. Now after all this fuss, can we still buy these chicks?" "Oh, the chicks can be bought, but the other party complained at length. You said, if you come up with that unreliable plan again next time, I'm not going to do it." I walked around here once and didn't see it. I thought you deliberately wrote an 8 out of 10 mixed in there. Just asking if a 5 would work, and what happened? They gave me a mouthful of abuse, calling me shameless, a capitalist, exploiting them. The man opposite, with a bright red scarf covering his face, stood out even more on the street. He tugged and pulled Uncle Zao into an alley, and Huai Yu felt too embarrassed to follow. Fortunately, not long after, the two came out looking normal again, and Uncle Zao flipped open his coat at Huai Yu. Inside the coat, there was a layer of mesh divided into small pockets, each pocket holding a motionless chick. 4 of them, 1 male and 3 females, no guarantees. Special price for you, 1,000 points. Huai Yu took out a bracelet, lifted the basket, eyes burning with intensity. After the person left, Uncle Zaozi waved to his brothers. Sold quickly this time, right? This is all the trust and connections I've built up. Come on, as usual, I take 40%, you get 60%. Chapter 66. Who is it? Uncle Jiaozi's business philosophy of not doing losing trades was something Huai Yu had no idea about. She had just spent a fortune in an instant, only to end up with a basket full and the chirping of chicks, which brought her both pain and joy. The chicks were still quite lively, chirping away even after being moved to a new spot. While waiting for the bus, Huai Yu noticed that 2 passers-by had instinctively glanced back. She thought of the 2 fish that had become quiet and lazy after purification, so she hugged the basket close, placed her hand on it, and silently gave a little purification energy. Listening carefully, the chirping of the chicks in the cage gradually grew quieter until there was complete silence. Secretly peered through the gap again. It seemed like they had fallen asleep. Huai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and before anyone noticed her sneaky behavior, quickly squeezed onto the bus like a thief. Thinking about the 10 gene of soybeans she bought today, she could purify many more fields. That sweet potato vine cutting could also be planted to cover quite a large area, right? There are even more expensive potatoes. Next time I have to go to Jinyuan to check it out. The potatoes sold by that older lady are bigger than those in the market. There are also cowpea seeds and cucumbers. Wow, I can't imagine how many they will bear. If we can't eat them all, we can sell them, dry them, or pickle them. I also need to find time to buy a few more pickle jars. And chili peppers. Although there are only a small handful of seeds, these are very important. Extremely important. They must be planted in fertile soil mixed with wood ash. The bus swayed back and forth, and she planned out all her plots along the way. Realizing many were still uncultivated, she was full of energy and decided to start working on them tomorrow. By the time they got off the vehicle, it was already past 3 o'clock. Huai Yu carried the basket on his back, humming a little tune, mentally rearranging the position of the chicken coop several times, eager to fly home immediately and plan everything carefully. Speaking of which, mutated fish are so fierce now. Mutated rabbits also seem quite formidable. If these little chicks are raised in the grass shed, would there be weasels or snakes sneaking in at night? Or maybe put them in the treehouse. Surround the grass curtain to form a small fence. Since they are so small, their calls probably wouldn't be very loud, right? And chicks are very fragile when they are young. If you're not careful, they can die. You really have to take good care of them. After all, each one costs 250 points. Huai Yu thought it over and decided to go ahead with it. Luckily, it was still early enough for her to get everything settled. Ah! She stared at her treehouse, suddenly stunned. In front of the door, the grass on the lawn was scattered and broken, as if something had ruthlessly cut through it. On a row of perforated bricks placed under the sun, the ginseng seedlings that had just regained some vitality resembling carrot whiskers were also cut off at the top, leaving only a few bare stalks. The waterproof tarp on the roof was torn open, allowing bright daylight to pour in mercilessly from above, illuminating the entire room. The string of wisteria flowers always blooming at the door had long since been cut and fallen to the ground, trampled into a clump of dark purple flower mud, seemingly ignored by someone. And there was her own stove. She had just barely felt a reluctant sense of relief, thinking at least the pot was fine, but as soon as she lifted the pot, the fire pit and stove made simply from blue bricks collapsed diagonally from the middle. The cut surface was even and smooth, as if it had been slashed diagonally by a knife. Then she looked at the quilt. She finally couldn't hold back her tears. Because even the white silk cotton inside the ugly quilt was cut out, the whole room was in chaos, and the tree trunks of the frame were deeply scarred. If a storm were to come now, her house would probably collapse in an instant. Wow! Huai Yu finally couldn't hold back and sat down on the ground, crying out loud. It was just too heartbreaking. Too heartbreaking. As she cried, her eyes looked around the room, always feeling like something was missing from the bedside. The room was too small, and there were too few things. Every single existence was etched in her heart. At this moment, crawling awkwardly on her knees, she climbed over and took a closer look, only to see that the rose in the slender white porcelain vase had also been cut into 2 pieces, lying on the blue bricks. But the crystal-clear ice sculpture in front of the vase had disappeared without a trace. Huai Yu was stunned. She barely held back her sobs, but couldn't stop the large tears from falling. She searched all over the room with blurry, tear-filled eyes but saw no trace of the ice sculpture, not even a shard of ice or snow. Her sadness finally became unstoppable. Was someone stealing something? Stealing Lin Xiefeng's ice sculpture? But why? Why did they have to mess up her room like this? This is her home. She worked so hard, up and down the mountain with so much sweat. She was so sad, her sadness mixed with resentment, yet she didn't know who to resent, didn't understand why someone would come here just to steal that ice sculpture. After thinking for a moment, she wiped her tears with her sleeve again and came to the rose corridor. Did you, see. She started hiccuping from crying, unable to stop, but still struggled to get the words out. Did you see who was it? At this moment, she really wanted to be as strong as Lin Xiefeng to severely punish the person who destroyed her house. The rose corridor rustled, the leaves and petals swaying as if carrying a strange sense of schadenfreude and joy. Huai Yu was confused, unable to grasp its mood for the moment. And just then, several cars approached not far away, finally stopping with difficulty halfway, and Zhou Qian's voice came through. Xiao Yu. 7 or 8 people got out of the car, each fully armed and holding large shields. They hesitated as they stood there, not daring to approach. At the forefront, Zhou Qian wore a look of guilt. After struggling for a moment, he took 2 difficult steps forward, but at that instant, all the branches of the rose corridor seemed to writhe like slithering snakes, with steel-hard thorns and saw-toothed, wheel-like leaves shooting out simultaneously. Shields. Do-do-do-do-do. After a series of sounds, the shield that had formed a wall in front was now covered with spikes and blades, leaving only the tips visible. The defensive soldiers behind the shield were drenched in cold sweat. During this time, they had quietly probed several times without any hostility. The rose corridor had been very silent, so now that they encountered its fierce side again, everyone felt a bit fearful. It's nothing. Zhou Qian's voice came. It doesn't throw a tantrum like this, this is just a warning. Come on, everyone put down your shields, be careful and approach slowly. Huai Yu stared wide-eyed at everything. The hiccups that wouldn't stop just now suddenly ceased in shock. Chapter 67 Amulet. The rose corridor swayed slightly, indeed it did not attack again. Zhou Qian stood still and waited quietly for a moment, then followed the others in letting out a long breath. It really is in a good mood today. But why is that? Is it because it's Wu Yu who gave birth to it? But General Wu didn't even come into contact with it. Could it be that they had close contact when I left? Or can it be sensed even from such a distance? Thinking about General Wu's ordeal, his expression darkened again. Now looking at Huai Yu kneeling on the ground, her face streaked with tears and looking particularly miserable, this silence turned into a heavy guilt. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have barged into your room without permission. General Lin Xiefeng's orders were too important, and General Wu Yu's commands had to be carried out. He just didn't expect to mess up Xiao Yu's home so badly. Is that you? Huai Yu stared at him blankly, looking at his silent and guilty expression, and at this moment, she couldn't even bring herself to feel resentment. She just felt extremely wronged. Her eyes fixed on Zhou Qian with teardrops the size of beans falling one by one. There was no loud wailing or cursing, yet it was far more heart-wrenching than any outburst. Not to mention Zhou Qian, who was in close proximity, even the few defense soldiers who had followed him stood there awkwardly, not daring to meet her gaze at all. Zhou Qian felt even more ashamed and humiliated. He still remembered how Huai Yu crawled out of the foundation of the Rose Mansion in a sorry state, and also remembered how she came over full of hope, carrying a bunch of pine cones. The treehouse before him at a time he did not know had been tidied up bit by this girl to the best of her ability, making it look like a home. But all of this, especially now when Huai Yu looked at him, neither questioning nor angry. Yet the tears falling one by one into the soil made his heart ache as well. Like a towel being twisted back and forth, what is wrung out are drops and drops of guilt. I'm sorry. He could only apologize sincerely once again. General Wu personally came over, wanting to investigate the whereabouts of General Lin Xiefeng. I heard you have an ice sculpture of his here, and wanted to take it to verify its authenticity. Originally, Zhou Qian was sent to investigate, but although Huai Yu's room was not locked, he lingered at the door for a while and decided to wait for Huai Yu to return and get permission before proceeding. But General Wu said he had urgent matters to attend to tonight and didn't have enough time, so he came directly over. Oh! What Zhou Qian didn't know was that the reason Wu came was also related to the Rose Corridor. He didn't go to the place where Wu Yu had stayed before, so he was unaware that it had already been badly damaged by the leaves of the rose corridor with the soil overturned. But the two were too far apart, and it wasn't really a fight to the death, so the rose corridor couldn't harm Wu Yu, who is now a top-tier wood element psychic. Compared to a threat, that commotion was more like venting anger. Once the temper was out, it was fine. But Wu Yu was in a bad mood because of it. Just then, Zhou Qian reported that the master was not home, and it was best to wait a while. He then drove over, a solemn and decisive expression rising on his refined and handsome face. General Lin Stefang's safety concerns the entire garrison. Special matters require special handling. If that person named Huai Yu doesn't return today, are you really going to wait here forever? Moreover, we can't even be sure if that ice sculpture was left by General Lin. If we wait a few days and find out it's fake, wouldn't that mean we've wasted a lot of plans for nothing? His words were firm and carried a certain persuasive logic. Zhou Qian hesitated. He could of course hear the anger and impatience in General Wu's words, but he did not know that this emotion was not because of the ice sculpture, but because of the rose corridor and the name Huai Yu. The sound of the rose branches rustling angrily back and forth, combined with feelings of guilt and impatience, prompted Wu Yu to step forward personally and directly fling open the door of the treehouse. Light streamed in from outside the door. He immediately focused his gaze on the pink rosy roses in the white fine porcelain vase. Then he was stunned. Those were the flowers from the rose corridor? No, impossible. It has such a bad temper. How could it allow a girl with only faint wood-type supernatural abilities to pick its flowers? Doubt was like the vibrant wisteria swaying at the door. With just a slight shake, he tossed it out of his mind. Because in front of that vase, the crystal-clear ice sculpture was emitting faint wisps of cold air. From a distance, he couldn't make out the small characters clearly, but just feeling the breath of ice and snow was very much like Lin Xiafeng. For some reason, the name Huai Yu being linked to Lin Xiafeng made his mood even more agitated. Therefore, he didn't step inside the house at all. He just stood at the doorway, one hand holding the door curtain, the other hand slightly moving, and the seed in his palm quickly sprouted. Then, like a spirit snake, it ruthlessly reached forward. But Wu Yu didn't expect that even Lin Stefang's final letter, just the few words left to a girl he barely knew, contained an exceptionally sharp ice and snow blade condensed within that small ice sculpture. Sensing his ruthless supernatural aura and determining that the other party bore no goodwill, the ice sculpture shattered with a crisp sound. And then, sharp and jagged shards were swept up by a sudden gust of wind, cutting fiercely in all directions, covering the sky and earth. Caught off guard, Wu Yu, facing the impact head-on, dodged awkwardly left and right in the confined space, and even Zhou Qian, who was following behind him, couldn't react in time and was harshly grazed by the shattered ice fragments. Not to mention the house. The room now. Zhou Qian lowered his head heavily. Because he simply had no way to explain to Huai Yu why General Wu could brazenly barge into her room and attempt to take her belongings, and why he showed no goodwill, which provoked the ice sculpture's strong resistance and counterattack. "I'm sorry." In the end, he could only mutter and repeat his apology again. Some extremely powerful supernaturals can lock their abilities within objects, and under certain conditions, such as sharp stimulation from supernatural energy, the locked ability will be triggered. Have you read novels? It's like the talismans in fantasy novels or magical scrolls. A few extremely powerful supernaturals use this method to leave a final protective measure for their family members or those going on missions. But this is very difficult and also very mentally exhausting. None of us expected it. We did not expect that Lin Xiafeng, despite being contaminated and about to break the critical threshold, would still be so strong. Even more unexpected was that, after just a brief encounter, he quietly left such a precious item for Huai Yu. That was not just a parting message, it was clearly a powerful talisman, a trump card, given to this little orphan girl in the wilderness as protection. Chapter 68. But I just don't like it. Huai Yu stared steadily at Zhou Qian, a thin, long scab of dried blood still visible on his face, strikingly prominent. At some point her tears had stopped falling, but the light in her eyes made Zhou Qian feel completely exposed. After a moment, Huai Yu softly asked, "What about those fragments?" "What?" Zhou Qian was momentarily stunned. "I mean, the fragments of the ice sculpture that Lin Xiafeng gave to me," she asked with a heavy tone. Zhou Qian's cheeks flushed. At that moment, he found it hard to describe his embarrassment and vaguely began to harbor grievances even against General Wu. But no matter what, the truth must be told. Once the power of the ice and snow fragments is released, they can no longer maintain their original form. They probably melted. Huai Yu turned to look at her messy room. Since the bucket was also broken, she hadn't even noticed the water stains inside. Now looking again, it felt as if her hard work building the house was just a dream. and the one who shared secrets with her on that rainy night, who taught her about this world and how to stay away from danger, now left no trace at all, as if it were just a dream. She stood up, turned her head, and wiped the messy tears from her shoulder, then let out a long breath. "Captain Zhou, did you come here to help me build a house?" Zhou Qian frowned tightly, but soon relaxed again. "Yes. To help you build a better one. I can provide everything you need, and this funding will be reported to General Wu." "I hate him." She looked up at Zhou Qian, her dark eyes swirling with intense disgust. "I hate him, I don't want to hear his name anymore." Then she lowered her head again and whispered, "Captain brother, I'm sorry, I know it's not your fault. Thank you for helping me build the house." Zhou Qian stood there, sighed deeply, and was also silent. But after a brief silence he raised his hand. "Tonight you can stay temporarily in the female soldiers' dormitory. We've split into 2 teams and will build you a better brick and tile house." Huai Yu shook her head. "It's not that cold anymore. The tree house is also livable. I even bought some chicks back, so I want to stay at my own home tonight." Zhou Qian was speechless. Even chicks could be bought. Such things were only available at livestock farms, and even if he wanted to buy some, it would take quite an effort and the price was not cheap. He originally wanted to praise Huai Yu for being capable, but with the house standing here in a dilapidated state, the word stuck in his throat no matter what. In the end, he could only wave his hand and say, "Don't worry, we have surveyors who will find a more suitable place for you nearby." The sunset gradually disappeared behind the mountains, leaving only large patches of golden-orange clouds, while the distant mountain peaks were shrouded in a bluish-purple gradient. Huai Yu quietly held the straw mat and made a warm space for the chicks inside the house, then suddenly looked at the rose that was resting peacefully in the vase. In the corner of the wall there were 3 bamboo baskets, one of which had already been cut in half. The other 2 were covered with wet towels quietly sprouting bean sprouts. Unconsciously, she quietly shed tears again, then murmured, "The new house must be very, very nice, but I just don't like it." The sun had completely set, and a large bonfire was gathered again in the open space. It was arranged by someone on Zhou Qian's discovery when Huai Yu was collecting wood ash. There were also extra bright headlights shining all around, attracting scattered little insects to flutter about. Those scarce resources, electricity or oil, seemed to be spent without care tonight. Huai Yu was holding a pack of nutritional liquid when Zhou Qian brought her a bowl of porridge. "Try it. This is our marching ration, it tastes pretty good." Huai Yu silently took it, then looked at the defense soldiers stacking bricks in the deep night under the headlights. "Are you really going to help me build the house yourselves?" She seemed to have come to terms with it, and now took the initiative to inquire. Zhou Qian finally breathed a complete sigh of relief and smiled. "It's okay, everyone is eager to do this job. After all, the pay isn't low, and all expenses are deducted from. There, he doesn't lack contribution points either." "That's good." Huai Yu took a bite of the marching rations and found that this portion in her hand tasted more like oil tea, rich, slightly salty, with the aroma of butter. "Pretty tasty." She gave an objective evaluation since the pollution value was probably not too high, around 15 or so. It can't compare to what she usually eats, but it should be pretty good already. As long as it's tasty. Zhou Qian happily took out a notebook and wrote down, "I'll get you 10 different flavors." Then he asked, "Your camp bed might feel a bit light when you sleep on it. Although it's not broken, it's not exactly comfortable either. Let's take this opportunity to get you a bunk bed. The kind we use in the dormitory, 1.2 meters wide, very sturdy. You don't have to use the top bunk for sleeping, you can put things there. I'll also get you 2 sets of the dormitory's combination cabinets, so you can hang clothes and stuff." He wrote swiftly, quickly jotting down a long list in the notebook. "You girls don't really like sleeping on hard beds, right? I'll request 2 extra mattresses for you. I'll get you another solar lamp. I'll get you a whole set of kitchen utensils. Do you have baskets? Doesn't matter, I'll note it down. And clothes. We don't have ordinary styles of clothes, but it's okay, in the end, we'll compensate you with 1,000 points, and you can buy them yourself." He looked at Huai Yu, and the heavy burden finally completely disappeared. At this moment he comforted. The new house will be built on the original foundation of the Rose Mansion, not very large, 30 square meters. On one side, there will be a shed for storing firewood, also imitating your previous layout as a corridor to shelter from the rain, leading all the way to the toilet. I'll build a toilet for you, modeled after the old rural dry toilet, but it will be more convenient with cement bricks. If conditions allow for electricity here in the future, you can also install a water tower, or even a flush toilet. The house might need to air out for a few more days. The walls were built with quick-drying materials, and the entire surface will be sprayed with a simple coating. After drying for the next couple of days, it will be ready to move in. He thought it over again and again, his notebook filled with dense notes, then carefully reviewed the solo living arrangements before handing the notebook over. See if there's anything else you want, take advantage of this opportunity to ask for a bit more. Although it's very sad that the house was destroyed, you have to have this kind of mindset to turn disaster into blessing. Speaking of which, he hesitated again, because the protection left in the ice sculpture by Lin Xiefeng was actually more important than these material things. But this is something that cannot be copied, so for now it can only be silently overlooked. Huai Yu carefully examined everything in the notebook and then added one more thing. Vase. I want 3 vases of different sizes, but very beautiful, very beautiful. Chapter 69, full of tea flavor. At sunrise, behind the treehouse, a house with a solid foundation, quickly built with fast-drying materials, was already firmly in place. It has the same layout as a treehouse, with a light gray tiled roof that reflects a faint glow under the sunlight. It is said that this reflective material is most easily noticed when the vegetation is lush, and it has become the standard for clothing and house construction nowadays. A corridor is built at the entrance, connecting the grass hut and the toilet. The toilet is also newly built, with the septic tank made of a new type of material, so there's no need to step into a simple dirt pit to use the toilet anymore. Huai Yu woke up groggily, and his fingers accidentally grabbed a handful of silk cotton with a special texture. She paused for a moment before remembering what had happened yesterday, then looked toward the bedside. There was only an empty vase, no roses, and no ice sculpture. The chicks seemed to be doing well in the warm haystack. At this moment, the sound of chirping could be heard, probably because they were hungry. However, before Huai Yu could get up to feed them, she heard Zhou Qian asking outside the door. Huai Yu, are you awake? He looked at Huai Yu, who had lifted the door curtain, his expression relaxing at this moment. Come see your new house? There was a faint tiredness in his eyes and brows, but also a strong sense of accomplishment. The things you wanted, I brought them all last night. Go take a look. Huai Yu then smiled and said to Zhou Qian, Brother, I don't blame you, so don't feel guilty. As a member of the defense force, it would be problematic not to follow orders from someone of a higher rank than oneself. Moreover, no matter what, Zhou Qian has been trying to help me all along. The destruction of his home was not something he wanted, so Huai Yu spoke honestly. I was just too upset yesterday and wanted everyone to feel sad together, which is why I didn't say anything. Zhou Qian paused, then smiled again. I know. You don't act cute at all when you're angry. Little girl, you were pretty good at sweet-talking when you were trying to please people at first. But there's no need for that. You've always been steady in living your own life, whether it's acting cute and saying nice things, or feeling so sad that you want others to share your sadness. It's all human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Xiao Yu, I know your past must have been especially hard, which made you cautious in everything, even habitually showing weakness in your speech, carrying a sense of dependence on others. The morning light spilled inch by inch, coating everything before me with a layer of dazzling yet hazy golden glow. And in this morning light, Zhou Qian looked more like he was enveloped in a misty pale golden fog, even his voice gentle like morning dew, without a trace of harm. But when words pierced the core, they were as cold as morning dew. If you want to call me Captain Zhou, then call me Captain Zhou. If you want to call me brother, then call me brother. Whatever you call me, I know you've always been trying. So just call me whatever you like. No need to apologize and don't feel burdened. He smiled casually, unaware of Huai Yu's amnesia. Huai Yu couldn't fully understand either, but she clearly sensed the kindness within. Also, I used to have a hard life, but now I'm used to speaking nicely and softly. Is that so? When she wants to achieve something, she calls out to older people like brother, sister, uncle, and aunt in a gentle voice. When she's angry, she calls them coldly. Is this her instinct? Doubts piled up layer by layer in her heart, yet she clearly felt that she was the kind of person who thought, it's never my fault. Now even more distressed. Because before the amnesia, the character ranged from a young lady with 200 male servants to a robust farmwoman who was very skilled at farming, and now, she can't possibly be a timid, fickle, robust farmwoman, right? Not robust either, probably, since she can handle so many kinds of farm work. The past troubles were really tangled, so she simply threw them out of her mind and hummed at this moment. I'll call it whatever I want. Exactly. Zhou Qian laughed instead. A young girl. You have relatives in the city who spoil you, so you should be bolder when you can come. Take a look at your new home. The new home has snow-white walls and a reddish-brown door with a large lock on it that looks very sturdy. Zhou Qian handed over the keys. There are only 3. You must keep them safe, or if you forget the keys, breaking this lock open will be quite difficult. Huai Yu, however, looked conflicted and was not very happy. This house feels like a dream. She muttered, looking at it feels like looking at a stranger's house. Zhou Qian patted her shoulder. Of course, building it brick by brick with your own hands is definitely different from this. But you have to look forward. General Lin is such a gentle person, he would probably want your days to get better and better too. If you don't have enough people helping to build the house relying on just you, it would be hard to finish this house even in another 10 years. And this time we used a lot of good materials. Although it was built overnight, it's all based on the experience we accumulated during the war, so it's solid. It's not afraid of strong winds or heavy rain, and it won't be so damp anymore. He gently pushed Huai Yu's back. Take a look at your room. The smooth key easily turned the alloy lock. Pushing open the door, the morning sunlight streamed in. Whether it was the exceptionally smooth new cement floor, the pristine white walls, or the tightly sealed roof, all of it made Huai Yu unable to help but feel amazed. If this weren't a new house built by Wu Yu's tinkering, she would definitely like it very, very much. But now just thinking about that name feels so unlucky. Compared to the previous treehouse of only about 10 square meters, the room feels especially spacious. Along the wall stood a row of metal cabinets, and on the upper bunk bed, several storage boxes were neatly stacked. The lower bunk was laid with a mattress and a neatly folded, square-shaped new quilt. Although the color was a uniform dark tone, it was much easier on the eyes than her previous fluorescent pink pillow, or the fluorescent purple duvet cover and black-blue floral quilt. In the corner of the wall there was even a chimney connected to the stove. Probably considering how hot it gets cooking in the summer, there was even a neatly arranged double stove set up in the grass shed outside. Nowadays, the stove, iron pot, and cooking utensils are all well equipped, and the household goods can be said to be quite abundant. Next to the door, there are 2 buckets for daily water use. Nearby is a rather old-fashioned wash basin stand, with a round mirror above it, an enamel basin rack below, and a towel draped over it. All of this, everything is truly full of life. This is the advice I gave. Zhou Qian smiled beside her and asked, "These are all new, you should be satisfied, right?" The wash basin rack wasn't originally on the list. I found it in the outside warehouse. I heard it's an antique from about 100 years ago, quite fitting. Do you like it? Chapter 70. Don't blame him. Huai Yu looked at him without speaking. Zhou Qian was not angry either. Losing something so important, it was understandable that the young girl felt upset. He smiled reassuringly, then glanced at the time. "We can't help you with the move anymore, it's almost time we should head back." Huai Yu nodded, feeling a mix of emotions and unsure of what to say. She watched Zhou Qian turn away, but suddenly he turned back, hesitating as he sighed. "Huai Yu, don't blame General Wu." Seeing Huai Yu furrow her brows, Zhou Qian finally sighed. According to wartime regulations, General Wu has the right to enter your room for inspection. The whereabouts of General Lin are too important, and it must remain secret, so his inspection of your ice sculpture is also part of his duty. In order to make it up to you, he also spent nearly 5,000 contribution points. Xiao Yu, all that he earned was on the front lines, fighting for his life in the most dangerous first line. I don't know why he got injured, but his ability is such that he can instantly flip your treehouse to ensure he remains completely unharmed. Huai Yu listened silently, then suddenly spoke. "But I'm unreasonable." Zhou Qian was stunned. He saw the little girl in front of him sigh as well. "Captain brother, what you said makes a lot of sense. Heroes have their responsibilities and I should understand and cooperate. What he does is also for everyone's safety and I should understand and respect that. But I just don't want to. 5,000 points were earned by him fighting on the front lines. Do I cherish that? Is it any easier for me to build my house? He could have easily overturned my treehouse, but he didn't and even kept my tattered frame. Should I feel honored? Should I think it's amazing? I won't." She lifted her face, a trace of unyielding stubbornness lingering in her expression. "I really hate him. I don't want to hear his name at all. Even if he's a hero, he's not my hero. I'm this capable and the life I have now is all because of my own hard work." After saying that, she suddenly hesitated again. Because strictly speaking, the stability of the entire Huaqing owes a lot to the other party. And for her to say this while living in such a stable environment is a bit too shameless. But Huai Yu lowered her head in frustration. She was clearly so weak, yet she was really confident. She truly believed she was very capable. However, even narcissism has its limits. So I had to compromise and say, "All right. Since you put it that way, I won't get angry if you mention his name again in the future." Zhou Qian. He was both amused and helpless. It was quite unusual. This was still the time he had heard the most from Huai Yu since they met. But the content was all about this self-struggle or something like that. Just now he told her to be a bit more confident, but he didn't expect her to become overconfident now. All right then. He also sighed with relief. Looking at the little girl's expression, although Lin Xiefeng had only met her once, he must have left quite an impression on her. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Just a single encounter, yet willing to spend great effort to leave the other person with a secret protective charm. especially since this charm was only discovered after being destroyed. Who wouldn't be deeply impressed by that? Now the other party has lost even the last trace, and Xiao Yu is still a child, so it's understandable that she is angry. Being able to hear General Wu's name now can be considered her generosity. He was a bit worried, yet also wanted to laugh, and finally his strong palm ruffled Huai Yu's fluffy hair. All right. I know you have been very tolerant. Then he took 2 steps forward and shouted the command. The defense troops who had been busy all night were now chatting and laughing, and soon they were all ready to board the vehicles. Their loud laughter could still be heard in the wind. Too bad there's no phone, otherwise I could get this close to the Rose Corridor and I'd have enough to brag about for a long time. Exactly. I've been tuning in for 3 years, and this is the first time I felt it's really in a good mood. It seems that General Wu, the one who catalyzed it, must have come over and definitely calmed the Rose Corridor down. Wood-type psychics are really amazing. Back then, General Wu risked his life to bring the Rose Corridor to life, and now after all these years it still remembers him. It even feels happy when he arrives, pretending not to notice us building houses and digging nearby. Hiss. That doesn't sound right coming from you. Have you been secretly reading some book lately? Hand it over. After the person left, Huai Yu slowly returned to her treehouse, then threw herself onto the increasingly worn silk cotton quilt, huffing angrily. What's so great about 5,000 points? Sooner or later, I'll earn even more. Isn't flipping the treehouse an act of kindness? Humph. It must be because my wisteria is too well behaved, its roots are very deep, it simply can't be flipped. There wasn't even a close fight. Well, okay, that is a bit impressive. But sooner or later, when I get stronger, I'll go to the wasteland too. She struggled for quite a while, and seeing the cotton in the quilt about to be pulled out again, she finally realized. I forgot to buy needles and thread. This quilt could definitely still be used if I just sew it up. There weren't many things to move in the treehouse, and the new house wasn't far away. After just a few trips back and forth, Huai Yu had packed everything over. In the end, only the empty little house was left. She sighed and looked at the few neatly cut dry firewood in the corner, split by the water jet. Then, she silently began dragging the large pile of uncollected branches and dry grass. After everything was emptied, she raised her hand and tore off the waterproof tarp that had been cut in many places. Then her palm caressed the wisteria branches. Sorry, the flowers were also cut off, you've been wrong too. You don't need to help me build the house anymore. Grow freely now. The wood element power within her body surged, carrying a strong vitality, washing over the trunks before her. From the roots to the branches and leaves in just an instant, the slender twigs at the branch tips quickly sprouted out. The tender green leaves had just begun to unfold, yet the excess energy couldn't wait to droop down a cluster of flower buds from the front again and again. Huai Yu slumped to the ground, her whole body weak, panting heavily, feeling utterly exhausted in both body and mind. After a long while, she finally widened her eyes, staring at the dozen or so wisteria vines brimming with vitality before her, then opened her palms. Ha! It seems that after this period of training, the wood element, this ability to accelerate growth, has indeed become much stronger. But doesn't the Academy of Sciences still lack enhancement methods other than pollution removal? After thinking for a while without figuring it out, Huai Yu became happy again. I told you I was very capable. Chapter 71. The person in the photo. Zhou Qian only felt the heavy pressure suddenly lift after returning to the camp. After a whole day and night of turmoil, even though their physical condition was better than ordinary people, the mental fatigue was hard to shake off. Now they could finally rest. However, just as they closed their eyes, they suddenly heard someone notify them to go to the conference room. What's the matter? He grabbed his helmet and fastened it immediately before asking, why is there suddenly another meeting? Is there an emergency? No. The other party shook his head. It's a message from General Wu of the Imperial Capital, asking you to answer a few questions. Zhou Qian recalled the list he had submitted and now coughed awkwardly. But in an instant, he felt justified again. Huai Yu could buy little chicks all by himself. Saving enough materials to build a house was just a matter of time, right? Who cares about these compensations? The ice sculpture by Guanglin Stefeng could probably sell for about 5,000 points on the black market. But upon entering the conference room, someone opened the screen and handed him an earpiece. Captain Zhou, General Wu wants to have a private chat with you. I'll leave first. On the large screen in front of him was a photo of a young woman. This person, he instinctively glanced at her twice. Who is this? I don't recognize them. Then putting on the headphones, I heard a beep. And someone on the other side was also online. Captain Zhou Qian? Yes. Zhou Qian instinctively straightened up, his eyes fixed on the screen in front of him, but suddenly felt a bit familiar. General Wu. He responded respectfully. Is there anything else you need me to do? Nothing, Wu Yu's voice was calm. I just wanted to ask, does the Huai Yu look like the person in the photo? Not at all. Zhou Qian didn't even need to think before giving his answer. It wasn't that he was lying, but although there was a slight sense of familiarity between the two, upon closer inspection, they didn't really look alike anywhere. As for that sense of familiarity, Zhou Qian thought it was probably because both people were quite good-looking, even quite distinctive, which gave that feeling of similarity. Could it be that the person in the photo was a well-known figure before the disaster? The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. But this kind of familiarity, the longer he looked, was completely different from Huai Yu. After all, there is a difference between being good-looking and being truly beautiful. The woman in the photo is probably in her 20s or 30s, wearing light makeup, but because the image is enlarged, every flaw is visible. You can see that her skin tone is somewhat dark, with a few faint scar marks, so it's not considered good. It's different from Xiao Yu's delicate, fair complexion, which even faintly shows pale blue veins beneath the skin. Then there's the hair. The other person's hair is somewhat yellowish, a bit frizzy and dry, looking like it's malnourished, which is also very different. And the eyes. The person on the screen has a pair of wide double eyelids, making the eyes look big and beautiful, but the nervousness and fatigue in the gaze are also clearly visible. Huai Yu seems different. Zhou Qian also felt embarrassed to keep staring back and forth at a young girl. So at this moment he could only rely on his memory to think. Little Yu is just a teenage girl still growing up, and her eyes seem to be phoenix-shaped, quite distinctive, different from this one. The person on the screen stands under the tree with a shy smile, looking a bit insecure and somewhat sad, their hands nervously clasped together. Oh, and one more thing, the fingers in the photo are thick and slightly rough, not fair and delicate. It seems they are used to doing hard labor. But Huai Yu is not like that. Looking at her slender arms and legs, no matter how much hard work she does, her hands still look fair and clean. Maybe her skin is naturally inherited. When she needs something from someone, she sweetly calls them brother, and her smile is exceptionally bright, with her emotions clearly on display. The girl in the photo gives off a slightly stubborn vibe, with a kind of strength hidden within her melancholy. Zhou Qian scratched his head. Anyway, he couldn't describe it well, but this was roughly the feeling. What's going on with General Wu? Two people who are completely unrelated still insist on asking what similarities they have. Judging by the tantrum Huai Yu threw this morning, if anyone makes her unhappy or uncomfortable, she's probably going to angrily throw down the basket and hit them on the head. She mainly expects others to suffer losses and hardships, but she herself refuses to endure anything. Even the finer details. The more Zhou Qian thought about it, the more he felt a headache coming on. Because human memory is so mysterious, if you really want to picture someone's appearance, trying to separately imagine the details of their facial features in your mind just won't come together. Anyway, he knew the two were different, and that was enough. In short, after a brief internal evaluation, he once again affirmed, General Wu, the two have no similarities. The person on the other end of the phone was silent, and after a long while let out a bitter laugh. Are you sure? I'm sure, Zhou Qian said decisively. There was another long silence on the other end of the phone. Zhou Qian thought for a moment, then quickly took the opportunity to ask, General Wu, about the list I sent this morning. He was afraid that the final amount calculated was a bit high and that the other party might not approve it, so he hurriedly added another sentence. That house was built little by the young lady herself. Now that the house is gone, she's crying terribly. After saying this, he was stunned himself. This, although the share is large, it shouldn't be a big problem for General Wu, right? Why would he think the other party would find it too much? Have I started to see him through tinted glasses? Or did I have a filter before that has now been broken? However, as he spoke, Wu Yu on the other side seemed to feel relieved. Crying? Huai Yu never cries. Forget it, I just can't let it go. Captain Zhou, thank you for your trouble. The communication ended there, and the other party didn't respond whether the list was acceptable or not. Zhou Qian stood frozen in place and in the end, simply pushed the problem out of his mind. Whatever, anyway, you're the one who damaged the stuff and I've compensated as much as I could according to you. Criticize all you want. This money was advanced by their defense forces. If they don't want to approve it, then let them lose face. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, Wu Yu, who had been rushing non-stop, looked at the photo on the screen, a faint sense of nostalgia welling up in his eyes again. Huai Yu, when you wrote your will, you were so resolute, not wanting to have even the slightest connection with me, nor wanting to accept this unfair world. Now everyone only knows that the Rose Corridor was my initiative. They haven't heard about you at all. If you knew, would you feel regret? My mom is still the same. Speaking of which, it's all your fault for being too generous to her back then. I know you sincerely wanted to have a family. But she can't change that extravagant habit, and now even I. His sadness abruptly stopped. because on the list that popped up in the mailbox, the score of 6,573 was particularly glaring. Chapter 72: The General and the General's Wife. To be honest, the number, 6,573, really hurts the eyes. Wu Yu's first reaction was, what did Mom buy this time? Then, upon seeing clearly, he realized it was compensation for Huai Yu. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ruining someone's family and then compensating again was only normal. He didn't know how the compensation was made, but judging by the Defense Army's capability, it wouldn't involve taking kickbacks from these trivial amounts. He could only resign himself to signing his name, then confirm the score transfer. And when the contribution points transfer ended, seeing that he only had a little over 1,000 points left, Wu Yu finally couldn't help but wearily leaned back in his chair. He believed that he had not lost to anyone in the frontline battles. Everything he gained was earned point by himself. But, of all people, he had such a biological mother. Playing cards, shopping. Even though it was a time of disaster, her enjoyment never lessened in the slightest. Whenever he tried to persuade her, she would pitifully shed tears, recounting how she had endured hardships as a single mother and orphan, and how much suffering she had gone through raising her child. These old stories were told over and over again, to the point where Wu Yu felt helpless. Outsiders only saw a glamorous exterior, unaware that beneath it was a bottomless pit. After so many years, nothing had been saved. Even the house, if it weren't allocated, might not even provide a place to live. Those who knew him well thought he was nostalgic and unwilling to forget the past, while those who didn't thought he was now wholeheartedly striving forward, just wanting a bright future. It wasn't wholehearted ambition at all. Clearly, he had no foundation whatsoever. Even if he had ideas, he couldn't utter a single word. Thinking of this, Wu Yu let out a deep breath, turned around to head home, and gave the old lady one last warning. No more points, she can't spend any more money. The housing allocation was on Longya Mountain in the imperial capital, a series of heavily guarded villas. But when Wu Yu stepped through the gate, he saw his mother leading a familiar aunt inside, who happily said upon seeing him, "Xiao Yu, you're back? Just in time. A few days ago, I was a bit short in watching, and your Aunt Wang lent me 2,000 points. You helped Mom pay her back." Wu Yu felt as if his heart had grown heavy. Neighbor Aunt Wang was dressed in a luxurious outfit from a high-end brand before the disaster. At this moment, she stood there elegantly and upright, like an unconventional white swan, her smile even carrying an air of pride. "If General Wu is not convenient at the moment, that's fine. I know you young people can't hold on to your shares. Besides, you're in your prime now, and the people following you below need to be managed and appeased from time to time. Shares are just external things. My mother and I didn't come over for the shares, we just get along well." Although she was proud, her tone was extremely sincere and warm, as if she were a friendly aunt from next door whom you see all the time, so much so that Wu Yu's eyes felt a little less heavy. "By the way, my daughter just got accepted into the guard recently. She also has wood element abilities. Since we're neighbors, I wonder if she could come to General Wu for some lessons when she has free time." Wu Yu let out a slight breath of relief and could only nod helplessly at this moment. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang returned home to find her daughter looking at her expectantly. "Mom, how is it? Did you get an answer?" "I already said it." Facing her own family, Aunt Wang's pride completely vanished. "Your wood-type powers are strong, but Mom won't allow you to get any stronger. Look at General Lin, he's so powerful. Yet in the end, he still couldn't find a way to purify the pollution." Got it," the daughter mumbled. "His men have all formed bonds through life and death battles. If I don't get close, how can I recruit them? Now that the urban disaster is basically over, the role of powered individuals is much less important. If I want to make a name for myself, I have to form a more suitable team and fight out in the wasteland." His subordinates are really outstanding. After General Lin retired, some of them followed him. "I want that too." "Mom, don't worry. I want to be a general, not just a general's wife." The mother gave a soft hum, her expression showing faint satisfaction, along with the same worry. "Mom knows, but just in case." Wu Yu is young and handsome. Especially when he doesn't speak, the aura of solemnity around him is very attractive to little girls. Moreover, there is always a hint of melancholy in his brows. If by any chance the daughter develops feelings like wanting to save him and make him happy, then it would be over. The mother then sternly said again, "You can seek advice all you want, but keep your intentions on the right path. I absolutely will not allow such a son-in-law." After speaking, she sneered coldly, "If you can't even sweep your own room, how do you expect to win people's genuine respect like General Lin? It's a blessing from heaven that he has such special abilities and achievements, and a smooth future ahead. But he can't persuade his own mother, can't control her, and can't make decisive decisions when needed. He lacks both courage and virtue. People like that won't get far. Huai Yu, don't let yourself lose your mind. Huai Yu laughed, her smile pure, but her eyes carried an unusually sharp edge. Mom, don't worry. Just thinking about the neighbor lady becoming my mother-in-law makes me want to give up on starting a family. General Wu is very outstanding, but I'm someone who has fought alongside Lin Stefang 3 times. As she spoke, her gaze fell again. There's news that he went to the wasteland himself. Good. Every warrior's final place should be on the battlefield. Mom, if one day I have to take this step, I hope you won't stop me. I won't stop you. The mother rolled her eyes, the elegance of a noblewoman completely gone. If you realize your contamination is nearing the critical limit, hurry up and give me a child. Huai Yu, raising you has cost the family a lot. If the next generation doesn't have enough outstanding heirs, our family will decline. Mom is a very practical person. I will do everything possible to help you fulfill your wishes. Whether you want to defend the country or strive to get ahead, I won't stop you. But you have to understand the heart of a mother like me. If I had a child to take care of, maybe I wouldn't die of grief because of your departure. Even though they were talking about such a serious and sorrowful topic, the atmosphere between the two was so relaxed and joyful. Their laughter grew much louder, carried by the wind as it traveled, caught in small bits and pieces by the sharp-eared Huai Yu. The family atmosphere is really nice. Huai Yu thought lightly, feeling less resistant toward the young girl next door who was about to give guidance. Inside the room, Huai Yu, who was making her mother laugh, quietly hid her hands behind her back, and in an instant, conjured up a large bunch of fluffy, tender green chamomile flowers with white petals and small yellow centers. The fresh and pleasant scent instantly filled the room. She held the flowers and smiled cheerfully as she made a vow to her mother. Mom, don't worry. Chapter 73 Meet. If Huai Yu knew about Wu Yu's predicament, she would probably put her hands on her hips and laugh 3 times. But in reality, she is currently busy farming. The weather in early April was somewhat unusual. These past few days, the sun has been shining brightly every day, and the days have been incredibly warm. There's no other way. Farmers ultimately rely on the timing of the weather to make a living. As for her ability, managing a few seeds is doable, but handling such a large piece of land, she's probably going to have to lie still and do nothing for the next half a month or so. Forget it. Just plant it like this. At worst, we can slowly purify it again during the growing period. Otherwise, if we wait for the soybeans to go through several cycles, when it gets hot, the seeds won't grow well. Especially for the summer mainstay, cowpeas. Once they flower and encounter heat, the dream of having endless pods to eat will be just that, a dream. All these thoughts came to her naturally, as if the skill of farming was engraved in her genes. Huai Yu stared at her hands in confusion. Very good, another point added to the label of a strong farm woman. The fragile little chicks were gathered at the door, chirping and basking in the sun. Huai Yu was using her supernatural power to raise them without any effort. Meanwhile, in the first piece of reclaimed land, the soybeans had quietly sprouted. The buds were small and not very noticeable. Huai Yu squatted down to observe for a while, becoming happier the more she looked, and quickly lifted the straw mat to let the warm sunlight shine on the soil. Using the soil to retain moisture like this prevents large temperature differences in the soil, which is more conducive to the seedlings sprouting quickly. As for the potatoes she bought, they were still wrapped in bags to encourage sprouting. What she needed to plant urgently today were the sweet potato vines she bought yesterday. That unlucky Huai Yu. If it weren't for him, the sweet potato vines could have been planted yesterday afternoon when I came back by myself. This thing is not difficult to propagate by cuttings. As a result, the house was destroyed. She was heartbroken and upset. There were many things to deal with, and she silently cried until late at night before she realized. After tidying up the basket again, the sweet potato vines were about to wither. But I still had to expend more mental energy to use my supernatural abilities. Fortunately, although the soil layer in the field hasn't been completely broken up, the wood ash mixed in earlier is quite suitable. Just by making 2 simple ridges, I can finish planting this small bundle of sweet potato vines. There are also cucumber seeds, chili seeds, cowpeas. These were truly purchased at great expense. After all, in this day and age, anything related to food is very scarce and seeds are counted one by one. What's even more outrageous is that when Huai Yu went to buy seeds, the seller used a white tray with rows of indentations to count the seeds. They would grab a handful of seeds and spread them out on the tray, making it clear exactly how many there were. This is... The seller smiled and said, This is a bead counting tray. My family used to be in the jade business. When selling piles of beads by the piece, if you buy 50 and I buy 200, we'd have to use this to count. It's really quite a sigh-worthy story. Back then selling jade, now selling rapeseed. Setting aside the price, the category of this business seems to have downgraded. In any case, Huai Yu stared at the 50 cowpea seeds, 22 chili seeds, and 20 cucumber seeds in his hand as if they were treasures, not wanting to lose a single one. soaking cucumber and chili seeds in water to germinate, planting 2 or 3 cowpea seeds per hole. 50 seeds is just a matter of minutes. Next came the peanuts contributed by Xiao Tian. Just those 2 big handfuls of peanuts dried to a crisp. Huai Yu sat at the edge of the field and started cracking open the peanut shells with a crack crack crack, all the while nodding his head and humming. Straw hut, red curtain, inside sleeps a plump white boy. Plump white boy, oh plump white boy. Hey hey. Oda's eye for quality was indeed good. The peanuts she shelled were all plump with red skins. Although dried, they were still quite substantial. Take a look. They are all good seeds. She collected the peanut shells separately and planned to roast them into charcoal later, which would be better for filtering water. When the time comes, Oda will be allowed to bring her own cup to drink a little. In the end, the majority left were the yam beans. This thing is small and planting it is as casual as planting potatoes, mainly thriving wherever there is soil. The only requirement is that the space should be relatively large, otherwise, when it grows into a yam, you can't just squeeze it all together, right? Huai Yu felt that she was already very careful and patient with farming, but there were only so many seeds. Even if she worked slowly, by noon she still had nothing left to do. She stuffed a handful of dry grass into the stove, thinking about having dry scallion and lard pancakes for lunch. Crush some dried chili, pour a little hot oil over it, then mix the blanched bean sprouts with salt, and roll it directly into the pancake. Another perfect meal. It's just, she looked again at this unfamiliar new house, and suddenly felt a bit lost. Since waking up, Huai Yu's daily goal has been to make her life better. To have a proper place to live and enough food and clothing. The Chinese tune in April, the locust flowers in May. She had planned everything in the mountains. The future was right beneath her feet. But now, overnight, a brand new home was established. Even after planting such a large piece of land, there were still over 1,000 points left in the bracelet. The previously stored pickled vegetables, salted vegetables, dried vegetables, and various wild greens were all still there, and there was no shortage of rice, flour, grain, and oil. Watching the flickering flames, she sat on the bench, truly at a loss as to what to do next. But soon, Huai Yu took a big bite of the wrap with an awu, and suddenly had a new target. Meat. Meat, ah. The bean sprouts were delicious, the wrap was not bad, and the pork cracklings were especially fragrant. But there were only about 2 pounds of pork back fat in total, and the meat prices I asked about last time were all over 100 cents. Although I have 1,000 points in hand, I can only buy about 10 pounds of meat. And it's the kind that's heavily polluted. Huai Yu perked up, gulped down the rolled pancake in a few bites, then stood up to pack her gear, deciding to go up the mountain for another look. Before, she had only been wandering around the perimeter along the plank road, not daring to go deeper. Naturally, she only saw a few scattered birds. There was absolutely nothing else alive and edible. One reason was the tight schedule. If she went too far, the round trip would waste a lot of time. Secondly, she was also worried about encountering mutated animals or plants that she couldn't handle on her own. Just think, even the fierce big black fish could become docile because of her purification. Then, with the grass growing and orioles flying, whether it was wild rabbits or pheasants, she wasn't picky. After thinking it over, she rolled up the maroon sleeping bag and stuffed it into the backpack, then took a stack of paper and slung the bag over her shoulder. The kitchen knife and the multifunctional spatula were kept as backup weapons, one long and one short, then, familiar with the routine, pushed the bicycle forward. Set off. The bicycle stand was put back up. Huai Yu turned back again, looking frustrated as he carefully locked the door. After taking a couple of steps, he came back to tug at the lock once more. Really? When she used to live in the treehouse, she never once worried about things getting lost when she went out. Keep an eye on the house. Huai Yu leaned close to Chiang Wei on the corridor and said seriously, this time you really have to watch carefully, or I'll go catch a mutant goat. They eat all kinds of grass. They'll eat your leaves too. Chapter 74 Pine and Bamboo. There are many good things to eat on the mountain this season. But from Huai Yu's perspective, everywhere she looked was just green, green, green. If she kept eating like this, her face would turn green. It really was very plain. After eating for a while, she felt a bit empty inside. The more she ate, the hungrier she became. Therefore, this time she came up the mountain with a clear goal, following the barely traceable tourist trail all the way up, ignoring all the surrounding temptations. Whether it was the tender tuna sinensis, the sour and convenient knotweed for making sour soup, or the water fern that had already sprouted young leaves. No, none of it. Huai Yu kept strengthening her resolve as she walked, because if she relaxed and looked down to pick wild vegetables, the wild vegetables all over the mountain could waste another whole day. She absolutely must eat meat today, absolutely, no matter what. Passing by the big pine tree, seeing that his many descendants still hadn't finished picking the pine pollen, Huai Yu stopped to chat a bit longer. Big pine tree, I'll come back to pick the pine pollen next time. Do you know where there might be rabbits or wild chickens or something? She hugged the thick branches of the big tree, looking pitiful and whining. I really want to eat meat. The pine needles rustled softly, their unique fragrance lingering in the air. After a moment, a branch shook. Squeak, 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 squeak. A squirrel fell from above with a plop, but Huai Yu quickly grabbed it by the tail and lifted it up. A person and a squirrel stared at each other, the squirrel's shiny black eyes looking at her, its fur all fluffed up and standing on end. Huai Yu was also stunned. No way? That polite? And the big pine tree swayed in the wind, making Huai Yu blush. I want to eat meat, but I'm not that hungry yet. Your neighbor has been with you for so many years, maybe just forget it. Besides, the dried fruit she found before might also be the squirrel's treasure stash. If she works hard again this year, she might have another harvest in winter. Huai Yu put the squirrel back on the tree trunk, then seemed to hear the big pine tree saying something again, so she grabbed the squirrel's tail, which was about to dash away quickly, and said fiercely, Hey, little squirrel. The big pine tree said not to keep digging holes in him when hiding the nuts. After digging 2 or 3, you can't even remember where you put them yourself, so what's the point? The little squirrel chattered noisily, unsure if it was protesting or making excuses, then quickly disappeared. After the big pine tree's unique squirrel comfort, Huai Yu's mood improved considerably. As expected of me. The big pine tree, for my sake, is even willing to offer up its neighbors. With this delightful confidence, just after 3 in the afternoon, she finally reached a deserted spot. There was vaguely a boardwalk here as well, now completely entwined with branches and vines, only faintly revealing the anti-corrosion wooden floorboards lifted by saplings beneath her feet, as if it once belonged to a scenic area. Looking down, ahead was a small cave made entirely of stone walls. Spacious, deep, sheltered from wind and rain, it was a perfect place to settle down. Huai Yu looked around silently and made a mark in a conspicuous spot, deciding to search back and forth in this area. That way, whether or not there was any gain, he could still build a fire here tonight to rest. Both the upper and lower layers were solid stone, so there was no need to worry about starting a fire. Ahead was a huge, oddly shaped stone, resembling a person standing upright with a long, thin finger. Huai Yu looked on curiously for a while, then glanced at the extension of the anti-corrosion wooden floor beneath her feet, which was quite spacious. This was probably also a viewing platform for the scenery. Strange, it really felt unfamiliar. But why did she wake up on this mountain? She couldn't figure it out. However, memories were not as important as food at the moment. Huai Yu looked around left and right, hoping to find a somewhat gentler area among the jagged rocks and cliffs where she could search for something to eat. Squirrels can't be eaten, snakes are also off limits, hedgehogs are too small, right? Wild boars are even worse, you have to run as soon as you see one. What about rabbits and wild chickens? Why aren't they proactive at all? She pondered while carefully holding the shovel, slowly making her way toward a gentle slope. As she walked, the area in front gradually opened up. Looking again, it was actually a bamboo growth that wasn't particularly large. It seemed to have grown only a few years ago, and the bamboo inside wasn't dense. Now sunlight even filtered through. There weren't many other plants underneath, which made Huai Yu's eyes light up. Where there's a bamboo growth, there are bamboo shoots. Where there are bamboo shoots, there might even be bamboo rats. If only I could catch a fat one. She instantly got excited and was about to step forward holding the multifunctional shovel. After all, the bamboo forest was empty and spacious, and standing from a distance, everything could be seen clearly, so there really was no threat. Just as this thought flashed by, in the next moment, thousands upon thousands of bamboo leaves suddenly stood upright toward the sky. Then each leaf shot out like flying knives in all directions. This fighting style was exactly the same style as the Rose Corridor. But Huai Yu had never seen it before, she just felt it was too fierce. The duo sounds kept coming one after another, and the surrounding tree trunks were already nailed full of this half-left bamboo leaf. Huai Yu. She silently pulled back her foot, realizing the battlefield was still some distance away from her, and quickly let out a quiet sigh of relief, curling up to the side. Is this bamboo forest really that sensitive? She was just thinking about it in her mind, hadn't even stepped forward yet, and it reacted so strongly. Could it be that the mutation is in telepathy? Or is it sensing that she's about to dig up bamboo shoots? Surely it wouldn't protect a bamboo rat it hasn't even seen, right? While she was still murmuring to herself on the other side, the circle of big trees surrounding the bamboo forest suddenly began to move. No, it's not them moving, it's the ground that's moving. Huai Yu grabbed the tree trunk beside him and the multifunctional shovel fell to the ground. Not far away, the large trees that had just been attacked by the bamboo forest were swaying, and deep cracks appeared in the ground before them, with unusually thick roots pushing up from beneath. Those roots were weaving through the soil, growing rapidly. The direction they were heading was exactly toward that small patch of bamboo forest. Countless soil mounds heaved and fell, and the entire forest emitted terrifying sounds. The ground before their eyes shook as if some natural disaster was repeating itself. Even the small tree trunk that Huai Yu was holding stirred restlessly, and she clutched it tightly with both hands and feet, fearing it would be thrown into the ground. At that moment, a continuous, thunderous crack was heard, and the land where the bamboo grove stood was completely upheaved, revealing long, massive bamboo roots crisscrossing in all directions. As soon as the bamboo roots lifted from the ground, the tree roots that had been pushing them quickly plunged down, as if afraid that the bamboo roots would regain consciousness and reclaim the territory. For a moment, the ground was scattered with messy, fresh, moist, deep soil on top of withered branches and leaves. The air was filled with a faint smell of muddy fishiness and dust. The entire bamboo forest, each stalk upright and lush green, was directly thrown onto the ground. It was clear they wouldn't survive. Chapter 75. Can't you just not eat it? You fucking... A sudden angry shout came from the forest, and Huai Yu was so scared that he loosened his grip on the tree and slipped down with a slip. What? Are there still people on the mountain? Are you an explorer? Or a guardian? She squatted down cautiously, her eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the sound came. However, after a long while, no sound came, only the bamboo grove, with no soil to take root in, swayed gently, its leaves rustling. Huai Yu curiously poked her head out. Suddenly, she heard a helpless and irritable sigh. You damn things, when I first took root here, none of you said I couldn't. Now you've joined forces to drive me out. Bah, is this mountain really yours? Now the leaves all over the hillside rustled loudly. Huai Yu stared blankly at the bamboo forest, a bold yet incredible thought appearing in her mind. Is it a person speaking or the bamboo? Before she could be sure, she heard a voice from the bamboo forest again. Hey, you human girl over there, come here. Huai Yu shivered in her heart, quickly grabbed the multifunctional shovel beside her and held it close, then stubbornly said, I just won't. Oh. After a brief silence, the leaves in the mountain rustled more and more violently, as if they were laughing wildly. The bamboo leaves, which had been rustling, now stood completely still in the wind, and that awkwardness could be felt from afar. Huai Yu also felt awkward. But the bamboo forest has mutated to the point where it can talk, and just now it shook the ground and mountains with its fighting, so she definitely won't go. If a root were to take hold of her, it would be over. Her body alone wouldn't be enough to sustain such a vast area. However, this was also Huai Yu's first time witnessing a battle between mutated plants. No wonder everyone treats the wasteland as if facing a formidable enemy. It really is that powerful. Maybe 1 or 2 trees alone could be held off by the defense troops, but if the entire forest came alive, then the only option is setting the mountain on fire? But now the air is filled with pollution, and plants are a major force in absorbing that pollution. If we burn one mountain today, another tomorrow, by the day after, people might have to carry oxygen tanks when they go outside. She pondered, once again watching ahead cautiously. But before she could even blink, a whistling sound suddenly came from afar. Then with a sharp thud, it struck hard against a nearby tree trunk. This time, the entire bamboo leaf was left with only a short petiole at the front. Huai Yu only belatedly realized that the bamboo leaf was less than 5 centimeters away from his hand. Suck, suck, suck. The annoying sound echoed again in the bamboo forest. Huai Yu. Now there was no need to hesitate. She instantly picked up the multifunctional shovel, and, stepping over the rugged forest terrain, trotted along with a steady hum. There was quite a distance in between, and she only stopped in front of the bamboo grove when she was slightly out of breath from running. Please just give your orders. Saying this, Huai Yu was filled with bitterness. Originally, it was customary to kowtow once in front of the rose corridor, a status symbol. After finally waiting for the house to be destroyed, the rose corridor didn't make a sound, looking rather guilty. She finally stood her ground this noon. But this show of firmness hadn't even warmed up yet. Now, going up the mountain, she ran into this Uncle Ju again. I mean, eating vegetables is so much better, why bother with meat? Now it's all messed up, who eats whose meat is still uncertain. Tisk, just a mere human. Why are you so nervous? If I want your life, do I even need to speak? Yes, yes, yes. Huai Yu knew how to yield and stretch well, nodding repeatedly at this moment. Brother, do you have any instructions? However, the bamboo forest in front suddenly fell silent, and after a while, the bamboo leaves rustled. Why do you speak with a flavor even stronger than my bamboo core tea? Huai Yu, are you trying to say I'm a tea? All right, you monster uncle, what do you want me to do? If the other party is already nitpicking about tone of voice, they probably don't intend to kill her outright, right? Dulan shook his body. Come on, carry me down the mountain to find a place to plant me. Huai Yu widened her eyes. Me? Are you kidding? Although this bamboo forest is not large, It is relatively so, covering at least an acre of land. She carry it? The bamboo forest snorted, looking quite disdainful of her. Your education doesn't seem very high. Epsilon sad face omicron asterisk. Sigh, unlike my original owner. As they spoke, the roots of the entire bamboo grove suddenly cracked and broke. In the end, only the fairly sturdy bamboo in the center remained, carrying a moderately sized clump of bamboo roots. The voices no longer spread from the whole bamboo grove but came only from this single bamboo. See, you're just uneducated, aren't you? We bamboos are different from those trees. I am a proud member of the grass family. Here, these are all me. Since you don't seem very useful, you can just carry me by myself. Huai Yu was a bit speechless, but unexpectedly found that although this bamboo spoke harshly, its personality seemed quite good. So she spoke kindly, yes, I don't know many words, but I've been working hard. Can I get some payment from these fallen bamboo pieces? Seeing the bamboo leaves rustle again, as if about to get angry, she quickly added another question. Uncle Bamboo, I haven't asked how to address you yet. This seemed to hit the mark, only to hear Juzi snort arrogantly. My name is Kwang Biao. Just call me Uncle Biao. Huai Yu could hardly believe it. Kwang Biao? What kind of wild storm? How wild storm? Where is the wild storm? But now she dared not question it and could only keep praising. Great name, great name. It sounds especially powerful. That's right. Bamboo Kwang Biao proudly shook his leaves. Have you read the poem, After I Bloom, All Other Flowers Perish? That's about me. Once we Bin bamboo take root in the ground, given enough time, I can make not a single blade of grass grow within 100 miles. Our nature is just this domineering from birth, no way around it. You girl haven't studied much, but your eyesight is pretty good. Are you thinking of picking some bamboo shoots or something? Go ahead and pick them, they won't kill you. It's just a small amount of cyanide content. The speechlessness I felt this whole month hasn't come close to what I've experienced today. It's all cyanide. She confidently replied, I will blanch it before eating. The skill of blanching is ingrained in our ancestors' genes. Many wild vegetables have strong medicinal properties and also need to be blanched. She forgot about herself but never forgot the skill of blanching, and now she speaks about food with great confidence. After all, the bamboo forest did drop quite a lot of bamboo shoots. This time it was Kwang Biao's turn to fall silent. After a while, he clicked his tongue again and said softly and slowly, with a hint of frustration, You humans really are something. If it's poisonous, can't you just not eat it?